row.
We have Braden Baker and Todd Jackson.
And in the third row is Dale Ebberts and Cade Mclaren.
And we have Zack Mclaren and Doug Matag.
Then after him we have Carr and then Martin sitting in 9th and 10th. This is a seriously stacked field in that top 10. I mean, they are going to be wanting to push out in front, get into clear air. And the nice thing about this morning, looking out there across there, there's a bit of moisture in the air. We're going to see some dirt down on the ground. We're not going to see too much dust, and that is going to be perfect race conditions.
Yeah, this is great race conditions today, like you said. And everybody's going to have to be smart because they have to go do 2 91-mile laps today. So you got 182 miles left to go. Yesterday we only did 35 and we saw some carnage. So now you got to go do way more than that today.
Well, let's just talk also about strategy here. So are these vehicles able to do 182 miles on one tank of juice? Are they going to want to do that, or are they going to be looking to come in and change tires?
Definitely some of the B2s would definitely be able to go that far because they're a little bigger. They have bigger gas tanks in there. But I think everybody's going to stop at least once.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so we're looking forward to this. But before we can go racing, there's something very important we have to do. We are in the United States of America, and that means we need to hear your favorite song. It is time for the USA National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you and welcome back. Thank you so much, Cynthia. The national anthem, I have to say, every time I come to your country, that always blows me away. So it's very special. But right now, Fish, it's time to go racing. We're about 1 minute and 30 out from we're seeing the green flag here live in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, this is, like you said, the weather conditions out here are perfect today. We're going to have 2 cars going off at a time today, which is going to add a little bit more action, right? Yesterday we went 1 at a time. Today we're doing 2 at a time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I love about Hammers and this style of racing. It's all go, go, go right from that front, and we can see now our lead cars lining up on that front row, and they'll be getting ready for that green flag. On the inside line there, we got Brock Heger, who threw down that incredible 35-mile qualifying run yesterday, putting him on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, that is Brock Heger out there in a Pro R, and then we got Joe Terrana in an X3 out there, a Can-Am X3. So we got Razor versus Can-Am right here. This should be exciting. Couple seconds, they're going to be going here.
Yeah, this is going to be great stuff. So we're looking forward to this. Now, the wonderful thing about this is they're going to be coming off the line here on that right-hander. Then they've got to swing around and come out that left-hander. Now, if you're looking for the whole shot, you could say, yes, that inside line's going to be faster off the line, but is he going to get the pull as he comes out of that second bend? We'll find out very, very shortly. It was less than a minute away now from the action starting here in Johnson Valley.
And don't forget, one of the first sections right when you get into the desert is one of our roughest sections of the course. There is big holes, there is big rocks. Just as soon as you leave Hammertown, that is one of the roughest sections. So it's going to be exciting. Once these guys put their helmets on, they're ready to go. Sometimes they get a little crazy right off the start, so we might see some action right away.
Well, we saw yesterday, that first part of the course, there's lots of big rocks just on the side of the track. If you get it ever so slightly wrong, you're going to have problems. You're going to have flat tires, and you cannot afford to do that to here. So they're going to be wanting to get that in front. They want that clear air, because otherwise it is going to be a trail all the way through this first part of the race course.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. This is a good matchup right here, too. This is a legit top matchup right here. This is going to be exciting. exciting to watch. Who do you think's going to get it?
I'll be honest with you, I think it's going to be the Pro R that's going to out-drag them. But let's see what happens there. That's the newer of the two vehicles there. It's a factory machine. But, hey, you never know on race day. It only takes a momentary blip of concentration for everything to change.
Exactly. And we should be just about 10 seconds away.
Yeah, literally seconds away now. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and it is go time. Green flag drops here in Johnson Valley, California, and the first of our limited races are off the line.
So Brock had the inside there. Now Joe has the inside here. Look at this, neck and neck going out of Hammertown.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to you. Off of that first bend, it's hard to get your power down, but then the inside line. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is fantastic to watch. But Brock Heger cuts off Joe Terrana there to take the lead as he makes his way out into the desert.
Now, coming up right here, this is what I was talking about. This is some of the roughest section. This next area has some huge holes in it. This is going to be interesting to see how hard Brock pushes through here.
Yeah, look at that. He's already started to pull away time on Joe Terrana there.
Yeah.
And these big double kickers here. Now, we saw some of the big cars having problems there, never mind the UTVs. But the talent and the drivers here is unbelievable.
Yeah, this is a stacked field. This is one of the most stacked fields, honestly, that we've had at a race in a long time. Between the Pro R and the Can-Ams, you have all of the top drivers at this race. Everybody is here racing today.
Yeah, and we also saw some big names having some problems yesterday as more cars leave the line right now. That is Baker and Todd Jackson, Braden Baker and Todd Jackson.
So that is a B3 versus a B2 there. So the B3 obviously has all-wheel drive, much lighter car. No surprise to see him get the jump on him going out of town. But however, when we get to that first section, watch that B2. It's going to soak that up a little bit better than that B3 is.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting there, because we were talking yesterday, where did the B3s get away from the B2s? Where did they find that extra time? And I think it is in these sections, literally as they come straight off of the line.
You can see Brock, he's got a little bit of a gap already starting to build, headed out of town. Joe might just be playing it smart, say let him go, let him do his thing, let's see what happens. This is a long race, 180 miles. You don't win it in the first two.
No, you don't indeed, and that could be very smart from him. But one of the things I'm really excited to see here, Fish, there is no dust.
Exactly, there is no dust. And this is a good lineup here. We got Cade and Mclaren on the bottom. We got Ebberts on the top. Dale, he has his daughter in there, Madison, co-driving with him today in that B2 car. Yeah, Cade McLaren, of course, he is in the second factory Pro R. His teammate is currently leading this race, and Caden gets the whole shot and drags it out into the desert. Caden, of course, had a fantastic Baja 1000 this year and is the son of the world-famous Rob Mack. All right, look at this. Let's see when we get into these bumps how that the B2 soaks them up a little bit better. You can see it's staying a little bit more stable already.
Yeah, but we're going to get into this sort of more goat trail style trails in a minute, and that's when I was expecting to see Caden start to walk away from that B2.
Yeah, anytime you go to almost a slower corner, the B3 with the all-wheel drive, you get on the gas and it just pulls you right out of that corner. The B2, you got to keep your momentum up a bit more.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see there. But joining us today and helping us out with the fantastic race coverage is Pam Hall, and she is in the pits right now. So we're going to cut down to Pam and see what she's got.
Taking off 2 by 2, these drivers, a lot of talented out there on our race course. Right now, what they're doing, they are trying to figure out their lines to the short course. They're going to go out, do their loops, but these guys have their nerves running through, but here they are on the start of our 2024 Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pam. Great to see you down there. Now, Pam's going to be bringing us all of the stories as they start to develop throughout the day. So we're going to get all those little tidbits. We're going to find out what's happening to the crews out there on course. We have fantastic course coverage, but nothing beats having someone in the pits being able to give us the information directly from the horse's mouth.
This is going to be Carr versus Martin here, the 913 versus the 1013. Both of them are next off the line. There's a look at Brock out there, still going good. He was first off the line. He got the whole shot, and he's first into the desert. Looking pretty smooth so far. Yeah, and it's worth talking about these vehicles. So these vehicles are now running 35-inch tires. They've got bigger transmissions. They've got bigger axle shafts, everything, as we watch another two heading out into the desert right now. Once again, that's a B2 versus a B3 there. The B3 all-wheel drive. Pretty much all the B3s are going to win off the line if they're lined up next to a B2. You can't match the all-wheel drive and the light the lightness of a B3.
Yeah, absolutely. But once they get out into the desert, particularly on those faster stretches, it's going to be interesting to see how these B2s, if they can start to reel them back in. They've got that greater top speed, and they have the ability, as you were saying earlier, with that suspension, to stretch their legs a little bit harder than the B3 cars.
And looking behind Brock here, you can see that the dust is not too much of a factor yet. The dirt still looks like it's wet, and it's going to make for some great racing. You're going to be able to drive up behind people today without much of an issue, at least so far. We'll see if that changes later.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a kicker. See, that's the suspension being used to the max right there.
I think that's to the max and a little bit more.
Yeah.
But that just shows you he's giving it 120% out there. Now, we've got 136 limited class racers going to be leaving the line here today. So there's going to be a lot of action in the start line as these cars push out into the desert. And another two leaving the line now. That's another two B3 cars.
That was Matlock and Sims right there. Wayne Matlock and Sims, Brandon Sims. It looks like Wayne got the whole shot. Those are both Pro Rs there, so that's a pretty good match right there. Wayne, however, does have two shocks in the rear of his car. They did add a bypass shock to the rear of that car.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, and I want to keep an eye on that particularly. And Branden and Wayne, of course, very experienced desert racers, and they're both guys here who are going to be troubling those guys at the front end if they make any mistakes or if they slow down at all. Expect to see Wayne and Branden Sims right at the front end. But let's also talk about some guys that we expect to be at the front that just aren't there. Dustin Battleaxe Jones, he had problems yesterday. Then, of course, we saw Kyle Cheney having problems yesterday.
Blurton, same thing, had
exactly.
problems yesterday.
Now, can they do anything from the back? We were talking about this yesterday.
Honestly, in this race, no. It's just too stacked. They're too far back. There's too many fast guys up front. They can go out and they can get some good test time. They can have fun. Maybe they could get fast lap, but it's going to be real tough to do something in the overall today from the back.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also 182 miles, although it is a hugely long race, it's not long enough for these guys to be able to make up huge swathes of time, and that's what they need if you're starting from the back.
Yeah, there's just so many people here. This is all the top drivers. Like we said, this is a great race between the B3s and the B2s.
Yeah, it's interesting because usually Dustin Battleaxe Jones and also Kyle Cheney would be expecting to be lining up inside that top 10 and usually inside that top 5.
So down on the bottom, that's a B2 there. That is the Ebberts car. Up top, we're looking at Brock Heger, Hall in the mail like he always does. Brock doesn't go slow. He doesn't know slow. He only goes one speed, and that's fast.
Yeah, he puts his helmet on, and his foot hits the bottom of the pedal metal, and that's where it stays.
Well, they actually disconnected the brake pedal in there, and they just put a light switch in that car, so it's either just on or off. That's all he has.
Yeah, he doesn't know any different, that's for sure. But there's also a heap of cars behind who are being driven in a very similar fashion. And 180
That's
miles
Christian
of Johnson.
Serapis off the line there in the yellow and black car in the B3. So he was lined up next to Arciero. There's Rob Arciero, so another B2 versus B3. There's a lot of B2 versus B3 off the line today. Yeah, that's what's cool about this format, right? It's all mixed together.
Exactly. And we've got more B3s coming through in a moment. We're going to have Yi and Ranuio going out in a B2, B3 battle once again. I'm really enjoying this fish. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, this is awesome. And these shots that we're getting right here, this is pretty rad. That's an awesome helicopter shot up there following Brock.
So, Fish, talk to me about the course. What are they going to be doing out there? We're saying it's 182 miles. Is that laps? Is that one distance?
Yeah, it's a 91-mile loop. So you're going to do 2 laps on a 91-mile loop. There's one remote pit that's around mile 37. So that's the only pit besides here. You're allowed to pit here in Hammertown, and then you're allowed to pit at the one remote pit at mile 37. Other than that, you're not allowed to pit anywhere.
Now, these cars aren't as brutal on their tyres as, say, the the T1s and the T2s that we're going to be seeing racing later today. So are these guys going to need to be coming in on after one lap and going to have to be looking to do tyre changes and refuels, or are they going to be able to stay out there for an entire race distance?
Most of these guys are probably going to run the same tires today on the B3s unless they have an issue. They will have to get some fuel at some point. Most of these cars, I don't think they're going to go the whole way. And you wouldn't want to try to push it either. That's quite a ways to go on fuel.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. And that's, again, there's another battle right there. And you can find seconds, even find minutes in those pits.
Yeah, that's Christian Serapis there. He's looking pretty good in his Can-Am there. He's he won the last race. We talked about that yesterday.
Oh, look at this. We've got an overtake coming on.
Let's see. Coming right in front of him. So that's where the B2 excels, through these holes. Oh, into the back of him.
Contact.
Oh, no. He may have taken out a shock there. That was pretty hard contact. I saw a lot of white smoke come out at the last second, too. I think he may have got him into the shock. That's my guess there. They may
Yeah,
have
no,
taken
but
a
he was
shock out.
slowing. He didn't look like he was going at full race pace the way that red car just caught up with him. I think that was Jackson.
That was the
there.
big holes. That was the big holes. That's the difference between a B3 and a B2 and the big holes. The big B2s just have more suspension, but that's a big bummer for Christian Serapis. I think he may have lost a right rear shock there.
Yeah, that is the 909. Christian Serapis now, this is interesting. Now he's going for the front.
Yeah,
so that was suggesting
right rear looks okay. He's got a left front
yeah,
flat.
yeah, absolutely. And I think he was slowing down at that point, which is why I allowed that other car to come up behind him. Now he's using one of those AGM jacks. What they do is they literally clip onto the frame, and then you wind them up with a rattle gun, or the alternative, they have a built-in motor. So as the action continues here, we've got more and more vehicles leaving the line here in Hammertown. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
And if you guys are out here in Hammertown or at home and you're trying to track and follow the race today, just go to kingofthehammers.com, and then in the top left you'll see Watch KOH. You click on that, and then you go down below and you can click on the race results tab right there. It'll bring up everything. You can click on the map on the left, or you can click on times. You'll see the course file there. You can highlight anyone's name or number right there. It'll give you some information about them, their speed, and if they're moving or not, and where they are on course. And then you can look on the bottom left screen for times, and these will be your times right here. You can sort by class. You can see we have a couple classes selected there from yesterday. You can put in whatever class you want, and you can see what the times are.
Loving that fish. It's great to be able to have all of that at your fingertips at all times, and it brings the race alive. That's what I really like about this.
Yeah, watching desert racing live is epic, right? This is between these shots and the timing and everything. This is pretty cool. That's Caden Wells there in the car pulling the B2 once again. All the B3s are just fast in the infield. It's hard to beat all-wheel drive, right?
All-wheel drive just makes that difference. And the action continues here. So we have over 136 vehicles taking the start line today, and we're going to be getting some fantastic stories throughout the day. We saw some of the favoured vehicles having problems yesterday in qualifying, and they'll be starting further back. But this is a bit of a strange race. From the point of view, it's almost like two stages. So yesterday, although as a prologue, your time counts towards today, which means you have to drive smart.
Yeah, like we were talking about yesterday, you cannot win the race yesterday, but you could definitely lose the race yesterday.
Yeah, and we saw that with Dustin Battleaxe-Jones, with Carl Cheney. Did you see the footage of Carl Cheney? He actually rolled his car yesterday on track.
It went all the way up, and then it came back down.
Did it really?
If you watch it in slow motion, I thought the same thing, and then I went and looked, and it came up and went right on the edge, and then it sat back down.
I watched it. I honestly thought he rolled that car. That's insane.
Insane.
I love the in-cars footage when he just went, that was fun.
Unfortunately, they broke, right?
Yeah.
They weren't able to continue, but that's racing. That's what happens. So you can see here, look at the B2 has just reeled back in the B3 a bit. A lot smaller gap than when they left town. But then it gets real chewed up and real soft. Look at how much the tires are spinning on that thing.
Yeah, look how he's having a fight there. And this is the thing with the B2s. If they lose their momentum, they have to work really hard in that sand to get things moving again. Very, very different style of vehicle.
That's Bruce Yee there in the B2.
Now, Bruce Yee, you were saying yesterday that, we got another one. Is that Serapis? No, that is Serapis.
Yeah, that's Serapis still stopped there. So I think they got another issue possibly. Looks like he's messing with the steering. There was Caden Wells. Caden Wells just came by. Yeah, they got something else going on with the car.
Almost looks like it's high-centered.
Yeah, it looks like they are, actually. It didn't look like the front wheels were turning right there, right?
No, it didn't look like they have maybe a differential issue.
There's another one of our faster B2s from yesterday.
B2s, they really have that classic desert light look, don't they? And that is Doug Mittag there, the 981.
Yeah, Doug was actually one of our top qualifiers yesterday, but then he did get a penalty, so it set him back a few spots. That's why he didn't start in the second spot.
Was that a VCP penalty or something else?
Yeah, there's VCPs around the course, and if you miss some, you got a penalty, or there's a couple other things they gave penalties out for, so that's why he did not start second, which is where he actually qualified yesterday.
Thank you very much for keeping us honest on that as we watch Doug Mittag. Oh, look at that. The B2, they're getting out of shape as he tries to put his power down against that B3 car. And I'm loving this. The mix of classes is so good to see.
Yeah, it really is an even match once you get into the desert. You know, in the short course it's not, but once you get into the desert, it really evens things up a bit.
Well, we keep talking about this B2 and B3 battle over the years, and this is the first time we can honestly say that the B3s are really socking it to those B2s.
Yeah, it used to be the other way around, right? When they first started, when the UTVs first came out, they were not on the Class 10 speeds.
Nowhere near. The evolution of the go-kart, as they say. So as the races continue, we watch Doug Matag there making his way into the desert, and he'll be having a point to prove today, trying to get himself back up onto the top of the front of this field.
That is Vito Ranuio right there in the 1825. Now these are all the fastest drivers we have out here in the sport today, which is really exciting, and they're all first off the line. So the first 10, 20 cars off the line are really the fast guys. Some of the fast guys had trouble yesterday, which is a bummer for them. And then in this style, they are going to be a ways behind today, but we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, I think that's Ryan Piplick. They're just making his way out onto track. Again, another one of our very fast guys. And as you say, it's a stacked field out there, and it's going to be really interesting. It's probably going to be around about race mile 120. This race is actually going to start to open up, and we're going to start to see who the runners and riders are for taking that trophy.
Yeah, you really have to at least finish the first lap and see where you are. If you push too hard on the first lap, that's no good. And then, at the end of the first lap, if you're close, you can turn it up a little bit and see what happens on the second lap. The Doug Matag looking good in that car. That's one of my favorite looking cars. That chassis that Matag makes, I think that's one of the best looking chassis out here personally.
It is. It's a very great, it's got the looks, isn't it?
Yeah, him and then Ian Kennedy is also in one of those cars.
Well, let's just talk about that for a moment with the B3 class as we watch there. That is Nick May heading off the line.
Yeah, the 1003, Nick May. He should have been lined up next to Cameron, but Cameron actually switched. I saw him walking by a minute ago, so he did not start in the car that was lined up next to Nick.
Do we know why that is?
No.
Well, that's another story we'll have to chase on that. We'll have to speak to Cam. Cameron, text us. Let us know what's going on. Right, well, as the action continues here, Pam Hall's down in the pits, and she's got some news for us. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Mike Park. He is running our desert race. He's also running in our King of the Hammers race later on this week. Mike Park, you're out here in this new Maverick R. What are you thinking about this car and on this course?
Yeah, this Can-Am Maverick R is phenomenal. It eats the desert up. It's a cheat code.
I know you've been out here doing your homework, doing some pre-running. So what do you think about this desert race course?
It's super fun, super fast. We're ready to get after it.
So strategy going into the race with your new car out here this weekend, because this is one of the CA technology built cars.
Yep, absolutely. We can go fast when we can and save tires in the rock.
Well, good luck out there. We'll hopefully see you up there on that podium.
Absolutely, thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. Always good to get that inside view from down in the pit lane there. And look at this battle royal here. And this is the great thing about racing in Johnson Valley, is they have multiple lines, so you don't just have to stay on someone's tail. I mean, it's so good today that we don't have much dust either, and that's Tensor Tire. So that is going to be Branden Sims there in the 1069.
Yeah, that was Branden.
Now, Branden was going head-to-head with Wayne Matlock earlier on. I really want to watch that battle and see how that unfolds. Those guys are so fast, as we're watching now, and that is the 938. Of Fitzpatrick, lining up alongside the 1806 of Mike Caffro, sorry. So we've now got 38 cars out on course, still nearly another 100 to get started.
That's a pretty even battle going out of town. They're neck and neck right there.
And still we've got more big names that are going to be leaving the line later on today. And let's not forget, we've got both of the Gordons, Max and Robby.
Just looking at the tracker real quick, it looks like the 1077 Dale Ebberts may have come to a stop. So not good for the 1077, at least on the tracking map. It's showing them at 0 miles an hour right now.
So as the racing continues here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we are here for the Limited Trucks race. Well, we're going to pop out now for a short commercial break. If you're on premium, you'll be staying with us. If you're not, we'll see you in 2.
Who are you? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are here right now for the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, all part of the King of the Hammers. Joining me in the booth right now is Fish from Fishgistics. I'm Jim Marsden, and we're enjoying some fantastic racing. Fish, what's going on?
Oh, we're just watching some B2s and some B3s head out into the desert for the race today, huh? We got some live in-car. This is going to be awesome. You can see down here in the bottom right of your screen, we got a few cars that are running live in-car today. On the top there, we got some of our drone shots. We might see some nerfing action here in a second. And this is it's going to be a great day of racing. Look at the dust. There's still none. The dirt is absolutely perfect out here. Well, that's a big kick right there. Those holes are just so big going out of town right there.
Yeah, this part of the course is really starting to get cut up now, but as you were saying, you can see those dark patches in the dirt. That means there's moisture under the surface, and that makes it for perfect race conditions. There's a slight haze in the sky, which is keeping the sun glare down as well. I mean, does it get a more perfect day for racing than today?
Yeah, this is absolutely perfect out here. It's starting to warm up a little bit. That's nice. I can't see my breath too much anymore.
We can undo the 14 layers that we're wearing standing in the booth.
And like we said yesterday, there's so many lines out here that you're not really stuck behind anybody. Look at this. There's 3 different lines right there that we can see on the screen. It's just epic. You don't get stuck in a single track behind anybody. You can step out. You can pick whatever line you want. It makes for really good racing.
Yeah, it does. And that's one of the special things about racing in Johnson Valley.
And there, look at, there's McFadden in the with the in-car on the bottom right of your screen. He's one of our fast drivers out here, and this is awesome to be live in-car with him. So what sort of speeds are we looking at here? This looks to me sort of around about that sort of 70 to 80 mile an hour mark. Yeah, it's probably pretty close to it. You can almost read the GPS.
Almost.
The top left corner of the GPS would be the speed, and you can almost read it. It's just a little bit too small.
Yeah, this is epic views. Let's not forget, normally to get in-car views, we'd have to put adventure cameras in there, get the cameras back, get the cards out of them, and then be able to take the data off the cards. But this is real-time action from inside the vehicles, and King of the Hammers are pushing the boundaries of what is possible in motorsports coverage.
Yeah, this is awesome to see this. There's a good battle off the line. So we started out earlier, most of our UTV Open class was the B3s. They're some of the faster UTVs. We also have stock UTVs out here. We have stock NA, we have stock turbo. We got a bunch of different classes within the B3 class. So some of the cars that are going off now are some of those other classes.
Well, let's talk about that. When UTVs first burst on the scenes all those years ago, we just had one class. Then we started to see multiple different manufacturers come in with different styles of frame, some with turbos, some without turbos, and subclasses divided the sport for many years. What's happening now is we're coming back to that sort of B3 class where we're bringing all of, as you were just saying, the Pro modified, the Pro normally aspirated, and also the open class vehicles, bringing them back into one class called B3, and I love this.
Yeah, everybody gets to race for the overall, but then you still do get to race in your own race because, you know, face it, taking a pro stock UTV out there, you're not going to compete with the UTV open class. There's quite a bit difference between those two cars.
And again, it all depends on what type of racing that you're doing. When we actually get through to the rock sports, which we're going to be seeing later next week, you're actually going to see where those non-turbo vehicles are actually able to stay with the turbo vehicles through the rock trails. So the racing continues here. Let's not forget we have 130 plus riders running in this limited race here in Johnson Valley today.
Let's look at Max Eddy Jr. in the top there, one of the factory Razor team drivers. He's new this year to the team. He drove a little bit at the 1,000 with them last year. Now he's got his own ride. His name is on the door this year.
Yeah, what a thing that is. And that's another thing to talk about with the UTVs and the B3s. We are seeing more professional drivers in that class than any other class of off-road racing.
Yeah, it's definitely a popular class, and it's fun. I mean, look at the speeds. What were they, 2 minutes slower yesterday between them and the T1s? Two minutes.
In a 35-mile loop.
In a 35-mile loop, yeah. It's just
and we're talking
crazy.
about the difference between vehicles that are, some of those vehicles are valued or would cost nearly $800,000 against these vehicles, which the top-end ones, I mean, where are we at with the UTVs? Pushing $100,000 for a top-end?
Oh, yeah, over that. You're over 100. That's Sarah Price right there in the yellow and white car. She just got back from Dakar, one of our American drivers over there in Dakar. She did pretty well in a Can-Am over there as well. Now she's back out here doing some more racing today.
Come on, man. Let's give her some more props than that. Not only did she do well, she was actually one of the first females to ever win a stage at Dakar.
One of the American first females.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. And, of course, her boyfriend, Ricky Bravek, who actually won the moto. So congratulations to the pair of them.
Yeah, they had a pretty good Dakar, huh?
Yeah.
Can't do much better than that. It would have been cool if Sarah won, though, her class, too, right?
Yeah, I mean, but this is what we're talking about here. I mean, like, even the climb of the UTV in Dakar, I mean, there's multiple classes for them out there as well. And we saw other Americans like Mitch Guthrie racing out there, Seth Quintero, just to name a couple.
Yeah, so we have 2 cars going off the line every 1 minute today. So side-by-side action all day until everyone's off the line. We have, what do you say, 135 cars going off the line. That's a lot.
Yeah, 136.
That's over 2 hours of starting. There's Max Eddy Jr. once again in the 1847 up top in his Polaris Pro R.
And we're also going to see lots of...
well, Christian Serapis is still there. That is not good to see in the bottom of our screen. What a bummer for Christian.
Yeah,
he went from winning the last race to breaking at mile 2.
Exactly. But this is the thing. It's from dust to glory, isn't it? It's that whole thing. 1 minute you're really fast and the next you're not.
Look at that epic camera shot. That's pretty crystal clear camera right there. That is pretty cool, the Max Eddy car. Looks like they're zooming in to look at something there. You can see all the little stickers even. Awesome. Good job, B-More.
Hey, Mom, look at me. I'm racing. That's awesome, isn't it? Got to put a big shout out to our production crew who bring us all these incredible images literally from the middle of a desert 3 hours south of LA.
So don't forget, in the back of the order today, we're going to have some of our top drivers that had a bad run yesterday. So we still do have some really fast guys that are going to be starting today in some open cars. They just got moved to the back because of their DNF yesterday.
Yeah, mixing up in them also, we've got the vintage desert vehicles, we've also got the Jeep Speeds, and we're also going to have some of the 4600 class cars racing in those classes as well. So there's lots of different vehicles going to be on this course. Now, are any of those vehicles going to start to cause our lead cars problems when they cut into their second lap? Because they're undoubtedly going to be catching them.
And look, if you look in the bottom right now, we got him catching somebody. We got Todd's live in car once again.
And just as we say that, it freezes. That
does. We jinxed
it. That is
it.
the curse of the commentator. Still more cars leaving the line right now.
It looked like the 366 just left the line.
It did.
Aaron Rifkin, one of the LSK cars. So I think Cameron is in the truck that's going to be next off the line. That's what he did. He switched with Renee. Yesterday, Renee drove the T4, and Cameron drove the UTV. Now today, they switched. That's what Cameron said they were doing. They were switching.
Yep. So that does put him into the 72-16. That's the door slammer, isn't it?
Yes.
And
class 7 could be class 1450.
Am I allowed to say this? The car that his wife's more successful in than he is?
Yes, he came over here a little bit ago and said he was going to beat us up. That's probably why, because we said that yesterday.
Let's give him some more ammunition, Fish.
Perfect. We like to rile Cameron up.
Yeah, Cameron will probably be racing in pretty much every single class this year as he does at King of the Hammers.
This is a cool shot right here. See the multiple lines? You get stuck behind the guy, you can just step out and you can go to the other line and try to make it around him.
Yeah, that's what makes this race here at King of the Hammers so special. Being able to take those option lines, and this is where pre-running is really important as well. Get out on those course, find those faster lines, but also know where those opposite lines are where you can still carry the speed so you can make the overtakes. And it's not as simple as like when you watch Fast and Furious and you just pull out, change down 3 gears and go. These cars are actually quite equally matched, so you actually have to really fight to do the overtake.
Exactly.
You can't just hit that nitrous button, down change 3 gears and hit the loud pedal.
Yeah, you don't really want to give up the spot unless you have to, because once you get stuck behind them, it gets could get bad.
Yeah, it's also another thing, particularly with races that are more mid-table. It's real easy to get up behind somebody and just sit there and get comfortable and not push to get past. You just can't do that. You have to make sure that you're always moving on. So if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are well into the start now of this limited trucks race. And we have multiple classes racing with us today. So out there on course right now, we have the B2s, which we're more commonly known as Class 10s, the B3s, which are all of the UTVs. Then we've got the B3s, the T3s, and the T4s, which is everything and anything in between for our vintage classes, and we'll be seeing them leaving the line very soon. We're around about halfway through our starting lineup now. That's the 904 leaving, which is Mike Park. Just saw him chatting to Pam Hall down in the pits a moment ago, so let's see what he can do. He's on multiple race duties this week. He'll be racing with us next week at King of the Hammers as well. And if you're watching at home, don't forget that you can go and see live tracking. If you go to kingofthehammers.com, you better find live scoring and live tracking there. And you can see where your favorite drivers are out on course.
We're going to get some split times coming in pretty soon, so we'll keep you guys updated. That is a look at Kristen Matlock right there. Yesterday, her car was stuck in limp mode for a little bit, so that's why we saw Wayne was behind her for a little bit. She can only do 7,800 RPM, so they got it fixed, and they're hoping that it's ready to go today. It looks like she's over 7,800 RPM right now to me. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it looks like she's hauling. She's one of the fastest drivers out there, full stop, period. And she's incredibly successful. I mean, she's won lots of races.
And look at the rear of that car. You can see a bypass shock back there in addition to the coilover. So her and Wayne have bypass shocks that they've added to the rear. So it's got 2 shocks back
now,
there.
is this one of the first, if not the first, of the UTVs to be running that double shock absorber setup?
Yeah, I think her and Wayne were the first ones I can think of. And they have a slapper bump stop in the front too. See that bump stop up there? They do have a coilover, and then they have a bumps and air bump in the front also.
So that, I mean, that's pretty much, it's a mini trophy truck. Sorry, a mini T1.
It's a mini. Well, it's really a B2 at this point, because the difference between the B2 before was they had 2 shocks per wheel. Now these
Very
guys
true.
almost do too, so they're really close to them on suspension at least. The wheelbase is still limited though. You're very limited by the short wheelbase still. That is definitely your limiting factor between a B3 and a B2.
But then, of course, the difference between the B3 and the B2 is the fact that they have all-wheel drive.
Yes, that is correct.
And that makes all of the difference, particularly in some of these goat trails out around the back at King of the Hammers.
So we still have cars lining up going off the start line. We have so many here. It's going to take over 2 hours to start all these cars today.
So still we've got lots of action here as we're looking at another, oh, look at that big wheel stand there from one of the Speed UTVs. Now, who is that? Is that Max Gordon I see there? Is that the car 77? I think that is. If it is, that is Max Gordon, and a very talented young man. And there's the 970 of Cerrone there making his way out into the course. But he's being led out there. by Garvey as they make their way off the line and into the desert. Our helicopter's bringing some fantastic images here, as are our drones. We have more drones on course than ever before this year. Oh, it looks like we've got a car stopping on course there, so tough luck for someone.
Yeah, trying to see who that is. Looks like a white and black car. See if we can get a number.
Even I'd work that one out.
Yeah. 371?
Yeah, or is it 971? 371.
371, one of the LSK cars.
Yeah, that is the Tabor car.
So that's not a good spot to be stopped.
No, but there is lines around him, and there should be clear line and there's clear air, so they should be okay. So that was Patrick Tabor we saw stop there, and still we've got more runners and riders leaving the line now. Oh, I think we're going to see some passing. Oh, look at this. Is that Max Gordon on the back of... Is that Cameron driving that car?
Renee. We got confirmation it's Renee in the truck today.
Right, okay, and Max Gordon's taken that one of those alternate lines that we were talking about.
See if he can get around him here.
See if he can make it stick.
Oh, that's a big drop off there. He used all of the speed suspension on that one.
He says, see you later, Renee. I'm out of here. Shows him a clean set of hills and heads off into the desert.
So yesterday, Max lost a serpentine belt, and then he lost a CVT belt. So he's hoping to have a better race today, and he's just going out there to get a finish, he told me.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? I mean, if you follow the Gordons on social media, you see the hundreds of hours that they put into testing to make sure all these things are 100% perfect before they come racing. And you go racing and little things can get you. Stones jump up into the engine bay. All sorts of things can happen.
Yeah, that's desert racing, right? You never know what's going to happen.
It's off-road racing. So at the moment we've got around about 80 vehicles that have started the course. As we cut back now to Todd Zacconi, just check this out.
The good news is, looking at the tracker, I don't see anybody else stopped yet, so that's good.
Yeah, we saw Christian Serapis earlier on, didn't we?
Yep, besides him.
That's very impressive. Usually our Hammers race, we see cars littering the dirt.
Yeah, having live in car during a race is pretty cool.
I'm just looking there. Has he got a windshield fitted to that?
No, I don't think so. Robby Gordon did yesterday, though.
Yeah,
Remember,
he
said
did,
he came up and he thought it was going to be cold, so he put the windshield in. We got more cars leaving the line. It looks like that's the 1899 off the line next. The Bryant UTV Open Class car. So once again, this is a 91-mile lap today, and you're going to do 2 laps. So it's 182 miles today. You have one remote pit at mile 37, and then you have the other pit here in Hammertown. That's the only 2 spots you're technically allowed to pit the car on the race course. That's a 1600 car there in the back. We've got a 16 versus, this is always a good rivalry too, the 1600s versus the UTV. The 1600 cars, definitely, you got to work to drive those things, but they can handle some abuse. Those things you just go and hope that it stays straight.
Just keep pushing as hard as you can. But this is what I love about this UTV class as well, because you can almost see the evolution of the UTVs right the way down, spreading down through this class, as other teams buy older machines and start to race those. So machines that were yesterday's good news are now sitting more further back in the track, and you can. It's awesome.
Definitely. That's a
Watch this class. In 10 years' time, we're going to actually have historic UTV racing. Get your head around that.
Oh, see, that would have been, yeah. That's the line that Max took. He had gone right there, remember? But it has that big drop off at the end, so I don't think that was a faster line there.
And it also depends if you've pre-run it or not.
Oh, that's a stopped car. 1864 Krebs. That's a bummer. He said we're done. You could see him. He said we're done.
Yeah, the body language tells you everything.
Not a good way to start your race today. Bummer for those guys. Here's another one of our 7 trucks out here. It's the Fire Guys Racing from Colorado. Firefighter guys come all the way out from Colorado to race this. I know there's probably people here that come a lot farther than that, but it's always good to see those guys out here in that truck. It's a Toyota truck, been around for a long time. It used to be more of a stock truck. Now it's linked and it's got a lot more suspension than it used to.
Yeah, it's great to see these trucks out here. I love the fact that we have these multiple classes racing. But I also like the fact that we're combining classes as well. So we're taking classic desert classes and dropping them into subclasses to bring these vehicles together.
Yeah, everybody gets to go racing at the same time, if either in the limited or the unlimited race. That way you don't have the big cars on the track at the same time as these guys. There's another look at a B3 headed out of town. That dirt is just really soft out there. Everybody got a couple days of pre-running in, so chewed it up a little bit. Bigger tires on some of the T1 pre-runners that were out there doing laps. The condition is actually holding up really well, though, as far as the moisture. The dust level is just perfect right now. There is no dust at all out there, at least on the first half of the course. He's going to get him. Oh, tried to go for it, but then couldn't quite make the pass. Going to get stuck back in behind him. Let's see. Going to come up and get another chance in a second here. Once again, this is right off the start, so you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to get a flat tire right off the start. You got to be a little bit smart. There is only really one lane through a lot of this section, and then as soon as you get into like mile 3 or so, it goes into 2. Oh, the car on the top is going to take the Max Gordon line, I think. Is that where this is? Let's see.
No, I think it's a little bit before that one, but this is what you were saying about these multiple lines, and we keep talking about it. Oh, yeah, getting sketchy there.
Yeah.
Okay, as the racing continues here, we've got Pam Hall down in the pits, and she's got some news for us. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. I am right here with Matt Burrows. Here you are, a little farther in the pack than you want to be. You had a little bit of an incident in the qualifying, in the prologue yesterday. Give us a little rundown of what went on.
You know, a little farther back than we wanted. We were hoping for screen time, but not that kind of screen time. No, we had a great run going. We were really, really moving good, and just got sideways in a quarter and just dumped it on the side. So not a bad crash, just put it on the side, but it took us a long time to get someone to help us pull us over, which I get it's a prologue. I probably wouldn't stop either.
Well, you're out here, you're a very well-seasoned driver. You've been winning out in Baja, and here you are out here at the Desert Challenge here at King of the Hammers. We're gonna let you get going, get that game face back on. Good luck out there.
All right, thanks, Pam.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from you. Look at this in-car footage, Fish. This is absolutely fantastic. And just before we cut down to Pam, we saw Bailey Cole heading off the line in his Bronco, which is always good to see. And that there is, I'm just trying to catch a line on that one.
1942.
I think you're right. So we're nearly 100 cars off the line now in this limited car race.
And Jared Bryant that just went off the line, who we're looking at leaving Hammertown. So next off the line, we're going to have the 202 and the 532. It's going to be Rohan McGrath and Dustin Twamley is going to be next.
Oh no, look at this. This is Bailey Cole.
Oh, right.
Just talking about a moment ago, and he's only just left Hammertown. So what's going on here?
Front left, maybe?
Yeah, that you are absolutely right.
Yeah, front left. Front left flat.
So a tough break there for Bailey Cole so early in the race.
So he got his helmet off.
Yeah, you're right, he has. Now that's Nick May down there in the grey car with the green roof.
That is actually James Dean starting in that car right now.
Right.
So one of the fast drivers. They're switching. James is going to drive the first lap in there, and then Nick's going to get in and drive the second lap, and James is going to get in his B1 and drive the first lap in that, and then James is going to drive the second lap. So they're partnered up out here.
It looks like Ranuio there making a move in the 72-16.
That is Renee.
Renee, should I say? Hey, I got some of the letters the wrong way round. It'll
You got
be
the
fine.
R right.
It'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh, missed the right. Got to go right. Does it go right? No, it goes straight there. That was, you know what that was? That was the right turn for the prologue yesterday.
Exactly.
That's why we saw those burned in lines. The prologue yesterday, you made a hard right there. Today you're going straight.
So we're watching some more cars coming off the line now. That is the 1331 there of Eric Clark. And as we watch these cars heading off out into the distance, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here for the limited truck race. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're on premium, you'll be staying with us. If not, we'll see you in 2.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
And welcome back to the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. It is the 2024 King of the Hammers, and we are here live in Johnson Valley, California. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Fish from Fishgistics. Fish, what's been happening?
Oh, we're watching some awesome racing with some awesome in-car cameras down there. We got some helicopter shots. We got drone shots. We show you everything today, right?
There's somebody walking, Fish. He's supposed to have a car attached to him. Where is his car?
He looks like he's walking back to his car. Maybe he went to get something and now he's going back to his car.
Or he went into the desert to have a quiet word with himself.
Or he went to get one of his monster drinks. Those ones have alcohol in them. That's what I'd be drinking right now if I was him. He's one of the new tea ones they came out with.
Now that was a good plug right there. I was liking that one. Yeah, no, that's a tough break for Christian Serapis. Let's not forget it's only literally weeks ago that he won the Parker 400. How fortunes can change so fast in desert racing.
Yeah, we saw him. He came through the start there. He was had a front left flat, and then he got hit by a B2, and then something else happened. It looked like maybe something with the steering or something. I'm not sure what totally took him out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was probably concentrating on the fact that he had a problem and didn't realize that he was letting down his speed, and we saw Jackson just smack him up the back end.
Yeah, they probably weren't even looking at the mirror at that point. They probably trying to diagnose what was going on.
Yeah, they'd have been sitting there chatting amongst themselves, trying to work out what was happening. Just back off the pace a fraction, and it all happened so quickly. But look at the depth of the ruts. It's absolutely brutal out there on this course. Now, earlier on today, we saw Brock Heger heading off into the desert as our race leader. I know you've been keeping an eye on the tracker. Have we got any news on Brock?
Not yet, but I do have news on this car. So that is the Sarah Price car. Sarah actually had to leave. It is Brad Howe that is driving that today. So Brad Howe is in the Sarah Price car that we're looking at on screen there.
Oh, okay. That's some good info.
It's a drive. Okay, so Christian lost a drive plate. That's what's going on with Christian Serapis' car that we saw stop there. He lost a drive plate.
So as we're watching there, this is Sarah Price's car.
Looks like Brock Heger's at probably just past 37, maybe 45. It's hard to tell. He's moving. He's still out front. He's still the first car on course. And behind him is still Joe Terrana, the 898. So still running 1 and 2, those guys are. And actually, they've put a gap on the field, at least according to the tracker that I'm looking at. They have a pretty big gap to the next guy's back, which is Doug Matag right now on the tracker.
Yeah, we've got some action happening there. It looks like we're just about to see an overtake. In fact, we have just seen an overtake, just trying to work out whose car that is. You saw the difference in physical size between those two vehicles. Although they're both B3s, very different builds of vehicle. And it's all about qualifying yesterday. So there was a 35-mile loop, and you start where you qualified. Then your qualifying time carries over to today. So if you qualified with 40 minutes, you would start with 40 minutes on your clock as you leave the line this morning. Now, if you're sitting at home and you're enjoying watching the racing and you want to be a little bit more involved and see where your favorites are, cut across to www.kingofthehammers.com and you'll be able to find live scoring and live trackers. I'll be able to see the info that we're seeing, but look at this fantastic helicopter shots here from out across Johnson Valley. And we've got mixed class racing in this limited class race today.
We still have a few cars left to go off the line, too. We haven't even got everyone off yet. About 9:07 approximately, between 9:07 and 9:10 is probably going to be when our last cars leave.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget, we also saw Bailey Cole pulled over on the side of the track with a puncher, or a flat tire, should I say. But we saw him take
how do you spell tire?
We spell tire with a Y because that's how it's supposed to be spelled.
I don't know about that, but we'll let you get away with it for now.
But the thing that worried me about watching Bailey earlier is that Bailey took his helmet off.
Yeah.
That seemed a really unusual thing. You know, if it's a flat tire, you're just going to get out, you're going to change it, and you're going to get back going. But he had his helmet off, and that seemed a little unusual. So we'll watch that story, and we'll bring more to you as soon as we've got it.
I think that was Brock Heger we actually just saw for a quick second there on the screen. That was our overall race leader so far.
Yeah, and look at all the cars that are still yet to start. We've got around about another 40 vehicles that are leaving the line.
Looks like that's one of the Yamahas out here. So we have every manufacturer, like you said. Nowadays, we got Yamaha, Honda, Can-Am, Polaris, Kawasaki. They're all out here today racing.
Yeah, and Speed as well, and as well as many others. And then let's not forget, we've also got people who are taking components from different manufacturers, putting them together.
Is that Robby Gordon right there? It's an 874. That's one of the other speed cars.
That's one of the other speed cars.
We saw that one stopped yesterday with a problem. Looks like they're going pretty good right now.
But then we've got people like Doug Matag. What he's doing, he's taking various different components from various different manufacturers, putting them into a custom frame, and it's still classed as a UTV, but it really is a very individual weapon built for a purpose.
And we also have a Jackal out here today, the Reese Millen car. It's the 6200 entry that's out here today, so it's kind of roughly based off of, loosely based off of the UTV a little bit.
Yep.
He's the only one out here in his class today, so he'll probably win.
Don't count on anything. We've got some Class 5s in here racing as well. We've got all sorts of different things.
Yeah, this looks like it's a Pro R coming right here. Try to get a number for you guys. $38.07, possibly. There's another speed car. A speed car off the line behind a, looks like a Can-Am out front there, an X3.
Yeah, the X3 has got to be one of the most popular vehicles out here on the race bed, on the racing, and incredibly successful as well. In the hands of Dustin's Battle Axe Jones, Carl Cheney, Paul Wolfe.
Oh, we got a few cars at 0 miles an hour on the tracker. We got Craig, is that Todd Craig or Tim Craig maybe? 1022 at 0 miles an hour. That's not good. And then we have the 1864 Crespus. We saw them earlier at 0 miles an hour. We have Kana at 0 miles an hour in the 3988 and Park in the 904 at 0 miles an hour as well.
Nobody likes to see that.
Also, Braden Baker in the 977 at 0 miles an hour, and we're told he may have had an engine issue. So that was one of our top qualifiers. He was actually second, I believe, second or third. He started third today.
Yeah, he
so
did.
Braden Baker out with an engine issue is the rumor.
That's actually really unusual because let's talk about that. The engines on these UTVs tend to be remarkably reliable. The problems that these vehicles tend to suffer is usually suspension or belt related.
Well, Braden Baker is not a stock engine in that thing. He is pushing that thing to the max. That's the guy that was doing 118 miles an hour in a video the other day.
Wow.
So it's fast until it isn't.
Now, just get your head around that. 118 mile an hour in a UTV.
I don't know if I want to go 118 in one of these, honestly.
I think you're getting slow in your old age, Fish.
Yeah, I don't know. I like having more suspension. That's the T814 off the line.
Yeah, some of these, of course, were late entries, and so we haven't got full data on absolutely everyone, but we'll try and keep you honest and try and let you know who these vehicles are.
The 4979 is also at 0 miles an hour now, along with the 1818. And there's Christian Serapis. See, the Hard Beast, Hard Tea, that's what he should be drinking right now. They're probably calling in to bring him some. That's a drive plate that they're waiting for, or that they need to get fixed there.
Yeah, it's a great image there. You can see the AGM jack that they've used to jack up the vehicle. So what they have is little plates that are welded onto the arms. Then you just literally lock the jack on there, and then you put your rattle gun on the top, and then you wind it down. Now, the interesting thing about that is the gun, you actually use the gun in reverse. So you use it to undo to push the jack down. That way you get maximum torque from the gun. Clever stuff from AGM. We've got more cars leaving the line now. That looks like one of our Jeep Speed entries down there in the Gladiator.
So that was did you notice that was the right rear that Christian Serapis was working on there?
Ah, right.
That is from the hit that we saw to the right rear. That's what broke it. I just got confirmation of that. They said that's also when he got the flat. He didn't have the flat till he got hit. They just texted me that. Oh, bummer for those guys.
I love the fact they're actually in the desert watching our live feed.
Yeah, we could call him if we wanted to. We could talk to him.
Hey, Christian, you're live on the show.
Yeah.
There's the 160 there as well, G-Speed entry. Oh, and there's one of our classic desert cars.
Yeah, Class 9 car. That's the one that we were watching yesterday, I think.
It is.
Good to see him back out and running today. Look at, they're going to nerf a Jeep Gladiator. If you're in a Jeep Gladiator and you get nerfed by a 9 car, what happens then?
I think, oh, look at that.
Look at them.
Fantastic. Yeah. Now, that's what I'm talking about. I love that. Do you think he pulled over and went, where is he? And then as he went past, went, oh, my God.
Yeah, he's sitting so low, they probably didn't even see him behind him.
Yeah.
We got some more passing action going on here.
Being overtaken by a stealth vehicle.
There's the Fire Guys 7 truck up top there we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Looking good.
You said these guys hail out of Colorado?
Yeah, they're firefighters from Colorado. That's why it's called Fire Guys Racing. That's the name of their team. They've been around a long time.
It all makes sense.
Used to be a 1400 truck, 1450 truck. Then they turned it into a 7 open truck. That's why they have the 7.
So I've got to ask, what's the difference between a 1400 and a 7? Because
not much. Really just the cab. A lot of 7 trucks would run a fiberglass cab.
Gotcha.
You know, they would run in 1450. You have to have a steel cab.
Yeah.
So pretty much a 1450 truck can race 7 if they wanted to, unless they have a V8. Has to be a V6 also.
Gotcha.
And that is Ampudia right there. So we're looking at the Ampudia entry. These guys are always fast. A lot of fun to watch these guys. It's Aaron Ampudia there. And I think Rodrigo is driving that one. You can see they got the Starlink on the back there. Usually have a live in-car from them. Maybe it's not on today. So pretty cool shot of those guys. Let's see, looking at the tracker, it does look like Brock Heger's still out in front in the 1896, and he's still followed by Joe Terrana, so this is going to be a good race between those two guys. They have a bit of a gap back to the 1030, so the 1030 looks like they're in third right now, and then Doug Matag is showing as fourth on the tracker. Caden Mclaren is showing as fifth physical, Wayne Matlock sixth, Brandon Sims seventh, and then we have Martin in the 1013 is going to be eighth. Then Zack Mclaren and Vito Ranuio are 9th and 10th, right next to each other. So let's look at your top 10 on the tracker. If someone's tracker is not working, they could be anywhere and we wouldn't know it. So take that for what it's worth. Here's a 9 car getting caught by a Pro Stock UTV, it looks like. So pull over for them, get out of the way, let them go. They're not racing each other anyways. What is the co-driver doing there? They just threw something out what was that just went out the truck, or the car? They just threw something out the car. Maybe it was a jacket. Maybe they got hot.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. When you're starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, the cold air is really cold when you're hitting speeds of over 50, 60 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So quite often what people do is they put jackets on back to front over the top of their harnesses.
Yep.
So you can take those off as you're starting to race around, but normally you tuck it down in the bottom of your car. You don't throw it out the window.
There's not a lot of room in these UTVs, so I'm pretty sure that was a jacket that just went out the door. So if anybody wants a jacket, there's one out on the course at about mile 3. Oh, the 1066 Rob Arciero is now showing at 0 miles an hour. There's our leader right there. That is Heger in the 1896. Still first car. He started first. He got the whole shot, and he is still first on the road and looking good. Yeah, it's going to be a really good battle with him and Joe and Terrana all day. Both of those guys are usually 1 and 2 at any UTV race that they go do.
Do you know what I was really impressed with Joe Terrana earlier? He was not, he was very, very happy just to let Brock just check out, get himself some clean air and drive his own race. He didn't try and steer on Brock's bumper and battle with him really hard and create damage to themselves. That's sensible racing. I think this battle is going to really grow in the sort of the next 100 miles as this race unfolds.
Yeah.
But as we watch there, you can see, we're starting to see just a little bit of dust in more of this open desert. We haven't seen this desert before. Yesterday we were racing on a 35-mile loop, so this is the bigger loop as it goes out round the back, and you can just see some little puffs of dust there. Now, is that going to be a problem for our cars later on the field?
Oh yeah, once you get the big trucks out there with the high horsepower and the big tires, we're definitely going to see some dust later. It's better than it would be without having the rain, but definitely going to be more dust than we're seeing right now.
Yeah, watching one of the monster trucks. Oh, look at this. This is what we were talking about earlier. Multiple lines. You can choose your poison. What works best for you?
Oh, that was the parts going out the window for Christian Serapis. It wasn't a jacket. It was a bag with the parts for Christian Serapis. So now Christian has to walk over there, get that parts bag, and then he can go fix his car. So you're not supposed to chase at this race, really, but you can have a competitor who hasn't started yet bring you the parts you need.
Absolutely.
So that's what would happen there.
Yeah, but that's competitors can help other competitors. What you can't have is somebody drive onto the course that's not registered and help you with the car or give you parts.
There you go.
I love the fact that they actually just didn't even bother stopping and just threw it out the car.
Well, yeah, that would cost you more time, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, come on. You're starting down in 100th place.
Yeah.
A couple of seconds isn't going to hurt you.
I think, was that Phil Blurton? I just looked over real quick. That may have been Phil Blurton there in his Can-Am off the line. One of the guys that had problems yesterday and started in the back today. There's Cade Mclaren. He's not having problems. He's going fast in the 1921 Pro R there.
Yeah, of course, that is the sister car to our current race leader, Brock Heger. Both out of the Polaris factory team. Keep saying it, I love this sport of UTVs. It's so exciting. We've got professional factory-backed race teams. That's cool as. That's almost Formula One style stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting to see the sport grow to the level that it's at now and see the involvement from the manufacturers, like you said.
And if you're out here in Johnson Valley, check out the vendors row and you'll find most of the manufacturers of these vehicles here. We've got Can-Am, we've got Polaris. I think we might even, am I right in thinking we've got a Speed UTV booth here? I'm not sure. I've seen some parked around the place.
I'm sure. We have a couple on
we got Honda, I think we got Honda here as well, haven't we?
I think everybody's here pretty much, right?
And if you're not here, you should be.
So a good look at Cade Mclaren once again, still going there.
Yeah, Cade Mclaren's making a real name for himself. Doesn't just race UTVs, also races in his dad's T1.
39.32 off the line. So we're getting down to some of our last cars to go off the line here. That is probably our third from the last group, right? We got 2 more groups going off?
Yeah, is that 39.32?
Yeah,
yeah, that's Ashley Clough. Going there in a B3 UTV Pro Stock Turbo. And next to her should have been Laramie Bailey in one of the vintage buggies. But it looks like we're down to sort of our last 5 or 6 vehicles leaving the line now. Let's not forget, we started this race at 8 a.m. and we're still sending runners and riders out. It's gone 9 o'clock. That tells you the depth of this field.
Yes, this is one of the largest fields it's been in a while. And there was that a stock Jeep there, the 7309.
I think that was the vehicle that we actually saw being overtaken by the desert truck earlier.
By the Class 9 car?
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
Oh, what the hell is this? Wow.
Now, Fish, talk me through this.
I don't really know what to say, Jim.
I love the fact that it seems to have a catcher under the front axle. Din,
Wow.
diddy, din, diddy, dun, diddy, dun.
That is totally King of the Hammers right there.
If you said, draw me a picture of Redneck.
So he can't fit under the start-finish arch, we're being told, so they had to go around. He's got 2 spare tires, that's good.
Yep.
He's got airbag suspension on there also.
Yeah, he's got air shocks.
I don't think that's a production vehicle.
No, you don't think.
Yeah. I don't think you'd want to nerf that thing either. Probably wouldn't be very smart.
Okay, right, we're back out into the main race course now. Look at these guys starting to lay down the mail. And the way the B3s hit the dirt is just absolutely astonishing. And what I find incredible about all of this is when you look at the Hammers classes here, you look at the 45s, you look at the 46s and the 48s, and we're now seeing those B3s, or the 4900s as we call them, the Hammers, with the UTVs, are now considerably faster than a lot of the 4500s and the 4800s. We never thought we'd see that.
Yeah, the evolution, like you said, right? Just it's changed quite a bit.
And this is the one, here's a statistic that will blow your mind. So last year, the 4900 class, which is the UTVs, they did the same desert loop. Oh, here we go.
It's off the line.
Look at the spare wheels flexing on the back.
Wow. That rear cage probably is not going to be on there for very long.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get your betting shoes on. How far is this car going to get?
You think it'll make it farther than the Miata did yesterday?
Ooh,
or is the Miata going to go farther?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, fly the drone in the bus. Get the drone in there.
Yeah.
That would be epic. You could go right in the middle there for sure. Don't be scared. Oh, it's got a windshield, or else you could fly the drone right through it.
Do you think it's got a coffee machine in there?
Probably something besides coffee.
Yeah, just when you think you've seen everything.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. 4 cars at the same time. We got a
5
Speed
cars.
second to the rear there. 5 cars. We got a Jeep. We got a Can-Am. We got a Speed. We have a 9 car. And then another car in the back there. That's a little bit of everything right there, right?
Yep.
There's all different classes on that screen.
Looks
at
like
the
the...
same time.
Oh, we've got
who's
a roll.
this? Somebody rolled it over. Let's see if we can get a number here. 3932. Let's look at our list. 3932. Oh, that is Ashley. Ashley
That
Claw.
is Ashley, yeah.
Oh, no. Look, they're trying to get out. That's always tough.
Now, Ashley's only just left the line, so this is tough.
It's usually easier if the driver gets out first so that when the co-driver undoes the belts, they don't smash the driver like
But
they're doing
there is
currently.
good news. The bus of happiness will be here soon, and maybe they should pull them
look,
back
Christian
on the wheels.
Serapis is right there. Maybe he can just walk over there and help them. And here comes the bus. This is we got some drama going on here. They're gonna need one of Christian's hard teas in a minute. One of the
I
monster
think they're
hard
going to
teas.
need that, yeah, maybe some support for their kidneys.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about this, because these vehicles weigh less than a ton. So, in theory, they should be able to get it back on its wheels relatively simply.
Wait, how much
Equally-
is a ton?
That would be around £2,000.
Okay.
There
Just
we
want to
go.
make sure.
I was doing my quick math there.
How many people you think to push that back over? 4 people?
Or one really big guy.
Yeah.
Which
there's
I think
our
they
there's our
don't have.
leader still right there. That is Brock. He is still out front. Brock Heger.
Yeah, so Brock Hager now. Now, you're Brock Hager. You're sitting out there. You know you got the lead. You've got your crew sitting back in base. They're watching the trackers. They can see Joe Terrana behind you. What's the game plan? What are you saying to your guy?
Oh, there is no game plan for Brock. Remember, he's on the light switch, so he's just on. You can tell him something, Brock's not going to care. He's going to go, right? You're not going to tell him to slow down. Yeah. He's going to go and see if that car holds up. Whichever car holds up between him and Joe Terrana, that's probably going to be your winner.
Yeah, so we're watching our current race leader. This is Brock Heger, and very shortly we should be able to see Joe Terrana, and we'll see a physical gap. Now, I'm guessing that he's going to be something around about sort of that 20 seconds behind him. Just wants to keep him in sight. He doesn't want to let him get too far ahead, but equally he wants to have clean air.
So yesterday, you know, Brock was number 1, and they started at the same time today, but he has 40 seconds on him from yesterday, because your time from yesterday does carry over. So yesterday Brock was a 32.50 and Joe was a 33.31. So Joe's going to have to get in front of him and make up that much time on him.
Yeah, so he's got to get a minute ahead of Brock Heger. How do you get a minute ahead of Brock Heger?
You don't. Unless he breaks. That's how you get ahead of him.
Okay, so we've got to also talk about that. It's that pit strategy thing again, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's going to stop once today. I don't think anybody's in the B3 class is going to try to go the whole way. They could. I could be wrong, but I think they're going to do at least a quick
Branden Sims has a desert-specific car, so is it possible that Branden has a bigger cell? Now.
Well, all these are built for Baja, so are these cars right here.
Look at this. Is this the battle for first and second?
That's first and second right there, yeah. I mean, that's 5 seconds apart. 10 seconds
absolutely. But look at the speed they're coming through those rocks there. And this is the difference between the B3s and the B2s. You're going to see the B2s considerably check up when they're coming through those rocks.
Correct. And now, most likely, we're not going to see another car for a little bit here. So I'm going to start my stopwatch, and if we see another car there in a minute, we'll see what the gap was. Someone else is broken on the side. That's that car that was there earlier, actually.
Yeah, it was, yeah. So we've got the unofficial fish stop clock of happiness going. And we'll find out what the gap is between first, second, and third shortly. And that is the 1014. One of our B2 cars.
Oh, Dale Ebberts is moving, so that's good down on the bottom. It looked like he was stopped earlier, but it may have been a false tracker ping. So definitely Dale Ebberts down there. Madison, his daughter, is riding along with him today. He's one of the fastest desert guys that's been around for a long time. That guy can drive a buggy like no one can. He's one of the fast guys. But good to see him out here with the live camera.
Those live camera shots are absolutely awesome. And something new for this year. So those images are live from the car. So previously we'd had to use adventure cameras. We'd bring those cameras back. We'd take the cards out. We'd feed that to our production crew. And they'd give us some images that happened a couple of hours ago. But this is real-time action out there in the desert. Our King of the Hammers production crew.
There he is. Okay. Here we go. This is our third place vehicle right here, according to the tracker. I believe the 1921, that's Cade Mclaren. I think he's going to be our third place vehicle.
And that there in the main shot is Branden Sims. So if I'm not wrongly thinking about this, we are looking here, I think that's third and fourth. Is that third and fourth maybe?
No, Branden Sims is back a little bit. The
back,
1030 is going to be the fourth car, which is actually a 10 car.
Yes.
I don't know why Branden Sims is running a 10 number on there. That's a little bit weird.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Now, Branden started in 12th position yesterday, and he was racing alongside Wayne Matlock. Is that Wayne we can just see ahead of him there?
Hard to tell.
Okay, as the action continues here at King of the Hammers 2024, we are watching the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. It's a beautiful day. We're going to cut out for some adverts. If you're with Premium, you'll be staying with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Toyota's Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energies. We are out here in Johnson Valley, California for King of the Hammers 2024, and we are here right now for some desert race action. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is Fish from Fishgistics. We just popped out for a short commercial break, and all chaos has broken loose.
Yes.
What's happening, Fish?
We have some absolute drama going on. That is Cade Mclaren, the third car on course, currently blocking the course. He rolled right in this rock section. There's a big rock right there next that you have to go around, and then you can see on the left-hand side is kind of off camber. He rolled over on his side. That is the fourth place car behind him and no way currently to get around. We got a replay of it, I think, here.
Yeah, we got a replay. It's going to be coming in very shortly, so let's have a look and see what happened here to Cade Mclaren.
So here it is. He was in third position right here, chasing down the leaders, came through here just a little bit too hot, hit that rock, and it just sent him up right on his lid. Now, the worst part about this is there is no way around right here. That is a complete bottleneck right now. So you can see the fourth place car in a second comes. They tried to take that lower line, but where he is, he's still blocking the course. So they both jumped out, and at this point, it would be to everyone's advantage to get over there and get him flipped back over to get out of the way, because there's nowhere to go around him right now.
So that is Ashley Clough we can see there. We saw her rolled over earlier on, and in the background there you can see Christian Serapis. Now, while all this was happening, there was also another battle taking place on track. Earlier today, we saw Wayne Matlock racing side-by-side against Brandon Sims, and it looks like Brandon Sims has actually put the move on Wayne Matlock. So as we continue here with the action, we've got the one and only Miles Hasselquist, the man with the mic. He's down in the pits and he's got some news for us. Miles, we miss you up here. What have you got for us?
What a great way to start this race. So much action out there. The drama's starting to unfold. The hot pits are going to be hot here in about 10 to 15 minutes. Brock Hager's pit's just right behind me. They're guessing 3 to 5 second fuel with a pressurized deal. So it's going to be quick in and out. We'll do a quick walk around the car, check it out. But the action's about to be hot down here. I can't wait for it the action to start down here. So Jim, Fish, been a great show so far. Thanks for everything. Back to you guys at the Jumbotron.
Thank you very much, Miles. Great to see you back down there with your wrench mic. And we just saw Brandon Sims there getting round past Cade Mclaren. But look at this. That's Wayne Matlock.
Yeah, we just saw Brandon Sims. You just said you went around him. Now we got Wayne Matlock. He's going to have to go down to that bottom line and do exactly what we just saw Brandon try and do. This is a gnarly spot. It looks a lot easier on camera than it is when you're actually over there. This is actually like Baja right here. So all these guys race Baja. They're kind of used to this type stuff. But you can see the line at the top. That's a two-wheel drive Class 10 car that's sitting up there. That was Todd Jackson. He's not able to do the same thing that these UTVs are here because he's only two-wheel drive.
I've got 2 words for you. Tick, tock.
Exactly.
Tick, tock.
The clock is ticking. There is a bunch of Jeeps up there, so hopefully they got a lot of people over here. Wayne Matlock may have just high-centered himself. Nope. Look at him.
Yeah, but look how hard he's having to work this car. He's going to be putting damage on this vehicle doing this kind of maneuver.
Now he's got to flip it around. He's got to go to reverse, flip it around. Meanwhile, here comes a recovery car to hopefully get Caden out of the way pretty soon.
Well, let's just talk about recovery. What happens if Caden receives a recovery? If it is from a course official, there is no problem. He can actually take that.
So here we go. Wayne's going to go around him. It's kind of sketchy. Stay on the gas, and then you're out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. So our course workers will get Cade Mclaren back on his wheels. And it's worth noting that these Polaris Pro Rs, they're much heavier than the earlier versions of the UTVs, so it's not possible for them to be able to self-right these cars.
Well, you could if you get enough people there. I mean, they got enough people there now. That's probably their better option, almost. How are you going to pull him? What angle are you going to pull that at? There's not a good angle to pull that at.
I couldn't agree with you more.
I think they're going to have to get about 10 people and try to physically flip that over because I don't know where they're going to put that thing to pull it. This is going to be interesting right here.
But look at this now. We're sitting behind him. We've got B2s stacking up behind them.
He's going to maybe just drag him forward. Maybe try to pull him forward while they're pushing and hope it comes back over.
But if you look at the angle now, he's actually gone over 90 degrees, so it's going to be very difficult to get actually people on there to push it back, and it's also quite dangerous. So if our recovery truck can get on him, that would be the better option.
So this is just like Baja right here. We got a bottleneck situation. Usually we don't have bottlenecks out in Lucerne, but today we do. You never know what's going to happen out here at King of the Hammers.
And right now it's all about Brock Heger, Joe Terrana, Branden Sims and Wayne Matlock, who are pushing out into the front and taking advantage of this bottleneck.
Yeah, this is huge. You do not get a time credit or anything like that normally in these situations. So those cars that did make it around this, they now have all that time that these guys are sitting there. So it's going to be really hard to beat one of those cars that's out front at this point for anybody that's not past this.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got 4 cars that are ahead of this. And of course, Caden McCracken, he'll be desperate to get that car back on its wheels, and he'll be desperate to get back in the hunt.
Yeah, so we have Brock Heger that's out front, and we have Joe Terrana behind him. We have Branden Sims that would now be in third, and then it would be the car that we just saw go by, Wayne Matlock, would be in fourth. I believe those are the only 4 cars that we've seen been able to go around. And there's Brock Heger right there.
Now, this is big news indeed. As you say, Brock Heger, he only has 1 throttle position, and that is foot to the floor.
Yes, and now these guys, they're going to get that information because everyone's watching this same screen that we are, right?
Absolutely.
They're going to know what's going on behind them. So these 4 guys, they really need to be a little bit smarter. It's one of these 4 guys' race to lose at this point.
And let's be honest, you're within touching distance of a podium right now if you play your game right. But you've also got 4 of the fastest guys in UTV racing.
Yeah.
So you can't afford to back down.
No.
Because you don't want to be the bridesmaid to the podium, do you?
No.
You want to be there.
Yeah. The good news is for the B2s or the Class 10 cars, they're all stuck behind this, right? So they're they're all in the same boat at this point. So that class, no one has an advantage in that class at this point.
Yeah, and this is another advantage that the B3s have over those B2s, that all-wheel drive for those kind of situations.
Yeah, did you see how they were actually able to go around there? That's a huge plus, right?
Exactly.
That 10 car could never have done
that.
that
B2 or the 10 car, it didn't even attempt it. It just sat there and went, hey, this is not my deal.
Yeah, there's no way. And like I said, from the camera angle, you can't really tell. That's a steep downhill right there. From up above it looking down, you can't get the angle in perspective, but that is a really steep
here we go.
downhill.
It looks like Caden's back on his wheels again. And it looks like the spare tire has come off the rack, so they're going to have to put that back on there. Now, he's going to have people itching to get by him. They're going to be people screaming. They're going to be on the horn.
The right rear looks like it's at a little bit of a weird angle. I'm not sure if there's just something going on or the way it's sitting, but let's see if he gets going again or if they have to do something else to the car.
Now, is it going to hurt these vehicles? As we know, if we see the bigger vehicles with the sort of V8 engines and stuff like that, when they roll over, there's the possibility of oil getting up into the air filters. There's the possibility of all sorts of damage being created.
Yeah,
what happens to these UTVs? Do we happen the same kind of issues?
It's the same thing. It's still the same engine, same style engine. Definitely oils up on the top end. You want to let it sit for a little bit before you fire it up, that type of stuff.
Well, this is and also this is the Pro R, so this has actually got the 4-cylinder motor. As we watch another car break through.
Yeah, that was another UTV. Here goes okay, here's a B2. Is that the first B2 or did the other one go for it?
I think that's the first of the B2s. I think that's Ebberts, isn't it?
No, that's a different one because the Todd Jackson was the first car that got there that was pulled over that didn't attempt it. So he may have already attempted it before we saw it on the camera here.
Yeah.
So up top there, look at the battle. That's a battle for the lead on the left there.
Wow.
That is Heger versus Terrana right there. So that is your physical first and second. Remember, that second car has to get around him and beat him by 40 seconds in order to win on corrected time. So he's pushing really hard. It looks like he's going to try to make a pass.
Yeah, look at this now. Does Brock Heger know he's there?
Oh,
that's the interesting thing.
Yeah. He also knows he has 40 seconds on him.
But we're still in the early stages of this race right now.
That is the top.
What are our lead cars up
to?
Our lead cars around about the 60-mile mark right now. Actually, no, they're going to be beyond that. They're going to be more 80 miles at the moment, I would have thought. Yeah. So it shouldn't be that long before we see them coming back in to complete their first lap.
Correct, because this section that they're on now was the prologue section yesterday, which was 35 miles. So they are less than 15 miles, 10 miles from the finish at this point.
Yeah. So we'll be keeping an eye on our cameras. We got our man with the mic wrench down in the pits, and he'll be bringing us all the action as those cars start to make their way through. And this is where it's going to be really interesting. Who's going to stop? Who's going to take on fuel? Who's going to take on a pair of tyres? I'm not expecting any of the B3s to be doing tyre swaps. That all-wheel drive and the fact that the vehicles are so light means that their tyre damage is usually quite limited. Also, the tyre manufacturers, they're putting a lot of technology into the new rubber that these guys are running, allowing them to do great distances without having to change.
Just got a bummer text from Doug Matag. He is out. So Doug Matag had a mechanical problem, and Doug Matag is out of the race. So bummer for Doug.
Yeah, Doug was one of our fastest qualifiers yesterday. He took a small penalty, which pushed him back down into, I think it was 7th or 8th position on the start line. But he was certainly in the hunt for the win today, so a real tough break for Doug Matag.
Looks like, is that Wayne at the top there, Wayne Matlock? I think that's who we're looking at there, 1871, Wayne Matlock. So he is going to be currently 4th on course, I believe, right?
That's correct. Yeah, I've confirmed. Yeah, so let's just go through that top 4. In first position is Brock Heger. In second is Joe Terrana. In third is Branden Sims. And then in fourth is Wayne Matlock. So it does look alert at the moment. In the top 4, we've got 3 Polaris Pro Rs.
And they're going to have quite a bit of a gap back to that next spot, as we saw. It was a little while before anybody else got around Caden there. Hopefully Caden's car's okay and he can keep going.
Well,
we haven't seen him leave yet, right?
I was going to say, we haven't seen him check out yet, but we'll see. And that's another one of the 10 cars. Is
1058.
Yes, the 1058.
TJ Fisher.
So that's TJ Fisher. So as TJ Fisher makes his way on through the desert loop, our top 4 should be coming back into Hammertown in sort of around the next 10 minutes to complete their first lap. We're looking at 2 91-mile loops out there today. And the speed of these vehicles is absolutely phenomenal. They just keep pushing harder and harder and harder. So we're on board there with Dale Ebberts in the bottom right-hand side.
And that is our lead B2 up top there, the Todd Jackson car. That's the one that was stopped and waited for a little bit, the 1030.
Yeah, that must be so frustrating when you're in that situation and you don't have an answer to it. Particularly when you're watching those B2 or the B3s being able to drive around.
Yeah, just sitting there waiting as they go, right? There's nothing you can do. But they played it smart. They didn't get stuck, you know. They didn't ruin their race over it, which they could have if they got aggressive. Here's a B2 catching a B3.
And you can see the real difference in these vehicles here. Look at the wheelbase difference.
Yeah.
That's
he's
a big
nerfing
one.
him there. That's
Good
a bit of a
morning.
hit. He knows he's there now, and he pulled over. Oh, he's not giving him much, though. He's staying in it. The 29.15 there in the 10.30. Or not the 10.30. All right, so the leaders should be getting back pretty soon, within a couple minutes back here to Hammertown, I would think.
Yeah, 29.15's Ryan Piplick. That's why he's not pulling over. Ryan's a fast guy.
Yeah, he's going to be here any minute, probably within 2 or 3 minutes.
So we're looking about 5 miles out now for our race, for our current race leaders. So looking just around about that sort of 6-minute mark until they're back into town now. So they'll be coming round the back. They'll be coming down the side of back door, past short bus, and then heading into the short course, down the Bronco Arch.
Where's our other short bus at? We haven't seen it for a bit,
We haven't seen
right?
it for a little while, no.
Yeah, I wonder where the short bus went.
Oh, don't worry. I don't think it's going to outrun us.
Yeah. All right, here's our leader, it looks like. I believe that is Brock Heger right there.
Yeah,
coming
this
back
looks
towards back door.
Yeah, heading out towards coming across the bottom of back door there. I'm expecting to see lots of spectators up there. If you're coming out for the racing next week, we've got a Jumbotron up there this year as well. There it is. You can see the Jumbotron just coming into the center of the shot. As our current race leader, this is Brock Heger.
So the question's going to be, where's Terrana at? Oh, Terrana?
So here he goes. He cuts across there, down past the bottom of back door. Comes up over the top. He'll be crossing around the bottom of short bus right now. Now you have to take care down through this wash. There is lots of rocks here that just want to jump out and chew up your tires. But that's no problem for Brock Heger. He is a professional race car driver, and he's putting that Polaris Pro R to work.
So where's the other car? It's not as close as he was a few minutes ago. Remember, he was right
No,
behind
Joe
him.
Terrana was right there, wasn't he?
He lost a little bit of time.
Now, strategy, Fish, what are we going to see? Is Brock Heger going to be stopping for fuel?
I think he's going to take a splash, but it might not be here. It might be at the remote pit. So just because he doesn't stop here doesn't mean he's not stopping. Remember, there is one more pit at mile 37 that you could stop at.
So here's Brock Heger now making his way in towards the pits. Now we've got our man with the mic. Miles is going to be down there. Miles is going to be taking this in a minute and talking us through as Brock Heger comes into the pit area. Will Brock stop for fuel? That is the big question. So here we go as Brock Heger makes his way into the short course. Only a couple of bends before he takes the takes the white flag to start his second lap. And we've got Miles down there. So Miles, what have you got for us?
So I'm down here in Brock Hager's pits. He's just one turn away. They're going to do a fuel only. Like I said, they're thinking less than 5 seconds. They're going to throw fuel in here. They've got tires ready, but they don't anticipate doing anything except for a quick little splash and go. Now it's 15 miles an hour off course, so he's going to have to come all the way down this jump. Looks like the car looks just absolutely perfect. This new Polaris Pro R is in great shape. They got him doing. Getting thumbs up from Heger. Everything's looking good. I'm telling you, this car looks absolutely perfect. Look at that. 3-second fuel. Absolutely amazing. This team down here got him in and out. He is off and running. Brock Heger leading this race, and now he's got, looks like about a minute lead over here. So what a great quick and go. So I got Ryan Thomas, team manager. You have Brock Hager's out front doing a good thing, and that was a smooth pit.
Yeah, we got a group of professionals here. Honestly, we have the best team in off-road racing right now.
It's very impressive. And that fuel, you told me 5 seconds. I was like, whatever. 5 seconds it was. That was incredible.
Yeah. You know, the race here today is super fast. It's getting rougher. And we got 2 more cars out there. But I'll tell you what, Brock is a superstar at this point, man. He is so fast, so smooth, takes care of equipment. Excited to be here, excited to be leading.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got a couple more cars out there. You heard Mclaren took a little tumble. Did he get back upright and going?
I heard that there was a group out there pushing him over. I haven't seen it yet, but I think he'll get back on the road here shortly.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm going to say that's about a minute and a half lead for Brock Heger. So it's 91 more miles to go. We'll see how it shakes out. But Ryan, always appreciate everything, and we'll see. We'll be bouncing around.
Right on, Miles. Thanks. You're doing a great job too, buddy.
Always appreciate it. Yep. So yeah, so far so good. It looks like he did not stop. So Brock Heger did stop for fuel, but like I said, it only cost him about 5 seconds. So Joe blew on through, and we got a race on our hands. We'll see how this all shakes out. I think Allsup should be the next one that I'll see, so I'll run down to his pits. So Fish, Jim, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always good to hear from you. Now, that's drama we've got there, Fish. So we've just seen our current race leader taking on a splash and dash, but we saw Joe Terrana in second place. Yeah. He actually blew through. But the interesting thing is, only a few miles ago, we saw Joe Terrana looking like he was lining up for a pass on Brock. So what happened? Has he had a flat tire? We can only guess as to what. Oh, here
there's
we
the
go.
Short bus.
It's our friends back again.
It's still moving. They're still moving. That's very good. No, as far as what you were just talking about, he either slowed down or he had some issue. I don't think there was a big enough gap there for him to have an issue, so I think he just slowed down a little bit, or Brock turned it up a little bit, one way or the other. He did not stop in the pit to take any fuel. So he has one more chance for fuel 37 miles from now. After that, he's going the whole way. So if he doesn't stop there, he can go the whole way. We'll see. Maybe it's a strategy on their part, like they're going to try to push it because they know they need to beat Brock, so they're not going to give up any time. I don't know. Can they make it the whole way? We'll find out.
Yeah, well, I mean, equally, though, but when you've got a team that can give you a pit stop that fast, yes, he was stopped for 3 seconds, but the whole pit will have cost him something around about the 30-second mark. But, yeah, it's going to be really super interesting. How do you compete against a pit crew that are that fast?
Yeah, it's definitely, those guys know what they're doing down there. Like Ryan said, those a group of professionals down there. They got pressure pros. They can put the fuel in there in a couple seconds. It's no problem at all.
Yeah, so the third car into town, we're expecting to be Branden Sims, closely followed by Wayne Matlock. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. And as soon as we find them or see them, we'll give you... So as we're continuing to watch the action there, we got one of our B2 cars there. And you see very, very different attitude when they get out into this faster sort of desert stuff. But they're being punished in the rocks this weekend. Those B3s, those UTVs are really putting it to work. Now we're looking down here. Is that our current race leader? Is that Brock Heger?
Yes. So he's got one more 91-mile lap to go. Got to bring it home. Right now he's looking good. He would have to get past, once again, that car in second has to pass him and finish 40 seconds in front of him to beat him. So Brock knows if he just keeps him behind him, Brock wins.
Yeah, absolutely. But not only that, I just find it really strange that Joe Terrana was right there. He had been right there for over 80 miles, and now we're seeing this sort of gap spreading between them. Now, maybe we can only guess what's going on here. Maybe Joe had a belt temperature issue, and he's just backed it off to bring down his belt temperatures to save the vehicle for the rest of the race. Has he had a flat tire and done a super fast change? We're guessing at this stage. As soon as we know anything, we will let you know.
And that was Wayne Matlock a second ago there that we saw, and then this is the 1047 here. Zack Mclaren currently on your screen here. Looks like he's catching a car in front of him, or that car just went around him.
Yeah, no, Zack Mclaren started in 7th position today, so Zack's having a solid race there. I think Zack might be our lead.
There's Branden Sims coming in right there. So that's going to be your third car. Physical third at the end of lap 1, coming down by back door.
Yeah, Branden Sims is also in one of the Polaris Pro Rs. He is an independent racer. And he's had great success over the years in Baja, Mint 400, and other races. No stranger to King of the Hammers either. He is a fierce competitor. Keeps himself in super fit condition.
Let's see, is he going to stop? What do you think? I think he's going to take fuel, most likely.
Yeah, I think he's going to. But this is a car that's actually built for desert-style racing. He's not a case of this is a Pro R built for different things. This is absolutely a desert car. So I wouldn't be surprised if Branden has a slightly larger fuel cell than the others. But let's check it out and see what happens.
Yeah, and depending on how your car is set up, you might want to add it. You might be able to make it, but your car might work a lot better when it's heavier. So you might put some fuel back in just to get the car working a little bit better as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what we were talking about yesterday during qualifying. Do you run at your full race weight for that qualifying, or do you actually run with a lighter vehicle?
I do want to know why he's running 1069, though. That's interesting.
Yeah, so Branden Sims coming around the corner, and our man with the mic, Miles Hasselquist, is down there in the pits, and he'll be bringing Branden round and talking us through whether he pits or not. But the short course is huge this year. Look at these great big sweeping turns. Still water sitting there from the downfall that we had earlier in the week. And Branden Sims physically third on course right now here at the limited Toyo Desert Challenge at King of the Hammers 2024. Okay, here we go. As Branden Sims comes around, we're going to pass it down to Miles, who's got the mic. Go, Miles.
Thank you, Jim. Branden Sims coming through. They think they have enough fuel to make the entire race, but it's going to be right on that edge, so they're going to just do a quick splash to double check, but the car looks good. They're asking for water. Man, they look pretty calm and cool. Branden's just checking out. They're checking out the car. Again, both cars that I've been walking around look extremely, extremely nice. Looks like they're heading off. Brandon Sims back out, chasing Brock Heger. So again, we thought they had enough fuel, but you weren't just sure, so it was just kind of a safety measure that cost you, what, 10, 15 seconds? But I think it's worth it.
I do too. I think that we're on the board about making it through, but we will. I think we'll be fine for now.
Yeah, physical third spot. You know, you're halfway through the race. Is he going to start pushing a little bit more? Because he's back about 5 minutes or so.
He is. He's good in the desert. He knows how to play his game. He'll push it as hard as he can push it, and if the car holds together, we'll be great.
Yeah, so right now he's still on the podium, so we'll see how it all shakes out, but great pit by you guys, in and out, and he's looking good.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys.
Yep, all in good fun. So far, so good. The first three are through. Oh, I see another one coming in. I believe that's Matlock, so I'll throw it back to the Fish, and Jim, take it away. We'll see where they pit.
Thank you very much, Miles. Now, that was very interesting. You could see the difference between the two pit crews there. We saw earlier when Brock Heger came in, he had that professional sort of fuel pros thing where they came in 3 seconds. And we saw Brandon Sims there with the old-style dump cam where you're actually using gravity to put the fuel into the car.
Yeah.
It's almost like going back to the Stone Ages when you compared the two teams working together. But that was the difference. We saw the professional team there. Brandon's team is professional. I don't want to take anything away from them. But should we say the Pro R factory team are just taking it to that next level is the best way of putting it.
Exactly. And every second counts in racing, right?
Yeah, absolutely, particularly out here in the desert, that's for sure. But right now, Brandon Sims is having a fantastic race. He's sitting in third position on track, and he's also got a splash and dash going on there. And let's not forget, Joe Terrana has not stopped for fuel, so Brandon does have that advantage over Joe Terrana right now. And this is Wayne Matlock. We just see him in the bottom of the screen there, coming on into crossing the line, taking the white flag. Now, is he going to stop for fuel? Some of the pits are on the outside of the line here. We're not sure where Wayne is pitting, but it looks to me like he's blowing through here and he's going to be heading straight back out into the desert.
Yeah, at this point, you know, if Wayne knows he can make it, he might want to try to push it because he's in fourth, and, you know, fourth place doesn't really do any good for anybody out here much. So
no one wants to be a
get up to third by maybe trying to stretch your fuel or something, you might take that chance at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be a bridesmaid to the podium. You want to be there. You want to be on the top of that box. You want to be throwing around the fizzy brake fluid and enjoying yourself.
And he does have one more chance at mile 37. That could be a strategy. You know, it is almost easier depending on where your pit was located here. It might have been easier to pit at 37 than it is here in Maine.
But let's not forget the Matlocks are a professional desert race team. There is a possibility they're running a slightly bigger cell or even a second cell.
That is Max Eddy Jr. down there in the blue car on the bottom, in the blue Polaris Pro R. You got Brandon Sims up top there. Wayne Matlock will be behind him, leaving town. We haven't seen a B2 come through yet. We're still waiting for our first B2 to finish lap 1.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who's coming through first. I think it's going to be Zack Mclaren, but we'll keep an eye on that. And we haven't seen Cade Mclaren. So is Cade Mclaren, is he back up and running again? Right, who's this we're seeing right now?
That's Max Eddy Jr. right there.
Yeah, that is, yep. You called that.
There's our first B2 right there. So that is going to be Todd Jackson, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct. That'll be the 1030. Left on 4th off the line this morning.
And there's the 1047 also.
Well, the 1047 is
we got
Zack
a bunch
Mclaren.
of cars. We got a bunch of cars all coming through at the same time right here. Look
well,
at
let's not forget these guys all got bunched up when Cade Mclaren rolled.
Yeah, so that's going to make some good racing going on the lap 2 with these cars.
Yeah, but not just that. Are these cars going to be stopping for fuel? Can the Class 10s go straight the way through without taking it?
Yeah, they should be able to make most of the way if they wanted to. Or they can make it the whole way if they really wanted to. So that's the 1030 right there. That is Todd Jackson. That is a brand new car. It's the Jake's just built it. It's their 3rd chassis. Yesterday was his first time racing in a Class 10 or any buggy. So the guy that's driving has never raced in a buggy before, and he was first yesterday. Got some passing going on there?
Yeah, we got some passing going on. That was a full-size love tap to the back end of that vehicle there. That was, hey, coming on through. But Miles is down in the pits right now, and he's got some news for us. Miles, what do you got?
So McLaren looks like they're doing a tire change. Ebberts are doing a driver's change, so lots of action going out here. They're doing a little bit of fuel. Like I said, changing one tire. They must have changed it out on course, but these B2s still look like they're in great shape. Looks like a little, Ebert's got a little bumper that's been dinged up, so he's been doing some nerfing out there, having some fun. So 2 here in the BFG pits, changing everything over, getting some fuel, getting some fresh tires. And again, Ebberts did that driver's change, so I'll try to stick with that and see who actually did hop in or out. Looks like they're both about to take off. Ebberts sneaks out right ahead of him. So I'm down here with Dale Ebberts. He just hopped out of the car. I believe he took over for his son hopped in right now, and they were able to sneak right in front of Mclaren. That was a great little move. So Dale, that was a fun one. How was that first lap out there, buddy?
It was exciting. We got a flat early, and we had a VVT problem, so we weren't getting full power. Short on oil, so we put oil in it, changed the tire, had to re-rack a tire.
So both of you, I saw, had some flats. So this course is gnarly compared to what you're normally used to.
Yeah, there's a hidden rock just right off the start, and I think a left front, and I think I got that, and went to about mile 15 to change it. Not realizing if it was totally flat or not, and got that changed pretty quick. And we were chasing the 10 cars down, and a ways back there was a car upside down or laid over, and a little traffic jam. So it just put us all right next to each other. So it was exciting the last 20 or so miles.
Yeah, I love that. So let's go back to oil. So how'd you know you were low on oil? Do you have a light? And then how do you check it? Or do you just throw a cord at it and see what happens?
Just throw a cord at it and see what happens. Yeah, we pulled over to somebody that was parked there, got the oil from them, and just put it in, and it did solve the problem.
So you didn't check it, you just knew it was low, dump it in and see what happens.
Yeah, the VVTs are oil driven, so we just knew, okay, if we're not getting that extra oomph at top end, then we know something's going on. So
yeah, that's awesome. And now your son's out there driving, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, Ezra's in the car now with his sister, Madison, so they're both doing it. So just exactly the same setup we did last year. It worked for us.
And it worked. I remember that. I love the family. You know, you're out here having fun. Look at the smile on your face. Now your kids are out there doing it. I just love it.
Yeah, it is fun, and it's definitely an intense battle. Everybody's pushing hard. It's a tough race, but it's really kind of a sprint race. You're all out. So
yeah, I mean 91 miles times 2. We're halfway through. So good job, Dale. We'll see how they can bring it through. It looks like we got another one coming in here, the 1841. Again, this car's looking great. Max Eddy, part of the Polaris. Again, look at that, 3 or 4 seconds. Max Eddy in and out. Wow, there's been a lot of people that blew through here. Remember, this is all about strategy coming through, but you know, some people are stopping, some people aren't. But man, a 5-second fuel stop is absolutely insane. So the action's getting hot down here, but I'm gonna throw it back up to Jim. Fish, take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. Wow, Fish, so much action happening here. We expected this to happen, and we're starting to see strategy taking apart. We were not expecting these B2 cars to be stopping in the pits, but it turns out they had problems on course. They've had flat tires. They've gone to have to re-racks. Then we're also seeing them taking fuel as well. Everything going on.
And I did get an update. So Joe Terrana in that car, he did stop in the pit. We just didn't see him do it. So they stopped in Maine, and they did take fuel in the car. They said everything is good on the car. They just put some fuel in and go. So that's why we saw that a little bit of bigger gap too. But they did stop. We just didn't see him.
Right, that's fantastic. So it's good news. And this is what we're talking about. We've just completed 91 miles of racing, and there is seconds separating literally our top 10 cars. Unbelievable stuff. But we've got a great battle out there now between Ebberts and Mclaren as they work their way back out into the desert.
And I just got another update. Tiffany Stone says Wayne and Kristen are pitting at RP1. So that's what I thought. It's almost easier, like I said, depending on where your pit is here, it's hard to get to your pit unless you have one of these front ones like where the BFG pit was there, where Cade or where the Polaris team was pitting. That's easy. But if you're not one of those top teams, it's a little easier maybe to pit at RP1 because there's not as many people out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about seconds, because it's not just the seconds that you're stopped, it's the seconds where you have to pull off the racing line, calm down to 15 mile an hour, make your way slowly to the pit, and then make your way slowly back to the track. So yeah, good strategy there from Wayne and Kristen Matlock. So look at this B2 here, working really hard to get up that sand wash. The B2s are only two-wheel drive, whereas the B3s are all-wheel drive. So our fastest cars and our lead vehicles are now heading out on their second 91-mile lap. And just looking here, so to get through that first 91-mile lap, it's taken around about an hour and 3/4. I think that is Todd. I'm just trying to get confirmation on that. I think this might be the vehicle that actually had a tangle with Christian Serapis earlier on today. We're looking to find out if Christian is back on course now. Awesome shots here from our helicopter out at Johnson Valley. But if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here this morning for the limited class racing. Currently in first position is Brock Heger, being hunted down by Joe Terrana, then Branden Sims and Wayne Matlock. Then just behind them is Todd Jackson in the first of the B2 cars that are out on track right now. And we're with Todd Zacconi in the in-car, and just look at the pace of this vehicle.
So at the end of lap 1 in the B2s, we did have, like you said, Todd Jackson was first, and then 54 seconds back was Dale Ebberts, and then it was Craig Martin was third, and then Zack Mclaren was fourth. Those are your top 4 coming through at the end of lap 1.
Superb. So what are our current top 5 at the moment physically on track? We've got obviously Brock Heger in first position. In second position is Joe Terrana. In third we've got Branden Sims, and in fourth we've got Wayne Matlock.
Correct. And then it looked like it would be one of those B2s, whichever one went out.
Which was Todd Jackson, wasn't it?
Yes, Todd Jackson.
Indeed it was. So as the racing continues here at Johnson Valley, California, we are here for the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We're about halfway point in this race, but don't go anywhere. If you're a premium feed, you will be staying with us. If you're not, we will see you in 2.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey, old man. Where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the? Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We started racing this morning with the limited classes at 8 a.m. and what a race we've got unfolding here. We're over 90 miles in. First lap is completed for our lead vehicles, but we've got Miles Hasselquist in the pits, the man with the wrench mic. So Miles, what have you got for us?
Thanks, Jim. I'm down here with Vito, Ranuio, and it looks like you have a couple rear axles you're dealing with, but this Maverick R looks amazing out here.
Oh, yeah, no, the car's been great. I'm not sure where we picked up the axles at, but we started around, I think, 19th, and we moved our way up pretty good and had a good pace going, and then, you know, just working through a few issues here and there.
And on a course like that, that's absolutely going to happen. You're halfway through your race. Once they get you back and going, how hard are you going to push? And what do you tell us about the course? Because we haven't been able to talk to any of these drivers yet because they've been just blowing through here.
Yeah, no, the course is super brutal. I mean, it's rough. There's big holes everywhere, rocks, a lot of fast sections. But, I mean, it's such a fun course to run. You know, it really challenges the car and the drivers and the crew. So, you know, we love it. You know, unfortunately, had a few issues, but that's racing.
Yeah, and obviously this Maverick R is pretty brand new, but so far so good. Axles are going to happen on anything. But other than that, what do you think about the steering? That's what I keep hearing from everybody, that the steering is so amazing on these Maverick Rs.
Yeah, I mean, you could drive this thing with one finger. And it's got the same power steering unit as the X3, but just the geometry of that front end, it just really makes the steering so nice and easy. But yeah, this car was delivered to us on Wednesday. We tested for 60 miles and did the prologue, and now we're racing it, so it doesn't even have a couple hundred miles on it now.
That's awesome. Thanks you, Vito. I'll kind of let you get in your game plan. So I'll bring the camera back around here and kind of show you what we're doing with back here. But they're working on some axles, getting everything going. But so far, so good. He's feeling pretty good to get back out there. And again, this course is just proving to be pretty brutal. And we still have more and more cars cruising through. And it sounds like it's still Brock Heger out front. We'll see how that shakes out. But so far, so good. Again, this Can-Am Maverick R just is an absolute work of art. And they've had it for a week, less than 200 miles on it. Again, axles can happen on anything. So, no harm, no foul there. But, man, this is a great platform. I'm excited to see how they do in the desert. And even later on in the rocks, it's going to be a fun one to watch. So I'll send it back up to the Monster Energy Jumbotron. Fish, Jim, take it away.
Thank you, Mars. Now, that's great to get some insight there. Now, these Maverick cars, they are a new platform out here, and there's been a lot of excitement, a lot of people talking about them and what they're going to bring to the track, and at the moment, let's be honest, they're just not quite delivering.
Yeah, we had a lot of the guys, the top guys, they had issues yesterday. They start in the back today. Looks like a couple of them are having some issues today, but like you said, it's a new product, new platform. Sometimes it takes a little bit of work to develop it and get it ready for desert racing.
Let's talk about the Pro R as well, because the Pro R's been out now for a couple of years, and when that dropped, everyone was like super excited, expected it to dominate straight out the box, but it didn't, because that X3 was so well dialed in. The teams that are running those, they still continue to dominate, and it's taken time to get that Pro R platform working 100%, and now we're starting to see that Pro R pushing out. And I love this battle of the way that we got that yin to the yang, where we got manufacturers pushing products new and old and bring them to the fore.
Yeah.
It's one of the things I love about this style of racing.
And that one you're seeing on screen right there is the guy that's been dominating all day so far today. That is your current race leader, Brock Heger, out there in his Razor Pro R. He is out on his second lap, making his way around. All he's got to do is finish this lap, and then that's it. There's only 2 laps today.
All he has to do, Fish.
All he has to do.
All he has to do.
Just bring it around. Look at him catching some air. That was a good little jump right there.
That was.
He's out there having some fun.
I have to say, couch racing is really easy, isn't it?
There's nothing easy from up here.
Absolutely.
Right?
There's nothing easier than sitting at home and telling them how to do their job as they're sitting there fighting the desert.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what we've got this afternoon. This morning, it's all about the limited cars, but this afternoon, it's going to kick off, and we have got the unlimited trucks racing. That means we're going to have the T1s, the T2s, and the B1s. And I can't wait to see that. So the T1s are the unlimited trucks. They're the big guns of desert racing. Then after them, we have the spec vehicles. So those are the T2s. And then we also have the buggies in the B1s. So don't be missing that this afternoon. It's going to be an absolutely huge amount of action there. And we're going to have Christopher Polvoorde, who's going to be on the starting grid, and he's going to be taking out that first place. So let's see what he can do in that brand spanking new Mason all-wheel drive truck.
And there's one of those speed UTVs out there. Is that Robby Gordon? Which number was Robby in?
Just trying to see if I can see it.
3457, I think, or something like that.
Now, I believe there's 2 of these orange cars out there on track. One of them's Robby and one of them is a customer's car. But one of the things with Speed UTV, they do sort of say, we're taking a production vehicle straight off the shelf and then taking it to the race course. That's their big claim. And only a week or so ago, Robby was posting on the internet that he had one of these vehicles doing 113 mile an hour. And that is the 3457.
I don't have that one on my list.
I don't have him on my list either. That might be Robby
Robby
Gordon.
was in the 4.
Yeah, I think he was, wasn't he? Yeah, I'm fairly confident that's not Robby.
No.
Good looking machine there.
I think that's one of his bandits. It's the shorter two-seat wheelbase one. He's in the El Diablo, I believe, which is the stretched wheelbase 2-seater.
Yeah, just getting confirmation there. That's Todd Romano who's driving the 3457.
Oh, there you go. Robby's partner in speed.
Looking super smooth there. If you don't follow Robby on social, it's worth doing so. His views are always controversial. It's always a good watch. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Toyota's Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here in Johnson Valley, California for the King of the Hammers. An entire week of action with lots of racing. But today it's all about the desert classes. And right now it's the limited trucks that are out there on course. Brock Heger is our current race leader. And Fish, you're watching that on the tracker right now. Are we still seeing that Brock's out there in front?
Yes, I haven't seen Brock come to a stop yet. So he's still out front as far as I can tell.
So if you want to follow the action, go to kingofthehammers.com, go to live scoring and go to live tracking, and you'll be able to follow all of your heroes who are out there on the track right now.
So one thing that Brock is going to start having to deal with now, he is getting into a little bit of lap traffic. So we do have some lap traffic coming up. That could cause a little dust and slow him down a little bit maybe, but everyone else has to deal with lap traffic too.
And let's not forget the magic bus.
Oh, yeah, where's the bus at? Is that thing still moving?
I think that is the world's largest trail tampon.
Yeah, that's the 2910 right there. I think that's Rodrigo Ampudia.
That is the 4981 there.
Catching one of the speed cars there, or the speed car just made a pass. Which way?
Yeah, there's Bill Herman there in the 4981. I think he is catching that speed car.
He's catching him.
Yeah.
Is that Todd Romano there, the one we were just looking at a second ago?
I think it is, yes.
Todd's about to get woken up. So the speed, they don't have a bumper in the back. They got a tailgate. So if you nerf that thing, you're going to dent someone's tailgate.
I don't think Robby was thinking about getting caught when he designed it.
Most likely not.
So yeah, let's talk about that lap traffic thing. So we are going to be seeing our fast guys. So we're going to see Brock Heger, Joe Terrana, Branden Sims, and they're going to be coming into traffic. Oh, look at this. We got 3 aligned here.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to have to deal with lap traffic this whole. I'm looking at the map right now, and there's a ton of cars that Brock is going to be catching. That is Todd Romano back there on the right.
Yeah, and that's Bill Helmont there. And this is what we were talking about earlier. These vehicles are so equally matched. Every meter has to be gained.
The 211 coming into Hammertown, completing their first lap.
Yeah, 211 there. That's Michael Lee. And we're back to Bill Herman in the 4981. And that's one of the long wheelbase vehicles. You were talking about this yesterday. Yeah. So if you want to stretch out that wheelbase, which is one of the weaker points for the short wheelbase vehicles, you know, you can buy the longer wheelbase. The trouble with the longer wheelbase, of course, is that you have extra weight.
Yeah, a little bit more weight. You know, it depends on what kind of racing you're going to go do. If you're going to race down in Baja, you're going to want the longer wheelbase. It's a little bit rougher. Out here, where it's more of a sprint race, a lot of these guys go with the 2-seater, where the wheelbase doesn't matter quite as much because they're worried more about the weight of the car overall. And it looks like that car most likely did pass Todd because I don't see him in front of him now.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. But we keep saying about these fantastic lines here in out in Johnson Valley. There is multiple options for you. That is the 211. 211 is Michael Lee. It looks like he's blowing through the pits and heading straight back out into the desert. Oh, now we've got a car pulling off course there. And that's Bill Hermont, who's still pushing on. So I'm not sure what was happening there, whether that other car had a problem or he's just got a little bit offline. So as the 1066 coming on into Hammertown by the looks of it. .1066 is Rob Arciero. So is that the brother or the son of Ryan?
It's not the son. I believe it's an older brother. I could be wrong on
older brother, right?
Yeah.
Glad you keeping me honest on that one.
Yeah.
Right, as we continue to watch the action here, Miles is down in the pits at the moment. So Miles, what do you got for me?
Thanks, Jim. I'm down here with Dustin Battle Axe Jones, and you got a big smile on your face because you just told me something pretty cool.
Yeah, so we had a tough day at qualifying yesterday. We had a little bit of trouble, and so we were so far back with our DNF, we decided not to tear the car up. But I got a call this morning from Cowboy Cerrone, and he said, man, do you want to drive the second lap in my car? And I'll be honest with you, I will never turn down beating somebody else's car like a rental.
Exactly. Drive it like a rental. I like your style. Yeah, obviously you had a little hiccup yesterday. That's part of the deal, but you'll be able to race today, and then you're going to race the Hammers UTV Championship as well, too.
Yeah, honestly, we come out here to try to race everything that we can. So we do race the desert race every year, but, man, King of the Hammers is about the rocks. And so as soon as we get out of Cowboy's car, we're going to go start hitting some obstacles, get ready for Thursday, because that's the big day for the UTVs in the rocks.
Absolutely. And I assume you have two different cars, one for the desert, one for the rocks, correct? And it's that new Maverick car, right?
Yes, I built two Maverick cars, one for the desert race and one for the rock race. And so the Maverick car is a fairly new unit. You know, it's really nice, really heavy duty, but we'll find out how it does in the rocks this year.
Heck yeah. Well, I know you're trying to find Cerrone's little pit down there, so I'll let you get, but always a pleasure talking to you, buddy.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we'll see how it takes. Here comes Level coming in. So he'll be running down to Amsoil, or BFG, I believe. So that's Adam Level driving, Brad Level, his dad's riding shotgun. They'll switch up and do the Bronco later, so great to see them. They're heading in there. But yeah, lots of action down here. A lot of fun. Hope you guys are having as much fun as I am. Jim, Fish, back to you guys.
Watching him race, but he had some problems yesterday in qualifying in his new Maverick R. So interesting to see, and I'm looking forward to seeing him out on track in Cowboy Cerrone's vehicle.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. It's like you said, it's always fun when you get to go drive someone else's car, right? Do you drive it harder or do you drive it nicer, you know? I always feel bad if I break someone else's thing, so I don't even drive someone else's car as hard as I would my own, honestly.
See, that's because you're a nice person.
We got more B2
but let's be
cars
honest,
coming in.
there's a difference between being a rental and a car that's being
Raced.
offered to you.
Yeah, that's true. Offered.
Absolutely true.
Yeah. Very true.
So if a car's being offered to you and your mate's saying to you, hey dude, come on, you're having a rubbish day, go and have some fun out there in the desert, you drive it very differently to if you're actually paying hard dollars to race it.
True. Very true.
Well, that's how I would work.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about Dustin. I mean, maybe he's going to do something completely different.
Yeah.
Right, if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyota's Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here in Johnson Valley, California for a week of King of the Hammers action. But right now, it's about the limited classes, and that is Wayne Matlock, who I believe at the moment is sitting in 4th position.
Yeah, when he came through here, he was, and we haven't seen him stopped, and we haven't seen any of the people in front of him stop necessarily yet, so should still be in about the same position.
Putting together a solid race, and this is one of our B2 cars. lot of you at home would know it as a Class 10. That is the 10.07 there. And that is Ethan Jackson. As we cut back to the fireman.
There we go. See, now you know which car that is, right?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Easy to see now that you know.
Every day is a school day.
Well, they have one of those trucks that's easily recognizable, like we were talking about yesterday. Everybody needs to have big numbers on their roof. You need to have a color that we can see easily, right?
Exactly. Okay, as the racing continues here, we're actually getting some news from our race ops that we've actually got some controversy. Well, do we call it controversy, or do we just say it's a race ops problem? So Wayne Matlock is under investigation for speeding in the pits right now. So what are the sort of penalties we can expect here? They're going to be time-related, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, I guess, how fast you were going for how long. It depends on how much of a penalty you get. I don't know what the exact specifications are for how many miles an hour over you were or anything like that. But interesting. So maybe a possible speed penalty for Wayne Matlock in the pits.
Yeah, we'll keep more. Now, let's not forget that Wayne Matlock is currently sitting there in 4th position and hunting down a podium finish. So that's big news there for Wayne Matlock.
Yeah, the speed limit in the pits was 15 miles an hour in these pits here, and then out at the remote pit, it's 25 miles an hour is the speed limit out at the remote pit.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we saw him blow through this pit. So
hey, there's Robby Gordon's car, one of them, Max Gordon, right?
That's Max Gordon. Is that the 77? That is Max Gordon.
It says 977 on the roof, but see, he's got numbers. Look at that. You can actually see that, how easily that is to read. So here he's just 77 today, or maybe he's 977, whichever one you want to go by.
And Max, if you're going to watch this back, can you just spin the number 90 degrees because it'll make it easier for us in the future?
Right. So Max Gordon having a good day so far today, looks like. Yesterday he had a little bit of a belt issue, but today he was going out there, told me he just wanted to get some more time on the car and wanted to go for a finish. He's got the Starlink on there, but I don't think he's live today. Whoa, that was a little bit sketchy there. The B2 car got up on 2 wheels for a second.
Yeah, that's...
There's another shot of Max. This is a cool shot. Like I said yesterday, those cars are either going fast or they're stopped, right? And you don't see them going slow.
Here we go.
Oh, the bus is still going. Speaking of going slow.
I love that. I love the anti-roll bar hanging down there. Okay, so here is our current top 10. Are we having that back up on screen in a minute as we continue to watch Max Gordon? And here we go. In 10th position at the moment is TJ Fisher. In 9th is Bruce Yee. I think Bruce is in that single-seater car. Oh, we just lost our graphic. Well, as soon as we get it back again, we'll run back through that. Okay, we'll try this at one more time. Our top 10 currently is TJ Fisher. In 9th is Bruce Yee. Now, Bruce, we were saying yesterday, was in possibly a single-seater vehicle. In 8th, we got Mikey Kelly. In 7th, we got Peter Haas. Then in 6th, we got Caden Wells. In 5th, we got Wayne Matlock. Now, that's big news because that means up into 4th goes Max Eddy Jr. Then in 3rd is Branden Sims. 2nd, Joe Terrana. And still our current race leader, and he's led from the start. It's Brock Heger.
Oh, there's somebody not having a good day. Pulled over. Looks like they're still in the car, so maybe they're getting ready to go again.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. If I'm not mistaken, the 4 of the top 5 right now are Polaris Pro Rs.
Yeah, just Joe Terrana is out there in the X3 platform.
Yeah, Caden Wells. I think he's a...
There's a Maverick R right there on screen for a second. That was Jake Versey, I think.
We're back with Max Gordon right now. I love the ground clearance on these speed UTVs. They always seem to have a little bit more than the others.
It is a really good-looking car. I really like the way the car looks.
You're starting to see more and more of them now as they get released into the public.
1911 coming around, finishing their first lap, coming into Hammertown, and they'll head out for their second lap.
Yeah, the 1911. That is Ethan Groom. It just goes to show you the pace of those lead vehicles. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Yeah.
So, Fish, it was about an hour and 3/4 to complete that first 91-mile lap.
Yeah, we're looking right just over 3 hours total today. Maybe
Yeah.
3 hours, 20 minutes, something about like that. The second lap's probably going to be a little bit slower than the first lap, most likely.
And that's another one of those Maverick R's there. Is that 191? Is that?
Is the 191.
Yeah, that is Carl Cheney. I didn't want to call it there for a second.
Well, there's the bus. And look at what's missing off the back.
Oh, the wheels have gone.
Remember, as soon as we saw that thing start, I said the rear of the cage ain't going to be there for long.
Yeah, no,
it wasn't going to be there for long.
They're deployable spares.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what they are. Now, that's an issue, though. If they've just dropped 2 spare wheels on track, we got our lead cars coming round. Is that going to become a problem? Is that going to be sitting in a hole somewhere?
It definitely could be, and it's not just 2 spare wheels. It's 2 spare wheels with a bunch of cage tubing attached
Yeah, exactly.
to them.
A
It actually
whole
could
load
be
of scaffold.
sketchy.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not in the middle of the course.
Yeah, I hope not too. I mean, maybe they actually saw them fall off. Maybe they got out and they put them to one side. You just really don't know.
Hopefully. I bet those things didn't even make it 2 miles, honestly, from the way they were flexing at the
way
start.
they were flexing, yeah. And, it always reminds me when you go to the Mint 400 and they have the stretch limo racing down the track.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely different.
I don't know. I think those things should run on a different day, honestly. Kind of get in the way of some of the guys racing sometimes, and you can mess up someone's day pretty easily.
Yeah, well, let's hope that doesn't happen here as we're watching the 2907. And that's Chris Arendell making his way through.
There's Max
and
Gordon
we're back
once again.
with Max Gordon. Yeah, it's a completely different look to everything else that's out there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. He's got the Starlink on the back there, but he's not live streaming, so that's a bit of a bummer. That's the big white dish you see hanging off the back there. It's one of the high-performance Starlink dishes.
Now, you've been working quite a lot with the Starlink, haven't you? I know you're something that you really enjoy using.
Yeah, apparently I'm the Starlink tech support line that doesn't get paid for tech support.
Ah, right. Well, to be fair, mate, without you, we wouldn't have internet here either this morning.
Yeah, definitely a game changer. The biggest game changer for off-road racing in a long time, especially in Baja.
Yeah, no, we brought our own Starlink.
Oh,
with us
look, there
today.
we go. There's the tires.
Oh, there it is.
We found the tires. They're off the side of the course. That is good news. Good news. The tires from the bus.
I've got to say, that's a fantastic spot there by our production crew.
Yeah, awesome. They found it with the drone.
Now, in Mexico, they would become a coffee table. What's going to happen to those out here?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like there's the straps for them and everything. Somebody moved them.
I
You see
think
how the
they've been
straps are?
moved,
Yeah,
yeah.
they've definitely been moved. So thank you to whoever moved those off of the course. They still have air in them, too.
That's the start of a new race car right there.
What do you think this guy's favorite color is?
Black. As the racing continues here in Johnson Valley at the Toyota's Desert Challenge, the sun is starting to come out. It's starting to warm up. Jackets are coming off. And as the action continues here, we've got our man Miles down in the pits, and he's got some news for us. So, Miles, what do you got?
So here's Sarah Price's car, just an in and out. And just a quick fuel, everything looked like it went pretty good for there. Ooh, going to cut off the 1929, does get out in front of him. But here's Cade Mclaren, so I'm going to run down. He was in the pits. They had the car jacked up a little bit. So we'll have a quick little chat and see what was going on with him. We saw him rolled over earlier. So Cade Mclaren, we saw him here in the pits. I missed the pit exactly what was going on, but I saw the car was jacked up a little bit. Is the car still all right?
Car's good, yeah. He got up on his side, hit a rock, unfortunately, and then sounds like Ampudia ran into him while he was on his side. So did a little
Rubbin's
damage.
racing, huh?
Yeah, right. Nah, he's back out there. He feels horrible, but Caden's not a quitter. We've seen that throughout all last year. Not to mention he ran hard at the 1,000 and won the 1,000. So Probably not going to pull off the win this time, but he's not giving up.
Yeah, well, again, you just took a little extra time because he was on the side, making sure everything was looking good. You got him out. He's going to finish, hopefully. But you still have Brock Heger out there looking good.
Yeah, and we got Max Eddy out there as well, and he's holding his own. So all 3 cars at the finish line is what we're shooting for.
All right, well, I'll let you get back to it. Thanks, Ryan. And so far, so good. Like I said, we saw Sarah Price's car come through. Cade Mclaren was here. I saw Jake Versey a little bit ago, and I think full Blurton should be coming in soon, so I'll hang out down here and see what happens. But lots of action down here in the pits. Got my Speed UTV wrench mic going on, having some fun. Jim Fish, back to you guys at the Monster Energy Jumbotron.
Thank you very much, Miles. Now, that was interesting to get that news there from Ryan down in the Polaris factory team pits about Cade and Mclaren. So it just looks like they're just putting a check over that vehicle. The most important thing now is getting it to the finish. That was a very interesting statement.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, I mean, they know that this isn't a points race. This is a win or nothing race, really. So at this point, he's most likely not going to win. Might as well check the car over and make sure it's good to go the rest of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like the fact that they want to bring all 3 cars back to the finish. And that's an interesting statement for me right there. Okie dokie. Right, we're back now. That is the 7216. That is one of the Dirt Assassins cars, driven by Rene.
He does all the prep for the Desert Assassins, and he's retiring this year. So congrats to Rene. He's done a good job over all the years for all of Cameron's, all of Cameron's racing.
Yeah. Past Bar half thousand winners, of course.
Look at the sand. That hill's getting real chewed up, but these UTVs go right up that, no problem.
Yeah, man, this is the problem for the B2 vehicles because they're only 2-wheel drive. They really have to fight to pick a line, and then they really have to hold it wide open. These B2s, these B3s, the UTVs, they can use the all-wheel drive to drag them up the hill, and they make it look so much easier.
That was one of the Murray right there in the 902.
Now we should be getting some eyeballs on our race leaders hopefully very soon.
532, that looks like one of the Pro Stock class cars most likely. 532, it's Twamley it's in the UTV Open class actually.
And that's the thing, you can actually put your vehicle into the open class. You don't have to stay with with the class that your vehicle is defined to be in.
You can go up a class, you can't go down a class,
exactly.
Right?
But let's just talk about that. So B3 has multiple classes inside of it, doesn't it? So we've got the UTV Open, we've got the Pro Modifieds, then we've got the stock NAs as well.
Yeah, correct. All of them, all racing for the overall, but all within their subclasses within the B3 class.
And then in the B4, which you've also got racing out there.
Real quick?
Oh yeah, look at this.
That's Max, I believe, going around on the inside.
Now, if I'm not mistaken,
no, that's not Max. There's no Starlink.
yeah. If I'm not mistaken, on this year on the trackers they're running, they do actually have a push to pass button. I need to just get clarification, but I'm fairly sure that's one of the newer innovations.
No, not on this one here.
Not on this one.
No.
Right, my mistake.
Some of the other series they do, not here. But nobody listens to that anyways. The only place they actually enforce that is at the Dakar. If they know that if someone behind you had pushed the button, if you didn't move, they will give you a penalty.
Yes,
actually happened to Sarah Price this year. She caught someone, pushed it up to 3 times, never moved, and ended up getting a 10-minute penalty just for not moving out of the way.
Well, that's how it should be. Ironically, I then got one for nerfing somebody aggressively, but there we are. So if you're just joining us now, welcome to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are in Johnson Valley, California, around about 3 hours south of Los Angeles, and it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining, we've got a breeze, and most importantly, we've got a fantastic race going on right now. We are here now for the limited race. And it's been a fantastic day so far. We saw Brock Heger going first off the line this morning, and he's still our current race leader.
All right, let's check the tracker and see what we see. You know, we know that Brock is out front. We're going to go look at it. That is Brock right there in the 1896, but then we have some drama back behind him. It looks like, remember the Brandon Sims, he's sitting at 0 miles an hour a ways back now. So Brandon Sims may have had an issue. He was one of our top cars. Now he's back. That was our 3rd place car earlier. So we'll try and find Terrana on there and see if he's still moving somewhere too.
Yeah, Terrana, of course, he's running in the 898. Yeah, here we go. Look at this.
He's moving. He's in a bunch of traffic, though.
Yeah,
definitely lost a lot of time, so he's had some kind of issues. Yeah, he's a ways back. He's around remote pit 1, so Brock has a huge lead at this point. At this point, Brock probably maybe put that light switch a little bit down, turn it down a little bit, and just cruise because he has a big lead. There's Max. That's Max in the 77 there. So Max Gordon headed out on his second lap. Oh, making a pass here. We also saw him try that line earlier on his first lap. Maybe he'll take it again on the right. There's a 1600 car. So we got a couple limited buggies out here today, 1600 class. There's Max still stuck behind him. Oh, he's trying to make a pass. You got to be real careful right here. There is so many big rocks on the side of the course in this section. You got to be really careful if you're going to try to step out here. Let's see if he gives him a little tap. Oh, here he goes. He's going to the right. All right, he made the pass. There you go. Good job, Max Gordon. He was able to get around him. So Max Gordon headed out of town on his second lap. He's at about mile 2 right now, 2 or 3.
Yeah, Max is starting to really lay it down now. Great to see him putting on some pace. Yesterday we saw all the qualifying and it was all going absolutely great guns out there. But any of the guys who were racing yesterday who were using yellow brick trackers, if you could just run those back to race ops for us, we'd be really appreciative. So now you're looking at the tracker there, Fish, and we're looking at Brock Heger, but we're guessing it looks like there might be some problems behind him. So at the moment it's looking definitively like it is Brock Hager's race to lose right now.
Oh, 100%. It's not even a question right now. It is Brock's race to lose. I mean, Terrana in the 898 is so far behind him that he has to pass him and make up 40 seconds.
Okay, so where's Matlock?
Matlock is back behind Terrana right now.
Now, so I'm wondering, because, I mean, to have 3 lead cars suddenly just go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Are we seeing suddenly, maybe the tracker's just not updating quickly enough? I mean, that's the trouble with all of this new technology. If you just get a singular glitch, we can lose contact with certain things. So I think this is a story that we're just going to have to watch and see if it develops, because for 3 cars to suddenly have a problem.
Well, honestly, it looks like these ones are updating, though, because it says 1 minute ago on these. So I think these guys may be just having some issues headed out on the second lap there, and Brock's just checking out.
Mate, that's very cool indeed, but that's why we love desert racing. And that looks like Kyle Cheney we can see there on the feed. But, right, okay, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here in Johnson Valley, California for a week of King of the Hammers action. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're a premium, you'll stay with us. If not, we'll see you in 2.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
If you're wondering why we totally reinvented the fire extinguisher, we've got about 8 billion reasons. And if you're wondering why now, we've got another 45 million reasons. That's how many fire extinguishers have been recalled recently because they might not work. We created the Rousseau to keep people safe. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Yes, the Rousseau costs more, but nowhere near as much as it's worth. Rousseau, the world's most valuable fire extinguisher.
Back to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here, and it is the unlimited race, the limited race that is taking place right now. Racing started at 8 a.m. this morning, and our current racer leader is Brock Heger. And he's pushing really hard, but let's not forget, once this race is finished at 1 p.m. today, it will be the unlimited classes, the big guns of desert racing, the T1s, the T2s, and the B1s. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth right now is Fish from Fishgistics. How you doing?
Oh, doing great, doing great. I got an update on Branden Sims on what happened to him earlier. He lost all drive, front and rear. So that's why we saw Branden Sims come to a stop earlier. So bummer for him. He was running in the top 3 last we had seen before he had that issue.
Okay, right. We're also getting more news from the man with the mic himself. Miles Hasselquist is down in the pit. So, Miles, what do you got?
I got Robby Gordon down here in this Speed UTV. He's just got a big smile on his face, big thumbs up, and he said we're just cruising. So far, so good, right?
Yeah, we're just cruising along. It's a full production car straight from the assembly line. So, very different than a lot of cars out here. We're running good. Our biggest problem is fuel mileage because we got to stop at both pits, so we're losing a lot of time in the pits.
And we just saw Max Gordon come through here about, I'm going to say 7-8 minutes ago, so you're right behind him. But again, the car looks like it's in great shape and everything's going great. And where else better to test your stuff than at King of the Hammers, right?
Yeah, no, King of the Hammers is a very, very tough course and, probably some of the toughest terrain out here. Obviously, the rock race is a little more tougher than the desert, but even the desert has some mixed in rock climbs and some sand climbs. It's very interesting, very challenging, and, we'll see how we run.
All in good fun. Always a fan of, Robby Gordon's brought these cars out here doing some great things. Back in just a couple months ago in Havasu, he gave me a tour of his shop there, and absolutely amazing. He's really stepping up his game, trying to play with, Can-Am, Polaris, Yamaha, Kawasaki, and now Speed UTV's making a real name for themselves, and Robby's doing it the right way, breaking it in here at King of the Hammers. So great to see that happening. So much fun out here, and look who I see in the crowd. I got Raul Gomez. Raul, yep. I see him out here just checking some things out. So you're getting ready to race here in just a couple hours, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you're ready, huh? You got the T1, you got the big smile.
How you doing? Good, man. How's the car doing? Nice. Max is way through. Sweet.
So you're going to race one of these in a couple days. You're getting ready to hop in your T1, and you're our reigning King of the Hammers championship. Can you get a three-peat on that one?
Well, that's the plan, Miles. We didn't come down here to get second place.
You guys always are in it 100%. I love it. Which race are you most excited about? Because you're racing a little bit of everything.
I'm just excited about that KOH race here and the Hammers race here next week. So this is a little warm-up today on the trophy truck. I haven't driven it for about a year, so it'll be good. Get back in the seat, get the bugs out.
Get the jitters out. And this is, you get to race lap number 1 twice, so it's a great way to get your feet wet and get the feeling out of it and see how the course is deteriorating or whatnot. But always a big fan of you and the entire Gomez crew. You come out here in full force.
Yeah, I'm going to race the first lap, Miles, and see how I'm doing. If I'm a little back, I'm just going to jump out and have Darren do the last lap on it, so he can get another eyes on that course, and then get ready for the UTV race on Thursday.
Yeah, again, you're racing T1s, UTVs, and the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings, and you're a back-to-back king. Nobody's won it 3 times in a row, and you can do it, and you got a target on your back. You know that.
Oh, yeah, everybody's coming for me, but it's okay. I like a little pressure. A little pressure puts a little bit of, the balance of the game, so I'm ready for it.
Absolutely. I was chatting with Marcos and Marcos and JP a couple days ago, and just the razz you guys give each other, I absolutely love it. I said, how are those Monday morning meetings when Raul has to duck to get through the door to come in for those meetings, right?
Oh, yeah, it gets interesting out there for sure. But so I'm out there just doing what I do, and we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Again, huge fan. We'll see you the rest of the week. Raul Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion, back-to-back king. He's won it twice. Can he do it 3 times in a row? We're about to find out in just a few more days. But right now, it's the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, and Robby Gordon is about to take off. We got another limited car coming through, but so far so good. Max and Robby Gordon through lap number 1, heading out on lap number 2. So again, lots of action going down to here. I've got my Speed UTV wrench mic, and we're having some fun. Jim Fish, back to you guys.
And Miles
All
has
right.
fantastic stuff there from Miles. He's finally come up for air. And look at this. This is our physical
leader.
first. That is Brock Hager.
He's
led
still
this
hauling the mail, huh?
Absolutely. He's led this race from the start. As you said at the beginning, he only has 2 throttle positions, on and off, and currently he is hard on it.
Yeah, at this point, he has such a massive lead. I hope he backed it down just a little bit, just because he doesn't have to go full kill at this point. But, yeah, it doesn't look like he did that.
No, it looks like full kill to me. I mean, just
Yeah.
look at his position on the hands on the steering wheel there. As you say, he only knows one way to drive, and that is full attack.
Co-driver gave us a shocker right there. Did you see him?
Yeah.
He did once again. Those guys are having some fun in the car. You know you're having a good time when your co-driver's waving in the helicopter, and
Yeah.
he's not worried about looking at the GPS every second, right?
Well, I actually said to my co-driver, never do that, because it's like the jinx that is every single time.
Yeah.
But, okay, the desert action is continuing here. Now, that was great. You're just chatting to Robby there, and he's making that big point about, hey, look, this isn't a race car. This is a production car that I'm out here racing. And
But Robby didn't say that before. He said the opposite. I'm going to call Robby out on that. Robby has said these are race cars, and you can go racing straight from the factory with them. So we're going to call Robby out on that one a little bit.
Now, interesting, we just saw Adam Lovell, so the son of Brad Lovell, of course, just parked on the side of the track. Looked like he was changing a tyre there, so hopefully Adam can get back on track very soon. And Brad, if you're watching, hi. So
Right.
Brock Hager there, our current race leader, as our helicopter peels away.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the second place behind him, and he's still a ways back. It's still the same car, 898 Terrana, Joe back there. And then behind him, we still have Wayne Matlock, it looks like, is going to be in third still. So no change between second and third there. The only difference was Brandon Sims fell out of the race earlier with the drivetrain issue.
That's Kyle Cheney there we're just seeing on track. But we were just looking at some real desert racing hysteria there a minute ago, and it was being caught by some real cutting-edge technology. I was hoping we were going to see that, but...
So there is a good race in Class 10, actually. I was just looking in the B2 between the 1030 and the 1047. That's Jackson and Mclaren and Ebberts, too. They're all up there, it looks like. So we got some good racing going on in the B2 class we'll check in on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this is it. So look at this. We've got one of these race cars here. But what's that? 30 years of age. And coming up right behind it is some of the latest technology in one of the Speed UTVs. In fact, I think that is Robby Gordon there.
Most likely, because we just had seen him in the pits a minute ago. Oh, he's going down that line that Max took. Watch the drop right here. This is a pretty big drop right here. Looks smooth in that thing.
It does indeed. Looks very good indeed. So as we watch Robby Gordon there catching the vintage desert car, we've got Miles back down in the pits, and he's got some info for us. Miles, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I'm down here with Patrick Murray. He's been racing with us with King of the Hammers in the UTV for quite some time. He's playing in the desert now, having some fun. I saw you take some fuel. Now you're worried about some brakes, you're saying.
Yeah, last 25 miles we had no brakes. Not sure if we cut a line or we basically have nothing right now. So it was exciting in that last rough area trying to come in.
Yeah, I can only imagine coming through that hard and having some issues, but it's always part of it to see what happens. But you got a great crew here. You'll get it fixed up, and always a pleasure to see you, buddy.
Right, thanks, Miles.
All right, we'll have fun. Jim Fish, back to you guys.
Thank you, Miles. Always in the right place to bring us all the news and information. Live from the pits. Oh, we've got the fire guys out on their track now.
This is the big sand hill. So this is a two-wheel drive truck. Look at him try to struggle to get up this hill. They're going to go left because there's no way they could make it up to the right with how soft that is. This is even a struggle for them right here. Let's see if they're able to make it up the hill. That hill is so soft on the right-hand side. That's why you see so many lanes getting formed on the left, because everybody's just making it a little bit wider each time.
And I love that. I love that drone footage, because you do actually get a sense of how steep that hill is when you're looking at it from a drone. Normally when you get a camera panning down on it, it flattens out the view, but those drones, they really do show the angles.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can see the depth of the whoops here. Look at them.
Yeah, that's quite a berm that's forming there in that left-hand corner.
But the fire guys going absolutely great there, looking strong as they make their way and continue on track. Oh no.
Oh, that's the car we were watching make the pass earlier.
It was, yeah. Yeah, we're watching him passing a Speed UTV, but he's not going to be doing anything speedy right now. That is the 4981.
Looks like they tried to get off course. You can see their tracks. They were on the main course, and then they pulled off to the side, so definitely knew they had some kind of issue there.
Yeah, that's Bill Herman. As we watch another vehicle making his way into Hammertown. So this car will be completing lap 1. Okay, as the race action continues here, and we're watching some in-car with Todd Zucchini, but Miles is back down in the pits. He's got Phil Blurton with him. So, Miles, what do you got?
I got Phil Blurton Sr. down here. We just saw Junior come through. The car looked like it was in great shape. That new Maverick car is so badass. And you had a little bit of issues qualifying yesterday. So how many cars have you passed out there on course?
You know, I don't know. I haven't kept track, but he's made up a little bit of time. And, yeah, we had a rough start yesterday. So today we decided we're not really in race mode, to be honest, but I'm not, but I think he is by the looks of what he's doing out there.
Oh yeah, I mean you have a strategy, right? You put a helmet on, visor goes down, strategy out the window, and you're racing.
Yeah, and the bull, you know what, goes right out the door. But yeah, no, that Maverick car, I had the opportunity. Phil brought one out for me. I pre-ran this a couple days ago. I think I'm going 50, 55, and I was actually going 80 and 85. So that new car I've driven a lot of off-road cars, and that's the best car I've ever driven.
That's very impressive, and you've been around this world for a long time, and your son builds one of the nicest cars out here to be teamed up with Can-Am, factory Can-Am, and to be able to come out here and do what you guys do is pretty impressive in the desert, but I'm excited to see what you guys do in the rocks, because it's been this close, this many times. It's always, you're always a contender.
That's the heartburn, that's my son's done pretty good, and the rock race here, he's taken second a couple times, but that means we were just the first person to lose, and so we're really looking forward to the next couple of days doing that, because that's a race that he really wants to get done and get off the books.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, obviously the desert race he's all about, but he wants the rock win, and I love walking up and down the hot pits down here, because you guys have a class act pits down here, and you just have all the notes. I can come ask you a question, you get me updated, and it's been close.
Well, that's his mother and his wife. They're at home. It looks like Nassau. They got all the computers on the tables right now, and the grandkids are there, and they're all having fun and watching the race, and they really tell us what's happening here. But I want you guys to know what a great job you do, and it wouldn't be the same if you weren't walking around with that little wrench you got right there.
Well, I fully appreciate it. Yeah, likewise, but it's always in good fun. So we'll see how it all shakes out. He's having a little bit of a rough day today, but he's got some redemption coming up, so we'll see how it shakes out.
Yep, we're just getting that car to be totally dialed in. It's brand new, so there's always a couple little hiccups now and then with a brand new model, but slight thing happened yesterday. Wasn't a major deal, but fixed it in a couple of, I don't know, it took him an hour to fix it, and we're back here today. So
well, we'll see how it shakes out, but like I said, we got some more racing yet to come. So Phil, always a pleasure, and we'll see how it shakes out. So Jim, Fish, let's get caught up on the race.
All right, so we are back to action. I was just checking out the tracker while you guys were doing that interview, and it's actually quite a battle shaping up for second place here between Joe Terrana and the 1871 of Wayne Matlock. We know that Heger has a pretty big lead, and he's way out front. But second and third are right on top of each other, so we'll try and get some shots of those guys for you guys.
Yeah, Todd Zucchini there. Look at this. It looks like he's got his co-driver out of the car, so maybe a flat tire.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting a snack. Probably a Snickers bar. Might have got a little hungry.
Well, you got to do your housekeeping. So when you get to these situations like this and you get a flat tire or maybe a belt change or something, you got to take care of yourself. Take on board some water. Take on board some food. Make sure that you're back in the race. And look at this. This is a man we haven't seen for a while. That is Wayne Matlock.
That's what I was just talking about. So this between Wayne and Terrana, whenever we can see him, on the tracker they're going back and forth. So I don't know who's actually in front of who. Wayne may have got around him. It's hard to tell because they were updating pretty close together.
I'm just trying to have a look and see if that tire on the back is used or not. I don't think it is.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, it is good.
But I'm just trying to work out how has Heger managed to push out this huge lead that he's because these guys are very similar pace.
Is this your first time watching Brock race? We've been talking about this all day. The light switch.
Yeah, that's very, very true. But that is an incredible gap that Brock is pulling out. And we were just saying about that a minute ago. We're reckoning that, what is he, between 20 and 25 minutes out of town now.
Yeah, he's less. He's probably about 20 miles out. So, yeah, probably about 20 minutes would be a good guess. So Todd down there, he had his snacks. Now he's getting a drink of water with his camel back there. And then he's hopefully getting ready to go soon. All right, we saw his co-driver getting ready to go. There's another 1600 car. Those things are pretty, like I said, that's a fun class. It's fun when the 1600 cars get a big group of them together and they go racing. It's
so
really
let's
limited.
talk desert history here. Let's go back in time. I mean, when were these cars, really at the forefront? I mean, I'm guessing this is a sort of 1980s kind of thing. Is that what would it be about?
Well, they were
right
never
then?
really at the forefront. It's just an older class. You know,
Exactly.
there was always a class that was a little bit ahead of them, like a class 1 back in the day or something like that. But it's a very limited class. They're very restricted on what you can do, and it's really a driver's class. It's probably the best driver's class out there, honestly, still to this day. You'll see 40 of those things show up, sometimes 50 of them at a race, and it's epic to watch them because they're all the same. It comes down to the driver.
Yeah.
And if you can drive a 1600 car fast, you can drive a trophy truck even faster.
I mean, back in the day, I mean, that's the kind of car that we saw Robby Gordon in.
Every fast driver just about most likely has started in a 1600 car or some kind of limited car like that. It's very rare you get a driver that comes in and goes straight to the top and is competitive up there. So Todd's not he's not in too big of a hurry down there. His co-driver is still out. That's definitely more than a tire, maybe a belt or something at this point. But it looks like he has hopes that they're going to get fixed soon because he's not undoing his belts and he still has his helmet on. So hopefully they can get moving again soon. There's a 1600 car again, like we were just talking about. They're very, very limited on their suspension.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Toyo's Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are in Johnson Valley, California for a week of King of the Hammers action, and it's been absolutely fantastic so far. Yesterday it was all about qualifying for the desert racing, and today it is all about the desert race. Right now we're watching the limited class racing, and we've got B2s, B3s, B4s, T3s, and T4s out there on the course at the moment, and our current race leader is Brock Heger. Then at 1 o'clock we got the unlimited classes. We've got the big guns, the T1s, the T2s, and the B1s. So be sure not to miss that. But right now, we're coming to the pointy end of this race, and our current race leader is Brock Heger. Now, let's just talk about first, second, third, fourth. As they came through to complete that first lap, we had Brock Heger in first. Then in second, we had Branden Sims. Then in second, we had Joe Terrana. Then in third, it was Branden Sims. And then in fourth, it was Wayne Matlock. Now, you've been telling us that Branden Sims is on the side of the track. He is done. He is out. He's got transmission issues. That means Brock Hager's out in front. But where's Joe Terrana? Where's Wayne Matlock? Do we know who's sitting where right now?
I might be able to tell you in a second. Give me 1 second.
I'll let you
I'm
hit
trying
that
to I'm trying to get us some inside info real quick.
Oh, look at this, though. We've got some action here on track.
All right, Terrana got a flat. There you go. That's what I was just trying to get. So info for you guys. Joe Terrana, the car that was in second place, he got a flat tire. So Wayne Matlock has caught up now and most likely gone around him. I knew that's what happened to him.
Yep. And that's the difference between these vehicles. Such small things can create big differences. They are so evenly matched out there on the tracks.
So they had to re-rack a tire, and then they changed the slow leaker. So that's where some of this time that you were talking about came from earlier. That's part of the way that Heger's way out front now.
Yep. Now there's a yellow roof there. Is that our current race leader? I think that is. I think that is Brock Heger right there. Yes, it is indeed. So this is our current race leader. He dominated in qualifying yesterday. He's dominated the race today. And he's probably around about 15 minutes outside of Hammertown right now.
That's probably about right. He's about halfway through the prologue lap, which was 35 miles yesterday, maybe just a little bit more than halfway. So it's not going to be too long until we see our first finisher come back into town if it's going to be Brock.
Just watching our production helicopter there's hovering in the sky. Fantastic images from out here in Johnson Valley. And this is the desert race that we're with today. But starting tomorrow, we start making our way towards the 4400 Race of Kings, which will be next Saturday. And just make sure that you're with us for a week of qualifying and racing action. All starts tomorrow. We're qualifying for the 4900 class. Then on Tuesday, it's qualifying for the Everyman Challenge, and Wednesday, qualifying for the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings. Then on Thursday, it will be the 4900s racing out there. And on Friday, it will be the EMC classes. And Saturday, it will be the Nitto Race of Kings. Now, is that Robby?
That is Robby in the number 4. So that is a production El Diablo, so it's a little bit longer wheelbase than the car that we saw Todd in earlier, which was the Bandit 2-seater. That is Cade Wells right there. Cade Wells and his girlfriend Emma, that always rides with him, Emma Cornwell. They're Baja racers. They race all over the place.
We were saying about that earlier. This is such a stacked field this year in the UTV. It was really difficult to be able to call a winner on this one. And that looks like the 7216 there.
It is. It's a Desert Assassins vehicle. That truck probably has more miles on it than almost any car in this race.
Combined.
Yeah. Maybe some of the 1600 cars too, possibly, because they're a little older, but that car has a ton of miles on it right here.
Yeah, I'm right in thinking that's more at home racing in Baja than it is racing in California.
Yeah, it's definitely done mostly Baja miles.
Well, as the race action continues here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we're enjoying a week of racing here at Johnson Valley at this King of the Hammers festival. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you are with Premium, you'll be staying with us. If you're not, we will see you in 2.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail-conquering Bronco.
Okay, and welcome back to the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. If you're just joining us, this is the limited class race. And what a morning of action it's been as we're watching Kendall Glines there in the 4600 car. Making his way through the desert. He'll be on multiple race duties and will also be racing on Thursday next week in the Everyman Challenge. Now, Fish, how are we getting on there? Now, we're currently watching our race leader. That is Brock Heger right there.
Yeah, and while I was looking where Brock was, I noticed that the B2 race is actually really close between the top couple guys. We got the 1030 and the 1077 that are really close together. So it's going to be a good battle in the B2s. Obviously, Brock is the B3 leader and your overall leader, but the 1030 right in the center of your screen down there, and then the 1077 are right on top of each other. You got to really zoom in when you guys are looking at this. They update to him almost the same time. That's your first and second place right there for the B2 class right now. So epic battle in B2.
We kind of had a short course reset, didn't we? Because when Cade and Mclaren rolled, all the cars caught up with each other and they all stacked up and had to wait for Caden to be righted before they could continue. And that re-rack has allowed them to bunch right back up, and they've stayed on each other's bumpers ever since.
Exactly. And then even third place is not too far behind them. It was the 1047, I believe, of McLaren. So good battle going on in B2. B3, it's Brock's race. All he's got to do is bring about 8 more miles or so, maybe, back to here.
Well, we're talking to Ebberts and Jackson earlier, and they both had flat tires on that first lap, which allowed them to get some separation. But this time it looks like they're running perfect laps, which means they are sitting bumper to bumper out there.
Yeah, it's going to be
here we go.
Finish.
What's this? That is definitely a B2 right there. I was just trying to catch on exactly who that was, and that's another B2.
I think that was that Ebberts? That might have been our
first
I think that
was Ebberts, and I've got a feeling that there is Jackson.
That's a 1047 right there.
Yeah, 1047. That would actually make it McLaren.
So his tracker was a little bit behind. All of them are right there on each other. Now they've updated.
Yeah, so I'm going to guess that Todd Jackson is actually ahead of Ebberts right now.
Well, Todd Jackson hasn't come by yet.
Yeah, actually, no, that was interesting, because just thinking back, actually, wasn't it the Ebberts car got ahead of Jackson during the pits when they actually swapped out and Ezra got into the driver's seat?
Yes.
So interesting. Right, we're going to have to keep an eye on that story, that's for sure.
Lots of back and forth going on there. There's the 1600 car once again, just making their way around the course at this point.
Slow and steady, just making the race. And that there is Adam Lovell. Saw him stationary on the track earlier. Adam Lovell is the son, of course, of hero and legend Brad Lovell. Off-road Hall of Famer. And Ford-sponsored racer. And we'll be seeing him racing later in the week in the Everyman Challenge in his Bronco. Now we should be seeing, that's Doug Mittag being towed back in right now.
Yeah, that's not a good
But
sign.
we
He
should
was out
literally,
earlier.
we are going to be seeing our race leader. We reckon he's around about between 6 and 7 minutes outside of town right now.
Yeah, he's just on the outside of the lake bed. He's almost to where they go around Baldwin Hill, so he's going to be here within less than 5 minutes. Oh, that's why that 1600 car was going so slow. They got a left rear flat.
Yeah. No, I can't see a spare tire in the back there.
Usually it's tucked in right behind the seat, but they may have already used it. But usually it's tucked in there.
Am I right in thinking the 1600s are what are called top loading? You get in through the roof?
Yes. Yeah, most of them, they go out and through the roof. Yeah, it doesn't look like there is a spare unless it's way tucked in there, huh? Maybe that's why they're still driving on the flat.
Exactly, yeah. 3 wheels on my wagon. As the action continues here in this 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge Limited race.
So we're all just waiting for Brock to get back to town here.
That is the 913 there, a chase car.
1058.
Yeah, we saw him racing earlier today.
So the question's going to be who is second behind Brock. I think it's still Terrana there, and then Matlock is still in third. I don't think Wayne was able to get around him just yet. But here's Brock. As we see, he's coming by the side of Baldwin Hill, going around it. He's going to be back, headed to back door any second. And then we're going to see him back here in Hammertown. Less than a couple minutes till your leader's back here for the end and the finish of his second lap and the finish of the race. There we go, some more lap traffic. Brock's got to get around. Looks like he's got a line on the side there. Shouldn't be much of an issue.
Yeah, absolutely no quarter given. Just look at the pace here of Brock Heger. Absolutely astonishing stuff. and he has been 100% since the green flag this morning. As you said, he doesn't have a halfway position. It's 100% or nothing.
Well, actually, it's 120% when we're talking about Brock. This is actually the slowest I've seen him go all day. Maybe he's at the point now where he's like, okay, we're here. Let's back down.
But we were talking about this yesterday. These cars are designed to run at a certain pace. And if you come off of that pace, you can actually start to hurt them because the suspension is not reacting properly. The engine's not working at the rev ranges that it needs to be. So it's important you drive these cars the right way. So they have a percentage window of where you need to be driving. So if you drop down, say, below sort of 50% or 60%, they're just not going to work efficiently, and you're actually going to start hurting the vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. So that's coming up to the back door, turn off right there, right?
Yeah,
Almost
that does look like, yeah, here we go. You can actually see the spectator vehicles here. So our current race leader is Brock Heger, and he's making his way into town. I reckon we're around about 1 minute 30 away from the checkered flag. So he's dropping in his back door, you can see, or the entrance to back door there on the right-hand side. Short bus is that hill on the left.
I think that was actually lap traffic.
No, that was lap traffic, yep.
Yeah, here he comes. Here comes Brock. Moving a little faster than that last car was.
Yeah, nothing tells you that you're doing well more than having a helicopter flying in your door.
Yeah, right. So when you're lap traffic and you see a helicopter come down real low in front of you, they're not there just to film you. They're there to tell you, get the heck out of the way. The leader is lapping you.
Exactly. That's the big move.
Oh, bummer for the Fire guys. Just got an update. They're out at mile 84 with a broken center link. So bummer for the Fire guys in their 7 truck.
That's a shame. They were going real strong there. Okay, but right now it's all about this man, Brock Heger. He qualified first. He started first this morning, and he's been running clean all day long. 2 brutal 91-mile laps. And he's only got a few more bends to do. Few more turns, few more jumps. I'm just looking at his hood there. It looks like it's loose.
That's okay. He doesn't need that.
Yeah, exactly. It's all for show. He comes around the back.
Went around the arch just to be smart, right?
He comes around the back of. Okay, so here is Brock Heger now. We are a few short turns away from seeing him cross the line and take the checker flag, and we're going to throw this down to Miles any moment now, and he's going to bring Brock Heger across the line. So Miles, it's all yours.
Thank you, Jim, and what a great day it's been. Brock Heger, start to finish, leading this race with one heck of a run. So much fun to watch this young guy. He's been building a name for himself for so long, and just start to finish with an amazing race with this factory Polaris team. They've got 3 cars out there, but again, Brock Heger with a commanding lead out there and just making one heck of a shot. One last jump to go, and the unofficial winner, Brock Heger, for the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, as the crowd gets excited to see him do some great things. And Brock Heger is our unofficial winner for the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll bring him around here and do a car walkthrough, check it all out, and we'll be giving away some trophies here after a little bit. But Brock Heger had such a good run. Started fighting some lap traffic, but hey, that's just part of the deal. And as you were hearing Jim and Fish say, the light switch was on until the very end. And boy, howdy, did he do a great job. And the car's getting closer to me, but man, it still looks like it's ready to rip that Pro R. But yeah, the car looks like it's doing a great job. We're going to let him bypass me just a little bit. And thumbs up from Brock Heger. And again, this car looks like it's in great shape. Does look like the right front axle has the boot ripped a little bit. But other than that, that's the only damage I can see. These BFG tires are looking great. This Polaris is still in awesome shape. This is a purpose-built race car, and it came here to do this exact same thing right here. And this thing, I'm telling you, it's ready for another couple laps. And he still looks like he's pretty calm and collected. Brock, how do you feel right now with this unofficial winning this race? You got to be pumped.
Yeah, no, it was a good day. Obviously qualified first, so went out of the gate first on the road, which is a first for me, and it was nice actually having a clean air there. So we just we charged hard the first lap. Obviously got rough for the second. Car came alive, so we just we had some fun out there, and hopefully we get it.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's looking good. Obviously, it's unofficial, but I think you sealed the deal. And I want to go over the start of this race. You guys were neck and neck, and he pulled you by a little bit, and then you closed the door just about a couple hundred yards out. Did you have him right where you wanted there?
Yeah, I obviously, I wanted to try to take advantage of the clean air there in the morning. So I was gonna do what I had to do to get out in front of him there, and from there on out, we had fun. We saw him. He actually passed us coming in for the lap 2. I wasn't sure where he was, but I just kept charging from there and had a lot of fun.
And you're talking about that clean air, which you had for the first lap, but then you started getting into lap traffic. Did that affect you too much, or was your pace fast enough you could pick around them pretty easy?
Yeah, no, it was. There was obviously a lot of lappers there on lap 2, but it was fun. We got by them all smooth. Almost one sketchy one here at the end, but we had fun. It was fun passing everyone, and everyone ran clean, so that's always good.
And to be here at King of the Hammers for the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, you got to be feeling great.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, I got to give it up to the whole Polaris Factory Racing team. All the guys from the shop that prepped my car, everyone back at at Polaris for everything they do to allow us to come out here and give us such a competitive car. So thank you to those guys. I mean, everyone, these BFGs, I was smashing rocks all day, and they're still here. So thank you to them. Thank you to Method Wheels, Progressive Insurance, everyone. There's a huge list of people here, and I just have to thank everyone that comes and helps and supports us.
Yeah, and you're fresh off your Baja 1000 race. You had a pretty good showing there. What's the difference between Mexico down there to King of the Hammers here? I mean, the terrain's it's similar, but it's different.
Yeah, it's similar. Obviously there's a lot of variety here, and that's what you get with Mexico. So in that case, it's similar. Obviously, this is a 180-mile race. Our shortest one down there is 250. So this is a sprint for us, and we did that all day.
Well, great job. Give it up for Brock Heger unofficially winning the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We'll let these guys get around them, have some fun, and we'll send them up to Jim and Fish so you guys can have a chat with them. But we still gotta check everything out, make sure everything's good. But we'll send them right in front of the Monster stage and give this guy a round of applause. He just smoked the entire field. Brock Heger.
Thank you very much, Miles. Wow, what a finish there, Fish. That was absolutely epic stuff. I mean, Brock Heger, that guy is a machine.
Yeah, I mean, he's a driver, right? That guy can get in anything and drive it fast. He was in a spec truck before, one of the T2s. He was fast in that thing whenever he was driving it. The Polaris team got him to come over and sign with them to drive the B3 here, and he's been fast in that thing every time he's got in it, too.
Yeah, it's an amazing talent, that's for sure. But you also have to remember, look at who he was racing today. We're not just talking about a few also rounds here. We're talking about the best of the best. We had Cade and Mclaren out there. We had Phil Blurton. We had Dustin Jones. We had Branden Sims. We had Kirsten and Wayne Matlock. We're talking about massive players here. So what a victory. And to be so dominant in a race like this, that's special.
Yeah, this is the first race in a long time where you've had the top drivers from all the different manufacturers at the same race at the same time on the track at the same time. So that says a lot today. That's a big statement that Brock made today, and that's really cool. Now looking back on the tracker, because we still have cars out there, the B2 race, the 10 cars, we had a really good race going. Unfortunately for the 1030, Todd Jackson, at least on the tracker, he's showing at 0 miles an hour. So he was one of our lead cars almost all day in the B2 category. He's showing at 0 miles an hour. But we still have the 1077 is showing, or the 1047. Mclaren is showing now as the leader most likely, and then behind him it's going to be close. So I don't know who's going to get back here. We got the 1077 is Ebberts, who he jumps in front of him on the tracker every once in a while. So is it going to be the 1077 or is it going to be the 1047? Or I don't know. What number do you think is going to get back here first?
Well, earlier on we did see that Mclaren was behind Ebberts. We've just seen Ebberts, and now we're looking at McLaren. So I'd guess that Ebberts does have the physical lead right now.
Now look at him. He is charging right now. He knows there's only a few miles left, and he's given that car everything he can give it right now to try to catch him.
Well, now I'm going to throw something else into the mix here, is because McLaren started behind Ebberts. So if he's within a minute of Ebberts, he will take the win over Ebberts.
No, that's not correct, though, because yesterday Ebberts had a time of 34:45, and McLaren had a time of 35:01. So McLaren is going to have to beat him by 15 seconds by 17 seconds on corrected time in order to beat him.
Wow, I'd forgotten about that. That's the difference
prologue
with this race. Yeah,
the
that prologue
comes
is a
into play.
stage one. Yeah.
Yeah. So what order did they start at today?
Okay, so this morning we had Ebberts going out at 8:02, and we had Zack McLaren going out at 8:03. So McLaren gains a minute there.
Yes, and he has to beat him. He only had to beat him by 17 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So this is going to be really close at the finish. It's going to come down to literally seconds.
We're going to have people out the back counting fingers to work out who's who.
There's our second place right there. That is Terrana right there. So the 898. Joe had a good battle going earlier with Brock, and then Brock put a little bit of time on him. Obviously, Brock is back here. He's not. It's going to be a second place at best for them at this point.
Yeah, Terrana looking very strong, though. But where is Wayne Matlock? Now, we know that Branden Sims is broken, so we think that Wayne Matlock is currently running in third place on the track at the moment.
Yeah, we should be seeing him on camera shortly, I would think.
And that looks like one of our B2s there. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a desert turtle. No one wants to see one of those.
That's no good. Can't quite tell what car it is from here.
No. You know what we're saying about you need to put your number on your roof?
You need to put it on the skid plate too?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, we can see someone getting out there now, so that's good news.
That's not Wayne, is it? No.
That looked like...
It's hard to tell.
We're just waiting to get some information. Now, he's already got his helmet off, so whoever that is, they've been stationary for a little while. So driver and co-driver are out, but they both have their helmets off at this stage. So they've obviously been upside down for a little while, but they are right on the racing line.
Yeah.
And that looks like a young lady there. That is...
Well, they're both out, and that's good news that they're okay, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So the main thing is that they're okay. Hopefully that, and if I'm looking up into the distance there, is that legs I see? So maybe they're nearby a control point.
Definitely looks like it. There's some snow fencing there with someone behind it.
Yeah, so maybe this is out near the remote pit 1. Yeah, just trying to work out where that might be right now. As soon as we know, we will let you know. But we're waiting for our second place car, which is Joe Terrana, who's going to be joining us in town very soon. We've already seen Brock Heger cross the line to take an unofficial first place here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy Limited Car Race. A dominant display there from Brock, that's for sure. And Joe Terrana, he should be coming in and joining us in town. And the difference between success and second place is just such fine margins, isn't it? One spare tire.
There's Matlock. We were looking for Wayne Matlock. There he is right there. So that's our third place car. There's our second place car.
There
so second place is now back into Hammertown. And then Wayne is still moving, so we got confirmation of that.
Yeah, so this is Joe Terrana. He's making his way round the Bronco Arch right now onto the short course here in Hammertown. And look at the pace of this vehicle. It's absolutely fantastic. So Joe Terrana now making his way only a few more bends, a couple more jumps, and he will be joining us here in Hammertown to tell us all about his day. Oh, look at that big bike stand there as he comes around the corner. We're going to chuck it down to Miles now. He's going to bring Joe home.
Joe Terrana with a huge bicycle with just a couple turns to go, but he's roughly about 10 to 15 minutes back on Brock Heger. So what a great race to Brock, but Joe Terrana's bringing it hot all the way to the end. One more Can-Am corner to go before he hits the big jump before the checkered flag to unofficially seal up second position for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Joe Terrano's about to hit the jump one last time for that unofficial second position. Goes to Joe Terrano. We'll see how that shakes out, but he has got to be excited about that. That Can-Am X3 still looks like it's in great shape. These top two had a great run, and everything looks great. So we'll bring them on, and we're going to push them all the way up to the back of Brock Heger's car. But yeah, the car, again, just looks like it's in great shape. All 4 tires, all 4 axles are looking good. But Joe Terrana, man, what a great run he had. I do see a little bit of the desert fuzz hanging off of it. He hit a tree on the back. Oh, he does have a right rear broken axle, so that's probably part of his bicycle reason. But yeah, other than that, the car looks like it's in good shape, but absolutely has a broken right rear axle, and it's been broke for quite a while. It's flung some stuff all over it, but other than that, this car still looks like it's in great shape. So BFG is sitting up there first and second. Looks like he did a little nerfing. The front lights on this car are bent back a little bit, have a couple dents. But it looks like it's all
that's our
smiles.
third place car right there.
Getting a thumbs up from Terrana.
Wayne Matlock, third place coming in.
Yeah, look at this, Wayne Matlock here. Now, Wayne's had a great race going on today. We did see him take a penalty earlier on, though, for a pit lane infringement, so we'll have to see how that pans out. But I think he's got enough of a lead away from the 4th place vehicle that it's not going to hurt him. So It looks like it's a very strong podium finish here for Wayne Matlock in that Pro R machine as he makes his way around the last couple of bends. So Wayne Matlock here, he's coming over, he's got a couple more jumps, he's got a few more turns. He's looking really strong indeed. Now this is one of those vehicles, as you were talking about earlier, he's actually got bypass shock absorbers on this vehicle. He's also got front hydraulic bump stops as well, which is a complete innovation for this style of racer.
Correct. Yeah, it just gives you a little bit more, ability to hit the holes a little bit harder. You got a little bit more suspension. It keeps your shocks fresh a little longer. It takes them a little longer to fade by having a second shock on there.
Okay, Wayne Matlock over the final jump. He's got one more bend and he will be receiving the checkered flag here in Hammertown. He's just realised he still has to come around that corner. He takes the checkered flag and we'll pass it down to Miles. Miles, it's all yours.
Thank you, Jim. And Wayne Matlock just unofficially seals up 3rd position for the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. And that Pro R still looks like pretty good. Again, everything is unofficial, 1, 2, and 3. But it's looking like it's Heger, Terrano, and then Wayne Matlock. What a great showing. And again, the car's coming up. And it still looks like it's in great shape. This Polaris Pro R still looks like it's going good. I don't see anything hanging off the back of it. Like I said, Terrano did have that right rear axle broke, but that's the only thing that's damaged on these first 3 cars. All spare tires are still looking good. Again, I do see some bushes on some of these cars where they're, getting a little stepped out of their line and whatnot. But other than that, this thing is doing great. Looks like all smiles from Wayne Matlock. Trying to get got the thumbs up from him on that one. So again, what a great showing by these B3s. 1, 2, and 3, Heger, Terrano, and Wayne Matlock. What a great showing. I'm going to say a 10-minute lead, then about a 3-minute lead between 1, 2, and 3. So it sounds like we're sending up Brock Heger towards you. So Jim and Fish, back to you guys at the Monster Energy Jumbotron.
Thank you very much, boss. It's absolutely fantastic. But look at this, Fish. We've got our first of our B2s coming in now.
We do. That is Dale Ebberts coming in right there. And then, did you see that? Was that the other one right behind him?
No,
on the
I
other
think
side?
that was actually one of the 4600s there.
Perfect. So this is your leader in the B2 class. The question is, how far ahead of the 1030 or the 1047 McLaren is he going to be?
Yeah, so that is Ebberts now crossing the line. Oh, he's come off good too early. There's a couple of people who've made that mistake.
I think everybody thinks that's the finish line,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely. It's not the finish line. You have to make it around that final bend to be able to actually trip the transponder wire that's buried in the ground. So we actually saw the race leader do that as well.
Yeah, if any of the crew guys are watching or you guys racing this afternoon, keep that in mind. When you come into the finish, you do have to make that final turn. So make sure your drivers know that. Make that final turn and go under the arch. You're not going to get a time. Look at, see, that was it. That's 10:47 right behind him.
Yeah, but he also did the same thing. He backed off. So, interesting stuff there.
So that is going to be really, really close. So we had a 3:15:39 for Zack Mclaren, and Dale Ebberts was a 3:16:19. That's today's times.
Okay, well, as the action continues there and we have cars crossing the line, we've got someone very important on stage. We've got Pam Hall, who's now joined by Brock Heger, our unofficial winner of the Unlimited race here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, guys. I am here. Brock Heger, you're up here unofficially in this number 1 spot. Here you are. You took the pole. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling good. Obviously started pole and got in the lead early on. So we just charged hard all day. Had a clean lap 1, clean lap 2. We passed a lot of people, obviously lappers, and we just had fun. Car's been amazing. Feels like it was when I was at mile 5. So overall, good day. Obviously unofficial, but I'm pumped on it, and I have to give it up to everyone that comes out here and supports us, players for giving us such a fast platform, and then the whole SCI guys for everything they do and giving me a good car. Justin, my co-driver, first time riding with me, and we had a lot of fun today. So overall, it was super good. Couldn't be more pumped on it, and hopefully we get it unofficially.
Well, at least you had fun out there and everything. Now, co-drivers are key. So coming out here, being your first time in the car together, did you guys practice together at all, or is this your first race?
No practice. I'm pretty laid back on co-drivers, so I'm not super needy. But he obviously he blew my mind on how well he did today. So shout out to him for everything, and just everyone that supports us. There's a huge group of people that help us, and it wouldn't be possible without everyone. Polaris Razor for everything they do, Progressive Insurance, BFG Method Race Wheels, Pro Eagle, Boxo. There's a huge list. Thank you to everyone, and hopefully we get it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And unofficially number 1's position. We'll let you go and celebrate later on.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you guys down there at the stage. So I was just doing some math since we don't have the combined times yet, and Zack Mclaren in the 10:47 finished today in 3:15:39. Dale Ebberts finished today in 3:16:19. That's a difference of about, 40 seconds.
Come on, quick math. Come on,
McLaren had to beat him by 16 seconds from yesterday.
Wow.
So by my math, which I don't know if it's any good, McLaren is going to be your winner, I believe, by about 23 seconds or so over Ebberts.
This is what we were saying earlier.
Unofficially.
Unofficially, of course.
That's my math. We'll see how it stacks up.
I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, he's actually got his socks off in here and using his toes to count. But we still got more race action here. And I can also tell you, I've got some news on from Race Ops, which I'll come to in a moment, as we're just waiting for some more cars to cross the line. But I think these might be first lappers.
So Terrana that we saw finish earlier, he's actually racing in a different class from Brock also. So Brock is in the UTV Open class, and Joe is in the UTV Pro Modified class. So that means that Joe did get second overall, but he did win his class. So Joe did get a win today. He won't get a trophy for that class, but second overall.
Oh, you just saw that B2 there. Took a massive face full of mud. They won't have enjoyed that. Now, I've just been chatting to Race Ops about how this race is going to work. It's going to be a Grand Prix finish. Basically, they're going to take the winner's time, which will be Brock Heger's time, and you have that much time to complete your first lap. If you are outside of that, you will not be allowed out on your second lap. Does that make sense, Fish?
Sure. Their what time? Their total time?
No.
Or their first lap time?
Their first lap time cannot exceed Brock Hager's total lap
Brock's
time.
total time.
Yes.
Okay. So Brock's total time was 3:02:39. So if somebody takes longer than 3 hours and 2 minutes to do their first lap, they cannot start their second lap.
Exactly that.
All
Yes.
right, there we go. Perfect.
The reason we have to do that is, let's not forget, because of the amount of entries we had, 136 cars rolled off the line this morning. It's because obviously they all started at intervals, which means that some of the vehicles didn't start until gone 9 o'clock this morning. So we have to have that buffer to allow these guys to go out there and have a great race.
So Caden Wells just came across the finish line, and he jumped up to second overall for today.
Wow.
So he's in with a 3:10:12. So Caden Wells in the UTV Open class is going to be second today. We'll have to see what his combined time is. But it's still going to be Brock number one. We know he's not faster than Brock on the combined time.
Yeah, I've made a massive mistake today, Fish. I forgot to bring my calculator, so we're going to be leaning heavily on race ops, and we've got another car coming on here now. So just trying to work out which car this is. So we're just waiting to get a number. It's one of those ones I recognise the car, but
1014.
1014.
That's going to be
That's Bruce Yee. Yeah, absolutely. Now, we were trying to work out if Bruce is actually a single-seat car or a two-seat car.
That's a single seat.
So Bruce, he doesn't make the same mistake. He powers it round the line. He takes the checker flag. So a fantastic result there for Bruce Yee. Now, is that going to put him on a podium, or is he just going to miss it, I think, isn't he?
He might. He's only the third one in that class that we've seen finish so far. So depending on who finishes behind him in the next couple minutes, when you combine the times from yesterday, he could be on the podium for sure.
Indeed. Now, Bruce actually started back in 18th. So we might have to look here at some adjusted times as well, because... But then, as you say, the fact that he would have started slower because of his time from yesterday does mean that the other guys are going to be safe, I'm guessing.
Correct.
Yeah, while all this action's going on, we've got Pam who's on stage, and she's got some more news for us. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Joe Terrana. You're up here unofficially in the number 2 spot overall, but first in your class. You've got to be feeling pretty good right now. How was that course out there for you today?
Yeah, no, it was super fun. Me and Riley, he came in to co-drive for me this week, and we had a flawless day. Besides just I hit a rock and it was my fault, but 2 flats cost us. We had to get to the next pit, and they re-racked us real quick, and we got on our way and made it to the finish.
You're here at the finish, but you have a passenger rear broken axle, but being first in your class, second overall with a broken axle is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was actually right at the finish line jump, so thankfully it happened at the end.
Well, that's pretty awesome. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I need to thank my dad and my whole team, Riley for co-driving, Can-Am, Lone Star, KWI, VP Racing Fuels, BFG, best tires out there, KMC Rims, Podium Suspension, and Patrick's Graphics.
Well, congratulations unofficially right now. Hopefully we see you back up here later on, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. That's absolutely fantastic. Now, Joe Terrana's had a wonderful race there, but it just goes to show the pace of Brock Hager. Absolutely astonishing stuff there. But we've still got a race going out there. We've still got plenty of race action out there on course as we watch another one of our 4600 cars making his way towards the finish line to complete lap 1.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a while until some of these guys get back here, right? And we got about an hour and a half until our unlimited race. The unlimited race will start at 1 p.m. today, so we got about an hour and a half until that starts.
Yeah, it looks like we've got another B2 there coming in. Just trying to catch a number. That is the 1080. It's the 1080 of Peter Haas. So Peter Haas, and now this is where things do get interesting, Fish, because these guys are starting to put, would have started quite a way back. So Peter Haas started in 29th position at 8:14. Now, if we look at that in when we're looking at Bruce Yee, that started at 8:08. There's going to be some real mathematics to be done by race ops here to try and work all of this out.
Yeah, that's all them. I'm not doing any more math on these ones. This is getting too complicated at this point.
To be fair, mate, you can't do any more because you put your shoes back on. So
I know who won. There we go, right? If you're not first, you're last.
Is that an official statement?
It's desert racing, right?
So if you're just joining us right now, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We're in Johnson Valley, California, and this is all part of the festival that is King of the Hammers 2024. This is the limited race, and the limited vehicles that we have racing today are the B2s, the B3s, B4s, the T3s, and T4s.
We have a couple more finishers that have come in. We got to see Michael McFadden came in with a 3:14.08.
Yeah, but while that's going on, we got Pam on stage, and she's got someone else with her. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Wayne Matlock. Here you are, number 2 unofficially in your class, and you're up here on the stage. You race Baja all the time. This is your second year out here racing at King of the Hammers. How are you feeling right now?
I wish it was one more lap.
That's good to hear. Does it need to be harder then?
Yeah, a little rougher would be nice. It was a fun course, super fun. The guys out here that marked this thing is probably one of the funnest courses I've done in the States, and I just had a blast.
Well, that's awesome to hear. A flawless day for you, no issues?
Yeah, never had to get out of the car. Came in for a splash and took off, and just getting through everything, and had a little hang-up, got a little bottleneck through the rocks, and we got stuck ourselves trying to get around it, but it's all part of racing. It was fun.
Well, right now you're unofficially 3rd overall, 2nd in class. You got to be feeling really good right now, but who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
First and foremost, Polaris, they stand behind us, 100%, and we have other companies like Yokohama, Motul, Optima, Rugged. There's a ton of them, and I know I'm forgetting a bunch. But Poncho for sitting next to me in the seat and prepping the cars at the shop. All my friends and family that are down here pitting us. Everyone's a volunteer effort here, and we're having a blast.
Well, that's awesome, and your wife's out here racing as well, so we hopefully see her here in just a little bit. But congratulations on your day.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pam. Great to see Wayne up there on the podium.
Yeah, some great racing today. It's actually really close. I was just trying to do some more math. So
now, you promised me you weren't going to do any more math.
I know, but I had to. So between Wayne Matlock and Caden Wells actually beat Wayne today by 1 minute and 8 seconds. However, he needed a little bit more than that to beat his time from yesterday. So it does look like Wayne Matlock will be in 2nd unofficial, and Caden Wells most likely 3rd unofficial for the weekend.
Yeah, and look at this. We've still got race action happening out there on the track at the moment. This looks like we got a vehicle coming in that was actually passing lap traffic there. So this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy here in Johnson Valley, California. We are out here for the 2024 King of the Hammers Off-Road Festival Week. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you are on premium, you will stay with us. If you're not, we will see you in 2.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
place in the 4,500 Yukon.
Welcome back to the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We have just witnessed some fantastic racing in the limited classes, and we have just seen Brock Heger just throw down an incredibly impressive display. He qualified first yesterday. He came out here and he has led from start to finish. Joining me in the booth is Fish from Fishgistics. Fish, what do you think of today's racing?
I think there was some absolute domination today. That's what happened out there. Brock, like you said, he started first, never looked back, didn't have any issues, and just finished first and taking home the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget, this is an absolutely stacked field. We had some of the most talented UTV races out there that you can see in any race. That means we had Dustin Jones. That means we had Wayne Matlock. That means we had Dustin twice. Hey, Dustin. We had Branden Sims. That's how we had Carl Cheney, Phil Blurton, to name but a few. It's been an absolutely awesome display.
Yeah, it's a great weather, too. This is perfect racing conditions. It doesn't get any better than this.
No, it doesn't. I'm stood here in the sun at the moment thinking I might have to strip down to my unlimited race t-shirt shortly.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you had a t-shirt there. I was going to say, please don't. I'm leaving. All right, 11:77. Looks like Kelly's across the line.
Yeah,
Michael
let's not
Kelly.
Yeah, it does
Mikey
look
Kelly.
like that is correct. We've still got a lot of race action going on here right now. And it looks like we have another... Oh, we cut back to... Now we haven't seen the Toyota all day.
The Toyota's back out there. Yeah, that's the first time we've seen it today. Wonder where the bus is. We haven't seen the bus in a while.
We haven't seen the bus in a while.
Yeah, it's probably not moving anymore.
I can't believe that you would suggest such a thing. So that's the 73-19.
Oh, we got
trying to make his way
there.
around.
Look at Ampudia making it. Is he going to hit the B2?
Yeah, he's trying to make some ground here, isn't he?
Yeah, that's Rodrigo there, I believe, in the 2910 in the back. Couldn't get a number on the front one there, but it looked like a Class 10 car.
But that shows you the pace. When you got Rodrigo and Ampudia out there, who's finishing, what, 10, 15 minutes behind or 20 minutes behind the leaders? That tells you everything you need to know about the pace of Brock Heger.
Well, he's in a stock car, though. So that is a stock class car right there. So that's a pretty fast time, maybe. We'll see what his time is when he crosses the finish line.
Is that a Speed UTV I see? No, it's not. And as we're coming towards the pointy end of this limited race, we're starting to see unlimited trucks staging inside Hammertown. So please don't go anywhere. At 1 p.m. we will be seeing the unlimited race taking place. That is the T1s, the T2s, and the B1s, the big dogs of desert racing.
There's some more B2s finishing. You're going to have Ampudia coming in a second here also. So far we've had the UTV Open class finish. We've had the UTV Pro Modified class finish. That was Joe Terrana first there, Michael McFadden second in the UTV Pro Modified class. And then we've had the Class 10s finish, which that's the only 3 classes that we've had finished so far. So none of the stock classes is finished. This is going to be your winner of the stock class, I believe, if he's in the stock class, or I think he actually entered the Open class with his stock car, the 2910.
Yeah, huge jump there from Ampudia as he makes his way around. And he's coming around to take the checkered flag any moment now. And he crosses the line and will be joining the ever-growing queue of vehicles that have completed this incredible race. Let's not forget they've done 2 91-mile laps out there today, and they did 35 miles yesterday. So over 220 miles of racing, and there is literally seconds separating them. And that is Nick May coming in there. Now, you were saying that one of the Deans was actually driving this car earlier today.
Yeah, they're splitting. James Dean started that car. He did the first lap, and then Nick May jumped in for the second lap. So that way James can get over here. He's going to start his one car. Yesterday, we didn't have him on the tracker. Remember, we were wondering what happened to him?
Yep.
He just didn't have a tracker going, but he had a really great run, and he was fifth. He got 5th place yesterday. And there's the bus broken, to no one's surprise. At least it's off the course.
Your negativity towards the bus is unknown. Right, as all this continues, we've got Pam. She's on stage and she's being joined by more race heroes. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with our first physical finisher across the line in our B2 Class 10. Right now you are 20 seconds, though, in second position on unofficial time, but physically first across. How are you feeling right now?
I feel super good. We did really well last year. This year we did unfortunately get a flat and had to do a driver's change. So it cost us a little time. So it feels really good to be able to hang with these guys. These guys are the best of the best.
Well, you're out here. You won this last year, but in that number 2 position right now. What's really cool about you guys is you guys are a family racing team. So Dad, Dell, you started the race. Ethan, you grabbed into, what was the second lap you got in here, and now we have Madison that got into the co-driver's seat. So, Dad, how do you feel right now?
Good. It was an intense battle. Seeing those guys at the very end was, neck and neck with the 3 other cars. So we were neck and neck for the last 10 miles or so on the end of my lap, and it just stayed that way all the way to the end. So these guys did awesome to stay cool under pressure and just keep it going. Physically first, so that was exciting to see him come in first car across the line. But yeah, it looks like we're off by about 20 seconds adjusted. So.
Well, let's go over here to Madison. Madison, you were out there co-driving for your brother. I mean, siblings usually have rivalries, right? You guys fight back and forth and everything. How are you co-driving for your brother?
Yeah, we definitely have our fights, but when we get in the race car, it's strictly business. Call all the notes perfectly for him. I can tell when he needs extra notes, and if we're catching a car, if we're in the dust, and call it all for him. So we're really on the same team together. It's really fun watching how good he's gotten driving and riding with my dad. These two, I wouldn't trust, getting in a race car is a serious thing. It's a dangerous sport, and I wouldn't trust anybody else.
Well, that's awesome to hear. And Ezra, I called you Ethan by accident, but Ezra, here you are, though, unofficially in that number 2 spot this year. Who would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Yeah, of course. As always, BF Goodrich Tires. This terrain out here is brutal, and these tires go through a ton, and super impressed. And Fuel Factory Racing Fuels. This car was a ripper today. Joe Colin tuned prepped our shocks, power steering solutions, RPI Racing Hardware. My dad, my mom, grandparents, everyone's here, uncles. Everyone that kept the 1077 alive, thank you.
And your sister for getting you through it, too.
That, too. No, she did awesome, never missed a corner, and super good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Hopefully we see you up here later on because everything's unofficial, but let's give it up for our Ebberts team.
All right, and I was just checking out the leaderboard, and Ampudia is entered in the UTV Pro Stock Turbo class. So that was when Rodrigo Ampudia came, the 2910. That is the first car to finish in that class. So it looks like Rodrigo Ampudia is going to take the win in the subclass in B3 of the UTV Pro Stock Turbo.
Yeah, and he was absolutely hauling as he came across the line there. So a great run there from Ampudia. More used to seeing them racing down in Baja, of course.
We got a lot of finishers coming across the line now. We have Piplick is in, Martin is in, Kristen Matlock is in, Jake Versi's in, Nick May we saw, Jackson Fisher, Mike Kelly, the other Jackson, 10:30. We got a lot of finishers coming in the last couple minutes.
Okay, and still there's racing action continuing here, and we're just watching another car out on track with problems. They're trying to push it off the racing line. I see they're one of our course workers.
Yeah, you can't park there.
Yeah, this is not a parking lot. This is a desert race. Looks like they're waiting for a car to come by. And that it does.
Oh, it's right at the finish, huh? So close.
Oh.
If they can get it to the top of the hill, maybe they can push it through the infield.
Yeah, it's nothing worse than that, is there?
No.
And the trouble is, in this kind of race, it's not the kind of race where people want to stop and chuck you a line and drag you across either.
Yeah, I don't know technically at this race what the rules are for the finish, if you're allowed to be dragged across the finish or if you're allowed to finish on your own power or what.
Usually in King of the Hammers, assistance is allowed from another competitor.
Even across the finish line?
Yep, absolutely. Well, there's so many stories on that you can't believe. But Pam is back on stage and she's got another interview. So Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with Zack Mclaren. You right now are up here unofficially in this #1 spot by 20 seconds. You came out, now redemption from last year. How are you feeling right now?
We are pumped. I cannot believe we just won the King of the Hammers. Super exciting, fun race, straight up battle the whole time. Between Dale and Ezra, Cade was in there. Oh my God, such a battle, so fun. Gosh, what an awesome race. Thank you.
Well, that's awesome to hear you had an awesome race. Being up here unofficially in that #1 spot, you guys battling it out all day long. I heard it came down to also pit stops, but where do you think you gained that extra 20 seconds on all the other drivers to be in this #1 spot right now?
Mile out, rev limiter only.
There you go, and I probably popping the whole time.
Yes, absolutely. That's not a joke. We tried really hard in the last mile. We knew we were within 30 seconds of him, just watching him on the ridge, and I was counting in my head. Like, I think we can get, I think we're within 30. Anyway, we just hammered it the last mile, and it might have worked out, hopefully, unofficially.
Unofficially, here you are. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Oh man, first and foremost, my dad. That's Tony Mclaren. He puts his whole team together, allows us to come out here, Matt and I, to come out here and race these awesome races. God, BF Goodrich, we cannot do it without you guys. Lumacraft Race Cars, Kevin McMullen Transaxles. Gosh, I'm sure there's a bunch more, but and I guess most importantly, my wife and kid at home. Thank you. Love you, Madeline and Maverick. Thank you so much for letting me be here.
Well, congratulations unofficially in this #1 spot. We'll see you back up here later on, but congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. Absolutely fantastic. I love seeing all these winners crossing the line. It's one of the great things of these multi-class races is that you get so many winners coming up and they're so stoked to be here. And nobody has an easy story about turning up to King of the Hammers. They all have a backstory and it's months of hard work and graft that get them here.
Oh yeah, you were in this one. This course is rough. Some people will be like, oh, it's only 200 miles. It's like, yeah, it's 200 miles of rough terrain, not any fire roads, nothing, no graded roads. This is real desert racing out here.
Yeah, absolutely. There are no easy miles in the desert, not one single one, and that is particularly true at King of the Hammers. You don't come here because it's easy, you come here because it's tough, because it's King of the Hammers.
Exactly, you got to earn this one.
If you just joined us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. This morning at 8 o'clock, we started the limited classes races with the B2s, B3s, B4s, T3s and T4s leaving the line. Brock Heger has brought home a monumental win today, giving everybody else a schooling out there on the track. And it's been absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
however,
actually, we just had a finisher finish that that has a really good time. Max Eddy Jr. just jumped up all the way up to second place on the day.
Wow.
So Max Eddy Jr. in with a 3:09. Brock Heger had a 3:02. So hell of a run for Max Eddy coming from a little bit farther back today.
Well, let's not forget, Max Eddy is also one of the new stars of the Polaris factory race team as well. So what a run for him. We saw him coming into the pits earlier today. And let's just talk about that for a second. 3 seconds to do a fuel stop. Remarkable. That's Formula One territory.
Yeah, definitely. He just needed a splash of fuel. They put in enough so that they know they would make it the rest of the way and send him on his way.
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely incredible to watch.
That's that car we saw earlier. Almost made it to the finish. What a heartbreaker just outside of Hammertown. Well, assuming they were on their second lap. They might have been finishing their first lap.
Yeah, absolutely. But as this limited race starts to come to the conclusion, let's not forget at 1 p.m. we will have the unlimited trucks hitting the track. That's going to be the T1s, the T2s, and the B1s. That is going to be something very special to watch, Fish.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one. We already hear them lining up over here. Our stage shakes every once in a while when they run, when they go by.
Yeah, every time 1,000 horses comes rumbling by, you can feel it here, that's for sure. But there's still more runners and riders out on track right now, and we're watching another one of the B2 cars making his way towards the finish. Love listening to Mclaren there. He's just saying he just buried it to the floor and left it on the rev limiter for that last mile. Okay, well, we'll continue to watch finishers crossing the line. Pam is on stage, and she's got someone else with her. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I am here with Max Eddy Jr. Sitting here talking to you. You're brand new to this team, and you're up here They said it, I think, unofficially in that number 2 spot. How do you feel right now?
Oh, man, I feel relieved. Yesterday, we didn't have the best qualifying spot. I only had 25 miles in this car coming into yesterday, so just not super comfortable, and our pace was off, and I was like, oh, man, this is going to be a rude awakening for me. But it feels good to come up here, and we pushed hard. We picked it up today, and I was thinking, I don't know how these cars are going to survive at this pace, because we were hammering them, man, and then coming in on the last lap, they told us that we were doing good to push hard at the pit B out there, the remote pit, and then we hit a couple rocks like hard, 10, 12 miles out, and I was telling my navigator, my nephew Austin, I said, hey, get ready, let's change the tire, but you know what, these BFG tires held in there and they never went flat, and they're amazing.
Well, here you are up on the stage, 25 miles in the car. That's amazing to be up here in the position you're in. Congratulations on that. But who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
You know, my partner from last year, Craig Scanlon, gave me an opportunity this year to drive this own car, but obviously the whole Polaris family, Polaris, Factory Razor, BF Goodrich, Rigid Lights, Hostile, Rockford Fosgate. My navigator here, he did an awesome job all day. Travis Clark and my mechanic Casey aced this car, no problems. Everyone involved with Polaris Factory Racing, it was awesome.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you back up here later on an awesome day.
Thank you very much.
Jim Fish, back to you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from these races when they come in. Now, Fish, you've got some more news for me.
Yeah, some breaking news. We may have just had a winner change in B2.
Ooh.
So the 1080 just came in, who started pretty far back today. Yesterday, Peter Hajas in the 1080 was a 37.09. We're going to do some fish math again, and this is going to be down to 1 second.
Do I need to take my shoes and socks off this time?
Yes. He was behind by 2 minutes and 8 seconds yesterday. I think he just beat him by 2 minutes and 9 seconds today.
No way.
So we may have just had a new winner in Class 10 by 1 second. Unofficial fish math. We're definitely going to need to get race ops on that one.
Ben, get to work.
It's within 1 second for the Class 10.
Wow.
Either way, right
That's
now for the win.
absolutely astonishing.
He came so far from the back that we didn't notice him until right now when his time popped up.
His time pops up. That's remarkable stuff. But that's why I love this style of racing. It is never over until it is over. You got to get everyone across the line before you really can work things out.
Yeah, 1 second. What do you think? That's pretty close.
So, okay, let me get this right. So we're just doing around about 226 miles, okay, of racing, and 1 second dividing them.
1 second.
That's incredible stuff.
I mean, I think I'm doing that right. I think I did the math right.
Well, we'll find out in a minute. One of those drivers is going to love you.
I'm pretty sure he won by a second.
Okay, is this Cade Mclaren I can see coming in here? That is.
That is Caden.
Yeah, no, this is Caden Mclaren. Now, Caden, of course, was running in a really strong position earlier in this race, but he flipped the car up in the rock section, landed down, and it looks absolutely fantastic recovery from Caden Mclaren. This is not the finish he wanted, coming off of his Baja 1000 win earlier this year. But he'll be stoked to see him crossing the line. But Pam's back up on stage. So, Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Caden Wells. You just finished the Desert Challenge out here at King of the Hammers. You're always racing out here. We see you up here quite a bit. But what do you think about that course this year compared to last year?
It was pretty similar. Definitely a little bit rougher, but the car made it.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish. You're just sitting here saying it was a little bit rougher. Fun course. There's a lot of fast sections out there, but I keep getting told there's also some rough sections as well. What was your favorite part about this race course?
I don't know. I really enjoyed the race course. First lap, I was running a little slower pace, and then second lap, decided to pick it up a little bit, and I don't know, it just wasn't enough.
But you're here. You finished the race. That's a win in itself out here at King of the Hammers. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
I'd like to thank Tensor Tire, Method Race Wheel, Union Graphic Company, my parents, my navigator, Emma, Assault Industries, Liquid Moly, Simpson Race Products, Beef, they supplied the meat for our crew this weekend, Baja Designs. I'm missing a lot of people, but thank you to everyone.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing the 2024 Desert Challenge.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. It's always great to speak to these drivers when they cross. And as we continue here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we are just wrapping up the limited race here, but we will be coming back for the unlimited races later on, but we'll keep bringing you the action. We're going to cut out for a short commercial break. If you are with Premium, you'll be staying with us. If not, we'll see you in 2.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Welcome back to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here in Johnson Valley, California. The sun is shining, we've got a nice breeze, and we've just had some fantastic racing in our limited class race this morning. We've seen Brock Heger throw down an absolutely incredible run to lock down the win this morning. But Pam is up on stage and she's got more people with her. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Cade Martin out here racing. You're a young gentleman that's been racing for quite many years now. How many years have you been racing?
This is going to be about 7 years now, doing short course and now making my way into desert.
Well, I mean, you started out, in the trophy carts, and here you are in this Class 10 car.
Yeah, we did all the trophy carts, Lucas Oil, Great American Short Course, and now we're out here at King of the Hammers in the 10 car.
Well, you just finished King of the Hammers in the Desert Challenge. The course out there was fast and fun, some rough sections. Did you have any issues today?
We had no issues besides on the last lap we broke a spring on the shock. Super clean race all day. I think we ended up like 4th or 5th and had some super fun times out there.
Well, and you're not the only one that's been in the driver's seat. It's been a team effort out here.
Yeah, my cousin Tyler out here, he did the last lap and he drove really well. My cousin Talon rode with them, and then Ashton Perfect right here, he rode with me. So.
Well, and all of you guys have great experience in race cars, but out here racing with the big boys has got to feel really good. So who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I want to thank my dad, mom, the whole Martin family, everyone, M&M Cutomatic, Get Performance, Hank, Sparko, BFG Tires. These things they hold up really good. King Shocks, and then all the people that just come out and support us. Sunset Signs. There's a lot of people that help us make this happen.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and hopefully your spot holds and you'll be up there in that position.
Thank you.
All right, back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. Absolutely fantastic stuff there. Now, Fish.
Yeah.
It's been a great day of racing. I know you're doing lots of math here, sitting here right now, trying to work all this out as we have
myself a
multiple.
headache.
Exactly, as we have multiple classes out there on track. But I mean, let's look forward now. We're coming to the end of this particular race with the limited race. Let's look forward to the unlimited race coming up this afternoon. What can we expect?
Yeah, we have 1 hour until that race starts, and it's going to be pretty awesome. We got Christopher Polvoorde in a brand new Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive truck he just picked up about a couple weeks ago. Limited test time on it, went out there yesterday, had to caught and passed 2 cars that started in front of him and still set the fastest time of the day. So he's going to be starting first off the line next to Ryan Arciero. Ryan Arciero, his left knee is basically blown out. He can't even walk, so he has no left foot braking. So Ryan has to drive with only his right foot, which some people might think, well, that's how I drive all the time. But that's not how you drive these unlimited trucks. You drive with 2 feet. One of your left foot is on the brake the whole time, and it makes a big deal not to be able to have left foot braking. So that might come into play today. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Be watching that. And I'm just looking down that list. We've got a great list of drivers out there, and we're also going to be mixing those T1s and those T2s up, and the B1s. So if you qualified fast, you're going to be in that qualifying position, and that's going to make things really interesting.
Yeah, and that first T2 is starting in the 3rd position, and that is Dustin Grabowski from yesterday. And also one of the cars we did not have a tracker on yesterday that we could see was James Dean. He's going to be starting in the 3rd row in the 5th spot in the B1 car. So the B1s, the T1s, and the T2s are all in the top 5. We got one of each in the top 5.
Yeah, no, I'm loving that. That's absolutely fantastic. As we're just watching Christopher Polvoorde's T1 car there, just making his way past the staging. In fact, the one thing that strikes me really unusual with that vehicle is how quiet it is. Normally, when you get the T1s come by, they literally rattle your bones. But that was remarkable.
It won't be so quiet once the green flag drops.
So, yeah, so everything's looking really good there, but what a day. I've been really enjoying this. Everything's just working so nicely, but we've still got lots of race action out there right now.
Oh, that is Brandon Sims right there.
Tough break. Branden, of course, was running in 2nd position.
Yeah, they lost all drive. He couldn't go anywhere. No front or rear was turning, so they're just kind of hanging out, waiting for recovery at this point. Probably watching us.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe you'll get up and wave to the camera.
Okay, give us a wave, Branden.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't want to be parked there in approximately an hour's time when the T1s start blowing by. So I'd imagine one of our course workers will get there and just drag him off to the side of the track.
And he just gave us a wave, it looked like, by the way. Yeah, hopefully you get some recovery out to Brandon Sims and get him off of the course.
Yeah, there's going to be, let's not forget, we had 136 runners and riders starting out there this morning. But Pam's on stage right now, and she's got someone pretty special up there. So, Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I am here with Peter Hajas. Right now, you are sitting unofficially in that #1 spot by 1 second.
Oh, great. It's a great result. I'm really happy with it. You know, we had some mishaps out there, but overcame them. Never gave up, just drove, balls out the whole time. My son Eric here, he's sort of a newer co-driver, and it just all went well. No flats, no real major problems, and you guys put on a hell of a show. So King of the Hammers does an incredible job. I want to thank the whole group at Jake's Fab Works, the people who built this car. They build unbelievable cars. The whole team there, and I want to thank my lovely wife Lori, who lets me come out here and do this crazy stuff. So.
Well, congratulations right now, unofficially in that #1 position. I just got the news right before you came up here on the stage, so that's pretty awesome to be that close. Where do you think you picked up that 1 second?
We just drove crazy the whole time. I mean, we just drove hard, never gave up. I actually thought we were a lot farther back because I didn't push hard enough yesterday, and we just never just drove hard the entire race, and just kind of like, because we finished pretty far back, like 12th or something, but we started so far back today, 29th. So, but yeah, it was a good day.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Whenever we do our awards later on, we'll see you back up here. But right now, unofficially in that number 1 position.
All right, great. We'll see you guys tonight.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. That's one thing we love about racing, whether it be desert racing or racing in the rocks. It comes down to the smallest of margins after the longest of races.
Yeah, we always say it comes down to seconds, and literally it came down to, it looks like maybe 1 second unofficially, right? 1 second. That's insane.
Yeah, after 226 miles of racing spread out over 2 days. Yeah, how is that even possible? But there we are. But there's still cars on the track right now, and they're making their way back towards Hammertown. They'll be wanting to find that checker flag, as they earned it here at the Toyo Desert Challenge at King of the Hammers 2024. So we're just watching there. That is the Desert Assassin's car, the 7216.
Yeah, that's
easily identifiable. We keep saying this. Green fenders, nice big numbers.
Yep. You got the red around the number. You guys know that's the Desert Assassin's little number logo look that they've had for all the years, so it's easy to spot real quick.
Yeah, it does make such a difference for us.
So their competition today in that class was the Fire Guys Racing that we saw earlier, and then we heard they had a problem with the steering center link. So bummer to them. Pretty much they just got to get this truck to the finish, and then they'll be the winner of it's basically the 7 class, the T4, I think it is out here.
Yeah, they're doing a solid job out there. So that's Ranuio that's driving in that truck right now.
Yeah, that is Renee in there.
Renee, sorry.
I believe Cameron was going to be in... I don't know. Cameron changes his mind all the time. He was going to drive one UTV, then he was going to drive his Desert new UTV, then he was going to drive the truck. So one of the Desert Assassins crew is in there.
Yes. And Cameron's in there somewhere as well. And the racing continues here. We're launching the 4979 car there, working their way back towards Hammertown right now. It looks quick, so we can only guess they've had some problems out on course. But then it's also worth remembering that the people that we've seen crossing the line are super, super fast. So you can still be running a fast pace out there and still be looking at a 2-lap race.
Well, and we still have some of the stock classes that we haven't had a finisher in yet. So this could be a stock NA car right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that could be first place in that class.
Yeah, it's 4979.
Which classes are they in on your list over there?
I'm not even showing 4979.
It looks like a stalkerish car to me. Oh, they're in the UTV Open class.
Yeah, I believe that might be Jess Smerton.
Yeah.
So Jess pushing on and trying to get his way back here. As we've got plenty of action. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Jim Marsden, and it's been a fantastic day of racing here. Joining me in the booth now is Miss Pam Hall, or Mrs. Pam Hall. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm very well indeed. Great to see you up on stage today, interviewing all of those races. I mean, how cool has this race been?
Oh my gosh, it's been so awesome. I mean, out there watching and listening to you guys on it when I've been doing other stuff, I've had you in my ears to see what's going on. But it's been an amazing day of racing. The racers are loving the course that Dave Cole has came out and laid out for everybody. But here we do have the 29.07 coming through, going out on another lap.
That's the 29.07 of Chris Roundell there, and I'm fairly sure that he was completing his second lap. And we're back in with Todd Zakun. We've been seeing lots of action from these guys today. And I'm loving the fact that we can now get live shots from vehicles on course. I mean, that's incredible. We've never been able to do that properly before, but this year, our production crew got it down.
Yes, every year it keeps improving every single year, and right now watching this is pretty cool. You can kind of see the roughness of the course and everything, but having that in-car is definitely an improvement.
Do you know what really excites me about this? What really excites me about this is next week's racing, when we're going to be in those rock trails, when we're going to be fighting for King of the Hammers titles, and we're going to have that capability. But it looks like we've got another wounded soldier there on the side of the track.
Yeah, we've had quite a few today. I mean, we even had somebody come through earlier and, unofficially in second position with a broken axle as well, as you guys would hear. But sounds like that one that we just saw had a broken axle as well.
Yeah. But there's one of our 4600 cars there. That is the 4638. And we'll be seeing them racing. We will be seeing them racing later in this week. That is Jeremy Lucas.
Yes, out here getting some really good seat time racing in the Desert Challenge and then going to race later on like you just said. But it looks like they are pulling off. Not sure. It doesn't look like they have any flat tires or anything, so maybe they're just having some other issues.
Yeah, I'm just watching what he's doing there.
Not quite moving yet, but Jim, what a great day. Welcome back over the pond.
Thank you very much.
You guys call it, right? The pond?
Well, something like that, that's for sure. But no, it's a beautiful day to be here in Hammertown. If you're thinking about coming out, please do. We've got a week of racing ahead of us here in King of the Hammers.
Yes, it's just the beginning right now with our Toyo Tire Desert Challenge.
It is indeed. As we look forward towards the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optimus Batteries, we are going to have a fantastic time. It starts with qualifying on Monday for the 4900 UTVs. Then on Tuesday, it's qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. Then on Wednesday, it's qualifying for the Nitto Racer Kings 4400s. And then we get into the races themselves. On the Thursday, it will be the main event for the 4900 UTVs. And we'll be seeing so many stars out there like this man, Carl Cheney, who's just coming in to finish his second lap. Well, actually, is that Phil Blurton?
That
actually,
is
I might have
Phil
got that
Blurton,
wrong.
yes, the 2944.
Indeed, but he will also be racing with us on Thursday. Nice save, James.
Yeah, that was a great save, but look at Phil Blurton running through our short course. The short course is very pristine out there right now. The rain that we had last week really made the conditions amazing out here, and they have been keeping up on it with the water trucks and everything as well. Weird to say water trucks with all the rain we had.
Yeah, but isn't this wonderful that not to have the water trucks out on track the whole time and to watch the lack of dust? That's going to be fantastic for our unlimited classes that are going to be starting in just less than an hour.
Yes, and that was an awesome shot. Oh, we have a battle going on between the 970, and that is a Class 10, I believe, right behind.
Yeah, that 970 there, I should know that off the top of my head. I've been watching him all day.
I believe that is Jacob
Yeah, that's
Zaccone.
Jacob Zaccone. Now, Jacob is the car that we actually have our in-car camera in as well. So Jacob's been doing a great job for us. So thank you, Jacob.
And going back to Phil Blurton, that was an amazing shot of him coming through the short course in that new Maverick R. The Can-Am came out with that, and a lot of our racers are out here testing it out and been testing it out since they got it, and then out here now racing it.
I'm hearing absolutely fantastic things. But we've also got to say a massive shout out to Polaris for their, their Pro R Razor. I mean, that really has laid it down out here today. It's taken a couple of years for them to really get it dialed in, but now it's working incredibly well.
Yes, and we still have eyes on Jacob Zaccone.
And I've got to say this. Did you actually watch the pit stops for the factory Polaris team?
No, I did not. I
Wow.
was actually out doing some other stuff.
If I was to tell you they were doing a fuel stop in 3 seconds,
Huh.
that's not bad, is it? That's Formula One territory.
I was going to say, that's F1 style.
And that's how this sport is changing constantly. But look at all the spectators here, right out round the back there. This is as they come down past back door. And that's one of our Jeep speeds coming into the short course.
Looks like that is 7309 of our Jeep Speed. Jeep Speed's a very unique class. I've seen it around desert racing
Yeah,
for
that is Jim
quite
Horn
some time.
in his Jeep Gladiator.
That's really cool to see a Jeep Gladiator out there. Usually you see in the Jeep Speeds the old Cherokees and whatnot. But
Well,
to see
usually
a
you see them in the
Gladiator-
Mall car park, don't you?
Exactly. Making his way through the short course.
But Jeeps aren't just for shopping. Jeeps are for racing, and that's what this one's doing right now.
It's really cool to see the Jeep out there making the jumps. I mean, he's actually getting air. Obviously, he's built up to do it, but the Jeep Speed class is very fun to watch.
Yeah, that's a great class as well. I mean, the nice thing about it is he's sitting there, he's got the climate control turned on, he's having a great time, the radio's cranked up, he's listening to his favorite hits on the radio, everything's good.
That's right. You know, that's definitely a different part of the ball game whenever you have a AC and a heater. I mean, you use your heater in the morning and your AC in the afternoon around this place.
Absolutely. I could have done with some heating in here this morning, if I'm honest. And I could probably do with some aircon this afternoon.
Right, exactly. Oh,
But
that's
we've
a
still got
awesome
more
shot.
cars coming in now. Now, this is one of the Speed UTV.
That's 77.
Is it?
That's
No,
Max
it's
Gordon.
not. No, is it Max?
Yes.
Yes,
Number
it is
77.
Max. Yes, I did call it right. So that's Max Gordon crossing the line there in the Speed UTV. So great run there from Max.
Max Gordon is only, I believe, 15 years old. I don't believe he's actually turned 16 yet. Talking to him yesterday during the lineup, he's been driving since he was about 2 years old. So if you guys haven't been following his journey throughout the years through Robby, he's got a lot of seat time under his belt for being so young.
I was trying to work out when was the first time he was in the stadium truck. When was the first time he took his win? Because it is remarkable stuff, and you follow his journey. It is absolutely incredible.
I think it was last year's when he took his first win in the stadium truck, I believe. I'm not sure, but you know he's been in it a lot longer than that.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean,
And
I
he
remember.
took a win at a desert race last year as well. Let's not forget. Yeah.
I remember seeing a YouTube video of him when he was so little, and they had to put like wood blocks on the pedals for him to be able to reach many years ago. And there's our in-car again of Todd.
Yeah, this is the 970. See, I remembered this time. So Todd Cerrone coming on in towards the finish now.
Look at how rough he is.
I love his gloves. He's got stars and stripes gloves.
Very patriotic. I love it.
Absolutely.
So do we have rear car on them as well? Is that how we're seeing his front view
Yeah,
and
it does
his
look
rear?
now. I think that's the first time we've seen the rear camera coming on, so that's absolutely fantastic.
That
and I know
is.
that they're working on so much at the moment in the background. Cameras that actually surround the vehicle, so we'll be able to get an all-round feel. And moving to the future, the production that we're going to see in the next couple of years is going to be absolutely remarkable. So
Yes.
massive thank you to the masterminds in our production crew that come up with all this stuff.
I mean, just the coverage, too. Let's talk about that. We have cameras in locations we've never had them before. We have drones in locations we've never had them before. So there's so much more coverage overall for the whole
And
entire week of King of the
also,
Hammers.
the quality of the helicopter footage is mind-boggling. We're doing things out here that we never thought would be possible 10 years ago.
Yes, exactly. And there we have another Jeep Speed. What's really cool, too, about all of the drones and all of the helicopters, what we always tell our drivers, too, is put your number on the roof, because now that we're going so much by the aerial coverage, it's how we can really point them out.
Unfortunately, not many people got the memo in
Nope.
this race, but let's hope they do for the Hammers races coming up.
That's why we talk about it, so they'll get that memo.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, myself and Fish were talking about this yesterday. You know, bright colours, make your car individual, big numbers on the side. It all helps us tell your story.
Exactly. 100% agree with you on that. And that's what we do talk to our drivers about. But we do have Jeep Speed coming on through. Let's see, how many cars have we actually had come through and complete? It looks like we have had 28.
Yeah, 136 cars actually started today.
So that's really awesome to see that 28 of them so far have finished. The attrition out here and the finisher rate is always different every single year.
Absolutely. But the one thing is there's always attrition. And just watching Ethan Ebberts making his way past the booth here as he makes his way to staging for the Unlimited race. And that's a very interesting car. That is the Honda Ridgeline and uses a twin-turbo V6 engine.
Well, that's pretty cool right there.
It is. It breaks the mold, which is something I really like.
Yes, exactly. I believe that is the 1829 that we're seeing on the footage just now. Let's see, the 1829. I could be wrong on that number. And that right there, the drone is flying over our hot pits where our racers come in and do all of their fueling, their tire changes, or any kind of repairs that they need to do. So it's a really cool aerial footage of all of the hot pits.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the mats down there in the pits. So these are guys will be setting up now for the T1, T2, and the B1 race that's coming up. So let's talk about that. So the T1s, they're the unlimited. They are the big dogs of desert racing. Basically, if you can dream it, if you can think it, you can race it. Then we have the T2s, which are very similar vehicles, but they're limited on engine size. They're also limited on their transmission as well. They're only allowed a turbo 400, and they're only allowed to have an LS3, which putting out around about 525 horsepower, which is about half the horsepower of the big guns sitting in the T1s. Then we have the B1s. Now, these are the, as Cameron Steele would say, buggy dorks.
Right.
So these are the big buggies, unlimited buggies, and they are absolutely rocking. So I can't wait to see this race this afternoon. It's going to be very special indeed.
Yes,
we were talking about this earlier. All three classes are represented in our top 5 for qualifying yesterday. So that's awesome.
Yes, and that is our back door area that they come down and look at the spectators over there. That is a pretty awesome view of all of the spectators over there. It's a really cool area, too, because once they drop down into it, you can tell right there it is a sand wash. It can be fast, but there are those rocks that are hidden. Those are the tire gitches.
Yeah, there's plenty of landmines out there, that's
Yes.
for sure. It looks like one of our Jeep Speed cars there making his way in towards the finish. And I think that is just about to drop down the hill and join us in Hammertown.
Making his way slowly through.
Oh, look at this.
That is the 1829, I believe, or I thought it was 1829.
Yeah, that is one of our B3s there making his way past.
Can't quite make out the number. I saw them earlier on, though, but making their way past the Jeep Speed.
So, Pam, I'm going to leave you in here. I'm going to switch over to my good friend, Miles Hasselquist. He's going to take over for a bit, and I will catch you all a little bit later.
Awesome. Thanks, Jim. You've been in this booth since 8 o'clock this morning and haven't left, so put your time in for sure. And here we do have Mr. Miles Hasselquist. You guys see him on all the time with his mic wrench out in the hot pits. But Miles, welcome to the booth. I just came in here just a few minutes ago as well. So it's awesome to have you in here because I know later on you're definitely going to be in the hot pits for all of our T1, T2s, and our B1 class.
Yeah, this next race is going to be pretty awesome to watch. Obviously, this morning's limited race was a good one to watch for sure. But now we're going to have the biggest and baddest names in the sport. We're definitely missing a few of the big names, but we've got a lot of great competitors out there, and it's going to be a fun one to watch.
Yes, especially having the young gentleman of Christopher Polvoorde on that number 1 spot. Wow, and that's great.
I think he's the only one with the all-wheel drive T1, so he's definitely got the advantage. Arciero's here, the Gomez brothers. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be some great competition out there, and speaking of Christopher, too, he's in that brand new Ford as well. So first time racing that truck, and he's also an Optima battery sponsored driver. So that's one that you will definitely notice out on course. But talking with the Gomez's and everything, you know, it's the brothers, the brotherly love out there racing and competing against each other. It's so fun to watch.
And fun to listen to.
Yes.
They definitely get a little rowdy on the comms in there. I had a fun chat with Raul an hour and a half ago or so, and he was full race suit, truck was right behind him, and it was looking ready to go, and he was just all smiles getting ready to take off.
I don't think any of the Gomez's don't have a smile on their faces.
I've seen it a couple times, but it's not very often.
So that is the 1929, not 1829, like I said earlier, of Aspen Chernos coming through the short course into the finish. So, Miles, out in the hot pits today, give us a little rundown of what all you've seen.
So this is roughly a 91-mile course. So their main deal was just fuel, and there's a lot of them that they thought they could make the entire race, but they didn't want to risk it and run out, a few miles from the finish. So basically just a splash and go and give the car a shakedown. Come in, still, check the steering. If obviously re-rack the spare if they need to, but it was mainly just fuel and go, and saw quite a few axles that were an issue and a few tires for sure, but. Heger was saying, this is more of a sprint race than what he's used to. So getting him out there and running, and man, Brock Heger just drove an amazing race. I mean, he was wide open till the last, 5-10 minutes. And you could definitely tell he was off pace a little bit because, he's playing smart.
Right.
To finish first you must finish.
Exactly. That's so true. But yeah, he's, sitting on the pole and finished unofficially in that number 1 spot's got to be a great feeling for him, though, for sure. And you can see our Jeep speed going through that short course. I can't quite make out the number on it. But we have had 28 drivers so far complete the race today. So 28 out of 100, and I think it's 160 plus drivers that took the green flag this morning.
And then tomorrow morning we kick off for the UTV Hammers Championship qualifying, and there are going to be a bunch of those out there, and it's going to be a fun one to watch. We got John Crowley will be joining us. He'll be our UTV specialist tomorrow, and I know you hop in for a little bit, and we're just going to take turns the rest of the week for qualifying.
Yes, it's always so much fun, and that was Taylor McNamara I can't even say it, McNamara.
Yeah, I saw Brian and Sean finished just, I'm going to say 10 or 15 minutes ago, so great to see them. I believe they'll be racing the 4600 Curry stock class as well for the Everman Challenge.
I saw her on the line this morning. I should have known that was her car. The beautiful teal-colored Jeep.
Yep, they've been racing Jeeps with us with the Everman Challenge for quite some time. So the McNamara camp will be super excited, and they'll be racing with us, or qualifying on Tuesday and racing Friday. Tuesday and Friday.
So many different days of so many different racing. We can't forget we also have the Kids 170 race as well. So we've talked about everything that we have going on throughout the week, but we do have the future of our sport also racing as well. And I believe that is on Tuesday night. And the kids race, the KOH Kids.
And I believe the Pro Eagle and Buggy Whip Pit Crew Challenge will be tomorrow evening. Yes. That's always a fun one to go check out. Just a fun event.
It is definitely a fun event to see these drivers over there, and they're struggling. It's funny about it because they don't sit and actually practice it, so it's really fun to watch them go through that pit crew challenge because they got great prizes.
Yeah, and they have fun with it. And speaking about fun, we still have a lot more fun yet to come. So we're going to step away from the action and take a quick break. We'll reset and be right back after this.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Minnow Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back to the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We have a few more finishers will be coming through, and they'll be kicking off the T1, T2, and the B1 Unlimited class right around 1 o'clock. All Pacific Standard Time.
And we have a finisher coming through our short course here in just one moment. You can see them going around. That Talladega turn is one of those turns that we love to see. The racers are always having fun through that turn as well. So this is the S930. This is Zaccone. This is the one that we were talking about earlier, has that in-car camera. So Todd Zaccone.
Just a few more turns yet to go. Hit the Can-Am corner and hit the finish line jump, and we'll get a time for him. But what a great race we had earlier today. It's starting to wind down just a little bit. We're getting a few more going to trickle through, but then again, the unlimited class be starting here in just a little bit, and it's going to be one to watch.
Yes, it
Got
will.
about a half hour for that one.
Yes, and we have a great crowd out here by our fire watching our Jumbotron that's right here next to us. So Todd Zaccone getting our checkered flag. And that is a great footage of our start-finish line, our aerial footage of our infield.
Looks like another car coming through. I know the helis landed to refuel to get ready for the big race. And the helis and the drones have been so amazing. Hammer King Productions as an entire has done an amazing, amazing thing. There's another Speed UTV. We've seen a couple of those finish already. Max Gordon came through just a little bit ago.
And that one is the 3457. Don't have that number right here in front of me. Coming through the Bronco Arch is a 1673 of Michael Bud Ward. Coming down that really rough section, that is a steep hill, fun little section. But here Bud Ward is coming into our finish line. We are going to be bringing in a guest here into the booth, Mr. Ben Napier. He's over in our race ops helping us out all day long. But Ben Napier, sounds like you're going to have some information for us.
You can't call Ben just a guest. He's doing a little bit of everything behind the scenes. He's got 3 earbuds on with 2 ears. I don't know how you do it, buddy.
Yeah, mate, it drives me crazy.
Well, you've been a very busy man.
I have been. It's been a great week. We're off to a flying start with the Desert Challenge here today, and we've had some great racing this morning in the limited race. It's been awesome to see them out on the course and tearing around in the B2s, B3s, and all the T3, T4, B4s that are coming in still. We're seeing some finishes in, which is awesome.
This is Michael Bud Ward hitting the finish line jump for the last time.
Very cool. But what I have for you all is official results.
Official?
Official.
Ooh, I like it.
So we work through a process. We check trackers, we check VCPs, compliance with the 150 feet each side of the course. The USAC team work very hard with multiple sources of data to ensure that everything is as it should be. And they've just released to me the official results for B2 and B3 overall podium.
Let's start with it. Let's go from 3 up.
Where would you like to start? The B3s?
Yep, let's do it.
Okay, so third place in the B3s, number 1871, Mr. Wayne Matlock, with a total time, and this is prologue and today's race added together, of 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
That is very impressive. Now, second place, only 34 seconds ahead of Wayne. In 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 11 seconds is 1841 Max Eddy Jr.
Wow.
So, wow, 41 seconds between, 34 seconds between those finishes.
That's
that
pretty
is
close.
After almost 4 hours of racing. But the guy that pretty much dominated here, and it's a race time of 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 23 seconds. So he's 11 minutes up on second place. 1896 Brock Heger. That was an amazing race.
So factory Polaris teammates first and second. That's pretty impressive.
That is very impressive. And Brock Heger, I mean, he took the pole position and stayed out front and took the win.
And he led most of the way. Max speed I'm showing of 95.6 miles an hour.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That is very fast in a B3. So that's B3. I have another set of results for you for the B2s.
And this is a pretty close one, too, down to the wire.
Mate, I have not seen a race closer to this. So this is the Desert Limited Buggies, our C10s. Third place, the 1077 of Dale Ebberts. And he had a race time of 3 hours, 51 minutes, and 4 seconds.
Wow.
Second place, 1047, Zack Mclaren. He has a race time of 3 hours, 50 minutes, 41 seconds, 0.2.
So what separates them?
They've got
less than a minute.
They've got 24 seconds between them. 25 seconds between them.
25 seconds between second and third after racing for 182 miles.
Isn't that incredible? But this gets even more amazing. Zack Mclaren gets second with 3 hours, 50 minutes, 41 seconds, 0.2. Our winner, the 1080, Peter Hajas, he is 3 hours, 50 minutes, 40 seconds, 0.6.
Wow.
So
he has won this
second.
race by 0.6 of a second.
That is incredible. All three of them within a minute. 1, 2, and 3. You can't get any better racing
What
than
an
that.
incredible finish. And we have two timing systems completely independent, and they both verified the same result. What a race. What an incredible race.
A race to the finish.
Amazing. I don't know if I've ever seen a top 3 finish be so close, but 1 and 2 being that close.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like short course style kind of
That
racing.
is. It's incredible after almost 4 hours of racing that they were.
I was talking to Dale Ebberts in the pits and after the race, and he was super excited to be where he was, but he's like, I don't know where we're at. It's so close. Like, it's going to be down to timing, and he was absolutely right to be that close.
Yeah, and Dale was our overnight leader after the prologue, and Peter was a little bit down the order, and Peter's come above Zack and Dale to get the win today, and wow, what a phenomenal race.
How amazing.
Yeah.
How amazing is that? I mean, Peter's got to feel really good. Peter's a very well-seasoned racer. He races all over. He races Baja. He races, Best in the Desert, all of that kind of stuff. So he's a very well-seasoned racer out there. Same with Dell. Dell's been racing Class 10 as well for quite a while. And for them to be out here competing and being so close out here at King of the Hammers, pretty good feeling.
It's great to see these guys coming over and racing with us, and yeah, thank you guys. That was an amazing race.
Yeah, that's awesome. And again, Ben, thanks for everything you've been doing. Helping in the booth, helping behind the scenes, keeping everybody staged up right. You've got your hands full, but you're doing good. So.
Well, and let's talk about Dell and Ezra. Ezra, his son, he won this race last year, and now they're in that third position. But they're a family team. I mean,
I love how they switch seats and let the whole family get their seat time and have some fun.
Exactly. And here we have Cameron Steele just came around and completed his race. But yeah, the whole family atmosphere with that team is pretty awesome. It's really cool to see the families coming together and racing together.
Absolutely. Now, guys, I'm going to have to head off. We do have an announcement. We have pushed the official start of the unlimited race from 12:30 to 1 o'clock. We're giving the limited cars a bit more time to get further around the course.
Before we send out the big
So
dogs.
we're about 22, 23 minutes away from start of the race with the T1s leading us off in our unlimited race this afternoon at the Toyo Desert Challenge.
That's going to be great. Well, we'll let you get out of here and get everybody lined up and get everything getting ready to kick off.
No problems. Thanks, Miles and Pam. Great to be here.
Thank you, Ben.
Ben, always a pleasure, buddy. Thank you.
All right, we do have the 4979. Let me get that number coming through our short course, getting the checkered flag. The 4979.
We just saw Cameron Steele's truck finish just a few minutes ago. Now he's in his Can-Am finishing up here as well, so get them pulled through. As I see a lot of the
look at that.
T1s lining up right now. We see J.P. Gomez, Blake Wilkie, Gibbs, Durant's.
That was a
Pile?
pass just now on screen. There's a car looked like it was limping it through the short course, and the 4979 just launched over and made a pass on the finish.
And the checkered flag is flying for everybody here in the limited class. And like Ben just said, we're trying to give some of the limited guys and gals a little bit more lead before we send out the unlimited trucks to chase them down, because there's still going to be a little bit of lap traffic out there, and they'll know they're coming. I promise.
Exactly. Well, what do you want to call it? So the horsepower difference, right? You got unlimited horsepower basically in our T1 class. We're sending out the Clydesdales. We want to get the ponies off the course.
Yeah, I mean some of those 10 cars, and they're a couple hundred horsepower compared to
Right.
1,200 horsepower.
Exactly. We do have another UTV coming through for their finish, going through that Can-Am turn.
Finishing up their last corner, and then hitting the finish jump. And at the checkered flags is where their time actually does start, but they do go through the start-finish line just to keep everybody flowing safely.
And that is the 970. He is also the one that does have the in-car camera on, which is awesome that we were seeing earlier, and that's the 970 of Jacob Zaccone taking the checkered flag.
And look at all the volunteers that are out here helping everybody out. We've got a whole crew from Australia that have been helping do a little bit of everything behind the scenes. So see them out there helping out. So if you see anybody in one of those orange volunteer vests, give them a high five and handshake. They've, without them, this would not be possible. I mean, obviously we have a great course staff, but I think we have 200 plus volunteers spread out through the course, doing everything from building fence to race, keeping race traffic flowing great. So again, thanks to everybody that makes this possible.
Yes, it's definitely awesome to have such a large crew, and especially having the Aussies come over. I mean, they have so much fun out here. They're such a great help. I mean, they're going wherever they can, like all of us are out here building, but it's such a great crew. They're doing our lineup as well.
Yep.
So
and
lots of fun.
USAC's here. I mean, all of our safety crew, media. And speaking about everything that makes this possible, thanks to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Griffin Radiators, Sylvania Off-Road, Toyo Tires, Progressive Insurance, and Nitto. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2024 Toyo Tire Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy.
And off in our view here, Miles, by our campfire, we do have our T1s coming around. We have Christopher Polvoorde, that is in that number 1 spot. Ryan Arciero behind him.
And the Herbst.
Tim Herbst.
It's going to be a
Coming
stacked
through.
field. This is going to be one to watch. We'll be bringing Jim Marsden and Fish with Fish-gistics here in about, I bet you they'll hop in here in about another 10 minutes or so. Give them a quick little lunch break and kick off this unlimited race. And then I know you'll be walking the line doing some interviews, and I'll be back in the pits ready for them to come through after lap number 1.
Yes, I'll try my best to catch them. They start going out on course, though, so I sometimes miss them, but it's so much fun walking through the line. Like, Miles, I know you love doing those pit interviews. It's so awesome to watch you. I know you have a blast doing it. And you give us so much information, find out so much while you're over there in the pits as well. But walking the line, getting that pre-race interview is so much fun to see their, I say fun, but to see their nerves, their race faces on, and strategy and everything, and talking to their teams, and it's just so cool on both ends of everything that goes on for the production team.
Yeah, and you're saying that walking the line, and you can get a vibe from these drivers. That's what I do in the pits.
Yep.
Is you can get a vibe like they're serious race face, just talk about the car, walk around. But sometimes you could get in there and have a chat, and you can really learn a lot.
Yes, exactly. And here we do have Adam Lovell coming through the Bronco Arch.
That is Adam and Brad Lovell coming through. They're racing their UTV today. And then they'll be racing their 4600 Curry Enterprise Bronco later on this week. So Adam Lovell driving, Brad Lovell's son. Brad Lovell's an off-road motorsports Hall of Famer, well-deserved. He'll be grabbing that checkered flag here in just a moment. But what a great showing by everybody thus far. So while we're going to take a quick little break, reset. And we'll have some more racing action right back here in just a moment. Don't forget to get that premium feeds. We'll be right back after this.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. This is the limited race just winding down. We are about 15 minutes away from kicking off the unlimited race. I am Miles Hasselquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to hand it back over to Jim Marsden and Fish with Fishgistics.
All right, Miles, I'm back in the booth.
All right, Fish, always a good time, man. I've been out there running around the pits. It's been fun listening to you and Jim do your thing, and I can't wait for these next guys and gals to take off. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, I just went down there and talked to a couple of the top guys, asked them what their strategy is today. Everybody fed me a bunch of BS, most likely, because they don't want their other guy to know what they're doing, right?
I love the strategy on that part, yeah. So speaking about that, the Gomez brothers, always have fun with them. They'll call out fake race miles to each other just to kind of give them a hard time.
Yeah, right, just to mess with each other. So what are we, about 10 minutes away here, it looks like, maybe, or so?
Yeah, I got 13 on my clock.
Perfect.
So I'm gonna head back down there and give it back to Jim. So, Fish, always a pleasure working with you, buddy, and I'm going to throw Jim back in the booth.
All right, Miles, get us some good interviews in the pits there in a little bit. We'll be looking forward to them. So we still have a few cars out on course coming in. Looks like this is some of our B3s still finishing. The B3s and the B2s were out there. Everybody does 2 laps, 91-mile laps each. The next race is going to do the exact same thing. The unlimited race is same course, 2 laps. They're going to go 2 cars every minute, and that's going to be, let's see, it's going to start at about 1, and we have, how many cars do we have in this race? Looks like we got about 47 cars in the next race. So just over about 23 minutes or so to get everybody off the line.
Yeah, I think it's going to be around that, Fish. Thank you very much to Miles. Thank you very much to Pam. And this is the one we've been waiting for, my friend. This is the unlimited classes.
Yeah, these are the bad boys right here. Anything, run what you brung. Spend as much money on your truck, do whatever to it, have as many wheels be powered, anything you want to do. Bring it out here and you race in the T1 class.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the fact that we can get to see the cars sitting in staging here inside Hammertown. So if you're a fan, you can actually walk right up to these vehicles and have a good look around them. And my word, they are just eye-watering. Pure eye candy. The construction, the welding, every single part about them is just pure off-road porn.
And the weather has held up great for us out here. We got a little bit of the W out here just to make it more exciting. The water still looks like on the dirt. We don't have too much dust out there, so we're going to see some good racing today. There's going to be some dust with these guys out there with the horsepower and the tire sizes. They are going to kick up a bit, but it's not going to be horrible. One car that we missed yesterday, I'm just looking at the lineup right now. So James Dean, we didn't have a time for him yesterday. He actually ended up finishing 5th overall yesterday. So he's going to start in that 3rd row today. So that's one of the cars we were looking for yesterday. We knew James is always fast. James is going to drive lap 1, and then Nick May is going to hop in that car. They're going to do a driver change. That's scheduled at least. And Nick May is going to get in for the 2nd lap.
Oh, really? Now, it's Nick May that we just seen racing in the B2s earlier on today.
Correct. They're each doing a lap in each other's cars.
Now, I like that. That's very cool indeed. So he's watching the Toyota that can, the 73-119, making their way towards the finish. I'm so pleased to see this right now. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We have just been watching the limited race.
Like this is some of our still finishing.
We're just watching the limited race right now, and very shortly we're going to be getting the unlimited race going. And I'm just looking down at our start order here, but the main name that jumps straight off the page at me is Christopher Polvoorde. He's sitting in 1st place right now, and our crew had a chance to catch up with him earlier this week.
47 cars in the next race. So just over about 23 minutes or so to get everybody off the line?
Yeah, I think it's going to be around that, Fish. Thank you very much to Miles. Thank you very much to Pam. And this is the one we've been waiting for, my friend. This is the unlimited classes. Do you want us to go live again?
Hey guys, Christopher Polvoorde, and we're out here at King of the Hammers. This race will be my first T1 race in my own truck. Last year, Team Walser was kind enough to let me start running their Mason all-wheel drive, and now I have my own Mason all-wheel drive, which I'm pretty excited about. Been building it over the past year. It doesn't seem real to, have one in my own hands and kind of make it mine and make all the small adjustments and come out here and play with the big boys. Racing in T2 is always fun, but the T1 has always been at the top. So it's a dream, and now with some opportunities with Ford and Optima and just so many great partners, it's all come together where I can do it, and it just doesn't seem real. It's very intimidating jumping into T1 with names that have been around for years, names everyone knows. I think we've got a lot to learn, myself, the team, but I think we have what it takes to do it. We're patient and we're eager. We don't like losing, I can tell you that. Let's see if we have what it takes to run with the legendary names. So with my short course background, we were racing for 1/1000th of a second over, a 1 minute lap. So every corner we were just trying to shave 1/1000th of a second, 1/10 of a second. And now I take that mentality and I put it in where we're racing for 4 or 5 hours and we're doing a couple thousand corners. They all add up. We're not afraid to send it. So then we just got to teach ourselves to not send it when we don't have to. Desert racing it's a team effort and it's a challenge, it's an adventure. It's not, just a 15-minute sprint. It's one of those things, I call it like type 2 fun. Sometimes you just want to get out of the truck. It's the worst experience of your life. Then as soon as it's over, it's the coolest thing and you just won't stop talking about it. It's one of those things that it pushes you like over the limit, but then once you're finished, you're like, I want to do that again.
Hey, let's cheer for the official winner of T2, Chris Polvoorde.
King of the Hammers is just one of those races every year. You put it on your schedule just because it's an event, it's an experience. Stateside, this is definitely the event to be at. I've won here at King of the Hammers before, and I can tell you it's one of those wins that you remember, and it's special. The course is really fun. Dave always throws a little bit of technical, but then the rest of it's pretty fast. I got to find that balance of patience, but then also, when do I turn it on? Because it's only less than 200 miles this year, so that's quick for us. Fingers crossed, I think we have what it takes to put this new Optimum Batteries Ford Raptor up on top in T1.
Okay, so good to see that piece there about Christopher Polvoorde there. But one of the other big guns and one of the older statesmen of desert racing is Ryan Arciero. And right now, Pam is down there with Ryan. So Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. Right here with Ryan Arciero. He's getting ready to roll on out to that number one, or to the start line. But Ryan, give us a little thought really quick of your strategy for the race today.
We're super excited to be here. Everybody at KOH, Dave Cole, does a phenomenal job putting on one hell of an event. And today my job is I got to keep Polvoorde at bay. I'm going to keep him in check. We're going to do the best we can for 2 laps. It's a rough course. I got one good leg, one bad leg, so we're going to get it around after 2 laps.
Well, I want to say good luck to you out there. I know that you have a little bit of an injury, but you're going to go out there. You know what to do. You're a very well-seasoned driver, so you guys want to make sure you keep an eye out for the number 32 of Ryan Arciero.
Thank you. I want to thank all the fans as well. Thank you guys for being out here and supporting us.
All right, back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. Great to hear from Ryan Arciero as always. And just watching these cars lining up now, Fish, this is going to be some race.
Yeah, this is what we were waiting for. This is what we were here all weekend for. This is it. We're only a couple minutes away from sending these things off the start line into the desert for 2 laps of mayhem.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the same course that we saw the limited cars racing earlier today. So that course is getting beaten down now. We saw them racing it yesterday during prologue. Now we're going to see them racing it for real on this, the big dance. This is the unlimited race here at King of the Hammers for the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
And remember, all of their times from yesterday carry over to today. So just because they're going off the line next to each other today does not mean that they're starting at 0. The clock starts where your time left off yesterday. So for example, Christopher Polvoorde is going to be at 30 minutes and 6 seconds, and Ryan Arciero is going to be at 30 minutes and 18 seconds. So Ryan is already 12 seconds behind Christopher as soon as that green flag drops.
Yeah, but let's get this right. 12 seconds after 35 miles. That's quite something.
It is. The last race, what did we see the Class 10 winner by? 1 second,
I've
possibly?
just spoken to race ops on that. It was actually 0.6 of a second.
0.6. Sorry, my math is off by 0.4 of a second. I'll try and do a little better on the next one there.
I'm telling you, man, your toes just ain't quite right.
Yeah,
but
it's been a long day.
Okay, right now we're looking here, and let's go quickly flip through our top 10. In first position and in pole is Christopher Polvoorde. In second is Ryan Arciero, lined up in that stunning red, white and blue livery. Then behind him, in third is Tim Herbst. In fourth is our highest placed T2, Dustin Grabowski. Then in fifth place is our highest placed B1, which is James Dean. Then we've got sixth place, we've got Carl Jurgensen in another T2. Then in seventh is Ethan Ebberts in the Honda Ridgeline with that V6 engine. In eighth is Cade Garcia. In ninth, we've got Kelly Smith. And rounding out the top 10, we've got Jason Coleman in another T2.
Yeah, that's a pretty stacked field, especially the T2 class. We got a lot of heavy hitters out here. It's going to be fun to see how high up one of these T2s can finish in this race today. Yesterday, they did pretty well. I expect to see another good showing today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's just talk about a little bit how this race is going to work. So they're going to be leaving the line 2 at a time, but what's the gap between them?
Yeah, 2 at a time, 1 every minute. We're going to send 2 at a time.
Fantastic stuff there. So there will be adjusted time to take into consideration during this race. So you're going to have to take your shoes and socks off one more time this afternoon and be working things out there for us. We are literally only seconds away from the start of this race. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto and powered by Optimus Batteries. This is the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, and we are waiting for the unlimited classes to start racing here. It's a stunning day in Johnson Valley. The sun is shining, we've got a breeze, and look at these crowds. So many people out here to witness this incredible event.
So we have an all-wheel drive versus a two-wheel drive here. Just like we did earlier with the B3s versus the B2s, I expect the all-wheel drive to win the battle here, but anything can happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk about the horsepower of these vehicles here. I mean, these vehicles, there's over 2,000 horsepower sitting on the start line right now.
Definitely, yeah. These things are high horsepower. They got I think this is a Joe Gibbs engine on the right of your screen there and a Kevin Croyer engine on the left, if I'm not mistaken.
So 2 different engine manufacturers and the care that goes into building these engines. I got a chance to visit Croyer earlier this year. It was absolutely remarkable what it takes to put together an unlimited truck motor. So here we are, we're just around about 30 seconds out. So Ryan Arciero sitting in that second position. He already has a 12-second deficit over our pole sitter, Christopher Polvoorde, and we're around about 10 seconds away now, Fish.
Here we go, getting down there, almost there. You guys ready, Hammertown? You guys want to see some racing, or should we just hold them there all day?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go racing, Hammertown. Okay, Christopher Polvoorde is off the line. He takes the whole shot off of Ryan Arciero and makes his way into the second turn. He's already putting that all-wheel drive Mason to work as he heads off out into the desert.
Yeah, when I was just talking to Ryan, he said he knew that Christopher was going to get the whole shot on him. His goal was just to stick as close in his dust as he can and put some pressure on him. That's it. That's his goal today, put pressure on him and hope that Christopher makes a mistake.
Yeah, now there is a man here that really knows these trails, and that is Ryan Arciero. He is fast wherever he goes, and he really wants this one very badly indeed. He had a poor qualifying show last year, decided not to race the big car, so this year he's back for vengeance. Can he do it? Can he beat Christopher Polvoorde?
And don't forget, Ryan Arciero has a bummed left knee, so he's driving with only one foot today. He's got a right foot brake, which is not normal, and it's really hard to do in these trucks. This is Tim Herbst versus Dustin Grabowski. This is a T1 versus a T2. Dustin Grabowski has a 525 horsepower motor versus about a 1,000 horsepower motor. And what happened there?
It looks like Tim Herbst was caught napping on the line. So Dustin Grabowski is actually pulled away from him. Wow, look at this. We got a T2 taking the whole shot here.
Did we see a yellow flag there for a second? Maybe he jumped too early? I don't know. We'll have to see that one again.
Yeah, I'm not too sure there, Fish. All I saw was the sound, or all I could hear was horsepower as he charged off the line.
Yeah, the number 19 is not going to be too happy about that, so he might let him know on his rear bumper in a minute if he catches up to him.
Yeah, Tim Herbst, of course, has been racing for so many years. Again, one of the older statesmen of desert racing, but Dustin Grabowski, he's not worrying about that right now. That's in the background as we watch current race leader Christopher Polvoorde making his way off into the desert. Now, they've got to be so careful here in these first opening trials. We saw a couple of the B2 cars picking up flat tires here. We saw Christian Serapis picking up a flat tire in these trials as well.
Yeah, right off the start. And then at the start right there, that is James Dean in our B1, top B1 qualifier versus Kyle Jurgensen driving the Camberg Engineering truck down there. So we have, once again, that is a 525 horsepower limited engine in the truck versus an unlimited engine in the buggy right there. So no surprise to see the buggy get the whole shot. However, these big holes right here are going to favor the truck.
Oh yeah, look at that. Jurgensen just making that car, putting that car to work.
And actually, James said he was going to drive smart and he was going to let him go because he knew that the big holes, the truck was going to be faster through the big holes. So that was a strategic move that he just did right there.
Just did enough to let him know he's got the power when he needs it. And we watch Grabowski there in the top of our screen, our highest place T2. As we watch on the line now, that is the 6104 of Cade Garcia, and next to him, a very interesting truck. That's Ethan Ebert in the Honda Ridgeline with the twin-turbo V6. So, twin-turbo V6 here, check
you see that? Grabowski missed the turn. He was off course there and kind of pulled over on the side. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, look at this there. Ethan Eberts just gets the whole shot of a Cade Garcia. But then we would expect him to... Oh, look at this.
Flat now, front left already.
This is what I was just saying to you about. There is that rock out there. We saw it knock down a couple of the B2s. We saw it take down a couple of our B3s. Oh, this is a tough break for Grabowski.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to change a tire too. It's not very flat there. You can look at the ground. He's trying to find a good spot to put the jack on the ground. It's real hard to get it jacked up when it's not flat.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about this. They practice this in the garage, but it's completely different when you're out in the dirt.
So next on the line, we got Jason Coleman versus Justin Bean Smith here. This is a battle of T2s. This should be a close race right here. I expect this one to be pretty close.
Yeah, and they charge off the line.
Oh, fuck.
So we watch this race right now. It is Christopher Polvoorde, our lead car, heading off out into the desert. But look at this, we've got in-car footage with Thor Herbst. So now I'm looking forward to this. We got some great footage yesterday during prologue from the Herbst car.
Yeah, this is going to be Thor Herbst lined up next to Ray Griffiths. So this is two T2s. Once again, should be a pretty even battle off the line here. We'll get to watch it live with them. Get to see what happens right off the start.
Yeah, at the moment, that outside line seems to be the faster line.
Yeah, which would be the left line or the right line, you mean, on the start?
The
here?
left line.
Left line, yeah.
Yeah, which actually is the pole 2 position. And here we go. We're with Thor Herbst now, right now as he's going outside alongside Ray Griffith. And just to prove me wrong, Ray swings on around the outside.
And so the order got off a little bit from what we have here. That looks like that's actually Gomez there. So I think one of the cars didn't show up possibly.
Yeah, interesting.
It looked like a blue truck there, didn't it?
Yeah, you're right, it did. I'm just trying to check that out. Yeah, okay, well, we continue to watch here the racing, and Pam's down in the pits, and she's got Cameron Steele. Pam, what do you got?
Down here with Cameron Steele. You've already been out on race course once today. You're now out here in your T1. How are you feeling right now?
I'm excited. You know, everything leads up to the laser nut number 48 on Saturday, the big dance here at the Race of Kings. But you know, I love this place so much. I love the fans. I love the off-road racing. So we just keep bringing back more classes. We just tested our ALSUP UTV, the Can-Am. It'd never been in the dirt before. We went and raced it, and we finished. So the driver wasn't perfect, but overall it was great. So it's an amazing opportunity to go out and have fun. This is our Baja pre-runner, and we're going to race it today for fun.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there. I got to get you going. I'm getting yelled at because you are next up. So good luck out there, Cameron Steele.
I'm right back with the action there. We just saw Blake Wilkie getting some love touches from Ray Griffith there.
Yeah, he's letting him know he's behind him, right? As if he didn't know.
Hey, Blake, I'm a massive fan. Have some of this. Boom.
And Blake is in the T1 and Ray is in a T2, so a little bit of T1 versus T2 battle. Once again, Ray's limited with that 525 horsepower engine that he's got in there.
Yeah, now my fear is, though, that Ray might have damaged that car, because, I mean, that was a big hit. So is he just hanging back, just waiting to keep out of the dust, or has he actually got a problem?
Yeah, that's one of those other things from the helicopter shot. It looks a lot clearer than it really is when you're in the car, right? That dust, when you're in the car, it's much worse than what it looks to us looking at it from this view.
Yeah, there's some pretty heavy dust there, and we were just talking about it earlier. We saw it catch out Dustin Grabowski. Right, it looks like we've got some moves here. Is that Ron Arciero trying to put down on...
No, that is JP Gomez down there, and I'm not sure who the other one is, but that was JP Gomez, one of the cars.
Yep.
There's Cade Garcia right here in a T2.
And this is that soft sand area they have to power on through, and now we'll be starting to lay down the power. Now, all day we've seen low dust conditions, but these cars are a different set of beasts entirely. Huge 40-inch tires, comedy-size engines, and they are the masters at making dust.
That's Charles Durant's in the 299 right there, off the line. Next to Connor Pyle, so that's Connor Pyle right there in the Whipple in the truck. Now that truck has an LT1 in it. It's the only one out here that races this class with an LT1. All the rest of them are using an LS engine in the T2 class.
Yeah, we spoke about that yesterday. I said, why does he do that? He said, well, why not?
That's what they built it with, and that's kind of just what they've stuck with it. That's an older truck. It was actually, that truck was around before the T2 class is what it is today, so they kind of grandfathered it in, and they've just updated it to be hang with the guys now.
Do you mean LT1 or an LS1?
Oh, so check this out. This is Darren Parsons in his door slammer 1450 truck lining up next to Cameron Steele. Cameron, if you let a 1450 truck beat you here, I'm going to have to give you some crap about that.
So Cameron Steele does take the whole shot as he makes his way off the line, but Pam is down on the start line right now. Pam, what have you got for us?
I am here with Justin Davis. You're out here in your Green Army T2. How are you feeling right now about getting out there on this race course? I'm sure you went out and did a lot of pre-running.
Yeah, you know, we didn't have a good qualifying run. I made a mistake and smashed a rock, so we're a little ways in the back, but a lot can happen. You know, it's 190 miles, and just going to do our thing and see where we can end up.
Well, you're coming off of a win from Parker out here at the King of the Hammers for the Desert Challenge. Good luck out there. Hopefully we see you up on top of the box here.
Thank you. We're looking forward to it.
Awesome. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. Did you see that? It looked like Parsons was actually going to put a move on Cameron there for a moment.
He almost had him, but then they went to 2 lanes, and it looked like Cameron had the faster lane, and he came out ahead of Parsons. So Cameron's truck is definitely going to have more travel than Parsons does. Parsons has more horsepower than Cameron does, though, because that's his 575 horsepower. Darren Parsons is an unlimited engine in there. He's got a bigger LS. He has an LS6 in there, I think. He has more than 525 horsepower, but less suspension. And he has steel cab and working doors.
Yeah, and that is our current race leader. That is our current race leader, Christopher Polvoorde, making his way. Just watch this Mason all-wheel drive truck, and he is not taking any chances. He's laying it down.
There's Tim Herbst there in the 19. Terrible Herbst Monster Energy truck.
Now I want to keep an eye on that one. Obviously, he watched Dustin Grabowski get away from him. Then, of course, Grabowski almost a little bit of karma there, if you can,
right?
in some ways.
If he jumped the start, that was karma probably, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the race gods are very fickle. So it's car 19. This is another 2-wheel drive vehicle. I think Christopher Polvoorde's car is the only all-wheel drive car in our field this week.
Yeah, I didn't see the Brentals were supposed to have their all-wheel drive out here, but it has not started today. So yes, Christopher Polvoorde is the only all-wheel drive out there today.
So it's Adam Lunn and Eisenhower coming off of the line now.
So we got a B1 versus a T2 right here.
Yeah, and that B1 is always going to have the horsepower.
Exactly. The T2 is going to have a little bit more suspension, though, so let's see going through this first 2 miles. The T1's not going to be too far behind, unless they get stuck in the dust and then you can't see where you're going, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but once they come out of this, there's that little sand wash where they've got to rise up. If that B1 just hesitates slightly, he's going to be hunting for traction, and that's where it could all change.
Definitely. That's a look at Jason Coleman on the top, it looks like. Jason Coleman and Brady Mellon in there.
Yeah, and there's Eisenhower in the bottom of our screen, easily identifiable with that unique livery.
There's Tim Herbst, looking strong so far. On the line, we got Adam Householder and Larry Trim. So Battle of the T1s. Remember yesterday we saw, actually that was Adam's dad. That's the spec truck there.
Yeah,
Adam
that's
had
the 224.
yesterday. Yeah, that's the 224. That's Adam's dad.
Yeah, so Larry Trim in the T1 and Terry, of course, in the T2. So that's a house that is a horsepower battle that's only ever going to go one way.
And we still have some B3s finishing.
Who are looking very
them off course.
Who are looking very relieved right now as they see the unlimited cars going out on track.
Correct.
The last thing you want to see if you're in one of those is one of these coming up behind you.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we've got the number 4 and the 6132. So we've got Robby Venstra and Carl Washington. Carl Washington is the team owner for Dragonfly.
And that is Charles Durance at the top in the 299 that we see in the T2.
You can never get bored of watching these T1s and T2s take on the desert, can you? They dance across the whoops. And we've now got 30 cars out on course of the 44 that we will be running here today in the unlimited classes. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. You are here right now with the unlimited classes, and Pam is down in the pits right now with Cowboy Cerrone.
I am here with Cowboy Cerrone. You're getting ready. I caught you right before you put your helmet on, but you've already been out on race course once today, so you have a good preview of the course. Do you feel pretty good going into the race?
I feel very good going to the race. I can't wait to get in the truck and let her be.
Well, it's going to be a good race out there like you already have seen it, so are you excited about it? Know where you need to check up now that you're switching gears into a different vehicle?
Yeah, you've got to check up these. We just stay pinned, so we're good to go.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there. I'll let you go finish getting lined up and all set up. Good luck out there.
Thanks, sweetheart. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. And still we've got more runners and riders leaving the line right now.
Yeah, we got a B1 versus a T2 again, it looked like.
Yeah, interestingly, the T2 got the whole shot there. You wouldn't have expected that. Now, we've been looking on the tracker as we watch, I think that's Jonathan Brenthal there lining up. Just hearing on the tracker, there is absolutely nothing to choose between our current race leader, Christopher Polvoorde, and Ryan Arciero. We have a real race on our hands here, Fish.
Yeah, this is gonna be good.
Just looking at the top of our screens, that is our current race leader. Let's watch our current race leader off the line now is Jonathan Brenthal and Trevor Harvey, both in T2s. Jonathan Brenthal actually builds these vehicles. And 2 years ago, we saw a Brenthal car with Carl Jurgensen driving win this race. But right now, it's all about that Optima car. Christopher Polvoorde charging hard out in front. I would love to know how far behind Ryan Arciero is right now.
Me too.
And off the line now, it's EJ Herbst and Rob Parsons, both in T2s. There's a superb field of T2s here this year. There's some real heavy hitters out there. And it's great to see Carl Jurgensen back in the T2. I'm sure some other people don't feel the same way, but...
Yeah, right? You're like, all right, he just moved up to T1. We don't have to worry about beating him anymore. And then he's like, oh, no, now we got to beat him again.
Exactly, yeah. God damn, he's back with
Yeah,
us. Now, this is an interesting one, because car 24 there is Adam Householder. Now, Adam Householder was last year's champion, but he had a shocker out there on course. He had a flat tire that led to a failed wheel bearing, and he was lucky just to get the car back across the line at all.
Yeah, exactly. He's he's a little bummed on that, like you said, defending champion, but he's going to go out, going to have fun, and see what he can do. You never know. It's desert racing. Everyone might break, except for you. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely. It wouldn't be the first time. So Terry comes off the line there. Now, he's in an unlimited truck, so you'd be expecting him to take the whole shot, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, that was one of the 1450 trucks that raced yesterday. Vincent Munoz there that was lined up next to him. So a steel cab versus a full T1 with a Joe Gibbs engine in it. That's not gonna. It's not gonna stay right behind him for very long.
We also need to keep an eye on what happened to Grabowski. Did he manage to repair his car? Did he manage to get back out on course? And if he is back on course, whereabouts is he? So we're looking at 214, which is Cowboy Cerrone. We just saw him talking with Pam Hall a moment ago, and the 6180 of Chris Hicks.
On our tracker, it's showing Ryan Arciero at 0 miles an hour. Hopefully that's just a bad tracker update, but we'll keep an eye on it. Ryan Arciero may be at 0 miles an hour.
No, that's not what we want to hear. As we watch Robby Venstra there, really charging hard through those big ruts.
Polvoorde is still moving, and the 19 is just behind him a little bit. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't know about Ryan Arciero there. He might be at 0.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that story, and we'll keep you fresh as soon as we get any information. Oh, look at this. Yeah, in the bottom of our screen, this is EJ Herbst, who's come to a stop as well.
Looks like the car's jacked up. Yep, they're jacking it up. Probably most likely a tire.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be, I'm going to call this the left front rear.
How many of those left fronts have we seen, right? It's probably the same rock that all these guys are hitting.
Yeah, I'm guessing exactly that. Tire manufacturers placed it on purpose.
Yeah. There's Jason Coleman in the top, and then here's James Dean in our lead one car. We got the 27 versus the 1478. So that was supposed to be their all-wheel drive there. I don't know if they ended up bringing the all-wheel drive or two-wheel drive. That may be all-wheel drive Brenthel right there. Doesn't look like much roost is coming off the front, though.
No, it doesn't. No, I'd suggest that wasn't the all-wheel drive. And still, EJ, right, you can see the straps there coming off of the spare wheel rack. Now, which way is he going to go? Or is he putting the tyre back in? Might be putting the tyre back in. Yeah, he's putting it back into the rack. So this is where his co-driver...
Now he's going to jump back in, and they should be taking off any second.
Let's hope he's remembered to put the jacks up. Now these vehicles... Oh, that's Blake Wilkie parked as well.
Yeah, right after him. Wonder what happened to him. He started way earlier, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. A long, long, long way earlier.
So
but don't forget, we also saw Blake Wilkie in that incident with Ray Griffiths. Maybe there was some damage to a shock. I'm guessing.
Looks like someone else. Look, we got another car going to catch up to EJ here, possibly. You got James Dean on the top of your screen in the one car.
Yeah, it does look like EJ is becoming the hunted here. Yeah, so EJ Herbst now, and when you've been parked up on the side of the road, it takes time to get up to speed again. It takes time to get your mental head back onto it and get your race game back on. You don't just go back into these vehicles and hit the loud pedal and be right back on it straight away.
All right, so Blake Wilkie is stopped with a left rear flat. He has a left rear flat that Blake Wilkie is working on changing right now. So it might be some other issues because they've been there for a little bit, and both of them are out of the car. I have a picture here. They're both out of the car working on it.
Well, that's a tough break for Blake. He was putting down some good times yesterday. A firm crowd favourite. And if you don't follow Blake on social, do so. He does some crazy stuff. His urban assault videos are insane.
So some other updates for you guys. Abdali Lopez is actually driving the 273 Brenthel T2 today.
Ah, that's
so
cool.
There we go. So the 273 is going to be going pretty quick if I was thinking.
Well, Abdali, I mean, he's won the Baja 1000. He's a
fast.
top driver.
Yep, so he's in the 273 today.
So that is our current race leader, Christopher Polvoorde there in the top left.
Race mile 25 or so.
And you can also see the depth of those ruts. Now this is going to be an interesting one because we've got the track coming back from the other way as well. I'm wondering if we might be able to see a second place car there, but tantalizing. So we're trying to get a physical break now, work out where exactly second place is and how much of a buffer that Christopher Polvoorde has. Have we got any news on Ryan Arciero?
No, haven't yet. Let me see if we can get an update on him.
See if you can set the jungle drums beating on that one. And that looks like, I think that might be Tim Herbst down in the bottom right corner there.
Ryan is moving again now, so we got a new update for Ryan. He's moving again now.
So it does sound like there's probably a flat tyre there for Ryan, but it does look like it's Tim Herbst down there in the bottom right of our screen. And if that's Tim Herbst, I believe that he is physically second on course right now behind Christopher Polvoorde.
Yeah, the trackers are updating weird on here, and Ryan may have,
You've been saying that to me a lot.
Yeah, Ryan may still be in second. We're going to have to wait and see him on a camera. It said he was at 0, but I never trust these things.
Yeah, they're a great device, but you have to use them wisely. Okay, so if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here at Johnson Valley, California at the King of the Hammers. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you are paying for the premium, you will be staying with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done, Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Did you know that over time the powder in your fire extinguisher can compact and harden at the bottom? That's why the Rousseau lets you stir the powder. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Find out more at Rousseau.com.
Okay, and welcome to Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. I'm Jim Marston, and joining me in the booth is Fish from Fishgistics. How are we doing, Fish?
We're doing great. This is what we're here for. We're watching the T1s out on course right now, and it's exciting. Christopher Polvoorde was the first one off the line. It looks like he's still first. We're trying to confirm if Ryan Arciero is still second in the 32, and this is looking like the 19 right here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always difficult to work out, but try to get those visual connections. Now, that looks like Grabowski there on the back right.
Yeah, catching Charles Durance. That's Charles Durance in front of him. So you got Durance and Grabowski. We saw Grabowski had a front left flat right off the start at like mile 1. He got that changed. I'm sure he got passed by at least a couple cars. And now he's got to have to pick his way back up.
Yeah, now Durance started around about 8 minutes after Grabowski, so it looks like that tyre change probably did cost him around about 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, it definitely did a little bit.
And we're talking about the technology where people are getting faster and faster with these tyre changes, but facts are facts. 40-inch tyres are big, heavy things. They take a lot of picking up, and they take a lot of difficulty to get them on the car, off the car and back onto the car. As we come back in car with E.J. Herbst.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome being able to watch these guys live as they're out on course. This is exactly what's going on right now on the E.J. Herbst truck.
Yeah, it's absolutely great to see the live footage. As we watch these T1s and T2s tearing up the course. Now, is that Eisenhower or one of the Dragonfly cars? So it's car 19. That is Tim Herbst in the unlimited T1. Now he was caught napping on the start earlier on as we switch back across to Jason Coleman. Now, Fish, you know a little bit about this car, don't you?
Yeah, Jason Coleman here. This is the old Christian Serapis T2. The Coors, if the co-driver moves his hand out of the way, you can see it still has the Coors Light in the middle there. The logo. That's Brady Mellon right there. Looks like he's messing with something on his helmet. Oh, he's wiping the camera. See, that's always an important job as a co-driver. You always have to wipe the GoPro, right? You don't want to forget to wipe the GoPro so everybody can see, especially when we're live. Look, he's catching somebody right here. We're going to see a nerf. Look at the bottom right. We're going to see him hit somebody here. Oh, come on, camera. Oh, no. Almost.
You can almost hear the God damn it from back in the production just at that moment.
Yeah, that would have been a good one. All right, so who do we have? We got some more T2s out on course along with T1s. That's pretty much all we have today is T1s, T2s, and B1s. That's the only 3 that are in our unlimited group today out on course.
Yeah, T1s are completely unlimited, of course. If you can dream it, you can build it, you can race it. The T2s, they do have a few more things going on there. So they are limited. They have to have a turbo 400 transmission. They're also limited to an LS3 engine, which puts out around about 525 horsepower, which is around about half of what some of these big T1s is running. And that is Dustin Grabowski there, easily identifiable with that wing on the back. Now, do you remember yesterday you were talking about the fenders on this car? Sometimes they have them on and sometimes they have them off. Well, he's got no fenders on there today.
All right, so at mile 18, it looks like it was Christopher Polvoorde.
Oh, look at this, Fish.
What do we got? We got a pass going on here?
Yeah, now that is one of the Brenthal cars.
See, 2 different lines. Who's going to get there first? They're going to come back together.
Oh, look at this. Oh. It looks like the Brenthal car just got ahead there as we cut across to EJ Hurst.
EJ Hurst is stopping again. This is not good. Never good to see it stopping. See if one side of the car starts going up, it might be another flat. Here we got Grabowski catching Durant. Dustin's definitely going to give him the bumper. Dustin does not hold back. Here we go. Watch. Guarantee you. See, told you. He'll hit him again. He will hit him again until he moves, and then he will move him on the 3rd time. Dustin Grabowski, one of the most aggressive drivers out there. So first hit, he didn't move. The second hit's going to be harder. And then the 3rd hit, you move him.
Oh,
and he moved. Okay,
yeah.
That was smart. Very smart.
Yeah, he didn't want to be wearing a Grabowski dress.
No, that's one guy you don't want to block.
And look at that. Straight away, he pulls out a 200-yard lead over Durant's. But Durant's is playing his own race.
Yeah, they're not even in the same class.
Exactly.
It's a T2 versus a... Well, actually, they are. They're both T2s. Sorry.
I don't want to catch you.
Yeah.
Now, this is car 19. This is Tim Herbst. You can see that Gibbs engine laying down the power there.
So at mile 18, it was Christopher Polvoorde ahead on corrected time. On corrected time, he was 56 seconds ahead of the 19, and he was 58 seconds ahead of the 9. So Ethan Ebert at mile 18 was running 3rd on corrected time.
Now, that's some going. I'm really impressed with that V6 powered car. That is something very special. And what if we're going to see an evolution of that? And more importantly, are there any benefits to going to that V6 with fuel consumption, that kind of thing? And if so, are we going to see other cars starting to switch to that different style of power pack?
Yeah, a couple of people have tried a turbo engine on a V8 before. Josh Daniel had that before. Had it for a little while. It was a lot of hassles, a lot of stuff you had to do to it, a lot of maintenance on it. It had to be running just perfect, It's a little bit harder.
They chew through a lot of air. I mean, using literally double the air consumption of a normally aspirated engine. Now that looks like Nick Eisenhower there catching someone.
I think that may be the Washington truck. That's definitely a B1 in front of him.
Yeah, that is for sure. And the frustration level, when you can see that car just in the distance, a few hundred yards ahead, but you just can't seem to catch them. You're just running at that very similar pace. That is the car 19 of Tim Herbst, who is at the moment physically second on track. We're hoping we might be able to get eyeballs on Ryan Arciero at some point, but this is back with Jason Coleman. And we saw Jason catching that car earlier, so has he passed him? We're guessing as there's no cars in front of him right now that he did exactly that and got by him safely.
So we got an update on Blake Wilkie. The reason why he was stopped there for so long was Shreddy got a little bit too shreddy and shredded 2 tires at the same time, and then the jack wasn't working. So that's why that's what was going on with Wilkie back there.
So Tim Herbst, one of 3 Herbst cars that are out here today. We've also got EJ and Thor racing in the T2s, but this is very much a T1, and this is Thor Herbst. And he's catching somebody now. You can see the dust. And this is you are seeing what the driver sees here, and you are going to be following your sat nav. You're going to be watching hard. You're going to be listening to your co-driver, and you're also going to be paying attention to the notes that you've made. So you are allowed to pre-run on this course, and when you're pre-running, you'll be marking all of the rocks, you'll be marking all of the course, and multiple different lines as well. So that was an awesome view from Thor Herbst there. I wonder if we can get an external shot of that and see if he can make the pass. As we look down back towards Hammertown.
It looks like that's the 284 there, the RTR truck, the T2. And just looking at the tracker, it does look like the 32 had to have been stopped at some point because the 94 and the 19 are there, but the 32 is moving but is a little ways back. So definitely at some point did get passed by the 19. There's an in-car with Thor Herbst. So this is Thor Herbst live. You can see how bad the dust is. You know, in the helicopter shots, like we said earlier, it's not that bad. But once you see the in-car view, you can really see how bad it is.
Yeah, those in-car views are absolutely fantastic. I'm loving this so much. And this is a new innovation for us, as we were saying before. Normally, we'd have to use adventure cameras. We'd then take that footage once they get back, and then we can play that footage to you, and we can talk about things that happened in the past. But now, we're able to actually watch it live on camera as it happens.
Here's one of the Brenthal entries.
So, are we watching Jonathan Brenthal, or are we watching Abdali Lopez?
Hard to see
I think you said it was the 273 that Abdali was in.
Yeah, both the trucks look exactly the same, so I'm going to try to be able to see the number plate. I think that's a T1.
Yeah, so if you're sitting at home in the Brenthal pit at the moment, can you do us a favor and paint them a different color next time, please?
Yeah. Oh, there's Wilkie.
Hey!
He got his 2 tires changed, got his jack fixed, and he's going again.
Yeah, the shark is on the attack again. And it's going to have to show its teeth if it wants to make any difference in this race.
Yeah. So the question is, if he had 2 flats, I don't think he has any spares left at this point, right? He hadn't been to a pit, so most likely when he comes by here, he's going to have 2 flat tires on the rack.
What I love about this car, though, is it's just so individual. It's so different to everything else. And it is literally built in his garage. Okay, it's a very posh garage, but it is his garage.
You can see, look at the tire on the back there. It doesn't have any air left in it.
I do say that, of course. You could say that about the Herbsts, of course, but that is not a garage. That is something else entirely.
Yeah. This is an in-car back again with Jason Coleman. He's in a Herb Smith truck.
All right, that's another one of our T2 cars there. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. The sun is shining, the wind is perfect, and it's a wonderful day of racing. We've already had the limited trucks racing this morning, and now it's all about the big guns, the unlimited trucks, and that's what we're watching right now as we watch Car 19, Tim Herbst.
So I want to know exactly how far ahead the 94 is. We're going to have some split times coming in soon. So as soon as we get some split times for you guys, we'll let you know. The 94, Christopher Polvoorde, is still moving on the tracker. He's still moving, doing 63 miles an hour. And then the Herbst right there are second. And it does look like Ryan Arciero is still in third. And Ethan Ebert is in fourth. Physical.
Oh, look at this fish.
Yeah, there's some epic shots right here from the helicopter.
Just the speed of these vehicles. And we're talking about this. These vehicles are capable of speeds north of 150 mile an hour. We're reckoning that they were going to probably be getting up to sort of about 120, 130 out here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. There's some spots they can definitely do 120 to 130 miles an hour in these T1s, no problem.
And we're back in with Thor Herbst. That was Tim we saw a moment ago. This is Thor. This is one of the T2 class cars, so it's running an LS3 motor. So this has got around about 520 horsepower, which is about half of the 19 car.
All right, I just got an update. So physically, the 94 is about 1 minute and 45 seconds ahead of the number 19. So there you go.
Oh,
physically,
wow.
1:45 is the gap between the 94 back to the 19. That is Polvoorde back to Herbst.
Yeah, so Polvoorde's actually managed to pull out about 45 seconds worth of lead. If we magnify that across the entire of the race, we're talking around about a buffer of a good 3 to 4 minutes.
Well, technically, the Herbst started a minute behind him, right? Because they were on the second line. So he's
that's what I'm getting at.
That big of a gap on him.
So if it carries on as it is right now, we're going to see about Christopher Polvoorde finishing with something like around about a 4 minute 20 lead. That'll be something very special.
In addition to his lead from yesterday, too, right?
Absolutely.
You got to add that on. Oh, there's the bus. The short bus. I think they're just trying to make their way back to Hammertown at this point, huh? Things rocking back and forth. Well, it's still driving, so that's something, I guess. It's not being towed.
I got a feeling that, has it got a flat or is it just leaning like a block of flats?
I don't know. He doesn't have any spares, so hopefully he doesn't have a flat.
I reckon this is a secret weapon. They're actually taking it out there to use it as a viewing platform for watching the unlimited race. That's what this is.
Get up on top of that thing and watch.
Yeah. Break out the cooler.
All right, so here's Thor Herbst's in-car. It looks like I see some dust in front of him, so they might be running down somebody.
Yeah, it's a big bus.
Yeah.
And there is the bus, just making its way across the desert, as you do. So, okay, Fish, how does that work? You're sitting at home, you're watching desert racing, yeah? And you sit there and you go, I want to do something different. I know, I'm going to buy a bus, cut it in half, and then put some scaffolding underneath it.
I think there's lots of alcohol involved before you come to that decision, and it's probably very late at night.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, they've committed time and dollars to that project.
Yeah.
I'd like to find out what drink they were consuming just so I can avoid it in the future.
Yeah, right? Not making very good decisions on that. All right, so that looks like it's probably the 19 still.
Well, we were saying about this yesterday. One thing that will guarantee you footage is having your own race helicopter with a camera in it. And
Exactly.
we cut back to Blake Wilkie.
Somebody just asked me, how come the Herbsts are on there the whole time? I said, because it's their helicopter. So Blake has got to be he's got to be careful here. He has no tires left. Those two on the back are completely flat, so he has no spares left. He has to at least get to his next pit where he can pick up a couple spares. So he's got to drive a little smarter right now.
Yeah, I don't think he actually read the memo there, watching how fast he's going at the moment. But to be fair, there isn't any rocks in this part of the desert, so he should be able to haul. He'd be unlucky to get a flat tire carving across here, that's for sure.
Or are you trying to see if you can do the announcer jinx on him there?
Well, let's hope not. He knows where I live.
We should be able to see Christopher Polvoorde coming any minute on another one of our shots. As soon as we do, we'll show you guys the leader. So just looking at the tracking map, Cade Garcia is making his way up pretty good in the T2 class, in the 6104. He may be the 4th or 5th car on track physical. So the 6104 is making a couple moves here.
Yeah, Blake Wilkie here. He's just got to keep it cool. As you say, he's got to make it round to the pits. So let's talk about strategy here. Are any of the cars here capable of being able to do 2 laps without a stop?
Oh, yeah. All these cars could go that far easily. If they want to. They could go that far on fuel. The tires would be what you don't want to go that far on. You know, Polvoorde, like we said, in the all-wheel drive, it uses it's a little nicer on the tires. You can go a little farther. Polvoorde could probably go the whole way if he wanted to and wouldn't be that horrible. But the two-wheel drives, they're definitely going to want to stop for tires at least one time.
But if you're Polvoorde and you've got this kind of lead, you're not going to take that chance, are you? You're going to come in and have a pair of rears stuck on that car for sure.
Yeah, and you might even put some fuel in it, like we said before. His car might handle better with a full tank, maybe, you know, with more fuel in it. So there's definitely some strategy come into play, but depending on what his lead is at the end of the first lap, they'll probably make a call then.
Yeah, look at this. We've got helicopters following race cars. Now that's desert racing in a snapshot right there. So I think that is car number 2 at the moment, or car 19, which is currently running in 2nd place, I should say. And look at the size of those whoops there. You get a real understanding of what these cars are having to go through. I reckon he's probably doing about 75, 80 mile an hour there right now.
All right, so looking at the tracking map, you can see the 94 up top there. That's Christopher Polvoorde. He is still out front, followed by the 19 there, Tim Herbst, doing 88 miles an hour. Below him, we come back to the 32. That is Ryan Arciero. And then below him, we have our first T2, Cade Garcia. That's the one I said he's made a couple passes already. Then behind him, we have the 6119. That is Bean there, Justin Bean Smith. And then back down to the Raul Gomez in the 90. And then Tim Herbst, or it says Troy Herbst. And no, what's his name? Thor. Too many T.
You're supposed to be the expert here.
I know, too many T's. Too many T Herbst. 219, that Herbst truck. Let's look at your leaders on the board right there.
I just wonder, yeah. And one of the cars I would like to find out where he is Carl Jurgensen. Now, we saw Carl, he was one of the lead T2s. We saw Dustin Grabowski, that was the lead T2. We saw him parked up on the side of the road. He had a flat tire. But Carl Jurgensen, we haven't actually seen much of him out there.
I just got an update on him. So his tracker is not working. So Kyle Jurgensen is actually in front of Cade Garcia that we just showed, and he is right behind Ryan Arciero. So Kyle Jurgensen is actually running in the 4th position, it sounds like. Right behind him. So Kyle Jurgensen is leading the T2 class right now.
That's what I wondered. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you to the guys out on course texting me these updates so we know what's going on.
So still the race continues here. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here at the King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. The sun is shining, we've got a stiff breeze out there on course, and the racing is fantastic. And today is all about this, the unlimited class cars.
This is physical first coming here, we believe. This should be Christopher Polvoorde, most likely, that you guys are seeing on screen here. This should be your race leader right now, physically. Well, and on time, both.
So these cars are going to be completing 2 laps today. Each lap is 91 miles. So they start in Hammertown, and they'll finish their lap in Hammertown, collect the white flag, and head back out on track. And that's when the racing really starts to unfold, doesn't it? Do you go full power at that point, or are you backing off to conserve a lead that you already have, or are you chasing down having already suffered a flat earlier in the day?
Yeah, so Jurgensen right now is 3 seconds in front of Cade Garcia physical. So Cade is right on his bumper.
Wow. Yeah, and someone around that mix also has got to be Ethan
Okay,
Ebberts.
we got a lead change. Christopher Polvoorde in the 94 has a flat tire. Herbst is now your new leader, so that's the 19 coming right here. So the 19 has got around Christopher Polvoorde. He's down with a flat tire.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic. That's incredible. Tough break there for Christopher Polvoorde. But I hate to say it, but that's just given us a real race, because that means that Christopher Polvoorde is going to be standing on the skinny pedal to catch Tim Herbst.
Yes, exactly. You're right.
Mr. Fishgistics, we just got ourselves a race.
Yes, we did. So yesterday, I'll try and find the time from yesterday, see how far Christopher was in front of the 19. So yesterday, Christopher was 30:06, and the Herbsts were 31:31. So he's got about a minute and a half, just about, that the Herbst would have to finish in front of Christopher today in order to beat him on corrected time with both days combined.
Do you think that's possible, Fish? Do you think that Tim Herbst can run hard in front of Christopher Polvoorde?
Oh, yeah, anything is possible. This is desert racing.
And there it is, Christopher Polvoorde right now. Now, most of these cars will carry 2 tyres on the rack. And you might question, well, why are they carrying 2 tyres? Why are they not only carrying 1 tyre? The problem is, if you get a flat tyre and you have to use one of your tyres, that means you're now on the defensive. But if you're carrying 2 tyres, you can still go on the attack. So here's our physical race leader at the moment. This is Tim Herbst.
That is the 19.
And he's got to finish 45 seconds ahead of the man who's chasing Christopher Polvoorde. But we did see Christopher earlier pull out a 45-second lead over Tim, so we know he can rattle him back.
Yeah, and he's not that far behind him because you can see he's sitting in his dust right there.
Exactly.
So.
But he got a flat tyre in a place that you wouldn't expect him to get a flat tyre out there. You know, this is one of the big rocky bits. So interesting stuff.
Yeah.
And proves that he's not infallible. He can make mistakes.
Oh, yeah, anybody can. He does have the truck to run him back down, though. It's going to be interesting to see if he can run him back. I'm sure he can run him back down. The question is, does he make another mistake and hit something else while he's trying to run him back down?
Yeah, well, this
now
is
he's
it,
in the dust.
Yeah. And let's not forget, somewhere just behind him is going to be Ryan Arciero.
Yeah, I think actually the car first behind him now is on the tracker, at least, is the 9. So Ethan Ebert in the Honda truck, the V6 we were talking about, they may be third physical now.
Yeah, look at the dust here now. As we cut back, this is our current race leader. This is Tim Herbst. I'd love to know how many miles this man has driven in a desert truck in his lifetime.
Oh, quite a few.
There's some serious zeros on the end of it, that's for sure. The terrible Herbst hail out of Las Vegas, of course.
Here we go. That's a good look right there. That's first and second place, I believe, right there. That is Christopher Polvoorde, and that is Tim Herbst up there on the top of your screen in the 19, because you can see the Herbst helicopter flying off to the right of him.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that. You can almost see Christopher closing the distance. And when you see the dust just breaking there on the side of the track, it's a great feeling. But this is a brand new car. Very few testing miles before he brought it out here to King of the Hammers. And King of the Hammers is one of the toughest desert races.
Yeah, this is going to be cool to see if he can run him back down here. Now they're getting back towards where the prologue section was yesterday, so these guys have a lot of laps on this next section in about 5 miles or so. And we're going to go to that spot. Remember where we went through the rocks earlier? You got to get where it gets a little bit tight. That could get a little bit exciting.
So as we continue with the action here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. This is King of the Hammers. This is Johnson Valley, and we are live at the Unlimited race. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're on premium, you'll be staying with us. If you're not, we'll see you in 2.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. I'm Jim Marston, and joining me in the booth is none other than Fish from Fishgistics. How are we doing, Fish?
We're doing great, and what we're seeing on screen right here is your first two T1s. We got the 19 and the 94. The 94 got a flat. They had to get out and change it. The 19 was able to get around them, and now they're trying to run them back down. So the question is, can he run them back down, and how quickly can he do it?
Well, judging by how close those helicopters are, I'd say he's making a pretty good job of running him back down right now. But we've got multiple battles out there on course at the moment. It's not just about the T1s and the unlimited trucks. We've also got the T2s and we've got the B1s out there as well. And right now we believe that it's Carl Jurgensen that's leading up the T2s, but we're hearing that right behind him is Cade Garcia.
Yeah, it's a really close race between those two trucks, literally a couple seconds apart last time we got an update.
And that is, I believe, our current race leader. I believe that is car 19, Tim Herbst. And look at the dust.
That's the spec truck. That one's their spec one. Yeah, because the 19's in front.
Yep, the very good point.
That's the 19.
That's the 19.
Yeah, there we go. Once again, those are too hard. They look exactly the same.
They're
right?
identical.
Yeah.
Well, we've got three of them out there.
So it's going to be the 19, and then it's going to be the Christopher Polvoorde entry, and then it looks like, yeah, it's really close. Kyle Jurgensen and Cade Garcia's just trackers both updated, and they updated literally on top of each other.
But I want to just cut back to whichever. So it was either Thor or EJ that we were just watching a moment ago. Do you see the dust just enveloped around that car completely?
Yeah. The time of no dust is gone. There is dust now the rest of this race, and that's going to come into a factor.
It is indeed. And it certainly is for whoever that was piling into the dust. Oh, look at that big nose stand there from the 19.
Yeah, that's a real uneasy feeling in a truck when the back kicks like that. You definitely do not want to be doing much of that.
Yeah, that's not something you see very often with these vehicles either. The suspension is so unbelievable. And let's talk about that for a moment, because the shock absorbers on these things are huge. They are literally, the tubes are the size of most people's thighs. Then they have all these multiple tubes hanging off them, make them look like spaceships. And that allows infinite tuning possibilities for them. They also carry anything up to 2.5 gallons of oil per shock absorber.
Yeah, they've definitely, everything's just gotten bigger and better. I mean, you got 4.5-inch shocks on there now. That's a huge shock on there. And it really does come down to shock work and tuning. You know, you can go out and tune, and it comes down to the driver. Every driver likes their truck to work a little bit differently. Some drivers like a loose truck, like Robby Gordon was always real famous for that. The truck would be all over the place, and Robby could drive it, but then if you had someone else get in it, they weren't used to that style. So it just depends. You want to tune the truck for whoever's driving it.
Absolutely. And it's no accident. This industry is actually, off-road racing drives an entire industry. And we see a lot of the things that we take for granted in off-road racing makes its way into other applications, whether it be professional, whether it be defense.
Yeah, and all of these Herbst trucks, they all get tuned by SDG. So they all use the same tuner for all of their trucks. And once again, they set them up. Okay, right there, that's where we saw Cade and Mclaren earlier. Remember, on his side, a little bottleneck. So Tim made it through there clean. That could be a trouble spot, though, potentially, as we saw in the limited race.
Yeah, did you see the roost coming off of those tyres as he laid down the horsepower there? That was absolutely awesome. Okay, this is the 205. That is Trey Gibbs there. And another one of the T2s. Trey started in 18th position. Oh, right, now there is Christopher Polvoorde. So what was that? Less than 30 seconds, I'm guessing.
Yeah, exactly. He's ran him back down. So this is going to be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back right on his bumper by the time they get back here if he doesn't get around him before then.
Now, is he going to be looking to make a pass on him out in the desert, or is he going to be maybe looking to make a pass on him when they come through the pits?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to pass him if he doesn't want to, right?
Absolutely.
Yesterday he was a 30 minute and 6 seconds, and the Herbsts were 31:31. So he's got almost a minute and a half on him. That means that Christopher Polvoorde just has to finish within a minute and a half of the 19 today, and he would still be the winner on the overall.
My guess is, though, he's going to want to get past him.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to sit in the dust.
No,
the question is, how hard do you push in the dust to try to make that pass? Because you don't want to get another flat or do something stupid when you're in the dust, when you didn't have to necessarily be in front in order to win.
Well, my guess is that Tim is running a two-wheel drive car. So my guess is that Tim's going to come in, he's going to have a pair of rear tires put on when he comes past the pits.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. So if I was Christopher Polvoorde, I would actually be waiting till the pits, and I would be trying to make my pass in the pits.
And here we go. Look at this is Kyle Jurgensen up top. So this is our lead T2, we believe, unless Cade Garcia was able to get around him. I just looked over there, so I don't know if we just saw Cade come by or not. But Cade was right on his bumper, so if we don't see him in a second, it's possible that Cade was able to get around him. Meanwhile, EJ Herbst is parked down in the bottom, and it looks like there's a course worker out there with him.
Oh, that's a tough break there for EJ. That's the third time we've seen him stopped on course.
On the tracker, it does look like Cade was able to get around Jurgensen, so chances are the 6104 is in front of the 6147, which we're seeing right here. And then Justin Beansmith is showing us right behind him, so we might see another car in a minute here, and it would be Justin Beansmith in the 6119 if we see a black or a red and gray T2 coming next. Should be really close according to what the tracker looks like.
Yeah, just looking now, just to see if I can see if either of those tyres on the rack look like they're used. It doesn't look like it. They look like they're fresh. Now, is this our current race leader here? Looking to see if I can see dust in the background.
I think that's Jurgensen again.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is Jurgensen.
Yeah, that is Jurgensen. Yep. There's the current race leader right there. There's the 19.
So that is Jurgensen there, which we think is either in the first or second place T2. Just look at that. Now there's a car that we haven't seen for a little while. That is car 32.
There we go. There's Ryan Arciero, who started in the second spot, came to a stop at some point. We're not sure for what.
And seeing they're charging
That's Cade Garcia right there, I
going to
believe.
say. So it does look like Jurgensen is still the lead car. But what was the time difference on them from yesterday's prologue?
Between Jurgensen and Cade?
Yeah.
Well, Kyle Jurgensen yesterday was a 31:51, and Cade Garcia was a 32:11, so just about 20 seconds. Uh-oh, there's trouble for the number 9.
Oh.
They got a tire out of the rack already, so it looks like they have a flat tire. So that's Ethan Ebert in the Honda with the twin-turbo V6. Co-driver's out. Oh, he's not too happy.
No, he's looking frustrated.
He's got to put it back out. That's interesting.
No, then is this a different kind of jack we're looking at here?
Oh, that's an air jack, yeah. Oh, he might not have had it all the way down, so it didn't fit in the mount, possibly. He also just used part of the bottle, putting it up right there, so that's not good. Those aren't unlimited. Those bottles do get empty.
So these jacks, they actually have a canister on them, don't they? So
yes,
yeah,
exactly. But that was just one pump he just used right there when you saw it shot up, so... That's Christopher Polvoorde right here. Still in the dust, so obviously still behind the 19 because we can see dust.
It's interesting, actually, how many different types of jacking system these cars use. Some of them have the hydraulic rams that literally come down from inside of the body of the vehicle that literally push the car off the ground. Some of them using old-style trolley jacks effectively, usually with skids on the bottom of them so they can push them across the sand. And some of them are using bottle jacks or air jacks or even hydraulics.
Yeah. You know, it used to take a lot of time to get the jack off. So now they built the jacks into a lot of the trucks, so you don't even have to worry about getting the jack off.
So when you're getting the jack off the car, is that an issue for you normally?
There's the 19, yep. Is that a shot you got to take there?
Well, welcome to commentary bingo.
So that is the 19, the terrible Herbst entry. Tim Herbst, still our leader physically on course, but Christopher Polvoorde is in the dust trying to hunt him down. And don't forget Ryan Arciero. He's back there too, and now he's running again. He's going to be pushing really hard because Ryan knows this isn't a points race, and he wants to win this thing. He doesn't care about second or third. He wants first. So
Yeah,
I would
absolutely.
watch for the 32 to make up some time here if they can.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be looking for – he doesn't want that second and third spot. Second and third
No.
spot is just first and second loser for that guy.
None of these guys here in this top spot care about second place today. It's first or nothing. You won't see any of these guys smile if they get second place.
We've got someone charging hard here. Who is this?
That's
Let's
one of the
keep an
Herbst
eye-
trucks. You can tell by the yellow headlights, it looks
Yep.
like.
So that means that must be it's either 19 or it's Thor, because we know that EJ is parked. Although he might have got running again. It seems unlikely as he had a course worker with him. So the Herbsts are running.
Yeah, that's the spec truck there.
Yeah, it is. And so they're running 2 spec trucks out there, so 2 T2 trucks and 1 T1. And it's their T1 at the moment that is leading this race, and that is the 219.
There's Terry Householder in the 224. That's Adam's dad out there. Oh, there's the Dean. It looks like that's the Dean car, the Class 1 car. So they were down a little bit earlier because they started 5th. So here we go. This is a good battle right here. This is a B1 versus a T2. It's James Dean in the 175 chasing down Terry Householder. The 175 had some kind of problem because they started in front of the 224 today. There we go, going for the pass. Looks like they're going to, let's see, can they make it stick? Got 2 different lines. We'll see when they come back together who's in front. Oh, it's a hard, we got a left-hand turn coming up here. So we got the inside to the truck. Let's see who comes out of the dust in front. Oh, we got him.
Yeah,
that's
looks like he made it
horsepower there.
stick.
525 horsepower versus whatever they got in that thing. It's probably 800 or so. Just guessing.
You can see it really laying down the roost there. And the car we haven't seen much of so far was last year's winner, which was Adam Householder. And we're in truck right now with Thor Herbst. This is one of the T2 cars.
So one thing
this is coming through there. You can see the rocks there. Just got to take it nice and easy. Is that? I think this is the place where we saw Cade and Mclaren roll earlier.
Right there.
Exactly
Literally
on
right
this
there.
point.
Yep,
Yeah,
right there.
just takes it easy. Brings it through. Fantastic footage here from Thor Herbst. Just trying to see if there's dust in the background from a course that's crossing or whether he's catching somebody at this moment.
On the tracker, it looks like he's behind Ray Griffiths, so I think that may be Ray's dust that we're seeing in front of him in the 253.
Yeah, now Ray Griffiths, we saw, of course, getting tangled up with Blake Wilkie early on, and we did wonder if he might have damaged the car, so it's good to hear that he's still out on track and racing hard.
So this is Cade Garcia, I believe, it looks like. I think I saw some purple there. This is Tim Herbst, our lead T1 and truck on course.
Yeah, making short work of that sand hill. We saw some cars earlier today really struggling with that. But 1,000 horsepower just tends to say, blah, I'm coming up that hill.
Yeah, not much problems, right? Not many problems getting up there with that much power. So that means they're less than about 10 miles or so, about 8 miles from coming back in here. So we're going to see the end of the first lap probably in about 5 minutes, 5 to 8 minutes or so. It's pretty fast from there back to here.
Yeah, it's astonishing the pace of these vehicles. And I'm just looking here now. That means we're going to be looking at something around about an hour and a half lap. So that means an average speed of something around 60 mile an hour.
Which would put us right about a 3-hour time total today, which is not that far off of what the times were earlier today. They were real low, was it 309 or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, for the limited class winner.
Which just goes to show you the pace, particularly of the B3s.
Yeah, it is insane that on a course like this, these T1s are not that much faster than the UTVs out here nowadays. It looks like they're going faster a lot on the camera, right? On the high speed, but in that tight technical stuff, the UTVs just get through there so fast.
Yeah, they do indeed. And we did touch on it earlier today. That last year, the 4900s were racing the same desert loop as the 4400s that we're going to be seeing racing next week. And actually, it was the 4900s that were faster on that loop than the 4400s. That's astonishing.
Yeah. I think that's Justin Bean Smith right there in his T2. There's Eisenhower. That one's easy to spot always. It says their name right on the front windshield, too.
Yeah, if you can't pick that truck, we probably should give this up.
Yeah.
Eisenhower's absolutely lovely people. Now, it looks like he's actually got a tyre missing off the back there.
Yeah, he does on the left there.
It's unusual that they would leave one in the desert, so I'd suggest that maybe it's come undone and dropped off without them realizing it.
Yeah, it's really hard, to strap down tires depending on what's left on a lot of these mounts. It's hard to just strap a wheel on there.
Yeah, they don't like that.
It's a cool shot right here. That's a high-speed section right there. That's probably 100, 120 miles an hour on this section right here. I mean, the helicopter's doing everything it can to keep up with the truck, and you can see the truck's actually kind of pulling away almost.
Well, that's it. So it's over 100 mile an hour when the trucks start to outpull the helicopters.
Yeah. Yeah, these are A-star helicopters out here, too, so these aren't slow helicopters.
So moral of the story, kids, if you're in a chase with a helicopter, go faster than 100 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're joining us right now, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy. We are here for King of the Hammers, possibly the greatest festival off-road anywhere in the world. And right now, it's all about the unlimited desert trucks, and we are watching our current race leader, Tim Herbst.
See, it's a T Herbst. We'll just say T
Herbst.
And then we're good.
And that is car 19. That is Tim Herbst there, our current race leader. We reckon he's somewhere around about 10 to 12 minutes outside of Hammertown. And he'll be coming in to complete the first of two 91-mile loops.
You got some front bumper damage there, too. Look at that grill.
Yeah, just looking at that.
They tapped somebody earlier.
He's still got two in the rack, though, which is more than most of the people on this course right now. And that is Carl Jurgensen.
So the question is, what are these guys going to do at the end of the first lap? Are they going to come in? Are they going to take tires and fuel? Are they just going to do a fuel splash? We'll find out probably in about 5 minutes.
Now, my guess is it depends on what tires you're using. My guess is if they're on BFGs, they might blow through, just even take a dash of fuel. But do they need fuel? I'm not convinced they need.
They don't need fuel. No, they could go this whole way for sure. If they started full, these cars can go 180 miles on fuel.
I think the two-wheel drives are almost certainly going to have to come in and put tires on the back.
Yeah, these guys have over 100-gallon tanks in a lot of these trucks, and to get 2 miles a gallon, that's over 200 miles that you could go in these trucks easily. And two miles are probably even getting better than 2 miles a gallon today.
Now, it's worth noting, though, Christopher Polvoorde, his advantage was the fact that he probably wouldn't have to stop for tyres, but we know he's had a flat. So whatever happens, he's going to have one in the rack.
Correct.
The interesting thing with that is it often takes longer to put a tyre in the rack than it actually takes to put tyres on the car.
Yeah, and it takes longer to do that than to do fuel. Fuel is really fast nowadays a lot of times, too.
I mean, we saw that incredible Formula One style stops this morning by the Polaris factory team. 3 seconds to refuel. Absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, we're going to have some cars coming back into Hammertown very, very soon. So get ready at the end of lap 1 here. They're going to have one more 91-mile lap. Today it is 2 laps. They're 91 miles each, so 182 miles total today. Your time from yesterday's prologue gets added on to today's time, and then your overall time is where you are on the leaderboard. There's Cade Garcia right there, 6104. That's one of our lead 6100 trucks. The T2's out here.
Yeah, Cade's laying down a really fantastic pace, and he's locked in a battle royale with Carl Jurgensen at the moment.
Yeah, look, there's Polvoorde in the dust. You can see he's gained some time. He's just sitting closer than he was before, right?
I reckon he's only about 8 seconds, maybe 10 seconds behind Tim Herbst. And this is all going to be about pit stops now. You can imagine the guys in the pits, they're getting ready, they're working through their strategy. What are they going to be doing? The co-drivers are on the radios talking back to their pits saying, hey, this is what we need, this is what we want to do. The analysts in the pits are also looking at the times of the other vehicles that are out on track and making decisions. There is so much going on there right now in those pits you can't believe.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to make a plan right now what they're going to do. You know, Tim, like we said, he's got to get out and he has to stay in front of Polvoorde if they're going to go for the win. So he's going to need a really fast pit stop here and hope that Polvoorde stops also.
Yeah, I think it's almost certain that Polvoorde stops. He's got to stop. He's got one tyre missing in the rack already. They're going to have to restack that for sure.
Yeah, there's no reason for him not to stop at this point, I wouldn't
Exactly.
think.
And look,
There's
we know
Justin Bean Smith. He's going pretty fast. Look at him.
Yeah, well, Justin Bean Smith is one of the fastest cars out there. I mean, this T2 field is stacked, let's be honest.
Yeah, the T2 field is definitely good. The B3 field and the T2 field are stacked out here at this race.
Genuinely the biggest names in our sport. Now we're just trying to get visuals here. So we're just trying to work out who that is right now, coming back into Hammertown. So he's coming into the wash. This is coming past the bottom of back door, and then dropping in past short bus. And look at the crowds out there, Fish.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Polvoorde make up some time on the short course here in Hammertown. So this could be exciting. Depending on where they're pitting at, I don't know if they're pitting in the front of it or.
We've got the infamous.
Oh, look right
19.
here. Herbst is right here. Herbst is coming into the pit right here. Herbst is going to pit, and here comes Polvoorde. So Polvarde's definitely going to make the pass, but chances are Polvarde's pit is in Hammertown. So question is, can the 19 get back around Polvoorde when he stops in his pit?
Okay, so we're going to have to watch this here.
So they're doing tires. Do you see that? They're getting ready to do tires. So they're doing tires on the back of the 19, which we figured they would.
I was surprised to see they didn't have the tires off it already, if I'm honest.
Oh, they're having a jack problem. Look, they got a problem with the jack. That took a long time to get it up.
Yeah, it did, and that's what I was saying to you. I was amazed that the tires weren't off the vehicle already. So Polvoorde, this is his moment. This is where he could make a pass.
Well, he's already passed him. He passed him when they came in the pit.
Yeah, I know that, but this is his moment. He's still got to get pitted himself because he's going to have to take one on the rig, that's for sure. But we've got a man down in the pits who knows all about this and knows what's happening. He's the man with the stick mic himself. It is Mr. Miles Hasselquist. What have you got for us, Miles?
I'm down here in Polvarde's pits. They're going to come in for at least 2 tires on the rear, re-rack the back, and do a splash of fuel while they're here. But as you can see, Herbst is way out, so I don't have any communication with them. But Polvarde's here. They've got a crew here. They are ready. They got a tire guy for each corner, and he is coming in here right now around Can-Am corner. All 4 tires spinning hard. Polvoorde will be pulling in here in just a second and do a quick little pit stop. We'll see how this check, and it looks like Herbst's back is on track, so we'll see how quick this happens. Look at this. Is NASCAR style at its finest. Full pit here, but the rest of this car looks like it's in great shape. Missing a little bit of fiberglass on the right rear. They're swapping out the rear spare. A super quick pit. We'll see if he can get out in front of Herbst or not. Getting double thumbs up from Chris Polvoorde right now. And again, this all-wheel drive Mason Motorsports machine is looking good, and he is about to take off, so he will get back ahead of Tim Herbst. It looks like they're sending him out. So Chris Polvoorde back on course, out in front of Tim Herbst. What a smoking fast pit crew. Like I said, they've got 10 people on the car at once, and they changed 2 tires, changed the spare, and up, and now they got about, I'm going to say, a 15, 20-second lead over Tim Herbst. What a smoking great job by the Polvoorde crew. And now Tim Herbst is in that second spot. We'll see how it shakes out, how far back's Arciero and whatnot. I'll have to listen to Jim and Fish on that one, so I'll send it back to you guys. But again, what a great, great run by the Polvoorde crew right there.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Wow, Fish, that was exactly what we expected it to be. That was incredible stuff. We said Polvoorde was going to be looking to make the move on the pit stops, and that's exactly what it did. But Herbst, they seem to have problems with their jacks. We were expecting those rear wheels to come flying off, and they just didn't. They lost at least 15 seconds there.
Yeah, that was a terrible pit stop. Terribles.
Terrible pit stop. It kind of rolls off the tongue. But right now, who's this coming in towards?
That's Jurgensen. So that's our first T2, I believe, right? Where's Cade Garcia at? Did we see him yet? I was looking down for a second.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting to see Ryan Arciero, if I'm honest. So this is very interesting indeed. Now, these are two-wheel drive trucks. They're almost certainly going to come in. They're almost certainly going to have a pair of tyres, that's for sure. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, so this is Kyle Jurgensen coming through. Let's see if he's going to come into the pits here in Hammertown. Most likely he is going to want rear tires at some point on this thing, I would assume. So that's Christopher Polvoorde on the bottom, headed out of town.
Okay, so I was just off for a second there. So is Jurgensen coming to his pits yet?
He hasn't stopped yet. He's coming in right now. We're going to see if he pulls over. And then Cade Garcia, it looks like on the map, is still out of town. So Cade Garcia is a little bit out of town still.
Oh, here we go. Right, yes. Now, there was somebody. That is Cade Garcia.
That is it right there. Perfect. So he's right there.
Now, this is really interesting. I'm not being funny. It looked to me like Cade Garcia was ahead of Jurgensen.
He was. The tracker sucks. It's behind.
Okay, so Cade Garcia is heading on out into the desert right now, and Jurgensen is still making his stop. So there's at least a 30-second gap between them. So Cade Garcia is having an absolutely fantastic race here.
There he is. He's in the pit. So Jurgensen is in the pits.
Yeah, and down in the pits with Jurgensen right now, or just been watching, is Miles. Miles, what do you got?
Jurgensen came in just for a quick little fuel and go, and everything looked good. So it looked like it was just a quick fuel and go. The rest of the truck's pretty good for Jurgensen.
Looks. I'm my media guy.
No, you're good. So it's like I said, you just came in, only fuel. The rest of the truck looked good.
Everything looked good on the truck. Just want to splash a little bit of fuel. We hold a little bit less fuel than most of the trucks out here, so we had to get that done. A little concerning, though, seeing Cade come in and skipping most of this infield. What's going on with that?
I missed that one on there, but we'll see how that shakes out. Yeah,
because they didn't do this whole infield. He came in off this side and pitted and pulled out in front of us. So
well,
we need to look into that.
I like your style. All right, we'll check it out. And that new Monster Energy Beast looked pretty good on the side of that truck.
Yeah, she's going pretty good. We really, it's a great sponsor, really helping us out a lot. So it's really good deal.
Yep, absolutely. That truck is a beast. So good job. We'll see how it shakes out. But he's out there running strong.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
All in good fun. So yeah, Jurgensen in and out. We saw Herbst. This is going to turn into a pretty good race. We're at the halfway mark as we speak. So Jim, Fish, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Right, now, this is very important because we thought that Cade Garcia was behind Kyle Jurgensen because we didn't see him come in. Then all of a sudden we saw Cade Garcia in front of Jurgensen, and we're just hearing from Jurgensen's crew there that it sounds like Cade Garcia has short-coursed the entire of the short course.
Yeah, that's going to be a penalty for sure. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
absolutely.
obvious, right? You can't do that in front of Hammertown, right in front of everybody. So he's going to be looking to get a penalty for sure on that one.
I mean, short-coursing the short course, that's a whole new thing entirely.
What sucks now is for Jurgensen, he's got to run him back down in the dust now and be behind him in the dust. So he's going to get a penalty, but it's much worse than just that because now he's stuck behind somebody. So if something happens right now, that really screwed his race right there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be interesting to see. Now, I saw Polvoorde out there a minute ago, and I thought he'd lost his rear fender. Is that?
That's him right there on the top left.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then on the bottom, we got the 19, it looks like. So both of these cars are headed back out on their second and final lap.
Christopher Polvoorde's team absolutely smashed it on that pit. Now, it was interesting. There was something they put into the front grille on Christopher's car. I couldn't work out what it was. It almost looked like a power cable.
Yeah, it looked like a power cable or an airline or something. I don't know what that was about. That was kind of weird. I'll see if we can find out for you.
Yeah, Fish, I'm going to put that one back into that one for you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting confirmation now that from race control that 6104 Cade Garcia short-coursed and pit violation. So there will be penalties applied. Although Cade Garcia is currently ahead of Carl Jurgensen, he will have penalties applied.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, if you're going to try to get away with something, you don't do it right in the middle of Hammertown, right? There's only a couple people here watching. Not a good spot to do that at.
Yeah, now this is an interesting one. Is his pit crew going to radio through to him and say, hey, Cade, you've got a pit violation? Are they going to tell him, or are they just going to let him blow on out there and just race as hard as he can for the rest of this lap?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I found out what that cable was on the front of Polvoorde truck. It's a ground cable to help with the fueling. So it keeps the truck grounded. It's literally a ground cable. So that's what that cable was that was attached to the front of Polvoorde's truck in the pit.
Gotcha. So we don't get a static interference when we're starting to put fuel in. So
yeah,
it's
just extra safe.
Yeah, it's a safety line.
Correct.
I like that.
I haven't seen that before, honestly. That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen it, but it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Right, if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here for the unlimited truck race. We're watching the T1s, the T2s, and the B1s, but we're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you were premium, you'll stay with the action. If not, we will see you in 2.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
First place in the 4500 Yukon Garage.
What? 24 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries, live in Johnson Valley, California, around about 3 hours south of Los Angeles. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is Fishgistics, and we are watching the unlimited race right now in the Desert Challenge. Wow, what a race it is, Fish.
Yeah, I'm glad we've had a little bit of drama here. It makes it more exciting, right? Like, we've had some flat tires, we've had some issues, and we've had all that stuff.
It is indeed. But we've also got a third member of the team, and that is Miles Hasselquist, who's got his wrench mic down in the pits, and he's got some news for us. Miles, it's all yours.
JP Gomez in and out of the pit super quick. Everything went good. 2 tire changes, some fuel, and man, what a great race. He's in the top 10 right now. I've got his crew chief, Chris, right with me, and man, so far so good. That was a great pit.
Yeah, and everyththing's running smooth so far. No complaints. Driver's happy. Things are going well. You need to get to a box next time.
I know. I think a little step up, but man, yeah, what a great hit there was, and just 2 tires on the back, a little bit of fuel. The car still looks like it's in great shape. How far back is Raul?
Raul's probably about another 10-15 minutes out. He had got a front flat, unfortunately, so he's got to hunt him back down.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I see Darian down there. Is he going to hop in for this lap, it looks like?
Potentially.
We'll see how it shakes out. But again, you guys had all hands on deck. Everything went smooth. Great pit by the Gomez brothers. Once again, you're going to have a busy week with you with UTV and the Nitto Race of Kings. So keep on keeping on, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Yep. So Jim Fish, well, another great pit here. So much fun down here. A lot of action, and these guys are all business. So I'll send it back up to the Monster Energy Jumbotron. Jim Fish, take it away.
All right, thanks, Miles. I got to get you some of my phone books. You can borrow some of my phone books down there to get you a little higher next time. I'll have them sent down to you.
He's going to have to walk around with a little box on a lanyard so he can get close to Chris, that's for sure. Right, that's one of the Brenthal trucks we're watching there. Question is, which one is it? Is this Abdali Lopez driving, or is this one of the Brenthals themselves?
Well, if it's a spec truck, it's going to be Abdali, right?
Now, that's a name we haven't seen in desert racing for quite some time.
Yeah, he was off for a little while, and then he does stuff here and there. But yeah, now back in here. That looks like the 27. Well, looks like Householder. Adam.
Yeah. Now, is this Adam Householder or is this Terry?
That's
That is
Adam.
Adam. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, so Adam, if you didn't see yesterday, had a bad a qualifying. He got a flat tire. It was stuck on the front, got stuck in the sand. They had to do the jack a couple times. It wasn't ideal, so he had to start in the back today. So he's going for it. He didn't have much hope of winning back-to-back, but he's going to go out there and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can never surrender. As you said earlier, this is desert racing, and that was JP Gomez we just saw there, and it was Mars was chatting to his crew chief a minute ago. Now, JP will be loving this. Do you know why? Because he's beating his brother.
Because he's beating Raul, right? That's all he cares about, right? He doesn't care if he wins
absolutely.
or not. Well, maybe, but yeah, as long as he beats Raul.
I can't really see that side, but
So we're watching one of the Brenthal cars there. Just trying to catch a number on it. So right, as the racing continues here, we're joined in the booth now by Ben Napier, who's part of the race ops out here. Ben's over from Australia, seasoned veteran of King of the Hammers. Ben, welcome to the booth.
Thanks for having me. So you might have seen recently we had a couple of race control notes come out about the competitor. So that comes from USAC, who are our sanctioning body. They have their race control office up there, and they're watching everything that's happening on course. And they keep us a nice independent control of the race, and they look at any penalties that might need to be applied.
Yeah, now talk to us about this Cade Garcia incident. I mean, 1 minute we see Carl Jurgensen come in who clearly had the lead, and then all of a sudden, boom, Cade Garcia just suddenly appears. So what's happening there?
Yeah, well, the rules are pretty clear with pitting that you must enter the course as close to as possible as you exit it when you're pitting, as safely possible. And what he did was exit the course well before Hammertown short course, and then go around the back of Talladega and actually pit down in the tractor trailers down the bottom, and then just re-enter right before the start-finish line, which means that he missed the Bronco Arch and all of the short course, which is a considerable advantage for him and his team.
Yeah, absolutely. So what kind of penalty will be applied there?
So the penalties and everything are up to USAC to apply. Hammer King and King of the Hammers doesn't handle that, but we have a rule book that sets it out. And they apply it based on our rule book. So whether there are VCPs that were missed or whether it's a course violation from the center line of the course, you need to be 150 yards from the course, feet from the course. And you also need to complete the whole course. So he violated a few things, and USAC have also told me they're investigating him for his speed in the pits as well.
Wow, so possible multiple violations there for Cade Garcia. So we'll have to see what happens.
That's him right there. Think he knows yet?
As if by magic. Well, we were talking about this earlier. I mean, Ben, you can chime in on this one. Do you, as the race crew, do you actually contact him and say, hey, look, you've got a pending violation? Or do you just let him run out there and run the best race he can?
Yeah, I guess there's a bit of strategy there. If you know you've got a violation, maybe you try and put some extra time on someone to cover that. It will be some sort of time penalty, I imagine, unless they decided it was significant enough to disqualify him. But again, that's a USAC decision, and they will come to us. And they look at everyone, not just the ones that we see on TV or on video. They've got quite amazing trackers that they can use to look at everyone, to look at their compliance with the course, whether they're right here in Hammertown, under a helicopter, or right out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, no, that's good to know. And as I say, we're always going to have to think about that one, if we can get contact with one of Cade Garcia's crew and find out if they have contacted him or not.
Well, and at the same time, you know that the Camberg crew is probably telling Jurgensen, hey, Cade is getting a penalty for that. Don't worry about it. Stay calm, because right now he's freaking pissed, right? Like Jurgensen is angry right now because he's sitting in his dust when he shouldn't be. So they're telling him, don't worry, he's going to get a penalty. They know, so be smart.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to think about this. Be very careful indeed. There's so much that goes on with this form of racing. It's never, ever straightforward, and it's never, ever simple.
Yeah, I think to Fisher's point, like as an ex-driver myself, the time you get the most aggressive is often when you feel like you were wronged, and that's when you really break some things.
Yeah.
So you want to be really careful and get his. If I was his team, I'd be trying to get him under control and letting him know, but. Yeah, it's a long race.
Yeah. It is indeed. We're just watching Christopher Polvoorde at the moment, our current race leader, pushing out through there. Now, the interesting thing about that shot for me, Fish, is it means that he's managed to get through all of those nasty rocks without getting a flat.
Yeah, we didn't see him stop again there, so definitely he's gotten through there. And you can see this is a good little T2 battle here. It looks like that is Abdali Lopez, most likely right there, in the Brenthal truck in the back. I'm trying to see who he's catching. Can't quite see who that is. But we might see some passing and nerfing action coming up right here in just a second.
Yeah, he's putting the move on him right now. Here we go. Here comes the love tap.
Abdali's another one of those that you don't want Abdali behind you. He has no problem giving you the chrome horn. And there you go. There's one beep. And he's going to go left. So that's what's so cool about out here. That's what I love. You just go left. The guy goes right. You can get around him. You're not stuck behind him for miles and miles and miles. It makes it more exciting that way.
Yeah, and the interesting thing with this is both of these cars are going to be very evenly matched on power. So it's very difficult to just outpower people to get past them, particularly in the T2 class. So you've got to box clever and you've got to be a driver.
Yeah, this is one of our lead T2s right here. So also, you know, Bean right here, he is currently running third, I believe, in T2. He doesn't know about the incident on the infield yet, so he might, you know, move up a position or something depending on what the penalty is later.
Absolutely. Well, one thing's for absolutely certain that Justin is not going to back down. He is going to be oh, look at that massive leap there, flying through into that corner. He's going to be giving it 100% out there, that's for sure.
There are some amazing corners on this course. Like, I don't know if you've been out there, Jim, but I had the pleasure of doing the desert lap the other day, and I was just thinking about being in a more powerful vehicle than what I was in, and just how much you could rail some of these corners. Like, the course is just great this year, and like Fish was saying, the overtaking options. There's so many 3, 4, 5 lane bits of course out there that really make for some amazing racing. Yeah, there's some tighter stuff like these guys are going through now, but there's heaps of options to get past.
Yeah, that's Terry Householder there in the rear truck making a move here. And like I said, this angle, it makes it look like he can totally see, right? But as soon as you get in that truck, you can't see anything. That dust right there, we can see, but he can't see anything right now.
Oh, look at this.
They pulled over for him at least.
And
that was nice.
Being the hammers in the afternoon, the sun's going to start to be a thing that these guys are going to have to deal with. It's getting after 3 o'clock, getting up to 3 o'clock. The shadows and the sun coming over hills, it really starts to bother you as a driver.
Yeah.
Can really blind you on some of those ones.
Yeah.
Coming back into Hammertown, up over that King Arch, lots of chance to get slightly off course just due to that sun.
Yeah, a lot of these guys have actually visors in these trucks, so I think a lot of those visors are going to be going down pretty soon as the sun gets to be more of a factor, like you said.
Yeah, also a lot of them, they'll be wearing sunglasses underneath their visors inside their helmets, and they'll be taking those off as the sun starts to drop.
Looks like that's Cameron Steele right there. So Cameron Steele and Cody Stewart are doing both laps in that truck.
He's going to be sore tonight. Long day of racing for him.
Yeah, right. Well, Cameron's used to that. Doesn't he race everything out here all the time anyways?
Yeah, but he doesn't normally get that far.
That's true. I didn't say it. You did.
I'm so pleased that wasn't me.
Oh, boy.
Okay, guys. Well, on that, I'm going to head back to race control.
Thank you for the update. We really appreciate it.
And thanks for having me.
Thank you, Ben. Always a pleasure to have you here, mate, and one of the many international team members that make King of the Hammers happen.
And I think that's Abdali right there going around the Kyle Washington truck. Or it was the 27. I didn't get to see. But based on that, I think it's probably Abdali.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben, for joining us from Race Ops. We're going to let you get back over there. And down in the pits at the moment, it's the man with the wrench mic, Mr. Miles Hasselquist. What do you got for us, Miles?
Down here with Raul Gomez, our current king for the 4400 class. He's down here in his T1 truck. They're doing a 2 rear tire change. putting some fuel in, checking everything out. Oh, and they're doing a driver's change, so I'll get a chat with Raul Gomez as his son Darian Gomez hops in the truck. So this will be a fun little chat after this one. Yeah, the truck looks like it's in great shape. Raul's putting his son Darian in the driver's seat. Let him have a little bit of fun during this T1 truck. Everything's getting good, making sure the harnesses are all set. Looks like the rear tires are done. They're checking the fronts. Yeah, they're just checking the lug nuts up front. No changes up front. Out back is good. Fuel's done. Tires are done. Just making sure. Looks like they're just making sure that Darian is in there safe with all his belts. So taking a little extra time, but that's okay. We got the time. Raul's telling him a little tricks of the truck on what he's been feeling, it looks like. And it looks like they're sending him out here in just a second. Double checking his belts. Raul Gomez throws his son Darian in, and he is out and about. So yeah, I'm going to let Raul take his helmet off. We're going to have a quick chat with him in just a minute. There's a householder coming through. But Raul's all smiles and letting his son go out there and have a little bit of fun. The Gomez crew out there doing what they do and doing some good things while they do it. He's still trying to take his helmet off, taking his time a little bit, but. So Raul's talking to things through, talking about he was having some issues getting a tire off out on course possibly. But a great pit stop once again for the Gomez crew. They did back-to-back for JP and now Raul. So Raul just hops out of the truck. You send your son Darian out there, and you're all smiles.
Yeah, it was fun, man. We had a flat out there, and it took us a while to get it changed. So figured I wasn't in the lead hunt anymore. So I said, you know what, Flacco, jump in for a lap.
I love that because, like you said, you know you're out of the contention for a win. Yeah. If you were probably sitting in the top 5, you probably would have just kept going because you lost a minute. But when you're having fun, we're good.
Yeah, we lost about 10 minutes out there trying to change that front tire, and it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. And again, another great pre-run for what you're really here for, to defend your title for the Nitto Race of Kings.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. We'll just wait here next week.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'll let you catch your breath a little bit, Raul. Always good talking to you. And again, the Gomez Brothers crew doing what they do. So, Jim and Fish, take it away.
Thank you, Mars. Always good to hear from the Gomez Brothers. Such strong supporters of everything that we do here at King of the Hammers.
That was actually one of the more mellow interviews I've heard from Raul. He must be tired.
Yeah, I didn't hear any 4-letter expletives. That was working well.
Was that him?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe it was his stunt double.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe we need to get him in a T1 truck more often and, mellows him down.
Yeah.
But this right now
there goes his truck.
Yeah, this is Darian Gomez. So Darian is Raul's son. And he's no stranger to high horsepower, and he's no stranger to these trails out here at King of the Hammers.
It looks like they have a strap hanging on the right side back there. I don't know if that's the excess or if there's a strap coming undone. Might just be the extra. You see that flapping every once in a while?
Yeah, just a little bit. As it's just come out of the pits, I'd like to think that it is just the extra on the strap. Oh, yeah. Right. Now, this is Householder.
Adam Householder catching him. So Adam is on a mission today. All he wants to do is go as fast as he can. He doesn't care if he breaks. He's not racing for anything else. He just wants to see how fast he can go. So I'm pretty sure he's going to get around him probably by now.
Yeah, but I'm also suggesting that Adam's possibly had some problems if he's only just catching Raul Gomez at this moment.
Well, he started so far back because of yesterday, remember? He was
way
in the back.
This is very true, but then Raul saying he had some issues out on course. So
he did. He had 10 minutes at least, he said he stopped.
Yeah. Yes, Adam Householder started in 38th position. And just trying to see where...
Yeah, Raul started 12th.
Yeah, you're right, he did, yes. So, yeah, there's quite a bit of difference in time there.
Yeah. Yeah, Adam's had to deal with a lot of dust, being that far in the back. That's the 284 RTR, T2.
Actually, I'm just looking at that right now. There'll be a 13-minute gap.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, 13 minutes physical.
Yeah, 13. Well, there was a
Raul
13-minute
lost
gap.
10,
yep.
maybe, he guessed?
Exactly, yeah. And then come on back round, so, yep.
I'm sure his 10 minutes is a rough guesstimate of 10 minutes. Right? I don't think he started a stopwatch when he was out there.
It always feels so much longer when you're out there on the track.
Right, it might have been 5 minutes, really.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, that's Larry Trim there in the 99.
Even when he managed to do a fast tire change, it still feels like forever.
Yeah. I mean, like I was saying yesterday, the fastest guys are under a minute now, which is insane. And there's only a couple guys I know of that can do that. We got Orrin Anderson, Johnny Nelson. Those guys are under a minute. Everyone else, I don't know if anybody else can do it under a minute, honestly.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they practice. They actually, their whole life is set up around that. They train. They make sure they're right. They look after themselves. You know, they're not sitting down the bar every night drinking beers. They're down the gym. They're hauling. They're doing everything they need, and they take it seriously as well.
Yeah.
The guns they use, everything they have is 100% honed to give 100% performance out on track.
Exactly. And having a good co-driver is huge in these T1 trucks. It really is. It makes a big difference. You look at some of the guys that win all the time, like Luke McMillan and Bryce Menzies. They got some of the top guys with them. Jason Duncan, Orrin Anderson. Like I said, it makes a big difference. You can be a good driver, but you need to have a good co-driver. You're not just going to go out there and win.
Well, it's a team, and your team is not just the driver and car. It's the car, the driver, and the co-driver, and you need to get 100% performance from every component.
Correct, and you have to trust that guy over there too, because the speeds these trucks are going, if the guy in the right seat misses a call, it can hurt.
Yeah, it can. I always like to say my co-drivers have to be someone that I wouldn't mind spending a night in a foreign prison with.
That's an interesting one.
Let's not go there.
Yeah. There's Adam's dad right there, Terry Householder. He's missing a tire. That top spare looks like it's gone.
I'm just looking there. I wonder if it's actually got lost two.
Looks like the bottom one's there, I think, but the strap is on the top one, so that's kind of weird.
And there is Raul Gomez. Raul Gomez's car with Darian Gomez driving.
Yeah, there we go.
So if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. And we are watching unlimited truck racing here. And look at the difference here. So we're watching Darian there putting this truck to work. And these trucks, it's all about flow. We talk about, particularly when we're at the main races, I talk about flow in the rocks and how the cars have to kind of glide across the rocks, and it's about how the driver feels the pace of the vehicle. It's very much the same with these T1s, T2 trucks out there. You've got to find that flow across the sand. And Darren's just jumped in that car and he hasn't quite found that flow yet. It's going to take a few miles for him just to find it and just get in tune with the vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. When you first get in, like you said, you got to get used to it. Raul's been in there for 91 miles. He got out. He's only been in there for about 2 or 3 at this point.
Yeah, exactly that. And you just got to find yourself. And the whole family is fairly new to the unlimited truck racing, well, in desert racing in terms anyway. So is this Washington or is this Arciero?
That looks like it is going to be Washington's truck.
Yeah. So while we continue with the action here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll stay with us. If you're not, we will see you in 2.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Maibach on top of the box, baby.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the? Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay. I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. I'm Jim Marsden. I'm joined by Fish from Fishgistics, and this is the Unlimited Race. Fish, what do we got, mate?
Well, we got the leader on screen right here. This is the Tim Herbst 19, actually the second place. Christopher Polvoorde is the leader. Which right there, we got both of them on screen now. That's what I thought we had. So Polvoorde is the 94 in the top left. That's first place. Down in the bottom is going to be the 19. That is going to be second place physical right now. And that's your running order.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Christopher Polvoorde, he was our pole sitter this morning. He charged out of the blocks, laying down a awesome pace, but then he got a flat tire during lap 1 and he was passed by car 19 Tim Herbst. Coming back into the pits to complete lap 1, they both came into the pits, but the Herbst seemed to have some jack issues, and that allowed Polvoorde to put in an awesome pit stop and get back ahead of Tim Herbst, and he's never looked back.
Yeah, they couldn't quite get it up when they came in, and it took them a little while, and then eventually they did, and they were able to get out and get it back on track. And that's Cameron Steele in the top there in his T2.
Yeah, Cameron Steele, of course, is no stranger to these trails. As we look now at Blake Wilkie, just cutting across our screens briefly.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in a while, so good to see Blake still going out there.
Yeah, and that is one of the householders there. That is Adam Householder, so that was last year's champion. Unfortunately, Adam had a rubbish qualifying session yesterday. Had a flat tyre, then had a collapsed wheel bearing as well, adding to his woes.
Yeah, Adam's going to be, yesterday he did a 41-minute time, and the top time was 30 minutes, so he's 11 minutes behind going into today. So his time will have to be 11 minutes faster than Christopher Polvoorde if Christopher keeps going. So we'll have to check the times at the end. You never know. We're going to have to wait until Adam finishes, because he could definitely have a really fast time. I don't know if he'll have anything for Polvoorde if he doesn't have any issues, but he could definitely be up on the podium possibly.
I agree. I mean, if he has a clean race, you have to remember that Polvoorde has actually had to stop for a flat tyre.
Yeah.
Got to take that into account as well.
But
There's
honestly, Darren Parsons.
I'll be honest with you, I can't see that anyone's going to be able to touch the pace of Polvoorde right now.
No, not if he keeps it clean. But we got a little ways to go. He's got over half a lap to go, so anything can happen. That was Darren Parsons going up the hill a second ago.
Yeah, let's not forget that this race is about 2 81-mile laps.
Exactly, or 91-mile laps.
Sorry, 91-mile laps. Thank you for correcting me.
182 total today, plus 35 yesterday. So you're over 200 miles in this race. That looks like that's Justin Davis in the top left there in the green and black truck.
Yeah, he's just got a little bit of damage to that rear fender.
We haven't seen too much of him either.
Yeah, he's just chugging along, doing nicely.
Yeah. So down in the bottom.
But let's also talk about the big story of the moment, which is T2. So T2, Carl Jurgensen came into the main pit as the leader with Cade Garcia just behind him. But as we saw Carl Jurgensen coming into the stop and taking his pit, Cade Garcia just came blowing on through and shot back out on course. We've just had Ben Napier from Race Ops in here confirming that Cade Garcia will be receiving a penalty for short coursing inside the pit zone and also for a possible speed violation. So we're expecting changes at the top of T2.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully maybe we can find out before the end of this race what that penalty is going to be, because when they come into the finish, we're going to have times, but we're not going to be able to know, because depending on what the penalty is, that's going to come into play possibly.
I can tell you what, it's going to be a lot more than slap knuckles, that's for sure. It's going to be a heavy time penalty. My guess is if you've missed that much of the course, usually what they would do is 3 times the advantage gained or even up to 5 times the advantage gained. So my guess is that he's probably looking at something around about sort of like a 3 to 4 minute penalty.
Yeah, so he is still first physical in the T2 category on course, and then Jurgensen looks like he's second, and then Justin Bean Smith is third. So it's pretty close race between the top 3 T2 cars out on course. And then right behind them is going to be the 219, one of the other Herbst entries. There is Blake Wilkie coming into his pit in Hammertown.
Oh, yeah, no, this is interesting as well. Just watching Blake there. Now, he's managed to set his pit up away from the rest.
Yeah, so the question is, where did he come off and where does he go back on? Because that's what we had a problem earlier with Cade, right? He came off right there and then went back on at a different spot.
Exactly. The whole point is what you're supposed to do is no advantage gained. So if he's come across the long side there, so long as he rejoins on the long side, they'll be absolutely fine. But what he mustn't do is cut across and break away from a corner, so you're not missing a section of the course. Now, he's re-racking now. So there's one gone onto the back, and this is the second tyre going on right now. I'm just looking. It doesn't actually look like they're going to put tyres on the vehicle, which is surprising. Normally on these T1 trucks, you would expect them to be replacing the rear tyres. Because of the huge power these vehicles produce, they tend to tear up the tyres really badly. So after 100 miles, or 91 miles in this instance, you'd be expecting to see quite a lot of wear on there. And you've got to remember, they've got to go out there and do another 91 miles. So interesting decision not to change them. I mean, it might be they just don't physically have enough tyres.
Yeah, because like he said, they got to put 2 on the rack because he got a little bit too shreddy on the first lap. You got to turn it down going out on lap 2 just a little bit.
Yeah, you can now also see they're putting some fuel in there as well.
Yeah, look at the tire on the left. It's not even colored up there on the rack. See how it's got a black wheel? That's definitely one of their last spares, most likely.
Yeah, that's very interesting indeed. But I mean, desert racing, it takes a lot of preparation. It takes a lot of pit work. It also takes a lot of spare parts.
And you never know what you're going to need. So you bring everything and hope you don't need any of it.
No. You don't bring everything. You bring everything twice.
Okay, perfect. Even better. Everything twice. This is why right here, right? Oh, we only need 2 spares. No, you bring 4 spares.
Yeah, no, you can't have that. You never know what you're going to have. I was racing in Spain a few years ago. We ended up with 12 flats. It was crazy.
12? That's really impressive.
It was a bad day.
Did you forget to put air in all of your tires?
No, it was just a bad day at the office.
Wow.
I think I bounced off every single rock that Spain had twice.
There's a look at the 19, Tim Herbst, up in the top left of your screen there. Might be Charles Durant's down in the bottom right. It's hard to tell, but it's a black and white truck.
Yeah, that's car 19. That is Tim Herbst.
It does look like it's Durant's down there in the bottom
right.
right.
I think that is Durant's. I think you've called that one absolutely perfectly. Now, we saw Durant's in some good battles earlier. I'll tell you someone we haven't seen on track for a long time, and that's Dustin Grabowski.
Oh, that's very true. Let me see if I can try and find his tracker and see if he's still going, because you would think that he would be up here with these lead guys if he was still moving.
Let's not forget, though, he did have a flat tyre right at the start of this race, but he's a hard charger, so he would be trying to make time up. But it's tough to make time on people like Cade Garcia. It's tough to make time on people like Carl Jurgensen, who really are at the pinnacle of this sport. That looks like that is that is Carl Washington there in the T2 Dragonfly car.
Okay, I found Dustin Grabowski. He is actually running in 4th position when his tracker updates. So he is up there.
He's right up there, yeah.
He's running around the 219, the Herbst entry. They're both somewhere around together, just the tracker's not updating very well. So Grabowski's still definitely in this thing.
Yeah, I didn't expect him not to be. If that vehicle was still running, he's always a man who's on the hunt. What I really like about Dustin's car, though, is he's done something different. He's got that funky rear wing on it. We were talking about it yesterday in qualifying. You were saying he quite often races without the rear fenders on the back. And
well,
sure enough,
he starts with them, but then they just kind of fall off every race for some reason.
Yeah.
And including today, I see that they were off once
yeah,
again,
exactly.
too.
They seem to sort of like self-eject.
I hope they have a good fiberglass sponsor because, that's a lot of bedsides that they go through.
Do you reckon it's like a James Bond car? He presses the button and they just go ka-ching?
Yeah. I think that when they put them on, they put about 1 Zeus in them, and that's about it.
one of those, oops, look what happened.
Yeah, the rules are you have to start with it on, so you can't start, the beginning of the race without them on, but the rules don't say how well they have to be attached to the car.
Now, I'm finding that all of this, particularly with the T1 trucks, is very, very interesting. As they're now braking speeds of well over 150 mile an hour on some of these races, aerodynamics is going to start to become a massive part of this sport. And it's going to be interesting to see what the lead teams, people like Luke McMillan, people like Bryce Menzies, and whether they start to play with that.
Yeah, it's all open. In T1, that class is unlimited. You can do whatever you want. And these cars are so close together nowadays that you really have to try to find any little thing to give you an advantage. When everyone has the same truck from the same builder, mostly or close to it, what are you going to do? How are you going to beat that guy if you're both level on driver skill?
I mean, people sitting at home, they probably don't realise the level of preps that goes into these cars. For example, they won't go and buy a set of spark plugs and just put new spark plugs into these cars. What you do is you go and get your spark plugs, then each spark plug has to be individually tested through a series of different tests to make sure that it's not breaking down so that before they'll fit it to the car. The same for the plug leads, the same for every single component on the vehicle. And that's why the preparation of these cars costs so much money, and that's why these cars cost so much money.
Exactly. So the number 19 up there, I do have a time split for you guys. So the 19 is currently 47 seconds physically behind the 94. So the 94, Christopher Polvoorde, is still out front, and then 47 seconds back is that car you're seeing in the top left right there, the 19. That's your physical time split as of right now.
Well, that's interesting. So it means that Polvoorde, are we going to surmise that he's maybe just hanging back a little bit, knowing that he's got the lead?
Yeah, I mean, Christopher is smart. He's a smart racer. At this point, he does not have to do anything. As long as he doesn't let the 19 around him, he wins automatically against the 19. However, you got to remember, guys like Adam Householder are driving as fast as they can right now coming from the back. So Polvoorde can't go too slow because he wouldn't want Adam to have a blistering time, and then Adam beats him by 10 minutes, and then he loses.
Yeah, but then let's not forget we've also got the fact that we're carrying our stage one
Well, that's
times.
what I was saying.
Yeah.
Adam has to make up 10 minutes on him. So if Adam is faster today by 10 minutes, he would beat Polvoorde with the combined times.
I don't see that happening somehow.
We'll see. Yeah. You never know.
But that's what it's all about, isn't it? That's why desert racing is never over, and it always amazes me. You've got to watch that guy at the back. You never, ever know
Look what happened in our limited race. That 10 car came in so far behind, we didn't even notice it, and then we noticed after everybody was gone, we're like, oh, you know what? He just won by a second because he was so far back. It's the same exact situation.
Absolutely, but there was a slight difference in that, in as much as that there was a huge number of cars over a very small space of time, and that allowed him to give that time split.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that here.
Let me try and see what their lap times were at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have a comparison. I'd certainly like to put a comparison to the fastest guys here, to say Brock Heger in that B3 earlier today.
So Householder was 5 minutes slower on the first lap. So he was 5 minutes behind Christopher Polvoorde at the end of lap 1. So he would have to make up 15 minutes now, basically, from the end of lap 1 to the finish of the race.
Yeah. Unless he can find some wings, that ain't going to happen.
Most likely no.
He's going to have to throw a tow rope. He'd have to throw a tow rope around one of those helicopters to make up 15 minutes.
Yeah. Here we go again. This was a cool shot yesterday with Ryan Arciero and the helicopter with the matching. They both look exactly the same. They got the paint scheme on it, the match. Or wrap nowadays, I guess. Nobody really does paint too much anymore, huh?
No, exactly. That's yeah, we noticed there that Ryan Arciero's lost his hood. He lost that, I think, just before he came round to come into the pits.
Did they take it off in the pit? I didn't notice.
No, I didn't notice. And the one thing we're watching it like this is you can't hear the noise. These things sound like screaming banshees as they come past you when you're on the track. Those V8s howling. Usually from twin 3.5-inch exhausts.
All right, so Jurgensen is the third car on the course now, I'm being told. Jurgensen was 4 minutes and 30 seconds behind the 94, so I'm going to try and find out if Cade Garcia was still in front of him or not.
Yeah, we're looking like got a car that's bogged here on that sand hill. It's one of those cars that I recognise, but I can't see a number on it.
So there's
I think that's Chris Hicks, but I'm not 100%. Now the question is, has he had a breakage, or is he just literally stuck in the soft sand? Yeah, that is Chris Hicks. I did get that right, so that's cool.
That may be one of the rental drivers. They have a program where you can rent a truck and come out, arrive, and drive. I'm not too familiar with that name, so I have a feeling that's who that is, and that is a rental truck. Which may possibly mean not super experienced. Okay, so all right, so it was the 94, then it was 47 seconds to the 19, and it was 3 minutes behind the 94 to Cade Garcia, and then it was 4 minutes and 30 seconds to Jurgensen behind the 94. That's your top 4 physical. And now Bean just came by that same spot, 6 minutes and 40 seconds behind the 94. So that's your top 5 cars right now. You got 94, 19, then we have Cade, Garcia, then Jurgensen, and then Bean.
If we look in the bottom right there, we can see some of the crews walking back.
Which car was that? I just looked over there. Did you see what car they came from?
No, I didn't. But that's Jason Coleman right now in the old Serapis car. Yeah, so Jason Coleman looks like he's having a good solid race there. And we saw him earlier when we were watching there. His co-driver cleaning the camera.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. That's Brady Mellon over there. He's he also preps that truck. It helps to have the guy that preps the truck riding with you too, because in case you have to get out and work on it, that guy right there knows how to do everything, right?
Absolutely.
A lot of the top teams do that. It's a big advantage, and it makes it so the driver doesn't have to work on the truck, right?
Well, as a driver, I still think you have to have the knowledge. I still think it makes a massive difference.
Yeah.
I mean, I do know some teams that say they don't want their drivers to have any mechanical knowledge, because if they have mechanical knowledge, they have mechanical sympathy, and if they have mechanical sympathy, they don't go fast enough.
There you go.
Oh, look at this fish. It looks like we've got a battle going on here. That is that Adam Householder?
It's probably his dad. Most likely in the spec trucks there.
Yeah, just trying to work out if he's chasing or if he's just been passed.
That's Justin Davis in the bottom right. That one's easy to spot. The householders are easy to spot. It's just you don't always know right away which one, from the front at least, which one it is.
Yeah, just waiting to get a glance at that number in the top right-hand corner. I'd suggest you're right that it would be Terry.
Yeah, Adam would not be sitting there waiting that long.
Yeah, so that is Jason Coleman and Terry Householder, I'm being told.
No, that's too slow for Jason Coleman.
You reckon?
Yes.
Okay, and Householder making the switch to the outside there. It won't gain him any time, but it will give him free air. Yeah, that's the RTR car.
RTR.
That's the 284. That is Rob Parsons.
There's Kyle Jurgensen. Kyle Jurgensen's one of our lead T2 trucks today. He's had a good run so far. They had a bad outing last race at the Parker race. They had some power steering issues. They were actually leading most of the day, and then they had power steering issues. Hopefully I didn't just jinx them here at the end of the day. But they came out here just to test. They put a whole new system in there, changed pumps, went with different manufacturer. They're just trying everything to see if they can fix it. He told me so far it's so good, and it looks like it's holding up so far.
Yeah, the innovation you see in so many different things, and things that you don't even think about, like steering, for example. And there's so much going on there. Oh, look at this now. Terry Householder going alongside Rob Parsons.
Yeah. It's a good battle. And then you got Tim Herbst down in the bottom right.
And you can imagine them sitting there right now, skinny pedal hard down, putting those little LS3s to work. I say little.
Little?
They're 6.2 litre, 525 horsepower motors. That is Carl Jurgensen in the bottom right-hand corner of our picture. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here at Johnson Valley at King of the Hammers for a week-long festival of off-road racing. And this weekend it has all been about this, desert racing. Yesterday we saw the qualifying, and today we've seen the main event. This morning it was the limited classes racing. We saw Brock Heger crossing the line for an overall victory. And this afternoon is about the unlimited classes. And currently leading up is Christopher Polvoorde, and in second place is car 19, Tim Herbst. Awesome images there as we look down back across towards Hammertown. And it grows and grows every year. Oh, is that Chris Hicks still?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
It's at a different spot, though.
It is.
He did move.
He has moved. And these cars take a lot of driving. It's not, we were talking about this earlier, you can't just jump into one of these cars and go racing. I think the most famous...
Well, you can actually,
Well,
though.
you can,
I think this is a rental truck right here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. See, I think the most famous exponent of that was Jenson Button. So Formula One world champion, came out to the Mint 400 back in, I think it was 2018, something like that, 2019. And he jumped in a Brenthal truck and, you know, he's a great driver. I mean, he's won so many things, including the Formula One World Championship, and he had a proper schooling. It didn't work out so good for him.
Yeah, just because you're good in another kind of motorsport doesn't mean you're good in all of them all the time.
Absolutely, yep. He blew that many corners. I don't think he could have ever believed it. And he was then welcomed into desert racing by Rob Mclaren, who gave him some love taps.
Oh, there you go. That's a good welcome to the sport right there, huh?
Oh, it was.
I think that's Kyle Jurgensen up top there. And then Ryan Arciero is going to be pretty close behind him. So we might actually see him come into the screen pretty soon.
So are we thinking that Ryan Arciero is running in third place right now?
Yes, right? It's going to be Polvoorde, Herbst, and then Arciero?
Yep, that sounds about right to me.
I believe so. And we might see him right behind Kyle here. If this pans back to the right, we might see him back there.
Now, it's also worth noting that we have got a race out there for the B1s, for the Buggies. We haven't seen James Dean for a little while. We haven't seen Kelly Smith for forever. So it'd be interesting to know where those guys and girls are up to.
Yeah, I don't even know if Kelly Smith was started today. May have. I don't remember. I don't remember seeing that car.
Well, we did seem to have some discrepancies in our start order, so that might have explained it.
Let's see, is that Arciero in the bottom there?
No, I think that must be Carl Washington, because Arciero, I'm fairly sure, doesn't have a hood at the moment.
That's true. And he should be right behind Jurgensen.
So Herbst top of our screen, Herbst in the bottom of our screen. So car 19, Tim Herbst. And as we cut back there to the bottom right, that is Chris Hicks. Now, Chris Hicks is off the course there. We just saw him stuck on the sand wash, and I do wonder if he has a problem.
So he's moving again now.
Just trying to see if we've got roost from both of those rear wheels. Yeah, it looks like we have. So it looks like he's driving, but it looks like he's making his way over.
I think he's confused.
Well, clearly.
Right?
He decided it would be a great idea to come and do this for fun.
Yeah.
No, yeah, he's back on course again now, and he's putting that motor to work. So his big 40-inch tyres digging in and making things happen. But you got to keep her moving, Chris.
So I want to see behind this top shot here and see how close Arciero is. Here we go. There he is. See, I knew he was right there. Told you. He was right there. Yeah, perfect. If that's B-more, maybe he's listening to me. So this is going to be good right here. This is a T2 in front with Kyle Jurgensen, and then Ryan Arciero in a T1 that's had a few issues today, a couple setbacks, is behind him. You got about double the horsepower coming up behind him. The suspension is a little bit more, pretty close to the same. Not much advantage on the suspension, but the horsepower is definitely double.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Now, don't forget, what we're seeing here isn't necessarily what Ryan Arciero can see. That dust hangs very heavy on the trackside, and it does blind you completely.
And then I think that's Bean right there that is behind Arciero. So we have Jurgensen, Arciero, and Bean all really close together physically out on the track. Confirmation, we got Eric in the helicopter, and he's listening to me. So thank you, Eric, for showing us exactly what we were looking for.
Hey, why do we need production? We can just do it from here, can't we?
Yeah, right? It's always rad when the helicopter listens to you. So he's got clean air right here. So Jurgensen, it's going to, look, there's no one in front of him. He's got clean air.
Yeah, and that's a wonderful thing when you're out here desert racing. Clean air is absolutely everything. Just relax your hands, open up your shoulders a little bit. Hit that skinny pedal and enjoy yourself.
That's a good look at the 19. Truck looks still pretty good.
Yeah, all the fenders are on there.
Yeah. Got a little bit of damage on the front grille, most likely from a competitor's vehicle earlier in the race.
And there is Arciero. Easily identifiable at the moment, as he has no hood.
In the dust of Kyle Jurgensen, trying to get around him. And then Bean's going to be not too far behind him at some point.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get a high and wide shot, just see how far Arciero is behind. And look at that, he's just trying to pull through it. Yeah. Now, let's not forget, Ryan has actually got an injury right now.
And Bean is not too close, I'm being told. He dropped back a little bit, so he can't get him in the same shot. But there's a good look at Ryan Arciero in the 32. But right now, it's all Christopher Polvoorde out front.
And there is our second place car. That is Tim Herbst. So Christopher Polvoorde, he started in pole position to this afternoon and was blazing a trail that no one could touch. He pulled out another 45-second lead over Tim Herbst on top of the lead that he already had. Fire struck, allowing Tim Herbst to get past him. But when they came back in to complete their first of their 2 91-mile laps, Christopher Polvoorde had the pit stop of a lifetime to get ahead of Tim Herbst once again. So, Fish, you're looking on the tracker there. How long until we can expect to see those lead cars coming back in towards Hammertown?
Let's see. They're about 15 miles out, maybe 20. About 20 miles out.
About 20 miles out.
Probably about 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes then, yep.
For the 94.
Oh, that is Kyle Jurgensen there in the Camberg Kinetics truck. But, Carl has switched across to Camberg. Used to race very successfully for Brenthal. And has changed classes once again. So he started in T2, then he did other things before T2, but was racing very successfully in T2. Made the change up into T1 and has gone sideways again into T2, racing for Camberg.
Yeah, Kyle's basically been a hired driver the last few years, which is cool to see. It's always cool when guys get picked up by, big corporations, or not corporations really, but big companies that build trucks to come in and drive their trucks and make them look good.
Yeah, absolutely. But, we were talking about this earlier, particularly in the B3 class, in the UTVs. I believe that, well, it's a fact. There are more professional drivers in UTV than there are in pretty much every other class combined.
Yes, if you're talking about as far as like factory sponsorships.
Factory sponsorships, I'm talking about guys, they make a living from doing nothing else other than driving race cars.
Yeah, there's definitely a few of those in B3. There's not very many of those in T1.
Exactly. There's not very many in 4400 or in any of those others as well.
Maybe Rob McLaren's probably the first name that comes to mind that does
Absolutely.
that. That's honestly probably about it nowadays, really.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And that's why UTV
is a paid driver here, but he still has a regular job also.
Right, okay. But that's what I mean. If you actually look at the UTVs, we have a lot of drivers there that are just professional race car drivers, which I think is absolutely wonderful. But as the racing action continues here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, we are out here at King of the Hammers at Johnson Valley, California. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you are with Premium, you will stay with us. If you're not, we will see you in 2.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
And welcome back to the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California, and it's a fantastic day of racing. Today is all about the limited classes and all about the unlimited classes, and we are watching that race right now. And there is the second place car. That is Tim Herbst in the car 19. It's been a superb day of racing so far. Christopher Polvoorde started in first position and is still in first position now, but it's not been without drama. He had a flat tyre out on lap 1 and was passed by Tim Herbst, who we're watching right now. Then in the pits, they had a fantastic tyre change, allowing Christopher to get back past him. And they've headed off out into the desert. They're probably around about 15 minutes away now from coming back into town and completing this 180-mile course. Joining me in the booth is Fish from Fishgistics. Fish, this is turning out to be some race, yeah?
Yeah, this definitely is. You can see these cars are going for it. They know there's only 15 miles left. The 19, I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything. They have to get around the 94 and put some time on them. It's not looking too good right now for the win.
No, absolutely. And Christopher Polvoorde, although he is a young man, he has an old head on his shoulders.
That's that last tricky spot right there, right? Going real careful through there on this lap.
Yeah, let's not forget, it seems like a lifetime ago, but it was there this morning that we saw Cade Mclaren roll his Pro R machine.
Yeah, that was definitely a bummer.
And that also changed the race for so many people, where we saw those B2s backing up there, and that certainly changed everything.
And honestly, it made it a better race for the B2s, honestly. It really did.
Well, it gave Peter Hajas the opportunity to be able to pull back some time on those leads, and eventually did actually give him the win.
Yeah, and there's Jason Coleman right there. So Jason Coleman having a pretty strong run. I don't know if I've seen his tracker too much today, so he might be up there with these guys, the 292. I'll have to try and see if we can find him.
Yeah, it's always difficult to try and spot them on course and try and work out exactly where they are.
There he is. He's behind the 219. So he's a couple spots behind Grabowski. So he is up there in probably about the top 5 or so, it looks like. Maybe 5th or 6th in T2.
And that is no mean thing in this. It's a stacked field in the T2s today. Some big names out there. Carl Jurgensen, Dustin Grabowski.
Yeah, so looking at the tracker right now, I believe we have the 94, that's Polvoorde, and then we got the 19, that's Herbst. And then it looks like it's Cade Garcia, which we can see right there. That's our 3rd car on course right now. And then 4th, we have Kyle Jurgensen. 4th, we got Ryan Arciero, 5th, right behind him. Then it looks like we got Justin Bean Smith, then Ethan Ebert, JP Gomez, maybe? Yeah, it looks like Gomez and Coleman right on top of each other. Grabowski and Herbst.
Yeah, it looks like JP Gomez is having a great race there, but this is Cade Garcia. Now, there was some drama when Cade came into the pits. He was following Carl Jurgensen in, but he had a pit violation. So he short-coursed the short course, and then also there's a possible speed violation as well. These guys have to have a controlled speed when they're coming through that pit zone. If you don't, you will get bitten by our pit violations.
And he also had a flat tire, it looked like, recently, because that left rear tire on the rack, the left one, looked like it was much cleaner than the right side. So that tire's been put on probably at remote pit 1 would be my guess.
Yeah. And that's something we haven't seen much of today, is remote pit 1. So there are 2 pits. We have the main pit, which is right here in Hammertown. And then I think about 37 miles out on the first lap, there is another pit there.
An update on James Dean. James Dean is broken at race mile 79. So bummer for the Deans in their B1 Class 1 car out here. That he's currently broken at race mile 79. I just got that update. So Cade at this point, he has to go as fast as he can because I'm sure he knows by now he's getting a penalty. I'm sure his crew's told him that. Everyone in Hammertown knows that. Everybody knows that.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
He has to try to put as much time as he can on everybody and hope that his penalty is less than whatever time he can put on everybody, right?
That's the only hope he's got right now. And let's be fair, he's driving a fantastic race. His pace is incredible.
Yeah, he didn't really have to do that. You know,
No.
honestly, I think he may have made a mistake.
Look,
I think he thought that he could come in and pit right there and then just go back out because there's no reason for him to do that.
Well, the interesting thing is, if you come out there and you come in under the bottom of Talladega, you probably didn't realize. If you get confused, it's very easy to drop in on the wrong place.
Yeah.
However, irrespective of whether you get confused or not, you're not allowed to do it. That's your problem, and therefore you will have to suffer the penalty.
Correct.
And that is, I believe, our current race leader.
That is Christopher Polvoorde right there in the 94. Brand new Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive truck. Just picked it up a couple weeks ago. I asked him right before this race, I said, how many miles do you have in it before here? He said 100 miles. That's nothing for these guys in this. That's about 2 test sessions or 1 test session, 100 miles.
I was going to say, it's 1 test session, isn't
Yeah.
it? That looks like Ryan Arciero.
Yeah, you can tell because he's hoodless.
Or topless, as I like to say.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure that I want to see Ryan Arciero topless, if I'm honest.
Looking fast, though.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever a time that you can ever accuse Ryan Arciero of being slow. He's putting that car to work. Big Joe Gibbs motor in there, over 1,000 horsepower. And no stranger to being at the top of the box. One of the fastest guys in the sport.
So another B1 update for you guys, Class 1 cars. Dave Mason is also broken at race mile 86. He sheared the studs off the rear wheel. So that means that Adam Lund is currently one of our only running drivers in the B1, so he should be winning. He also won last year in Class 1, Adam Lund.
Yeah.
So thanks to Donald for those updates. That looks like Bean right there.
Yeah, the B1s or the Class 1s, it's one of the smaller classes these days.
Yeah, like I said, it costs about the same to run one of these trucks. And honestly, these trucks are more fun. Like there's some buggy dorks out there that stick with the buggy thing, but once you drive one of these, I mean, even just talking to Jameson this morning, he drives the Herbst trucks at a lot of the races. He'll drive their T2, and he says, yeah, this thing just doesn't have the suspension that the truck does. He hit a couple times yesterday where he was like, ugh, and he said in the truck it would have been nothing going through that same hit.
Wow. That's amazing, and when you actually think about it, the differences between them. So a T2 truck tends to have a front engine configuration and also a solid rear axle, whereas the buggies, of course, they have the engine mounted in the rear and they have an independent rear suspension configuration.
And they just slam the ground all the time. Basically, the end of your travel is when the pan hits the ground. So
yeah.
you physically get beat up in a Class 1 car. You know, in these trucks, you don't get that beat up in these trucks. Between a T2 and a T1, you're not getting beat up compared to like how you are in a Class 1 car.
Yeah, it's amazing the way the technology has changed and the way that these cars keep on evolving. And so it's only a few short years ago that the spec cars were on a 37-inch tyre. And they're now allowed to run 40s and run a single-speed underdrive.
That's Ethan Ebert there in the Honda V6 truck, twin turbo.
Yeah, now we saw him stopped on the side of the track earlier on. So guessing he had a flat tyre. He qualified incredibly well. Very interesting vehicle, that one. I think that's Ray Griffiths we see. We haven't seen much of Ray Griffiths for this race. We saw him have a big contact with Blake Wilkie early on. And we did wonder if he'd damaged his vehicle, but it doesn't look like it. Charging hard now.
That is Cameron Steele right there with Cody Stewart in the yellow truck.
Sorry, I just called that wrong, didn't I? And that is Ethan Ebberts in the Car 9. And this car, as I say, is very interesting. This has got the twin-turbo V6 in it. Most of the vehicles you'll see racing have comedy-sized V8 engines, so it's very interesting to see somebody trying something different. And they qualified in very strongly. If you're only just joining us, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We're out here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California, and that on screen right now is Cade Garcia. Cade is running currently first in our T2 class, but he is going to have some penalties applied. So we'll have to see what shape they take. As we cut back across to our physical race leader right now, this is Christopher Polvoorde, the man who qualified first yesterday. And right now is his race to lose. I reckon we're something around about 10 minutes out from Hammertown. We're just trying to check our trackers now, and it could even be a little bit less. So we're going to be sort of between that 5 and 10 minute mark, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare to get ready for the sound of angry horses making their way back into the short course. And this car looks so good. A little bit of damage on that rear fender, but that's all. And for one of these, that's not unusual. Those panels are considered sacrificial. And this is car 19. This is physical second on track right now. So this is Tim Herbst. Different style car, still a T1, but this is a two-wheel drive vehicle, whereas Christopher Polvoorde's is a four-wheel drive vehicle. And in sand washes like this does make a difference. The Polvoorde car will just pull a little bit harder, a little bit cleaner.
So we're going to see a finish pretty soon. I got a side note for you guys. The Chiefs beat the Ravens 17-10.
Who?
You wouldn't know.
Exactly.
So the Chiefs are moving on to the Super Bowl once again.
Is that one of those sports where you only require one ball?
Yeah, it's the real football.
Oh, but they don't use their feet.
No.
Talk
only
me
the
through
punchers
that.
and the
Anyway, I'm
kickers.
not worried. Any sports where you require one ball, not interested.
That's the 205, and here's the 19 coming back in town. They're on it. Look at this. This is full speed right here.
This is on a charge.
Yeah, there's not much you can do at this point besides bring it in and just hope maybe something happens to the 94 if you're the 19. Because at this point, they are not going to pass him.
Yeah, now Tim Herbst will be pushing really hard. As you said at the start here, they're not interested in second. They're not interested in third. They're not interested apart from anything apart from being at the top of the box. There's no championship points here. This is all guns and glory.
Yeah, this is checkers or records at this race, which makes it more fun for us, right?
Absolutely.
You don't have guys sitting
I think it
there
makes it
like,
fun
oh,
for the
we're just
crews
like,
as
"Give me a
well."
second." Yeah, right. Even the drivers, I'm sure it's
Yeah.
a little less pressure.
Of course. And also, you don't have to make decisions like, well, do I back it down because I'm going to get 30 points if I finish in 5th place?
Exactly.
And, just hit that loud pedal and keep going.
Just go for it.
And if it comes home in a cardboard box, well, so be it. I mean, how many times do you hear race cars drivers saying, I was winning until...
Always. Everybody was always winning until something.
Even when they're at the back. I had them on adjusted time until...
Yep.
And still the fantastic images keep coming here. This is the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And our race leaders are making their way back towards Hammertown.
That should be Christopher Polvoorde right there. There he is. That's our race leader. He's less than 5 miles from the finish now. You're going to see him within 5 minutes. Your race leader is going to be back here. All he's got to do is go up there, make that hard left, then come up towards Baldwin's corner, go around the corner, go past back door, and bring it in to the short course.
Yeah, we're just down in there at the moment with Ethan Ebberts. What a great image that is. Okay, we're just getting in from race ops there and some confirmation on the size of penalty that Cade Garcia might be expecting to see. We've had confirmation that it is going to be 5 times any perceived advantage gained. So we'll be waiting to see. Now, how do you work out that 5 times? So what they're probably going to do, the next car that comes through the short course, whether it's our race leader, probably Christopher Polvoorde, they'll probably time from the moment where Cade Garcia passed to the moment where he would have rejoined the track. They'll look at that, they'll evaluate it, and then apply the penalty as required. But my guess is it's going to be something around about the 4-minute mark. But there is our current race leader right now. That is Christopher Polvoorde. And it's been an almost textbook race for him.
Yeah, what did he get? He got one flat we heard of so far?
Yeah, one
I think
flat.
That's about it.
I mean, there is still race miles to travel. But right now it's looking like it is going to be all about Christopher Polvoorde. And there he is, the helicopter flying alongside him. And he'll be buzzing right now. He knows exactly what he's got to do. He's been a winner here in the past. He was a winner in T2 before previously.
Yeah, exactly. He's won this race just in a different category before.
Yep.
And this is not going to be his last T1 win either. He's now in the class. He has one of the top trucks in the class. He is obviously a top driver, so he's going to be around for a while. He's young. He's got a lot of years to come, as long as the money keeps coming in, right?
Well, that's it. It's only dollars, Fish. It's only dollars.
Only millions of dollars. No big deal.
7 zeros is still 7 zeros. And that's one of the householders there. I would suggest that that's probably Adame.
Yes, I would say for sure. Based on that speed, that is going to be Adame Householder.
Yeah, he's another one using that comedy-sized Joe Gibbs engine. Okay, look at this. This is our current race leader, Christopher Polvoorde, and he's going to be coming down along the side of backdoor any moment now. Let's think back to the beginning of this race. Yesterday, Christopher Polvoorde, he stuck it on the top of the box during qualifying. He went out early on today. During lap 1, he got a flat tyre. He was passed by Tim Herbst, but then in an awesome pit stop, he managed to get back past Tim Herbst, and he's had the lead ever since. We're probably less than 1 minute outside of Hammertown right now, and it's not going to be very long before we can hear the roar of that engine in that Mason car. So here we go, Fish. Check this out.
All right. This is what we were waiting for all day. First car off the line is the first car back into Hammertown.
And he looks clean, and he looks sharp, and he looks fresh.
He's got all the panels on the truck still.
Yeah, just look at this. He's absolutely powering it in right now. He comes through or round the Bronco arch.
That's
into
smart.
The short course. Lays down the pan. Now, that's wonderful. Did you see the way those front wheels are hooking up there, showing us that four-wheel drive capability?
Yeah. Yeah,
and
he definitely has front-wheel drive still.
Looking absolutely fantastic. So this is our race leader here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Our current race leader is Christopher Polvoorde. He's just got to hold it together for the next few bends and a few more jumps.
Christopher is he has a short course background, so this is easy to him coming through the short course. He's used to this stuff.
Yeah, he'll be taking it easy now. He'll have the biggest smile on his face, making his way through. Only 2 more turns. His pit crew will be standing there, waving their arms and cheering. Hammertown, get off your seats. This is our race leader, Christopher Polvoorde. Final jump. Coming around for the final corner and the checkered flag. Christopher Polvoorde takes the win here in Hammertown at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge.
What an awesome race. Good job, Christopher. Congratulations to Christopher, his whole team, and Mason Motorsports for putting a brand new truck on the top spot of the box right out of the gate. 100 miles testing, that's it. Come out here and win. That's pretty awesome.
And here comes right now, we've got second place, Tim Herbst coming on down through.
Yeah, that was a strong showing from them today. You know, just kind of stuck right there, had a strong run, just didn't have quite enough today to put it in front of the Polvoorde truck and keep it there.
Yeah, here we go. Now, Tim Herbst, we said it before, one of the oldest statesmen of off-road racing. He has been there, he has seen it, he has done it, but he's come out the King of the Hammers and he's put down a fantastic race. He's put this Herbst car to work. That huge Joe Gibbs engine pulling every single horsepower to try and catch the young gun that is Christopher Polvoorde. He makes his way through the Bronco arch. And onto the short course now. Now, let's not forget, we've got turn 19 out there.
Yeah.
Now, we don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but Tim Herbst has rolled twice in the infield right here in Hammertown.
It was this corner right here, wasn't it?
No, not this one. He's got to come around here. And look at him, he's just taking his time.
He's going slow there, yeah.
Yeah, this is turn 19 coming up right now. So twice he's managed to roll it on its side and be a desert turtle. I'm sure he won't do it this time. He'll be fully focused as he comes in around this corner. Nice and gentle, Tim. Comes on at the other side. He's just got the Talladega. One more jump. And then he'll be taking the final turn and the checkered flag here in Hammertown. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our second place car. This is Tim Herbst from Terrible Herbst Motorsports over the final jump. He comes around the final turn and he will take the checkered flag and an unofficial second place here at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, presented by Monster Energy.
All right, good run from Tim and Jason Montez in there. Good job, guys. That was our second place. Now next, we should be seeing Cade Garcia, I believe. It's going to be our first T2 truck. The question mark is, how much is his penalty going to be?
Now, this is really interesting for me, because if that's Cade Garcia...
That is right there. That is Cade Garcia.
How impressive is this run? To be
very
this
impressive.
close.
In a T2.
In a T2, to be this close to those unbelievable T1s, this is special stuff from Cade Garcia.
Yeah, that is definitely.
I mean, what a shame that he's going to have a penalty applied, but penalties are penalties. He earned that penalty, and it will be applied.
So he started 3 minutes behind Christopher Polvoorde today, and he started 2 minutes behind Tim Herbst today. So he's definitely not even as far behind as we think right here once the corrected time comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, he did gain some advantage, but it does look like he's been laying down the pace of the day without a shadow of a doubt. And let's not forget, the engine in this car is producing almost half the horsepower of those other vehicles.
It is half. Yeah, 525 versus over 1,000. So we have Christopher Polvoorde was in with a 246.51, and Tim Herbst was in with a 247.48. So just about a minute difference between both of those guys. We'll see what Cade's time is. He's going to have a pretty fast time as well. Gets up on the bike there a little bit in that corner. No big deal.
Yeah, Cade Garcia, this is a two-wheel drive vehicle, being a T2. So here he comes, this Cade Garcia in T2, our lead car there. He's making his way around right now. Over the second to last jump.
And Kyle Jurgensen is not going to be that far behind him, so this is literally going to come. It's going to come down to the penalty.
It is down to the penalty, without a shadow of a doubt. And we're now waiting for Kyle Jurgensen to cross the line, because that is the battle right now. Cade Garcia and Kyle Jurgensen. Who is going to be first and who is going to be second in T2? So here we go. Cade Garcia, he crosses over the final jump. He'll be coming around the final. Oh, look at this, wheels all over the place. He comes around the final turn and he will take the checkered flag and provisionally first in T2, but there are penalties to be applied. So the next question, where is Kyle Jurgensen?
Correct.
Okay, right, who's this?
There
This must be Jurgensen
right here, yeah. Here comes Kyle Jurgensen in the Cambric truck. So we're going to see what the split times are at the finish. See, Kyle started in the third group off the line. So he started 1 minute in front of Cade Garcia. So Cade obviously got in front of him and beat him today. So we know Cade's going to win on time. Just depends what the penalty is going to be.
Absolutely. And Carl's had a fantastic race here. Now, is this the first race for Camberg in this car? Or was he out? I believe he was out at Parker, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's when they had the power steering problems, and then they changed it, came out here for testing, basically, and it ends up looking like a pretty good result. They might even get the win, depending on the time.
Yeah, depending on that penalty, they really might get the win here in T2. And Kyle Jurgensen, he's no stranger. I believe he won this race 2 years ago in T1.
So Cade Garcia's time was 2:48.24. That's less than 2 minutes behind Christopher Polvoorde.
Wow, that's special. Big jump there for Kyle Jurgensen as he makes his way. One more turn.
Oh, throwing it in.
Throws it in there, and he takes the checkered flag. Kyle Jurgensen crosses the line, provisionally in second place right now in T2. Now, race ops will be going crazy right now, trying to work out the math. Shoes and socks will be flying off as they count toes and fingers.
So next one coming into town is going to be Ryan Arciero. We just saw him for a quick second there, so I think Ryan is actually in town, or very close to it if he's not. Looks like there he is. And then behind him, it should be Justin Bean Smith in a T2, and then it's going to be Ethan Ebert and then Grabowski. Those will be your next cars coming in.
Yeah, so here we go. We've got Ryan Arciero powering in round 2 and into the short course. He's only got 2 more turns. He's coming around the final Talladega bend.
A shout out to Ryan for getting it done today with the use of one leg. That's a big deal in that truck. That's a lot harder than you would think it would be.
Okay, so here we go. Ryan Arciero, he will be crossing the line and taking a provisional 3rd place in T1 here at Hammertown at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And right now, though, we've got Pam Hall on stage, and she is on stage with Christopher Polvoorde. Pam, it's all yours.
Thanks, Jim. Christopher Polvoorde, you're up here in this #1 spot unofficially. You were on the pole this morning, and here you are. You got to be feeling pretty good.
No, yeah, feels good. Had super fun race, just kind of cruised, and I made a mistake early on, got myself a flat, but after that, kind of just put our head down, and I got to give a huge shout out to the pit guys, and they're really the ones who got this win. They got us in and out faster than Tim Herbst, so really those dudes are the ones that should be up here celebrating a lot more than me. They pulled me out of a bad situation, so super happy, and yeah, tonight we celebrate #1. First debut in my own trophy truck, so I'm happy about that.
Definitely, and you have Mike Kim here with you. He has been out shock tuning with you, making sure your ride was all smooth. You said you were just cruising today. So, Mike, what's the magic here?
Well, you know, it's a brand new truck, and we don't have a whole lot of miles on it. It's only going to get better from here, but smooth ride. Christopher did a great job today. Tire change is a little slow. We don't have our Bluetooth hooked up in the truck yet because it's so brand new, but, you know, future's looking bright.
Well, here you are, though, in this #1 spot. Super proud of you. Brand new truck out here, Optimum Batteries. And who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
I want to thank Mike. He kept me calm all day today. I got a little excited in the new truck. You know, it's a lot faster than my old one. So he kept me under control. But Optimum Batteries, Toyo Tires, Ford Performance, Vision Wheels, K&N, VP Racing Fuels, Decked, Borla. The list goes on and on. There's so many people who come up here, steal it. All the pit guys, all the fans for coming out. Without you guys, it doesn't make it. We don't make it happen. And yeah, I'm just pumped to be here, and I'm excited.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, you guys. Let's give it up for Christopher Polvoorde in this unofficial #1 spot.
Okay, right, thank you very much, Pam. How cool was that fish to see Christopher Polvoorde on the top of the box?
Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised, honestly. I knew that was going to happen. It was going to be him and Ryan were my 1 and 2 picks at the start of the weekend, and there you go. I got one of them right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's been going on. Justin Bean Smith has now also crossed the line, and we are just waiting for Ethan Ebberts here, and we can see in that awesome-looking Ridgeline Honda.
Yeah, this is a real good finish for the Honda team here. Like you said, they're a bit, you know, they got a V6 twin turbo, a little bit different truck, but that truck is fast. You know, that's a full T1 that they built. They used to campaign. It was more of a little bit more of a spec style truck, but this is a full T1 here.
So I've got to ask about the frame on this one. Is this the frame they put together themselves, or is this a frame package that's come from a known builder?
Yeah, this is
so
Tisco.
It's a Tisco.
Yeah, Tisco chassis. Cade Garcia is in a Tisco chassis too, if I'm not mistaken. So we got 2 Tisco chassis pretty high here. Then obviously we got Mason Motorsports with the all-wheel drive that took the overall win. You got the Herbst Smith chassis in 2nd place. So a little bit of everybody here.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the builders are represented on the podium.
We do like to see that. So Ethan Ebberts crosses the line here in the car #9. And he will be a top 5 finish in the T1s. So a great day there for Ethan.
Oh, there's a B1.
Hey, that's
the first
got to be
time
Adam
we've
Lund.
seen a B1 in a long time. That's not Adam Lund, though. That's a different
not.
one. No, his is a black car. Not sure who that one was right there. We'll try to see if Adam Lund is still moving or not. Let's see. The 165, Dave Mason is not.
Oh, we're just coming back to in with Thor Herbst here. And there's so much action going on here right now in Hammertown.
I don't think that was the lead B1, so that was a lapper, I think. Or not the lead one, at least.
Oh, look at this. Dustin Grabowski coming in to cross the line.
Here comes Grabowski, yep.
Yeah, full sideways as he makes it around that last bend.
All right, so here's the question. Cade Garcia finished in 2:48.24, and then Kyle Jurgensen finished in 2:51. So, and then 2:51.05, and Justin Bean Smith was 2:51.55. So it's really, really close. We got to, we're not going to know who won or what positions in the T2 class till we find out what that penalty is going to be.
Yep, absolutely. But it just goes to show the pace of these cars. It's absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? But as we're watching Thor Herbst here, he's coming round the short course. So this is in car with Thor Herbst right now on our short course. Just check this out.
This
so cool to see.
Our 4th T2 to cross the finish line right here.
Yeah, he's got 2 more bends after this. He's round the Herbst corner.
Or 5th, actually. We didn't get a time for Grabowski yet, so this is going to be 5th.
So he's the final Talladega. He has 1 more jump after this, 1 more right turn, and he'll be taking the checkered flag. Oh, I'm loving this in-car shot. He makes the big jump. He'll be checking up here. Visor goes up, comes around the corner. Come on, Thor, you've got to stay on it, mate. There it goes. He takes the checkered flag. Great stuff there from Thor.
There we go. Getting
And
a
as we
little
have more
sideways.
finishers coming across the line, we've got Pam on stage. Pam, it's all yours.
All right, we are right here with Tim Herbst. We're turning around watching the screen because your son is finishing the race right now, but here you are unofficially in this number 2 spot for the T1 class.
Yeah, we had a good run today, and we got Christopher out there. He's changing a flat tire, and then we had to come in and get 2 tires ourselves and a little fuel. Then he got back around us, and we just stayed in his dust and just couldn't get around him. He did a great job today, and congratulations to that team.
Well, you guys did swap back and forth just a little bit, but here you are, though, like you just said, great job on his team, but great job on you guys, too, because you guys started in that P3 spot. Here you are now in P2 unofficially. What do you think about that race course that you guys just went out on?
It was pretty challenging out there. We ran pretty hard. There's a couple spots we thought we need another gear or more motor. And the cross grain was interesting, and we put it up in a nose stand a couple times, but it was challenging, and it was really competitive.
Well, you said you had no flats. You guys just cautioned, for cautionary reasons. You guys changed some when you came into the pit when you fueled. Why not? But still up here in P2.
Yeah, that's great, and we'd like to thank Monster Energy and everybody at King Hammers and BFG tires. Didn't get 1 flat tire today, and it's a testimony to those tires, and everybody at Herbst Smith and at Terribles, and just like thank everybody that lets us get out here on this desert.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll let you guys celebrate, but congratulations up here for Tim Herbst.
Okay, thank you so much, Pam. And the action continues here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
Oh, so while we were doing that interview, the 18 JP Gomez has finished. So does that mean he's going to be able to give Raul some little bit of crap back there in the pit?
Oh, absolutely. He's not racing for anything else other than to beat his brother.
And he did.
The thing is, though, I know what Raul say to him. He say, "That's okay, little bro. You can beat me today, but I'm a 2-time king. Remember that, and I'll see you on Saturday next week."
Yeah. So the times between Ryan Arciero, the Herbst Spec Truck, and Ethan Ebert are all within 20 seconds of each other. Super close racing today in a lot of these classes. Comes down to a few seconds once again today.
And let's not forget, we had qualifying yesterday. It was a 35-mile course, and that qualifying time counted towards today's time as well.
Correct.
Then today they had 2 91-mile loops. And it looks like we're seeing Blake Wilkie there on course, so great to see Blake still running. We saw him have some problems. A double flats out on course. Actually, no, that's not. I thought that was Blake, but that's not Blake.
That's Raul's truck.
Yeah, that is. So that's Darian Gomez. And we heard Ben saying earlier, well, when the sun starts to set here in Johnson Valley, things start to change very quickly. The shadows become very long. You can't see the holes properly. Driving becomes very difficult. I'm just looking at that 19 Herbst truck there as it comes off the stage. It looks in remarkably good condition.
Yeah, it doesn't even look scratched, right? Didn't
No.
even scratch the paint job. You can return it.
Yeah, give it back. I don't want this one. It didn't win. Can I have that one over there, please? So we're watching Darian Gomez right now. And Darian's going to be on multiple race duties next week. Be racing in the 4900s, which are the UTV class here at King of the Hammers, and he will also be racing in 4400 next Saturday. So this is some great pre-running for him, and he'll be loving this. So we do have a top 10 right now. In 10th is Jason Coleman. In 9th is Ethan Ebert. In 8th is Thor Herbst. In 7th is Ryan Arciero. In 6th is JP Gomez. In 5th is Justin Bean Smith. In 4th is Carl Jurgensen. In 3rd it's Cade Garcia. In 2nd is Tim Hurst. And in 1st is Christopher Polvoorde. Now this is all unofficial at this stage, and we do have classes T2 and T1 mixed together in that top 10. But one thing is absolutely certain. It is Christopher Polvoorde who is the winner here today.
Yeah, we know that for sure. Barring any penalties, right? There could be some missed VCPs or something like that, but I kind of doubt it.
Exactly. That's why we always say it's unofficial until race ops confirm it. So as the action continues here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We're here live at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. We're going to step out for a short commercial break. We will be back here in 2. If you're on premium, you'll stay with us. Otherwise, see you then.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
For those who answer the call, made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler, a true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. What a day of racing it has been so far. Fish from Fishgistics has had to blast back out our town, but joining me again is my old mucker, Miles Hasselquist. How are we doing, Miles?
Oh, what a great day it was. I mean, the desert scene isn't really my forte for sure, but I sure love watching it, and it was so much fun, starting with the UTVs this morning, and then we just saw Cameron Steele come across the line.
Yeah, now you were down there in the pits, and it's hard to explain to people when you're watching at home and you can't hear and you can't smell these cars. Just the power and the presence that they have.
And the power is what you're talking about. You can feel the exhaust coming out when they, get through the fuel stop and they hit the gas. They literally throw the fuel mat out with those tires. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and this is 205 Trey Gibbs here making his way in. Trey Gibbs is also in T2, and what a battle that's been as well. I mean, look, obviously Christopher Polvoorde, I mean, what a result
he
for that young man.
He walked away with this one.
Absolutely. But we've also got to talk about Cade Garcia. Yeah, okay, we know there's some problems with timing, but he was right on the heels of those T1 trucks.
Pretty impressive being a T2 to finish overall in third, like we said, with
absolutely.
The timing
and we're
issues.
going to have to also watch out because, I mean, it does look like Carl Jurgensen. I mean, there's a real battle there between first and second between Cade Garcia and Carl. So I can't wait for race ops to iron that one out and tell us what's going on.
So Trey Gibbs hitting the launch here at the end and taking the checkered flag.
And if you think back 10 years ago, before we had desert trucks out here at King of the Hammers, who would have thought this would be happening right now?
I mean, yeah, you used to just be a one race, right?
Absolutely.
And then we had UTV, EMC, and now T1s, and it's just an absolute off-road festival.
It is indeed. Let's not forget we had the motos last weekend out here at King of the Hammers, and we've got a whole new lineup of events coming on. Oh, right, here we go. This is Carl Washington coming in the second Dragonfly car. This is the T2 car.
And it's been pushing strong pretty good today. And yeah, it's hard to tell. Obviously, this one has the hood on it, but that and Ryan Arciero look very, very similar at the start of this race.
Yeah, I said one is usually a blur, and the other one you can see.
I was talking to Arciero in the line just about 5-10 minutes ago, and he said there was 3 times he got a flat that he didn't feel like he deserved. He's like, I just cruising along. He's got his tire sensors on his dash. We weren't even low yet, and it just blew out twice. So he's like, there's just some bad luck out there. So he was a little bummed about it, but he was still, a good day in the dirt's better than the office.
Well, that's that. To be fair, I mean that would explain a lot of things. And when we're watching back here, and we get the most amazing footage from our production team, from our drones in the sky, from our helicopters, and our static cameras, but they don't tell the full story. So, for example, we didn't know that Ryan Arciero's had 3 flats out there, so that explains why he's a little bit off the pace, because we were really expecting him to be hunting down Tim Herbst.
I assumed Herbst, Polvoorde, and Arciero would have been super close, but yeah.
Right, now this is a B1, so I'm guessing it's a black car, so that would, I'm assuming. No, I think that might be Adame Lunn.
Oh, he's done well here before.
He has. He won this class last year.
I think him and R.J. Anderson usually share duties, but I don't think R.J.'s racing this race.
I will bow to your superior knowledge there. Now, is this Chris Hicks or is this Abdali Lopez?
Jordan Brenthal.
Yeah, they're both down as Jordan Brenthal.
And they have a spot not too far down the road. They've got a little compound just a couple miles down the road on Boone Road, and they come out here testing all the time. And I believe you can come out here and rent one of those trucks on an off weekend and just come out here and rip around. That's a pretty cool program they have.
Yeah, and let's not forget, still the racing is continuing here. We have 44 starters here this afternoon in the unlimited classes. So in 10th position, unofficial. This is all unofficial right now. In 10th, we got Jason Coleman. In 9th, it's Ethan Ebberts. In 8th, it's Thor Herbst. In 7th, it's Ryan Arciero. In 6th, it's JP Gomez. Those Gomez are always turning up. Then in 5th, it's Justin Bean Smith. In 4th, it's Carl Jurgensen. In 3rd, it's Cade Garcia. In 2nd, Tim Herbst. And our first position
is Christopher Polvoorde with a great run. We just saw Raul Gomez cruise through. That's our unofficial Toyo Tire Desert Challenge results. You give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, Sylvania Off-Road, Griffin Radiators. See, the sun is starting to go down behind a few of these mountains out here. Looks like that's the 285 of Justin Davis. Jumping by some of those Ibach Spring of the Hammers flags. Coming around Can-Am corner. Oh, there was Adam Householder in the background. What a great racing action we've had all day long, but it sounds like Jim is outside and he's going to have a chat with one of our racers.
Thank you very much, Miles. It's great to be out here on stage, and I'm joined by no other than Cade Garcia. Cade, how are we doing?
Oh, fantastic. I'm very stoked to be out here. I'm very new to the 6100 truck class, so I didn't really have any expectations coming into this race other than having a nice solid finish, but it seems like we had a pretty damn good day of racing, and we're up here on top of the box, so I couldn't be any happier.
No, absolutely. Now, we watched you. Your pace is absolutely incredible. You've been matching cars with twice your horsepower. How does that feel?
Definitely unreal, especially having half the horsepower, but, we just hit our lines at all of our marks. We had a pretty issue-free day, so, it was just a damn good day of racing.
Absolutely. Now, there is an elephant in the room. Let's talk about your pit stop. What happened down there?
Came into the pits at the very top, and we came all the way down to our pit, which was at the very end. It seemed like it was about a 10 to 15 second fuel stop, which was our plan, and then jump right back on course.
Okay, are you aware that there is a penalty infringement?
Negative.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to tell you that unfortunately you went back onto course and actually cut part of the course short. So they're looking at that at the moment in race ops, and they're going to come back and confirm it will be a penalty. They're not sure what the apply will be, but I can tell you that almost certainly you will stay certainly right near the top.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, like I said, it was a really good day of racing. Hats off to my navigator Nick. He called a fantastic race, and I just drove smooth, just kept my head down, just kept passing cars left and right, and just a big hats off to my parents and all the sponsors that help out. I prep this truck by myself. Nick helps me out a little bit, but I'm just a one-man shop, and I just do it myself, and it was a testament to, the prep, and yeah, I'm just very, very happy regardless.
Well, that's really, I love that. The fact that you're doing your own prep on this truck, that's very, very special indeed. So what's next for you?
Up next, it seems like the truck is in pretty good shape. We'll go back to the shop, take a couple body panels off, wiggle some corners, maybe change some fluids, and then with any luck, we'll go to the San Felipe 250.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to it. You put on a real display of fantastic racing out here at King of the Hammers 2024 at the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. Cade Garcia, congratulations, and I look forward to finding out where you finished.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Cheers. Give it up for Cade Garcia.
Arian hopped in for this lap, so the car still looks like it's in great shape. One more turn to go there at Can-Am corner, and it'll hit the launch and grab the checkered flag. We saw Adam Lund come through just a moment ago in a B1. Last jump for Darian Gomez, driving for our current king for the Nitto Race of Kings, Raul Gomez. Get the little slideways there at the end. But look, that T1 still looks like it's in excellent shape. Been a great day of racing. If you're just tuning in, it's winding down a little bit for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We started racing this morning with the limited classes at 8 a.m. and we haven't had a break yet. This is the opening four-wheel racing weekend for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the big race for these unlimited desert trucks. There's the 99 cruising along.
Four wheels on his wagon and still going hot.
Look how beat up this course is. This is the same lap one we'll be racing with the UTVs, the Everyman Challenge, and the Nitto Race of Kings. So they're still going to be pre-running because the next 3 days are pre-running. So this is open for, the next 3 days is qualifying. So we still have a lot of pre-running that can happen after they beat up this course. That it's going to be tough for these UTVs because some of them are 32-inch tires after these 40-inch tires when they're tore up.
Yeah, this course is going to get beaten up, that is for sure. And that's very true what you're saying. So tomorrow it's going to be the qualifying for the 4900s. Then on Tuesday we're going to see the qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. Then on the Wednesday we're going to be seeing qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings, the 4400s, the big dogs at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, so lots of racing yet to come. We're seeing Terry Householder still trucking along. Last year we ran the desert trucks one way and then the rock race backwards, and this year we're running it all the same way.
Yeah, and Pam's got some news for us right now. So Pam, what do you got?
That's awesome. All right, I am here with Kyle Jurgensen. You are up here in this position of finishing out here at the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. How do you feel right now?
I feel pretty good. It was a quick day, so we're not too exhausted. Sean did great. The truck ran flawless all day. Pits were quick. I don't know where we ended up, though.
Well, we will soon find out on that for sure, but what do you think about the race course out there this year?
It deteriorated quick like it always does. We were set up good for it, ready for the big holes, and it was good. It was going very well, and the guy who finished in front of us was driving really well. We were doing everything we could to keep up with him. It was good racing out there. Good. The spec class is always fun.
That is for sure. I love watching you guys out there, but you looked good out on course whenever we saw you out on the screen. Did you have any issues out there today?
No, just issues in the cab. I think I left a little speed on the table, but that's good because then I can make myself better. But the truck was really good. We came here as a test to test power steering and brakes. The Camberg has new calipers that worked really good all day. The steering is as good as it can be. It feels great. And that's it. We're here.
Positive day. I love it. Congratulations to you. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Well, Team Camberg, the Beast, and all of our sponsors for making this possible. They've created a great, fast truck. Fiance and all of her family, they're always very supportive. Sean's kick-ass co-driver, strong guy. Good to have him on board. Just the whole package. I think we're going to be really winning. We're working on some bugs, and maybe this is our first win. I don't know. We'll see.
You never know, but congratulations out there. Good job. Great race, so congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Kyle Jurgensen. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam. And we saw a little bit of a log jam as we have one pulling over. Darren Parsons, I believe. Not much wind going on. The sun is going down. We're starting to wind down for the big race for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
So here with that is Nick Eisenhower, I think, out there on track. If I'm not mistaken, Miles.
Is that the other Dragonfly?
Or is that the other Dragonfly?
Yeah.
Is that Kyle Washington?
Yeah, I believe that's Kyle Washington.
I think you might be right.
Every once in a while.
What an awesome day of action it's been. In fact, what a fantastic 2 days of action this has been. This Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, it never disappoints, does it?
Oh, it's always a great time. I remember when they first brought it, I was like, oh, heck yeah. T1s are coming to town, and then they've just added from there, and it's just a great showing.
Yeah, I was watching this morning. When you watch those the UTVs, the B3 classes. I mean, Brock Heger. I mean, what a display of driving talent.
He was an absolute animal this morning. He was wide open the entire time. The last about 2 or 3 miles, you could tell he checked up a little bit because he was getting communication that he's good to go. But, man, what a great run by him as we're watching Tom Coons cruise through the desert. I wonder how many spare parts are left all over out there. So Darren Parsons is pulled off. Taking the helmet off, that's never a good sign.
Yeah, no, that usually means that that's the end of his day in the office. Is that something hanging down at the front?
Yeah.
It looks like it might be part of the steering ram.
Yeah, it looks like it is some steering situations up front.
Oh, I love the way our drones just pop on in and have a quick look.
Yeah, the ram's
that is
completely
actually the
snapped
whole
off
ram.
the end.
Yep.
So tough break for Parsons.
Literally a tough break.
And that's a 1450 truck that he's racing in the T2 class. As Terry Householder still cruising along. His son Adam Householder won this race in the Unlimited class last year. But this year it's all about Christopher Polvoorde.
It is. He put together such a fantastic race program this weekend. Qualifying first yesterday. And came out here and put it down. And he's a young man with such a career ahead of him. And we often say that it takes a long time to learn how to be able to drive off-road. It takes a long time to learn how to see that trail. And so for a young man to be this good at this age, wow, what does the future hold?
Yeah, I was talking to Ryan Thomas about that exact thing, and he said he is an absolute superstar. He's going to be one of the names you'll remember, like Mclaren and Menzies and all those. So
it's going to be very interesting to see if he makes the move. Obviously, he's in desert sports right now. It'd be great to see some young blood like that picked up by some rally road teams and taken out to Dakar. Obviously, we've seen great success for the US drivers out there this year with Sarah Price and also, of course, with Ricky Brayback in the motos. But let's not forget, you've also got out there racing Mitch Guthrie Jr. You've also got Seth Quintero, AJ Jones, who all put on really good shows in the UTV classes.
And Mitch Guthrie has won over in Dakar and has won here at King of the Hammers.
Absolutely.
There's John Bowers testing out his suspension out in the open desert.
So the shadows are starting to lengthen here in Hammertown. If you are just joining us, you are coming to the end of the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy.
We've been racing for 8.5 hours right now with no breaks in between.
That's crazy, isn't it? But you know what's even better than that, Miles, is that we've still got another 6 days of racing ahead of us.
It's still a lot of action yet to come. There's Washington and the other Dragonfly T2 coming through.
Yeah, such individual livery. Just making his way around, taking his time.
Look how burned out that Goodby and his crew are going to be busy at night fixing this course, because we'll be qualifying on it the next 2-3 days and then racing on it for 3 days. So they'll have to get some water on it, get the blade out there, and get her smoothed back out.
I always start to see a few stars of the sport moving around. Chad Hunt just walking past the booth.
He'll be racing with us for the Nitto Race of Kings later on.
Yeah, I believe that also his kids are going to be racing in the UTV Kids Race as Carl Washington crosses the line in T2.
So both Dragonfly trucks finish here for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Turning off by the Rufus camp.
Makes it round off the course. And we've got a few cars out there now. Now this is an interesting one. This is the only car out there running the LT1 engine.
It's Connor Pyle, I believe.
It is indeed.
Whipple supercharger under the engine. They took off at 1 p.m. PST, so they've been racing out there for just over 4.5 hours, depending on when they took off. They took off 2 at a time, every 1 minute increments. This race is on adjusted time, but we add yesterday's prologue time to today.
We did indeed, which almost gives us a 2-stage race.
It's Cowboy Cerrone, if I'm not mistaken. He raced 1 lap in the UTV this morning, then broke his front diff and didn't want a chance taking out in 2-wheel drive and braking and getting stuck because he really wanted to hop in his T2.
Yeah, I watched Cowboy Cerrone as he's grown into his off-road career.
Yeah, races the Class 11s quite a bit with nitro circuits.
It does indeed, and races at the Mint 400. And it's great to see him out here representing. Just been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Just making his way down the tracks and heading back towards Hammertown.
Truck still looks like it's in pretty good shape. Look, this used to be a super off-camber turn, but they've really burned it in there. And look at the darkness in these trails. That's how deep these ruts are actually getting. I'm telling you, I kind of feel bad for the UTVs in that stock class running a 32-inch tire having to follow these big ruts.
Well, don't forget, the course is going to change because we're going to see pre-running out on this course in the next 3 days before the racing actually starts itself. And that's going to pull some of those ruts back in again.
And, you know, we can always get a little bit of wind out here that can affect some things. A week ago, we got a downpour of rain that really changed some things, but now it's dried up pretty good, and you can tell.
Yeah, but that downpour has set the course for what it is right now. And that downpour has made the racing absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, at the time it wasn't the most fun, but yeah, just getting everything set up for race day, it really made it nice. Looks like there's a B1 still trucking along. Tom Kuhn still cruising through the desert. There's Brent Vinstra. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time with the 4900 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying. We've got a lot of UTVs out there, a lot of different classes, so we'll be qualifying all day long tomorrow to get them set up for their race on Thursday.
And we do have the hardest hitters in the sport. We're going to be out here.
I heard you and Fish talking about it. Yeah, the UTV class is absolutely stacked out here.
Yeah, it's incredible. Really is the top drivers from around the world doing battle here at King of the Hammers as we watch Terry Householder just making his way down through in his T2 car.
I just love the mountain in the background.
There's not much not to love here, is there?
Yeah, the scenery out here in Johnson Valley is absolutely stunning.
And this is Connor Pyle, or was Connor Pyle, as we cut back to Terry Householder.
The on-car this year is absolutely insane what the Hammer King production crew has brought into it. The technology jump is really cool.
Yeah,
and
we were
the
talking.
Helicopters have been even better this year.
Yeah. Yeah, the way they're changing production for off-road motorsport, it's absolutely remarkable. Where they've taken it in the last 15 years is simply mind-blowing and epic. They are the world leaders in this field, without a shadow of a doubt.
Then Tuesday at 7 a.m., it won't be live, but we will start qualifying for the Everyman Challenge with the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock Class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified Class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Class. They will qualify on Tuesday and race on Friday, and then qualifying Wednesday's the Nitto Race of Kings, the 4400, the Unlimited Class, and their big race will be Saturday for the grand finale.
And let's not forget, on those qualifying sessions, we also have a power hour each and every day.
And what is power hour?
It's where the big guns hang out.
the biggest and baddest names of the sport. I think that's, mid-afternoon most days. We'll keep you honest per day. Depends on how many people are registered.
Yeah, one thing I have noticed, they've pulled that forward a little bit, so we're not going to get those long shadows that we've seen in the past.
As long as everything goes smooth, this is going to be I think it's just shy of a 3-mile qualifying course, which is a lot longer than normal. So
yeah, that is a long course.
It'll be interesting. Where there's Ballerina Rock on the backside, and then dropping down back door. So there's a couple spots that could bite some of these guys and gals. So I think qualifying is going to be very interesting and very important, as Cowboy Cerrone is riding the horse there. The Bunkin Bronco.
Yeah, that qualifying course is going to be very interesting. Coming down Resolution this time.
There is a bypass of back door that you can go out and around. I think it's going to add you a couple minutes, but if you're scared to drop back door, you don't have to. And here's our unofficial results for the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge in the top right. In that 10th position is Jason Coleman. In that 9th is Ethan Ebert. 8th, Thor Herbst. 7, Ryan Arciero. And 6th is JP Gomez.
In
5th is Justin Bean Smith.
In 4th is Carl Jerkerson. In 3rd is Cade Garcia. In 2nd, Tim Hurst, and our winner today is none other than Christopher Polvoorde, as we watch Adam Householder just making the pass there as he comes into town. Just going past one of our B1 cars. So we've had 3 classes of cars racing today. We've had the T1s, which are the unlimited race cars, the T2s, which are the spec class cars, and also the B1s, which are our class 1 racers.
And Householder through the Bronco Arch, so the short course is the only thing he has left in front of him.
Hey, it's some short course this year, isn't it? They really have expanded it, yes.
Yeah, Bob Sweeney, John Goodby, Chris Elrod, they've been out here all week long making this thing one heck of a short course. And they'll be having to work on it every single night.
Yeah, they'll be burning some diesel tonight, that's for sure. And let's not forget, when we finish racing here, at the end of Saturday next week, all of this returns back to the desert.
It is insane. They can take this short course in about a day and a half and completely put the dirt back where it was, and you can't hardly tell it except for the coloration of the dirt. But give it about a month and you can't tell it's a full-on short course.
Yeah, and people don't realize that when we actually come out here, before we even start King of the Hammers or any preparation, we survey the land, and then we have to return the land to exactly back what that survey was previous.
Yeah, and we've got a great crew out there, picking up trash and doing our part for absolutely everything as Terry Householder grabs the checkered flag.
And coming out, I think that's Tom Coons there.
Yep.
Crossing the line in the B1. We're just lining them up now, and we will be getting them up here for awards around about 5:30, I believe.
There's Brent Veenstra.
Yeah, one of my mates back in Holland saying to me, Veenstra. He said, that's a Dutch name. Who knew?
There's Connor Pyle. He'll be grabbing that checkered flag as well. So there's quite a few trucks that are going to be finishing this year for this race.
I've got to say, the attrition rate has been very low on this rate. We've got a lot of finishers out there.
Definitely saw some broken parts out there for sure. But, yeah, there's more trucks finishing than I anticipated. But, again, this is just the desert only. Wait till we throw the rocks at you later in the week. The attrition is going to be setting in hard.
Oh,
that 4,400 Nitto Race of Kings, there's a couple trails at the end that are absolutely insane.
But that's why we come to King of the Hammers. That's why we keep coming back to Johnson Valley.
It sounds like we, across the PCI Race Radio, got about 20 more minutes before we going to start shutting this course down.
So this is Connor Pyle making his way across the line. The only car in T2 not to be running an LS motor.
All 4 Toyo tires holding up. Crowd's excited to see their buddy finish.
got a fantastic crowd out here today for the desert race. Good to see so many people out here in Johnson Valley.
Absolutely.
So Miles, we were talking last year about this, and you said, you know what, I'd really like to call on a desert race. So how's it feel to have been calling on a desert race?
It's absolutely amazing. I'm a fan of off-road completely, you know. So it's a little different pace for sure, but it's really cool to see what they do. These unlimited trucks are absolutely insane. Well, that's not the short bus we saw earlier, but...
Do you see the bus racing this morning?
Yeah, that was a comedy for sure. At least they're out here having fun.
They are indeed, and if they're out here, they're not causing danger anywhere else. We've got another car. That is the RTR car there. And look at the horsepower they have to use to be able to carve their way up the hill.
And look how loose it is. Yeah,
Ooh.
that sand's really starting to deteriorate out there.
Yeah, that was really interesting this morning, watching the difference between those B2s and the B3s, and how the B3s just absolutely power up the hill using the all-wheel drive to take advantage.
So to our right is where back door is. So they'll come down to the wash, take a left, and head towards Hammertown. Great spectating area. You saw the Jumbotron.
So as the action continues here at the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. The sun is starting to go down over the hills here at Hammertown. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but we'll be back very soon and bring in the last runners and riders here as they enter the final short course. If you're on the live feed, you'll stay with us on Premium. Otherwise, we'll see you in 2.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are out here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, California. I'm Jim Marston, and in the booth with me is Miles Hasselquist. How you doing, Miles?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing thus far. Rob Parsons just came through Hammertown grabbing the checkered flag. If you missed that while we were in commercial.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you've only just joined us, the big news today is we have a new winner in Desert right here at King of the Hammers, and that is Christopher Polvoorde.
And for his first time winning, for his first time in his new T1 truck. Pretty cool to see that shake out.
Yeah, it's an astonishing display of driving. But he didn't have it all his own way as we watch Chris Hicks here picking his way around in his Brenthal car.
Believe he's racing later on this week as well.
Yeah, it's a name I'm familiar with.
Yeah, he's racing the 4400 as well.
We saw him having some trouble on one of the loose sand hills earlier. But he managed to get it up and running again, and here he is, charging hard.
And just look at the rocks. They're out there everywhere to bite you. There's a lot of flat tires today, and I expect to see more and more of that as the week goes on.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt there is going to be a lot of rubber left on this course, that's for sure. Tell you who we haven't seen for a long time, and I fear the worst that he might be broken, and that's Blake Wilkie.
Yeah, he was having some issues early on, and we saw him in the pits for quite some time, but I haven't really heard much more than that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just getting race ops telling us right now that he's showing 0 mile an hour, so tough luck there for Blake Wilkie.
But hey, he won yesterday in the Class 11 Baja Vita Showdown.
Yeah, he did. Now, just get your head around there. That was 46 finishes in 46 starts in that Class 11 car.
That's pretty impressive because there's not a lot of technology in those old cars, but he keeps prepping it, bringing it back, and it's living.
Yeah, the Slug Shark. And here we go. We've got Cowboy Cerrone now coming through the Bronco Arch and into the short course.
And he's not letting out till the very end. Great to see him racing off-road in general, but especially with us here for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. Speaking of a monster athlete, you recognize that name from the UFC. Been a top-notch fighter for a long time, but is really coming into his own in the off-road world.
Yeah, he started to make the transition a few years ago. And, started watching him racing at the Mint 400 in UTVs. And see him moving up into these T2s is absolutely fantastic.
One more turn to go there at the Can-Am corner, and then he'll hit the jump at the finish.
Well, I don't know about you, they've added these extra bends into the short course this year, and I keep finding myself catching myself out as to where they are.
Yeah, which corner's which. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
As he launches across and grabs the checkered flag. The timing loop is actually at the end of that jump. So this is just for show here at the end.
Now, that's good to know. We've been watching some cars coming on into the finish, and they're checking up once they come off the jump, and you're like, come on, fella, stand on it.
Yeah, no, they covered in the driver's meeting that the finish line is actually at the end of that jump.
Gotcha.
But obviously they want to feed you through the start-finish, just the flow of traffic.
Yeah.
That was that truck that was having steering issues earlier on. Darren Parsons.
So they're taking the hood off of that thing, but it did look like it had a physical brake underneath. It looked like the steering ram had left the party.
And look at the sunset here in Johnson Valley, California. What a beautiful, beautiful view.
So as the sun starts to settle down over the hills, we're bringing this 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge to a close. And what a day of racing it's been. It started at 8 a.m. this morning with the limited classes, and it was dominated by Brock Heger. He qualified first yesterday. He came out here and he absolutely destroyed the field with a dominating display.
He started on the pole and never looked back.
Absolutely.
And the car, I'm telling you, it looked like it was in perfect shape. I think everybody that was in the Unlimited race has had a flat up front.
Yes, so, I think you're right, yeah.
Brock Heger did this same exact course with 0 flats early on.
Yeah, in fact, you say that, I don't think that Tim Herbst had any flats today.
Okay, yep. I do know Polvoorde did for sure.
Absolutely.
Arciero had a few. There's Chris Hicks making his way up the sand hill. And look how dug out it's getting. Camera never does any justice, but that's a pretty steep hill that's super, super loose. And these are just two-wheel drive trucks, obviously.
Yeah, what I'm really enjoying about this drone footage is you do get some idea of the depth of the ruts, and you do get some idea of the severity of the hill. Normally when you have a static camera, you can't see those angles, but these drone shots allow you to see that. Massive thank you to our production crew.
Oh, they've been killing it all weekend long. Well, we started off last weekend.
Yeah.
You weren't here yet.
And I was still hanging around on the other side of the pond.
But yeah, there's so much that goes on behind the scenes. We've got a massive crew here, and they all bust their butt to make it happen. I think we've got 30-plus cameras out on course with drones and choppers and stick cameras, and it just takes an army to make all this happen.
It does, and we will be bringing you the footage of the greatest off-road races in the world, in my opinion.
100% agree with that.
And that is the Ultra 4 races, and the qualifying for those races starts tomorrow. It's car number 4.
Brent Veenstra grabs the checkered flag.
I think that might be Robby Veenstra that's actually driving.
Chris Hicks still blasting through the desert. See those King shocks really soaking it up.
Yeah, it's great to see Chris Hicks out there, still giving it 100%. Never surrender. The #1 motto of any off-road racer. What I really enjoy about this style of racing, and all of the races in Hammertown, at the end of the race, the cars come across the line, they park up in amongst the crowds. The crowds can talk to the drivers can talk to their fans. So it makes for a wonderful atmosphere.
Oh, yeah, and you can get up close and personal with some of these amazing trucks. It's great. I love walking around them after the race to see what kind of, what they put it through.
Absolutely, and let's not forget that tonight we will be having live music here in Hammertown. The fire pit will be reignited.
We got the drivers meeting for the rock races later on this evening in the short course on the backside of the Warren VIP area.
Yeah,
and
what time is that?
Look at Hammertown, Jim. There are so many people here. Last year we were guessing 75,000 people, and I think we're going to be there.
Let's put this in perspective. We were only looking at the staff area there.
It's incredible how much Hammertown's been growing. I've been here for, I think, almost a month helping set everything up. When I showed up, I believe it was the night of the 5th. I came down here on the 6th, and there was literally 2 or 3 campers down here. And in the last month, it's just absolutely grown into a complete city. We buried electricity. We got multiple generators. It's amazing to see how all this come together.
Okay, this is the 2024 Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We've still got some cars on course that we're going to be bringing back into Hammertown, but while we're waiting for them, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll be staying with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
The thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers, to the Jeeps, you drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Okay, welcome back to the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are here in Hammertown for the 2024 King of the Hammers. What a day of racing it's been, Miles.
It's been a great opening weekend once again for the four wheels, and it's been so much fun watching the desert trucks out here. But tomorrow we're going to kick off with the qualifying for the next 3 days, and then it's racing. So 6 more days of action yet to come. It's going to be great.
Isn't that insane? And yet we've already seen some incredible action out there, of course. But let's just talk about Brock Heger winning the limited classes this morning. And then this afternoon, of course, the big man, he's only tiny himself.
Yeah, Christopher
Polvoorde dominating in the unlimited classes.
Yeah, put on a great show for everybody here in Hammertown and back at home. We need to give a huge shout out to Pam Hall that's been helping. Fishgistics was the man all weekend. This guy knows everything about the desert trucks.
He does indeed. It's been absolutely wonderful. Now, prize giving is going to be, or awards ceremony is going to be around about 5:30. In the meantime, we're going to be cutting out through to some highlights. We will look forward to joining you for more action here in Johnson Valley tomorrow morning.
But don't forget, awards will be up at 5:30 this evening. So they should be up in about 35 minutes. So before we throw it to some awards, I'm Miles Hasselquist alongside Mr. Jim Marsden. We got a highlight reel from earlier today. So stay tuned and you get to see some cool stuff.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Years of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost is snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
First place in the 4500 Yukon Garage. All right, guys, are we ready to give away some awards? Thank you guys for being so patient. We all know we have to cross our T's and dot our I's. So we are here for the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. We are going to start with our T4 Desert Stock 7F class. We have lots of classes to go through. So come on down up here, Cameron Steele, Kendall Glines, and Wyatt Albritton. Do we have you guys here? Yes? We are going to try to get this done as soon as possible because a lot of you guys have to get over to the driver's meeting as well. So we're going to be quick. All right, Wyatt first. Wyatt. Where's Cameron? Is Cameron here? Is Cameron still here? You can hold it for Cameron. He's right in the middle. All right, we're going to start right over here in our number 3 spot. Wyatt, out there today. Here you are, 3rd place up here. How you feel right now?
I'm feeling really great. The car did really good. Thanks to the pit team and everyone. They helped us change, swap out a tire. Everything went great. It was great.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for getting out here this weekend?
Definitely like to thank me and Derek's wives for letting us come do this stuff, our whole Rusty Nail team. And, great fam out there, and then all our sponsors, Max Tracks, Fox, Warren, all those guys. So
awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move right on over here into our number 2 spot. Kendall Glines up here, number 2. How are we feeling right now? Are you going to talk?
Yeah, I'll talk. It's incredible to be here. Our crew has put in a heck of a prep season. We're super excited to be here. Couldn't do it without my boys, all our crew, our families. We're ecstatic to get through a race, and yeah.
Well, that's awesome out here in that number 2 spot. Who do you guys want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
We got Mickey Thompson Tires, Craig Swap and Associates, Wasatch Performance Coatings, Yukon Gear and Axle is awesome. Sorry Bailey had a bad day, but he helped us. Pushed us away from the big rock that he hit. Thanks, Bailey. We love you. Chad's Fab YouTube. Go check out Chad's Fab and Fab Rats. Nemesis Industries, TerraFlex Suspension, R1 Industries. Nacho Lights they're awesome. Steve at Nacho Lights. Tip Top Transmissions. We have put together an awesome group of marketing partners. We are just a low-budget team with a lot of good people, having a blast and getting some good results.
Well, a well-deserved number 2 spot up here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we don't have Cameron still here, but we're going to have you hold up that number 1 trophy. So let's give it up for our T4 Desert Stock 7F class. Okay, to everybody that is here, the driver's meeting is still happening on time, so if you do have to get to it, we completely understand. We are going to be doing our T1 class last, so if anybody has to get over there, we completely understand. If you have somebody that you want to have take your trophy for you, you're more than welcome to do so. All right, we're going to go ahead and start bringing on over our B4 Desert Vintage Buggy 1600 class. Let's go ahead and bring down in the number 1 position, Amy Brandt, and in that number 2 position, Bob Stewart. Just one per team. We don't need a 3rd place.
Bud's first.
Bud?
Or second.
Bud Ward's first. Oh,
Wait,
wait.
I promise.
I'm Amy.
Say
Bud Ward, come on up here. I just was told that we have a position change here. Let me confirm all this stuff going on.
Yeah.
He's first, we're Amy's second.
All right, so we have Bud Ward actually in that number 1 spot, Amy Brandt, and then Bob Stewart in that number 3 position. Amy?
Yes.
Do we have
Bob. I'm Bob.
You're Bob. Bob. All right, we're going to start right here with you, Bob. You are out there 1600 class. I mean, you guys hardly have any suspension, so it's pretty rough. What was that course like?
It's a great course. Ran it last year. Really, really fun course. Great operation you guys are running here. Probably be back again. Did have a flat on the first lap, or I might have got these guys. So, other than the flat, had a great race. Super fast, super fun. Yeah.
Well, that's awesome to hear. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
My wife and daughter, first and foremost. They let me go do crazy stuff like this when I should be at home working. And then John Mclaren and his family, who host us down here in the desert and allow us to come racing and take care of us. And all of the guys that came out and assisted us at the remote pits and the main pits and just take care of us.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot.
Thanks.
All right. We're moving right on over here into the number 2 position. Amy Brandt, you're up here second place. Did you have fun?
I had a really good time. Just bought the car 2 weeks ago from Hardin Racing. They build a great car, have a great program, so we didn't have to do a whole lot. But I want to thank my son, Cole Brandt, for helping me put it together, and my sister, Emily Shapiro, for driving with me. Emily was awesome. And my first time at King of Hammers, so we just had a great time. Want to thank my husband and also SRD for all the pit support.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You have a smile on your face. Emily, I know she does this all the time. She's a seasoned driver, so congratulations on your first King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
All right, right here, Bud Ward in that number 1 spot. How do you feel?
Pretty good. This was an awesome event. It's insanity. Everybody out here, all the spectators, and the media is great. It's great for the whole industry, and I appreciate everybody coming out. And I love it out here. I've raced out here my whole life, and it's great to come back on courses I haven't seen in 15 years. And thanks everybody at King of the Hammers for putting it on. I got to thank BF Goodrich Tires. They're amazing. Their support out at the track, and their products are simply the best. Fox Shocks, Major Performance Engines, Dave Foltz Transmissions. I mean, I got a lot of guys that come out normally. This time we didn't have a whole lot. We had a skeleton crew. My dad manned the main pit with BF Goodrich, and I had one guy over at the remote pit, and unfortunately he broke a radiator hose, so we had to go save him after we got done. But we had an amazing event, and I thank everybody for having us out here and putting it on. So means a lot. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 1 spot.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's give it up one more time for our B4 Desert Vintage Buggy 1600 class. All right, they're going to get their celebration. They're going to spray their Pacifico and party it up. Our 1600 class, are you guys going to spray it? Okay, well, we're going to move on because they are going to go ahead. So our B3 UTV Pro Stock NA class, we have in the number 1 spot here, Bailey Bryant, come on up. And in the number 2 spot, Brent Vinstra. So sorry if I said that name wrong. Go ahead and come on up. So sorry, guys. Hold on. All right, let's get your interviews, and then what we're doing, we're going to get those awards for you. So give me a minute. Are you guys the only one here? Looks like Amy? Nope. Bailey. Bailey, here you are. In this number 1 spot, we'll get your trophy in just a second.
Okay.
How do you feel right now?
So great. I mean, this is my first year racing here at all, and I just feel like my car did so good. We had one flat, that was it. And we did that super fast, got to remote pits. They got our new one put on. And after that, we were just smooth sailing. It was awesome.
Well, you are a young driver out here. How long have you been racing?
This is my first year.
Your first year. How old are you?
17.
Awesome. Congratulations. You got to give it up for the young women. Let me get your trophy and we will get this celebration. All right, let's give it up for our young lady, Miss Bailey Bryant. All right, next up, we're going to move into our B3 UTV Pro Stock Turbo. In our number 3 spot will be Miss Sarah Price. Second position, Jake Versi. And in that number 1 spot, Rodrigo Ampudia. What is it? Do we have any of those drivers here? Oh, yeah, Miss Prada coming up with Jake Versi. Here we are. All right, so Jake is in the number 2 spot. All right. Perfect. There you go. Perfect. All right, Jake Versi, here you are. You are our only driver here right now. I know that you need to get over to the drivers meeting as well because you are also in our Ultra 4 classes as well. But Prada right here, your lucky charm.
I think so. We're 2 podiums in a row with Prada, so we're going to keep bringing her.
How do you feel about that desert loop out there today?
It was pretty awesome. There's really a lot of high-speed stuff. We were probably floored doing over 90 miles per hour for probably 20 minutes. It was a blast. Really fun course.
Well, you're usually racing in the rocks with this, but I know you've been putting a lot of time into that Can-Am that you have built and having a blast out there.
Yeah, in a new Can-Am Maverick R, and it's an unbelievable platform. Picked up a tremendous amount of speed. I can't wait to see where that platform develops with my program. It's going to be awesome.
Awesome. Well, who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
X-Comp tires, KMC wheels, fueled UTV, track spracks. I mean, there's so many guys, Sparco, HCR. Really everybody in the pits, family, friends. It's what makes it all happen. So thank you to everybody.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot out here this weekend, Jacob Versi.
Thanks so much.
All right, next up, our B3 UTV Pro Modified class. In that number 3 spot, Chris Reindl. In that number 2 spot, Michael McFadden. And in that number 1 spot, Joe Terrana. Let's see who we have first. Here's number 1. So Chris is in the number 3 spot. Thank you. Michael McFadden, are you here? Nope. Okay. So we're going to start right here with you, Chris. Chris, out here, number 3 spot. You guys have been right here watching all day long, waiting for these trophies. Do you know exactly where you were?
I did.
Well, that's good. You had great timer, people. Because everybody else was very curious of where they were sitting, but that's awesome that you had that down and you know. But number 3 out here for the Desert Challenge, how was that course for you?
It was a good course. We had some rough sections, had some close calls, but we made it through, and we're happy to be up here.
Well, that's awesome. You know, number 3 out here finishing that course was a win in itself for a lot of people, but who do you want to thank for getting you out here?
I really got to thank Veterans Racing Alliance. They did pit. They're all my support, and Screws Loose Racing, they let me race the car. It's not even my car. First time out here racing by myself. I've only done 2 desert races before this, and it was awesome. I also got to thank CT Raceworks, ZRP, BF Goodrich, their tires, not one flat, and I'm sure there's many others that I'm forgetting.
Well, you get to go celebrate now. You're done with your racing, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving right on over here into the number 1 spot. Joe Terrana, here we are, number 1. I had to ask you how to say it again. I did that earlier on, but how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good.
Feeling good. I like it. He's very mellow. You've had a lot of time to mellow out.
Yeah, we're just hanging out here waiting for these awards.
Well, that's a great one to have, that number 1 spot. So here you are, number 1 position out here for the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. Who do you want to thank?
I just want to thank my dad and my whole team and everyone who gets their name on the car, and that's it.
All right, man, a few words. Congratulations in that number 1 spot. Let's give it up for our B3 UTV Pro Modified class. All right, who's ready for the B3 UTV Open class? I know Mr. Matlock is waiting over here, so Wayne Matlock, come on down in that number 3 spot. Max Eddy Jr. in the number 2 spot, and Brock Heger in that number 1 spot. Did Brock go to the driver's meeting? Anybody? Okay. Is there anybody that wants to come up and accept? Okay, perfect. Here we are, Mr. Matlock. We're here. All right, we'll get that number 3 spot.
Yeah, that one.
All right, is Max Eddy here?
Right here.
Oh, you're right here. I didn't even see you walk up. All right, let's go right here. Do we have number 2?
Oh.
You're.
Yeah, I don't think it. Yeah. We're all mixed up. Yeah.
Wayne Matlock, it's been a long day. I'm getting confused up here. How are you? Are you getting confused?
I'm better now that we're here.
We're here. We have the results. You're up here in that number 3 spot. Feeling pretty good about that course today?
Yeah, the course was awesome. Ton of fun out there. All the guys that put that race course together was probably the most fun I've had in a States race in a long time. So we had a great time. Want to do it again. I wish it was longer.
That's what people are saying. They wish there was at least one more lap or a little bit longer loop, but some people are really glad it was over.
Yeah, I wanted another lap.
Well, awesome. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
You know, Polaris Razors, they're behind us 100%. I want to thank them for sure. Yokohama Tires had a great run today, both my car and Kristen's car, 0 flats. Optima batteries, rugged radios, Motul, Vision Wheel, Fox, and I know I'm forgetting a ton, but you know, most of all, friends and family, and my mechanic Poncho, and also my co-driver. So I had a great time.
It's best to have your mechanic in there in case something goes out wrong on course, but congratulations on this number 3 spot.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving right on over here into the number 2 position, Max Eddy Jr. You're up here, number 2, feeling good. We talked earlier on, but here you are up on the podium.
Yeah, it feels good. You know, I'm new to this team, and I couldn't be more proud of everyone on our team. They did an amazing job on these cars and dialing them in. So I just want to say thank you to the whole factory Polaris Racing racing team, the players, engineers here that support us, Steve, Matt, and Luke, and everyone else. BF Goodrich tires were incredible all day. Like, I had a couple close calls. This is my navigator that's getting Brock's award. But anyways, I told him, hey, get out. We got to get ready. And we just kept trucking. So BFG tires are amazing, and everyone else that supports the program.
And to all of those that don't know, he literally had 25 miles in that car when he got in it yesterday.
Yeah, it showed with my qualifying results.
But here you are up here in this number 2 spot. Anybody else you would like to thank for getting you out here?
Just my nephew, my navigator, he did an awesome job. He was on point all day.
Awesome. Well, congratulations in the number 2 spot. All right, we're going to come over here. You get to talk now. You want to talk for Brock? All right, so, Brock, let's pick this up. Let's hold it up. You're going to hold it up high for Brock. How you feeling right now?
Great.
I mean, you didn't race for Brock, but you're up here accepting this award for him. So, congratulations in that number 1 spot.
Thank you. Brock raced a great race and had a fast pace.
He sure did, and I know that you probably don't know all of his sponsors, but obviously with the Polaris Factory team, here we are. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. Let's get it up. Give it up. Brock had to go to the driver's meeting. Yes, Brock had to go to the driver's meeting. So let's give it up for our B3 UTV Open class. All right, we get some celebrations going on here. I had to confirm the age. Everybody is of age of 21. I didn't think he was 21. I was trying to give him sparkling cider. All right, come on, you guys. Shake it. Oh, that's smart. All right, let's go on to our B2 Limited Buggy C10 class. Let's bring up the Ebberts family. I know all 3 of y'all are going to come on up here. Zack Mclaren in that number 2 spot and Peter Hajas in that number 1 spot. Ezra Ebberts, Dell Ebberts, and Madison Ebberts. I love it. Family event here. Do we have Zack Mclaren and Peter? Oh, here we go. Hey, how are you? Good. All right, we're going to start right here with you, Ezra. You were the winner last year of this class. You guys are now out here in the number 3 spot. No, you were trying to push really hard for that number 1 spot. But with all the driver's changes and a family effort out here, how are you feeling right now?
Really good. Yeah, the pace today was insane. These guys rip. And, yeah, so drop back to 5th at one point, all the way back to 1st. Battled with these guys back and forth all day. So cool to be up here.
Yeah, I think this class was probably one of the best classes to watch today with the battling going back and forth. It's a fun class to watch. But who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Yeah, of course, always my parents, my mom and my dad. It's a whole family affair. My sister rode with me today, called the perfect race. BF Goodrich tires, of course. I wouldn't trust any other tire with this brutal terrain. Fuel Factory Racing Fuels, RPI Racing Hardware, Cade Toyota out of Long Beach, California, and D'Anzio Performance Engineering for the bullet of a motor. ZLT Motorsports Graphics, and EBCO Off-Road.
That's awesome. I love it. She's navigating for you still tonight.
You can't forget him. I got his back, man.
I love it. Asked you guys earlier if there was any sibling rivalry in the car, and you guys said no, so it's awesome to see you guys.
Yeah, all business in the race car. It's a serious sport, so I want to make sure to call his corners so he can go as fast as possible and try to beat these guys. We got the overall last year and put up some really good competition this year. The flat put us back, but we had a ton of fun, and it's cool to be able to ride with my dad and brother. Rode with my dad in Mexico, brother here, and they've really impressed me, and I don't know if I would trust anybody else in a race car.
Awesome. That's awesome. And, Dad, you've got to be proud of your kids.
Yeah, definitely. They both work hard. Ezra, during his Christmas break, put the whole car together, so
he was very busy. And yeah, I think between the 3 cars up here, there's only 21 seconds difference. So it was a really close race. So.
Definitely, but congratulations to you guys. A family effort again out here this year.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move right on over into our number 2 spot. Zack Mclaren, here we are, second position. We talked earlier up here on the podium. I know you're feeling pretty good. You're super pumped, but here you are up here now accepting your trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a great race today. Man, battling with Dale and Ezra and Madison, out of control. We were wheel to wheel, door to door all day long. Even Todd Jackson, got to give it up to him, man. He ran a crazy good race today, too. I don't know if he finished or not, but wonderful guy. And Cade Martin also, just shout out to him, man. Crushed it. I also don't know what happened to him, but awesome race. Yeah, happy to be here. Man, thank you, King of the Hammers, for putting on a good event, and we're stoked.
Awesome. Anybody else you want to thank for getting you out here?
Yeah, first and foremost, my dad over at DAD Motorsports. That always helps. He brings us out here, gives us a quality car to race. And, yeah, we're happy to be here. BF Goodrich, Kevin McMullen Transaxles, Lumacraft Race Cars, bar none, awesome car. I'm sure I'm forgetting a bunch. But, yeah, Fox Shocks, gosh, Lee Power Steering. Gosh, on and on. My wife and kid, Madeline Maverick, thanks for letting me be here. And also my co-driver, killed it all day long. Yeah, great guy. Matt Crow.
Awesome. Well, congratulations up here in that number 2 position.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Yep, we'll see you soon.
Awesome. All right, we're going to go right on over here. Dell, you're up here in this number 1 spot. You've been racing for quite a while. I used to actually race against you as well.
I remember that. She was tough.
It was a lot of fun. Class 10 actually is my favorite class, to be honest. But
you nerfed me pretty hard when you remember
that was not me. No, right now it's all about you. You're in this number 1 spot out here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I'm thrilled to be here. It was a tough couple of days, and we had some ups and downs. But overall, we just never stopped giving her as hard as we could. It's a pleasure and an honor to be up here. We mixed it up with the Ebberts family last year, and I was there, and they were here, and now it's switched up. But fast guys and the Mclaren team, just an awesome group of guys, and thrilled to be here.
Peter, you killed it.
Yeah, it was fun. It's nice when everything comes together. It's really nice when everything comes together.
Well, who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Basically, Tensor tires were awesome, 0 flats, and they were great. The Foltz group does an awesome job on our transmissions. So that's been good. And then obviously, I'm running this car I got not too long ago, Jake's Fabworks car. They're unbelievable cars, and he mentioned Todd Jackson bringing it home. That was his first race in a new Jake's car. Incredible cars. I want to thank my lovely wife Lori, my son Eric, my co-pilot. So yeah, it was just a great overall day, and the whole team at Jake's just really took really good care of us all weekend and got us here. So it was great.
Well, awesome. Congratulations on this number 1 spot. Time to do some celebrations. The girls are going to give you guys some stuff here to shake up here.
Yep, thanks a lot.
All right, congratulations to our B2 Desert Limited C10 class. Yep, that's time. That's our cue to run. All right, next up, we're going to start making our way to the stage, our T2 Desert Limited class. We need in that number 3 spot, Justin Bean Smith. In the number 2 spot, Cade Garcia. And in that number 1 position, Kyle Jurgensen. All right, Justin, we're going to start right here with you. You are up here in this number 3 spot. You're another well-seasoned racer out here in all kinds of desert racing, but here you are in this number 3 spot out here at King of the Hammers. How do you feel right now?
I feel good. I should have gone a little faster. These guys smoked me today, apparently, and a little bit in the prologue yesterday, but that's racing. So, no, I had a great time out here. Everybody at King of the Hammers put on a phenomenal event. Everything's been super organized. The weather's been bitching for all of us, and we had a good day. My co-rider, Frankie, called everything perfect. I just should have used a little more right foot, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit more skinny pedal sometimes does it for us, but you're in this number 3 spot. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
I want to thank the whole team, everybody at JBS Motorsports that helps make it happen, all the volunteers. Huge thanks to BF Goodrich, no flats today, nothing. Fox Shocks, Magnaflow Exhaust, Camberg Truck. The list goes on, and everybody that makes it happen. So big thanks to everybody, and my hat's off to these guys over here for spanking my ass.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. All right, we're going to move right on over here into our number 2 spot. We are right here with Cade Garcia. What a day out there.
Yeah, no, for sure. A little bummed out, missed up the top spot by just a little bit, it seems like. Sounds like I got a penalty. It sucks. I can look at it, a lot of different ways, but, a lot of the positives I can take out of it is, to be here with, these spectacular drivers, and I'm still very new to this whole spec truck class, and, I'm just a one-man band at the shop. I prep the truck. My navigator helps me out a little bit every now and then. So, I'm just very proud of the team, very proud of everybody that comes out and helps and supports. They're all volunteers. They're all good friends and family. So, huge thank you to them. And yeah, no, just sucks. It definitely stings. I work so damn hard and, thousands of hours in the shop and just getting everything ready. To miss it out like that, it definitely sucks. But I definitely respect what they did. So, I can completely agree with that. So I guess we'll try again next year.
You know what? You can't complain about number 2. Here you are out here. You just finished it. Who do you want to thank?
First and foremost, my family, my mom and my dad. I can't thank them enough. And then everybody that helps along, on the side of the truck, BFG, Fox, Tisco Racing, James Lynn Motorsports, Mackenzie's Off-Road, Maxima Racing Oils, Blah Designs. Big thank you to them, and hopefully we'll come out next year and hopefully get that top spot.
All right, well, congratulations, though, out here in that number 2 position. We're going to move right on over here into our number 1, Kyle Jurgensen. How are you feeling?
Great. Caught us by surprise. I know there was some controversy going on there, and, it's never the way to win, but I guess we'll take it. We're excited.
Well, you out here in this number 1 spot, another well-seasoned racer out here, and who do you want to thank for getting you here?
Well, Sean and I had a great day in the truck. I had an amazing team. We were using this as a test, very last-minute entry. Had some mechanical issues at the Parker 400. Decided, okay, let's get some more miles on it. Showed up here with little to no prep, and we won. So we won the test. That's good.
That's all that matters. And who helped you get out here?
Camberg, great truck. The Beast, Magnaflow. We got a lot of sponsors, and they're motivated, and we're going to try to get some more wins for them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations in that top spot out here for our 2024 Desert Challenge.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for our T2 Desert Limited class. All right, who's ready for us to give away the B1 Unlimited Buggy class? Do we have Dave Mason Jr. here in that number 3 position, Tom Coons in that number 2 position, and Adam Lunn in that number 1 spot? I hear the cheers. That means you're here. Come on down. Class 1. Do we have Dave here? No? All right, in this number 2 spot, You were waiting for this.
I was waiting for this. It should have been the B2s. 10 cars? Yeah, but like a mile out, I hit a big ass rock which a few other competitors hit, took me out. So that car's prepped and ready for the next race. So we hopped in this car. He started off, then I hopped in there, and here we are.
Here you are in that number 2 spot. Great day.
Awesome. I do want to thank Uribe and Albert over there at King Shocks. They hooked us up. The car was flawless. We didn't have a really fast pace. You know, we just out there testing the car 30 days ago. This guy and me put that car together in his shop. Had no motor, no transmission. It's all brand new, and we're just out here testing. So here we go.
You know, that seems to be the thing out here just testing the car, and here we are in that number 2 spot. Who else would you like to thank for getting you out here?
Ooh, Mike at Car Tech for sure. The guy's always hooking us up. Really nice guy, going out of his way. Torco Fuel, always supporting us, giving us good deals, and definitely King over there. I got a wife out there somewhere, videoing. My son-in-law came out and did the fuel for us, and we got a few other people right here, our friends and family from Lake Havasu.
He said motorsports.
Yeah, and I'm sure Brian wants to throw.
All right, let's get your opinion on here and throw in a few sponsors.
First off, I'd like to thank the Lord above always for keeping us safe, everyone out here. It's amazing. My wife, my father, everybody, just all the fuel, Torco fuels, like getting there, Torco oil, keeping us out there, BFG tires, Kings, keeping us smooth, everybody. And thank you, King of the Hammers, and everyone. It's been great. Getch Motorsports for my shop putting together good
Awesome.
car.
I think Tom's got one more.
And nobody's thanked Dave Cole tonight. Dave, you are the man. Love you, dude. I've never personally met you, but you put on an amazing race. I should have actually been up here last year, but a little bolt took us out. Class 10. So Class 10's not me this year or last year, but here we are with Class 1.
Awesome. Well, congratulations out here in this number 2 position.
Thank you, Tim.
All right, here we are in the number 1 spot. We have Adam Lund. You got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, we're torqued up all the way on a heater. It's our third one in a row out here, so we're fired up, and just got to thank Brian. He's been in the car with every one of them and called a perfect race, and I did a bunch of dumb stuff today, and he reeled me back in and kept us going down the right path. And thanks to all our sponsors and our wives for letting us come out here and play in the desert.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, you know, having a great navigator is definitely key in any kind of racing, with desert, rocks, whatever you're doing. But congratulations. Who else would you like to thank for getting you out here?
I'd like to thank Trophy Tractor, King Shocks, Walker Evans Racing, Ultra Wheels, BF Goodrich, and RJ Anderson. He usually races with me, has some back stuff going on, so I soloed this one, but he provided the pit for us out here. Without him, we wouldn't even have any place to work on the car. So big thanks to him and all his guys. And first and foremost, Brian. Definitely couldn't have done it without him.
Awesome. Well, congratulations in that number 1 spot.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for our B1 Unlimited Class 1. All right, we are almost there, you guys. We have a few trophies left to give away. As soon as they get done spraying that Pacifico. Oh, a shoey. Adam's doing a shoey. So gross. All right, we're going to start bringing up our T1s. Really? How'd the shoey taste?
Sweaty.
All right, you guys, time to bring up our T1s in that number 3 position. Mr. Ryan Arciero, come on down. In that number 2 position, Tim Herbst. And in that number 1 spot, Christopher Polvoorde. We have Ryan coming up. Ryan Arciero today raced. He has a broken knee, you guys. He's coming up here on crutches, so kudos to Ryan. All right, right here with our number 3 spot, Ryan Arciero. I just said that you were out there racing with a broken knee. At least it wasn't your skinny pedal foot.
No, at least my right foot was working. But I tell you what, it's really difficult to drive these T1s and not left foot brake. I've been racing for 30 years, and I've always used my left foot to brake, so it took some getting used to. We got it around. We had a couple small issues. We had 3 unfortunate flats. Travis did a hell of a job changing those tires quickly. I still believe in my heart, and I know for a fact that BF Goodrich is the best tire out here, bar none. We just happened to get unlucky today, but we got it around in one piece. I said Travis did an incredible job. These Herbst trucks are fast. Tim did an awesome job. Christopher, I mean, this is an upcoming kid. Congratulations to him. Thanks, everybody from KOH, Dave Cole, for putting on an incredible event.
Well, you're normally racing in Mexico and all over the United States, but out here, how would you compare this course to what you've been racing on?
This course was shitty. I tell you what, it had we not have Fox shocks and live valve on our truck, it would have been even worse. But thank God we did, because the truck ran phenomenal. The course got so chewed up from the first day of pre-running until we finally went out. It was the course was night and day different. But we're just so glad to be here. I got to give a big thank you to my wife for actually allowing me to come out with a broken knee. But we'll suck it up and we'll move on to the next one.
Awesome. So Tim's over here giving Ryan a hard time. Ryan, do you want to talk about what he was just saying?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'd love to tell you guys that I did this attempting a double backflip in a trophy truck, but that ain't the case. 2 big mutts took me out of the dog park.
Well, congratulations on the number 3 spot. I'm sure you want to go rest that knee, but congratulations.
Thank you so much. Also, I got to thank my team owner, Kyle Washington, and the Herbst family. Without them, we couldn't be here.
Awesome. Congratulations. We're going to move right on over here now into our number 2 spot, Mr. Tim Herbst. You get a lot of props over there. Here you are, number 2 spot, feeling good. We talked earlier. Yeah. How are you feeling right now?
You know, pretty good. We've had a couple beers sitting here waiting for the trophy. So I know everybody wants to get back and get some food and this and that, so we'll make it short. But I'd like to congratulate Christopher. You ran a great race today. And obviously the Team Terrible back there in the corner. There you go. Providing us with great trucks and stuff like that, and you know, most importantly, Monster Energy sponsoring our class and this and that, and you know, drink Monster in the morning, drink it in the afternoon, and drink it at night.
And when you come off the race course, we give you the tour water.
Yeah, exactly. Give us the water. But anyways, you know, thanks BFG, thanks King Shocks, and obviously everybody at King of the Hammers. It was a great event.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Did you get all your notes on all your sponsors just now?
Well, I think we're done.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you.
These guys need to get out of here, so we'll get Christopher to get going here.
Awesome. Congratulations, Tim. Blame it on Christopher. Christopher Polvoorde, here you are, number 1 spot. Your brand new truck that you built out here, number 1, feeling good.
Yeah, feels good. These old dudes kept me on my toes today, so it was fun. It was fun. You know, we had it. You know, we started off out front, and then I stumbled a little, and they were right there to pick up. So it was a really fun race. Like Ryan said, that was one tough, shitty course. It was pretty rough, but it was fun, and it's so much fun here at King of the Hammers to see all the people out on course in Hammertown. I mean, it's just there's nothing like it.
So before you came out here and raced in that truck, because it's brand new to you, how much sheet time did you have in it? How much testing?
2 quarter days, half days. So half days.
So not much.
Yeah, about 100 miles, which is not much. It was today was a good learning curve. I definitely learned a lot, and I think Mike could tell you that. He was holding on there for a while, but we finally towards the end we got in the groove, and yeah, I just want to give a huge shout out to Mike for braving you know, the new guy. But it was fun. It was good, and you know, this new truck is it's incredible, especially with the Fox Live valve. It's so much fun to drive, and I look forward to a fun year ahead.
Awesome. Well, who else would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
Oh, I'd love to thank Optima, Toyo Tires, AutoZone, Ford Performance, Borla, K&N, Fox Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, Decked. The list goes on and on. I got AutoZone. AutoZone for coming on board. So cool to see them getting involved with off-road. I think King of the Hammers is a true place where we all use AutoZone. So, tonight we celebrate at the Optima Oasis, and let's do it.
Awesome. Well, we have one more trophy to give you right behind us. You get the Unlimited Class Hammer. So not only the #1 in class, the overall winner as well. So congratulations.
Thank you. We'll see you next year.
All right, let's give it up for our T1, Christopher Polvoorde, Tim Herbst, and Ryan Arciero. Okay, so we know that Brock Heger is at the driver's meeting. He also got the limited race overall as well. So congratulations to Brock Heger on getting the overall in the limited race. All right, are we good? Do we have beer for these guys? Do we have beer for these guys?
I guess I deserve it.
All right, everybody. These guys are celebrating, having a blast, but we want to thank you all for being here for the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. That will conclude our award ceremony. So you guys, it's time to go party, have some fun, enjoy the campfire.
Good job, Tim.